This novel was requested by Emperor Tristan of More. No life. God gets reincarnated in a game world 173 to 240. CH 173. I'm feeling dizzy. The condition for the Lolita hero, which holds multiple quick action related skills, is to spin in a place for 300 times. The condition is simple but without a hint. It's something that's hard to fulfill. No wait, the fact that Lulu knows about this job means there's someone who has fulfilled this requirement among the Viscount. I wonder if they also look like a child. Okay, all the preparations are done. You should be able to get the job when you go to the dragon statue. Fuma, let's go. Calm down, Lulu. Next is Cecilia's turn. Hannah, take care of Lulu. Leave it to me. I left Lulu, who still seems to be fired up despite being dizzy, to Hannah and turned towards Cecilia, who was chatting with Sierra. She arrived when I was helping Lulu about her job. Sorry to make you wait, Cecilia. Please number. My conversation with Sierra-sama was really inspiring. Also, please call me Celia, if you don't mind. I see. Then Celia, welcome to Eden once again. Let's do our best together. It's my pleasure. Thank you very much for allowing me to join Eden too. I have yet to acquire a job, so if you don't mind, please guide me. You can be rest assured about your job. Just wait, I will quickly make you a spiritualist. Also Sierra, what about other members? They are unable to come today, so they will be arriving tomorrow. It seems Her Highness Lana has something to do. I see. Understood. Among the 4 new members that are going to join us, 2 of them are Lana's followers. The 3 of them, which include Sister, have tagged along with Lana, who has returned to her home for some urgent business, and hence none of them are coming today. Well, today's Saturday, a perfect time to visit their home. It's just, I couldn't help but feel lonely without hearing Lana's cheerful voice. As soon as I became conscious of it, the guild room looked more deserted and lonely than ever. I have to endure this till she returns back tomorrow. I got to change my pace. For the time being, I am going to help Lulu and Cecilia raise their job level to meet the requirement of a beginner dungeon in today's time. Except for Lulu and Cecilia, who are getting a late start, the escorts of Lana already have their jobs. Celestine, go ahead and apply for the usage of a beginner dungeon in the afternoon. I hope to make you, Cecilia and Lulu, pass the beginner's dungeon test before the day is over. I understand. However, it seems there are crowds of students applying for it, so I don't know if I will be able to book the slot you are hoping for. The usage of beginner dungeons has explosively increased after the Research Institute has announced the method to acquire higher rank jobs. The current situation really makes it hard to even make an appointment for normal usage. It was just like the time during the entrance ceremony where the hall for job appraisals was jam-packed, or rather, I'm sure it's even more crammed now. Thankfully though, we don't need to worry about this. Visit Phyllis Sensei. I have talked with her yesterday, so most likely it should be alright. I have heard about the situation of beginner dungeons from Phyllis Sensei after yesterday's guild battle was over. According to her, the beginner dungeon was packed from 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. However, just the other day, the fact that monsters in the arena can also work as substitutes to fulfill the prerequisites of the job also came to light. Because of this new discovery, the arena is now being adjusted to fulfill the prerequisites, and so, the crowd movement to beginner dungeons finally thinned out a bit. This wasn't something possible in the game, as the arena was off limits outside of the guild battle and only instructors had the control to make monsters pop out. But now, students who haven't yet acquired a job can use it. Reality is indeed full of wonders. But I understood why at that time, as the arena is certainly a part of the dungeon and the monsters that pop out are the real thing, not an imitation. Though there are not any XP or drops because of energy problems, it's not a problem for students as long as they can clear the requirements or subjugating a monster. In addition, it's more safe than a normal dungeon. This is the biggest factor. Not to say you can even set the monsters appearing to be slime, so students can safely run through the Slippo Marathon. I'm a bit curious what will be Hannah's reaction when she comes to know about this, but it seems a bit scary, so I'm keeping it a secret from her. As expected of Zephyr-sama, always one step ahead. Then, I will be going. Sure, and good luck. Celestine left the guild with light steps after giving a beautiful bow while smiling like usual. Sierra's bitter face enters my vision as I see Celestine. Is something wrong? It feels praiseworthy to proceed with everything as if it's set in stone that Cecilia will be able to get the job. It's like the elder elf who has withstood the passage of time. She's complimenting me, right? Should be. Translating her words literally, she probably means I'm amazing. It's so amazing that I still didn't understand it myself, or whatever she's probably trying to say. Though such a metaphor is quite over the head for the human. By the way, an elder elf is an elf who has accumulated a remarkable amount of knowledge. They are usually over 1,000 years old. Now let's return to the main topic. I guess we should begin with the Slippo Marathon for Cecilia. For the job spiritualist we will have to use 6 attributes of magic from the bracelet series, from Fireball to Holy Sphere. Also, use these for the magic stone. Saying so, I handed Celia 6 types of attribute bracelet and the magic stone. Attribute bracelet is an absolutely essential item if you want to aim for a magician category job, while the magic stones are used as the substitute for MP to bring the bracelet in use. And thanks to Hannah's antics, we have an almost inexhaustible amount of magic stones to use. Besides, defeating slimes will also give magic stones. The condition for spiritualist job is to defeat 20 monsters each with 6 attributes, which is just a child play to complete through Slippo Marathon method. After completing the prerequisites, which didn't even take 1 hour to complete, we headed to the aristocratic dormitory for job appraisal with Lulu, who was in Hannah's embrace without Anne noticing. TN, just in case, Slippo is Slime plus Repop. CH 174. Sorry you have to wait for so long, but congratulations, Lulu, for acquiring your job. Thank you very much, Zephyr-sama. After safely being able to acquire the Lolita hero job, Lulu took a salute pose in front of the dragon statue in the appraisal room and flashed a smile as radiating as the sun. 1 week from the time of interview, Sierra and Hannah unceremoniously stopped me, but fortunately, it went smoothly this time. Lulu's smile was like a beam of sunlight illuminating the darkest corners of the room. She looks so cute. Indeed, she looks really adorable. It wasn't only me who became her captive but 2 more people. They are none other than Hannah and Celia. Does Celia also like cute stuff? Esther is a big fan of them. Yes. We both often use to visit dolls or other fancy shops. There are also times we both contribute jointly and share the stuffed toys between us. Now that's an unexpected revelation. I couldn't help but imagine the appearance of Dorlister and Cecilia hugging and cherishing a stuffed toy. Quite fascinating. Our family lineage mainly serves our lord and their descendants, and hence, we are strictly raised being expected to do so too. Maybe it's the backlash of it. We now find ourselves yearning for cute things. As expected of the elf, Celia spoke through her unique self-analysis. Rather, Eden is almost becoming the gathering of cute stuff lovers. Next is Celia's turn. Shift the place, Lulu. Hey Sierra, Lulu finally became a Lolita hero. Good for you, Lulu. With that said, Lulu ran tottering and dived at Sierra. She seemed happy as she was constantly rubbing her head on Sierra's stomach. This scene looks awfully soothing. Even in Celia's eyes, who should have been moving to take her turn, seemed to have been attracted by this spectacle as she stopped on her tracks. After the warm and fluffy scene, Celia also acquired the job of her desire, spiritualist. Now all of the guild members are now equipped with jobs. Finally, I can step up our plans. Celia too, congratulations for acquiring your job. Be prepared though, I'm going to train all of you thoroughly. Thank you very much. And by all means, I wouldn't shy away from it. Celia's goal is to be strongest in all spiritualists. My best training plan is to go out. As the thing stood, we would have to give it our all to tread in the intermediate dungeon with our current members, and even then, we might not be able to break through. Hence, there's urgency to raise more capable members. In other words, I am now going to train all the new members including Karua and Rika. It also helps that Celia is motivated to become the strongest spiritualist. As long as they are motivated, there wouldn't be any problem for them to accompany me in several rounds of boss grind. Just thinking about the development from here on really makes my heart race. Zephyr-sama, what are we going to do next? Lulu, who should have been together with Sierra, unknowingly came beside me, and looked up at me with upturned eyes. Gah! My heart just took 1,000,000,000 points of mo damage from her upturned look and her calling me Anasama. I hurriedly tried to make a solemn hero-like expression and stop my face from slacking with my steel-like self-control. Though, it still didn't make me less anxious, so I looked at Sierra, who just let out a sigh. Seems like I once again failed in making a solemn hero face. Before we move, we are going back to start the Slippo Marathon again. Once you all have reached LV6, we will be going around the beginner dungeon starting this afternoon. Let's return to the guild before I explain in detail. Aye. With an energetic reply, Lulu saluted once again. She's really a cutie with the saluting pose. By the time we all returned to the guild, Celestine was already waiting for us. Welcome back, everyone. Oh, we are back. How did it go? It went as Zephyr-sama had expected. Each arena will be ready to take students in order starting this afternoon, so the beginner dungeon will return to its former state. Phyllis-sensei also has some free time, so she has asked to receive the classes and beginner dungeons from 1 p.m. Yay! Then let's move according to our plan. Everything was just as Phyllis-sensei has explained. That's really a relief. Once Celia, Lulu and Celestine's levels all reach LV10, I'm bringing them to challenge the elementary low-grade dungeons. The only problem that was blocking me from executing my plan was resolved, so I once again reorganized our schedule. Then, let's quickly begin the Slippo Marathon. I'm leaving it to you, Hannah. Yes, leave it to me. Hannah first begins with helping Celia to raise her level. In the meantime, I give Lulu and Celestine a short lecture about their jobs. Both of them have a basic understanding of their respective jobs, but it's still far from using them as efficiently as breathing. So my lesson for them is about this: how to make the best out of the Lolita hero and the butler job. Once all the three reached LV6, we went to have lunch, and from there, to the beginner dungeon. All three of you, do your best. Although I didn't get into which part they have to do their best in a novice dungeon, I still encouraged them and sent them off. Hi everyone, I hope you all are enjoying the novel. The daily update for 2 weeks will come to end tomorrow, and then the update will follow the schedule of Monday/Wednesday/Friday from then onwards. Also, I apologize for one mistranslation. I mistook Hannah's item which increased her res as spell. I will fix this part in previous chapters before tomorrow's update. CH 175. And that's why I'm thinking of splitting the party since the members have increased. I see, please continue. After seeing off Cecilia, Lulu and Celestine, I found the right opportunity to hold a meeting with Rika and Karua, who were finally free. In the guild room, the first team, Hannah, Sierra and I, and the second team, Rika and Karua, are sitting in the guild room like round table formation currently. Although the addition of new blood has increased the number of members to 12, the extreme level difference between us still persists. So the first step is to bring everyone to LV40. I conveyed the main gist of this discussion. The level of the new members in Eden is no higher than 5, while the second team consisting of Riku and Karua LV is 20, which has a big gap compared to our first team members who have LV5, or rather, it's just too wide. A job's low phase ranks up to a tree of third order, and they only begin to show their brilliance from LV40 onwards. Beside, the official prerequisites to enter in the intermediate dungeon is also LV40+. Therefore, LV40 is a kind of watershed. Even when I was playing it as a game, I basically focused on raising the level of characters up to LV40 first. After all, the difficulty level spiked up from the intermediate dungeon, and the need for different jobs became incessantly higher. The rule in the dungeon activity is that a party can have up to 5 members. However, as a hypothesis, a party leader would generally want to have a vanguard, magician, healer, tank, buffer, debuffer, scout, etc. at least to respond against any situation. Although an almighty job like mine can work as a substitute for either of them, it still falls short of the actual job. Hence, Just a 5-member party can't cover every shortcoming. Then why can you only have a 5-member party but not 6? Also questions answered from the development team were: the party system is fixed. You might think it sounds right, but in fact is quite redundant when it comes to dungeon activity. After all, we are talking about a divine game with an unprecedented number of jobs that a fixed party setting doesn't really do justice to it. Though the developer message regarding this was the players finally have a multitude of jobs to choose from, so why not just change one each time you dive into the dungeon? Very touching, painful, that tears involuntarily come out. Hence, the capture of a dungeon is unusually hard with a fixed party. Needless to say, even I fell into this trap in the beginning when I began the game without knowing anything, as I only level up the characters I was using at that time, and unsurprisingly, the dungeon exploration of intermediate dungeons was awfully hard. I don't even remember how many times my party was wiped out clean. By the time I broke through the intermediate dungeon, I was a second-year student. T/N. Author didn't suggest if second year of high school or middle school. I was just a young bud at that time. It's from then I realized that raising all jobs uniformly is the most efficient way. Besides, I also prefer this method even now because it's so much fun. Therefore, I'm planning to break up our first party to help in raising the second party and new members. Basically, forming 2 parties. Not to say the freshman classes will begin soon in the truest sense and our chance of gathering together like this will decrease, so we will be moving with this composition for the time being. I want every member to enjoy the dungeon. The thrilling life of an academy is like a page from youth that makes my heart burst with excitement. Understood? Can I ask one thing? Ask whatever you want. I think Rika and Karua can also dive into the beginner upper grade dungeon if one of us joins them after they clear the Ghost Cave dungeon. So instead of 2, let's divide into 3. I pondered about Sierra's suggestion. I was thinking of forming a 5 and remaining a 2-member party, while Sierra's opinion is to form a party of 5, 4 and 3 members respectively. It is indeed more efficient this way. However, since I was preoccupied with having 2 parties only, the essential party item bag, capacity, large greater than falls short for 1 more party. But I'll just organize one later. Though, the grade might be a bit inferior. I don't mind. What's your opinion on this, Rika? Karua? No problem. The number of juniors is increasing. Alright, I will teach everything I know. Remember not to slack off, and same goes for us. It would be a shame if we were overtaken by the newcomers. I will work hard. That's right. We must also work hard. Rika and Karua are sufficiently motivated. Nice going. But please spare me from the Ghost Cave dungeon. Then, it'll only be me and Hannah who are tagging along. It would have been a breeze if Lana was here, but unfortunately, she's absent today. Oh well, can't be helped. Rika and Karua were hunting night goblins, but it seems they failed in getting any specific attribute equipment in the end. I thought about purchasing them, but they are expensive. Moreover, exploding mobs for attribute equipment among the normal equipment is highly impossible. So it's just a waste. It would have been better if we could help, but that fat ball ghost is disgustingly strong. After all, it possesses ghost-like characteristics. Not to say about the flock attacks. It may sound like it's a easy prey since we were able to defeat it quite easily in a well-balanced manner, but in fact, the fat ball ghost's true ability lies in its fusion ability, in which its performance will just continue to rise bit by bit, and the end result is complete destruction if we fail to stop it. An obscenely strong boss. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to rank it as the strongest among all beginner bosses. We may have powered up, but it's still unknown if Hannah and I can stop it from activating fusion. After all, there are a total of 32 small ghosts. I wished Lana was here now. How about we shelf it aside for the time being and aim for the battle wolves of the Shallow Forest dungeon? It's feasible. It's still afternoon and we have precisely 5 members. We can do a few rounds, at the least. Very well, Rika, Karua. We will be driving into the battle wolves of the Shallow Forest dungeon. Our goal is to raise your levels, so quickly prepare for your first exploration. Roger. Got it. Designating a fat ball ghost as a tough to deal with target without Lana, we swiftly changed our target to battle the wolves. Wait for us. Battle Wolves. We're coming to play with you. Battle Wolves. Howl. Update schedule from now on will be Monday/Wednesday/Friday once again. CH 176. Well done, everyone. Why yeah, thanks. I'm hungry. Hey, are you guys alright? We were on our way back in the evening of the day after our expedition to the Battle Wolf dungeon. The day has subsided a bit, but we managed to achieve the result of completing it 15 times. As expected, the result is a bit lacking when you dive in from afternoon. Let's dive in from the morning next time. The goal, breaking the highest record 73 times. I renewed my determination to hunt down battle wolves. Though, I felt like I just saw the illusion of a battle wolf shivering for some reason, must be my imagination. However, there was the figure of Rika and Karua slumped down on the spot and looking tired in contrast to me, who was burning with determination. What's the matter? It was much harder than I thought. I never thought the Vanguard team has gone through such harsh training. It's indeed hard for us to chase after. I'm hungry. Seems like the first time boss grind has considerably exhausted them. I suppose that's to be expected when they have never tried it before. The first thing that's absolutely necessary when grinding for a boss is overwhelming attack power, but both the speed type, Karua, and balance type, Rika, lack the necessary firepower, or rather, isn't a job which has only unlocked its second-order tree that matches these prerequisites rare. Thankfully, I blew them out with a brave slash, but I feel like the effort was worth it when I recall the gobsmacked faces of those two who were so nonchalantly getting ready to return back after I easily handled the battle with the battle wolf, smashed open the gate and showed them how I repop the boss. Karua's ear and tail stood upright in attention as she looked in amazement, while Rika, too, let down her guard as she stood in daze. Their expressions were just so priceless. Both of them looked like they couldn't believe what was happening before their eyes. Zephyr, please don't repeat something like this ever before discussing with us next time. But without the suspense, how would I be able to see everyone's shocking face? I never expected for Zephyr to have such side. Rika looked stunned at my unexpected side. He has this kind of personality from the start. Even the rumors about Brave took on a life of its own. But Zephyr is usually a careful and kind guy. And he's also cool. I agree with that. He's cool, and so are the comments of Sierra, Hannah and Karua after mine. Baha. Well, I'm not that much. Just kidding. That happens because Rika and Karua were both a little neglected after they joined Eden, especially Rika. She was so confused by the rumors that she glorified me too much. I guess I should communicate with them a bit more to remove any strange speculation about me. Anyway, did you guys find the battle with Battle Wolf fun? I am not actively thinking about these things much, but I do feel like I am having more fun these days. The battle this time was a fun too. HNN. Dungeon. Fun. Ho ho, you guys are finally awakened. That's right. Dungeons are interesting. They aren't just a place for struggle but also a blessed land to enjoy and a perfect place to become stronger. That's why, first try to enjoy it. I will say it once again. Dungeons are fun. I wonder about that. My impression of dungeons are a lot different from yours. However, this also sounds strangely nice. HNN. Well yeah, somehow it's strangely persuasive when you say it. I know. Zephyrkan is unusually serious when it comes to dungeon. Oops, I just wanted to encourage them a bit but it instead became a full-blown speech. That might be so. I just want them to understand dungeon activity is the greatest ever world. It's a slander to say dungeons aren't fun. Since they have entered Eden, it's my duty to bring them to the light and show them what they think pain is nothing but a mere illusion. It's Lulu-chan and others. I turned to look at Hannah's sudden shout, and just right at that time, Lulu, Celestine and Cecilia were coming out from the gate of the beginner dungeon. Hannah waved her lightly when the opposite also noticed us. Sierra, Hannah, and also Zephyr and Isama. Thank you for your hard work. Did you guys also just finish? I have raised Lily to hero to LV10. Sierra, Lulu, with her overflowing spirit that doesn't look like coming from someone who's just returning from the dungeon, dashed here and dived into Sierra's embrace. Seems like she is too excited to be able to raise LV to 10 as she rubbed her head against Sierra's stomach. I'm so envious. I wonder if Sierra would mind exchanging our position for a bit. Celia comes forward with her report as my mind wanders around those selfish thoughts. You're welcome. Everyone have safely achieved LV 10 inches. Fantastic. Then let's dive in the beginner low-grade dungeon as planned. I was wondering how it would go for them given the jam-packed condition the beginner dungeon is in. Definitely not because of me, but everything seems to have gone smoothly for them. I have to quickly arrange a schedule for the training from tomorrow onwards. Growl. Just as I was thinking about it, I heard someone's stomach asking for attention. My energy is dwindling. Seems like it's coming from Karua. Oops, it's already getting dark. It's rare for all of us to get together, so shall we have dinner together? Absolutely. Nice idea. Are you really alright if I join? Don't be so hesitant, Celestine. You're also a proud member of Eden. We all decided to have dinner together and head towards the restaurant side by side. Which one should we choose? I want to vote for curry. Karua stares at me with sparkling eyes as she said unusually without any pause. Never knew curry can change Karua to such an extent. Seeing no one vetoing Karua's suggestion, we decided on the curry specialty store Marvelous where we met Karua. I gave up last time with just 3 refills. I wonder how many I will be able to eat this time. Let's challenge it. And the result, I still couldn't go past the 3 bowls. It makes me realize once again that curry isn't a drink. By the way, Karua looks totally fine even after wolfing down 10 refills in no time. The scene of Sierra and Hannah wondering how Karua was able to eat so much curry was quite an impactful one. CH 177. Hey everyone, your beloved princess is back. Oh, welcome Lana. Welcome back Lana-sama. It was Sunday, the morning of the day after we ate curry with everyone. Lana, who has returned to her home for a short while, is now back and as usual, she ushered inside without knocking on the guild door and cheerfully greeted everyone. However, her cheerful expression gradually turns sullen. Hey, what's with your dispassionate greeting as if someone have forced you to say that? It's the return of Princess, even though other side so enthusiastically welcomed me. Well, of course they will do. The other side is the royal palace after all. So it's a matter of course, given it's their esteemed princess who's visiting her home. But this is our guild in the academy, even if it's the return of Princess, maybe I have go arrange a welcoming reception for her. I don't know what to do. Well, I guess it should be fine to not do anything special. She has already received a lavish reception from the other side. Just some simple words should be enough. Anyway, thank you for your hard work. We were just having break time. What would you like, Lana? If you ask me, Celestine's black coffee is amazing. I will take it. Saying that, Lana turned to the home shrine, seized the Sakinko-sama in her devilish hands and took the seat she usually sat on. Sakinko-sama? Celestine passed beside me as if she didn't notice my shock and put down the teacup filled with black tea in front of Lana. Here's your black tea, Your Highness. Lana. Do notice it's hot, so please be careful. Don't worry. No, wait a minute. Lana quickly returned the Sakinko-sama in your hands to its original place. That would be tough. Who even said it's easy? Lana tightly hugged the Sakinko-sama placed from her lap in her arms as if to say she absolutely will not let go. That's foul play, Lana. I don't even have enough fill with Sakinko-sama. I will allow if it's only for a short while. Seems like Lana is lacking Sakinko-sama tame due to sudden return. Wait. Doesn't our guild have too many people who have the deficiency of stuffed toy taming? Even Hannah sitting next to me has a stuffed toy placed on her lap. I carefully scrutinize Sakinko-sama's face. The face seems as amiable as ever. I wonder if it's the signal from Sakinko-sama that he would allow a tad bit of selfishness. So magnanimous. Realizing it's just a pipe dream to separate them, I just gave her a warning and continued my break time. Speaking of which, Celestine possesses tea maker skill. Thanks to this, the black tea made by her is awfully delicious. As a matter of fact, this black tea comes under food items. Ever since awakening in the world of dungeon activity, it may be a bit unexpected to say that the first food item I had was black tea, but as far as it goes for the taste, it was heavenly. It is such a rich taste and aroma that makes me wonder what the hell I was drinking until then. The terrific part is it's just the effect from the T-Maker LV2 greater than. I wonder what it would taste like if the skill level were to be raised to 10. I want to try it. If you like, should I raise the T-Maker skill level to 10? Rejected. I will search for a person with LV10 skill, so Celestine should just focus on her butler route. Understood. I immediately rejected the absurd proposal Celestine suggested so casually, or rather, how did she always come up with such pinpoint topics? Don't tell me she read my mind. Butlers shouldn't be capable of doing that, right? Regardless, I enjoyed my laid-back morning after a long time. I'm going to start training all low-level members from today. That's why I asked them to raise their level to 10 and wound up my schedule for it. It's a hitch-free ride to raise the level through grind as long as they can enter a beginner dungeon. Now that everyone is going to gather together, it's a good time to hand over each member their role. I forget to say Batista, Pamela and Shizu will not be coming today. Seemingly, they are busy in dealing with the aftermath. Seriously? And there goes all my arrangements in the drain. By the way, Shizu and Pamela are the two escorts of Lana and also the upcoming new members of Eden. I have met them a few times only including interviews, so I was quite looking forward to meeting with them, but I guess my excitement is just short-lived. Did you do something at home? Hey, I had nothing to do with this. Rather, it's because of those pesky rumors saying that the relationship between me and Brave is quite deep for some reason that lots of marriage proposals are flooding in. Marriage, huh? Indeed, that's the common scene for the true royalty. My brain refused to accept this topic for a moment, which is completely alien to me. Returning to the topic, Lana doesn't seem very enthusiastic about the marriage proposal for now. Well, of course, game also offers an ending where Brave and the princess connect in a marriage. Game ending is going to be ruined if Lana decides to marry. I mean, it's not like I want to marry Lan. Or not, it doesn't sound bad to aim for this actually. It may actually be a good chance to ponder which ending to aim for. This is the reality. No one knows what future holds for them except the future itself. Who knows if today's preparation actually comes handy in future? What happens? Being so quiet? It's nothing. Anyway, today's schedule have a bit of change. I paused for a while to consider Lana's query and shook my head. That's right. What I need to focus first on is the present. Just as I was having a mood change, the knocking sounds echoed and the door was opened. Welcome back, Your Highness Lana. I'm back, Sierra. Your Highness Lana, you looks as pretty as ever. The newcomers were Sierra and Lulu. Lulu immediately ran towards Lana to greet her with her signature-style trotting run when she saw Lana gracefully drinking black tea with Sakine-sama in her embrace from the shadow of Sierra. I lost my word as soon as Lulu entered my vision. What's this cute creature? I immediately turned to look at Sierra, but she averted her eyes. Seems like she's unable to offer any explanation. Then I once again looked at Lulu. Her dress was a complete opposite of what she was wearing yesterday in her dungeon expedition. She just looks so cute in her current get-up. She was wearing a white and gold themed armor. When I said armor, it wasn't like a plate mail design but a slim, not rugged, or rather fluffy-looking type made of many parts similar to Sierra. And she has white mitten-like gloves on her hands, which makes her adorableness stand out even more. The weapon is a one-handed sword matching her body size. This is a complete beginner set named Sweet Lolita belonging to Viscount Princess series. It was already cute enough on the screen, but its cuteness is out of the chart in reality. It's said that they are agile and unparalleled in this get-up. That's why dungeon activity as Lolita is amazing. Good morning, Zephyrina-sama. Good morning. Let's do our best today too. I greeted Lulu's salute with a similar salute pose. CH 178, Chapter 179, Ghost Cave Dungeon Exploration together with Riku and Karua. Celia looks amazing in her equipment. Thank you very much. This is one of the finest works of my elf village. I know. As members arrived one after another, Celia also prepared her equipment. In the game dungeon activity, an elf officially joins the player party from the intermediate mid-grade dungeon. It's possible for the players to scout them right in the mid-grade dungeon if their luck is good. Else they are usually available for scouting in the intermediate high-grade or beyond dungeon possessed by yokai. one more piece missing. They are the strong characters bestowed only to those who can decisively reject the yokai of worldly desires. With such a background setting, an elf's beginner equipment is quite strong. In fact, they are on par with princesses' jobs. Celia's equipment looks like a traditional costume dyed in base green color, the same color as the nature impression elf gives. The kimono-like thin design doesn't offer much against physical attacks, but the magic resistance it provides is quite high. Furthermore, the dress perfectly accents the beauty of Celia's slender body. As a spiritualist, her weapon is a two-handed staff which, although not as exaggerated as Hannah's wand of the mana light, seems to be around 1.5 meters in height, and the light blue shine it emits gives it a more mysterious vibe. Elves are also good at archery, but not many actually use bows, given their overwhelming superiority in magic. You can bring a human archer or ranger to use if you want to play with them in the game, because they are much stronger this way, due to the obvious job specializations. So if they are elves, by all means I want to train them in magic specialization, though my heart also sometimes yearns for an archer elf. Lulu, Celia, have you finished arranging your statuses? Yes, everything is in place. Both were motivated enough, so I taught them the perfect way to grow their status. Of course, the same goes for Celestine too. Now about today's schedule. Sierra, I know. I just have to accompany new members, right? Yes, take care of them. As expected of my Vice Guild Master. I don't need to explain everything. Today's schedule has changed a bit with the absence of Shizu and Pamela. Since we're only 9 members in total today, I will be dividing the party in two. For the allocation, first up is a 4-member party with 3 new members, plus Sierra. Next is a 5-member party with 2 members from backup team 1 with me, Hannah and Lana. Why this arrangement? Wouldn't it be much better to put more of us in the new member groups? Hannah asked in confusion. That may be so if you just look at it from the surface, but, no, in fact they don't need us with their amazingly strong equipment. I asked Sierra to tag along just in case something happened. The real ones to look after are Riku and Karua. I explained to Hannah that Riku and Karua are the main characters today to look after compared to the rest. Actually, I would have liked to add myself or Lana as a healer to the new members group, but my hand is already filled. Unfortunately, we are going to challenge one of the strongest hurdles in the beginner dungeon, Fat Ball Ghost, so I need a magic user. There shouldn't be any problem with me, Hannah and Lana there. Thanks to the virtue of its intangible ghost characteristic, physical attacks are obviously ineffective, hence the need for a sorcerer or similar class. Besides, it's also partially due to my consideration towards Sierra, who still seems to be scared of ghosts. I assume everyone's doubts are cleared. Since there's nothing left, pick up your equipment everyone, it's hunting time. Roger. Man, feels like I haven't been here in a long time even though we cleared it not long ago. Lights Blade. Jijiji. We separated at the first dungeon and directly came to the Ghost's Cave dungeon. It didn't take even a second before the monster on our route disappeared by the mid-rank magic fired by Lana. Lana, at least leave some for Rika and Karua to handle. I know, but my body is trembling from excitement whenever I defeat a ghost. Trembling from excitement sounds like the adrenaline rush many have experienced when they play shooting games for the first time. She looks like she's having a great deal of fun as she continuously spams magic one after another. I guess it wouldn't hurt much to let her play for a while. After all, our goal is just about clearing this dungeon. Like the value of a pinch of salt in our lives, fun is equally important in the journey. Fireball. Gee, even Hannah has begun her onslaught. Zephyrkun. This is really addicting. She has even gone as far as to drink magical switch R to burn them down. I wonder if it's really that much fun. Seems like our debut has to wait. Easy. Rika, on the other hand, shows a bitter smile as she walks next to me. Karua seems to be at ease as ever. However, this is a problem in many ways, so let's change places after a short while. I sometimes switch their place and let Riku and Karua fumble around for an efficient way to fight against ghost-type enemies as they hone their battle skills. Speed is the essence in battle against the Fat Ball Ghost boss. There's no doubt bringing down an intangible entity through physical means will take a lot of time, so I warned them to find a way that can help them shorten the battle. Really difficult. Physics attacks are really ineffective. Karua and Rika mutters out their impressions as they face a ghost monster. That's right. I don't even remember how many times I have tried attacking them with a normal sword, but each time it feels like running your hands on the silk curtains. Only when you attack with a weapon embedded with attributes will you feel like you're slashing at something. It's really strange how slashing at them with Heaven's sword leaves a tingling sensation on my hand. Karua and Rika both look like they're having a hard time fighting the ghosts. They have to use around 4 skills to defeat a ghost. It doesn't seem efficient. Our party arrived at the last safety area of the dungeon at 3 p.m. as our new members familiarized themselves with the environment and monsters. CH 179. Nameless third-year warrior. Nameless second-year magician. I know. Nameless second-year adventurer. In fact, you should say it's finally announced officially. Nameless second-year priest. In fact, I'm amazed how come you didn't know yet when it's already a hot topic in the academy. Nameless third-year warrior, huh? Does everyone know? Was the ban already foreseen? Nameless second-year priest. Yeah. Nameless second-year adventurer. Well, you should have been informed about that much. All the arenas right now are awfully crowded. You will understand if you visit it once. So much to the point it's impossible to arrange guild battles. Nameless second-year magician. That's given, when it has been proven that defeating the defending monster can also complete the announced condition for a high-ranking job. Everyone who has been diving in the beginner dungeons for this immediately swarmed into the arena when they heard it. Nameless third-year supporter. In case you don't even know that, there are a total of 7 arenas. Since instructors can control the monsters appearing there, it also clears away many of the risk factors. As you know, you would definitely have to wait for monsters to repop in the beginner dungeon naturally, so it also takes much time there. There are many arenas and qualities are also good. Freshmen are currently hunting down slimes there. That's why guild battles are now banned so that all 7 arenas can be used by freshmen. Nameless second-year adventurer. Though, this situation will only persist until the freshmen welcome their fateful days. Rumors have been that all of them are getting this job. Nameless third-year warrior. I see. So it's just me. Nameless second-year priest. Not exactly. Look at the news. It has been appearing normally. However, there are around 3 days until the deal. It's given that freshmen every year at this time have their hands already full fretting about job, but even the instructors are awfully swamped up. I am now very much curious if all the freshmen will have higher ranking job in time. Nameless third-year supporter. True. Academy has entered a rapid change ever since the tip of the iceberg, that is the condition for a higher rank job, has been thawed. Anyway, they are desperate to let all freshmen participate in the aforementioned monster hunting. To be frank, I thought it would be nigh impossible, but I can now see the ray of hope when I heard even the arena can be used. Some have already predicted that they will be able to manage in time. Nameless second-year priest. Are you for real? I too thought it might be impossible. Holy, stop here for a moment. Doesn't it mean that we will have masses of freshmen who have high-rank jobs? Nameless second-year adventurer. Huh. Now that you said it, you're right. And I only have a mid-rank job. Nameless second-year magician. Support to senpai. I wonder if you can tell me how many of freshmen are expected to have a high-ranking job? Nameless second-year priest. You sure are calm despite the predicament. Magician. Our position is going to be in danger if many of the freshmen appear to have high-ranking jobs. We might even be left in dust. Nameless second-year magician. Well, I have high-ranking job. Nameless second-year adventurer. You traitorous bastard. Nameless third-year supporter. By now, around 30% are confirmed to have achieved this according to the information given by a third-year student. Approx 6,600 freshmen have enrolled in the academy this year. That means to say there are already 2,000 freshmen who have successfully acquired jobs. Nameless second-year priest. 2,000? Nameless second-year adventurer. Hold up, so many? Tell me it's a lie. Please tell me you're joking, supporter senpai. Nameless third-year supporter. Well, buckle yourself up for the landslide. Nameless third-year investigator. Hey yo, I got my hands on new information about Brave Kun. Nameless second year alchemist. Hooray, it's finally here. Nameless first year shielder. Thank you very much. Nameless first year merchant. Please bestow your graces to us. Investigator's armor. Nameless second year swordsman. As bustling as ever, though it's a bit scary how the number of views is gradually increasing. Nameless third investigator. Foo. Don't be in such a hurry. Let's leave the juicy details for later. I know there must be many people waiting for this internal information I finally got my hands on. So first is introduction. Nameless third year pharmacist. I'm looking forward to it. Although I am curious about Brave Kun, I also want to know more about Eden. Nameless second year alchemist. Well, that's the same for me. Nameless second year swordsman. You sure are a persistent guy. Nameless third year investigator. That's amazing. Foo. Normally speaking, each and every member of Eden members are monster in themselves. But even among them, the one who boasts overwhelming high LVR, Brave Zephyr, Saint Lana's armor, Princess Nightester, Shield Princess Countess Sierra. Each of them is the owner of legendary jobs completely. There has never been the report of any of them unable to fight, let alone whole party annihilation. Truly, each of them have their specialities. But behold, don't be surprised that the who has the highest level is none other than Alchemist Hannah. Nameless second year alchemist. What? Hold on, what do you mean by that? Nameless first year merchant. Whoa. The one who has the highest level isn't any legendary job holder but an alchemist. Nameless third year investigator. In fact, even the one who had the record of fastest freshman to unlock third order tree, this year is neither Brave Zephyr nor any other higher ranking job holder. Yes, it's the same person, Alchemist Hannah. The level for now is hidden but there's no doubt she reigns on top. Nameless first year shielder. No way. Even higher than the legendary Brave's armor. Nameless first year merchant. The girl chosen by the Brave's armor has always been the topic of rumors but it was really out of my recognition that she is also a prodigy. Does that mean she has such terrific talent to be even recognized by the Brave's armor? Nameless second year swordsman. Rather, how terrifying that alchemist is to reign in top in the guild full of legendary beings. What kind of horrific existence that guild Eden even is. Nameless third year pharmacist. Alchemist Chan. So our bet was destined to never be fulfilled. And here we thought she would be chased away soon if she didn't reach near the top level in the second year. Then she would give up and watch over them from the shadows together with us. Nameless second year alchemist. How could that be? Nameless first year shielder. Freshman alchemist Hannah, whom we thought would be unable to catch up with the legendary job holders, turns out to be a miraculous freshman girl. Nameless first year merchant. Miraculous girl Hannah. I don't think I can ever find any better business partner than her. To think there can be such a brilliant person. I definitely want to get along with her. Nameless first year shielder. I want to get along with Shield Princess Sierra's armor. After all, the Shield Princess is that legendary Shield Princess, the pearl of everyone's eye that has been brought back to the present time. Nameless third year pharmacist. Shield Princess. I haven't heard anything about her but do you know anything about it, Investigator Senpai? Nameless third year investigator. A legendary job that stops the dungeon flood that occurred 54 years ago from causing any damage. The job became so famous that it even left its impression in the Academy's textbook. Nameless third year pharmacist. I think I have heard about it. Nameless third investigator. But I'm much more curious about Saint Princess personally. There have been rumors about Princess marriage with Brave Zephyr recently, though it turns out to be hoax. Nameless second year swordsman. We seem to have derailed from the main topic. How about we talk about the new information you have obtained about Brave San, CH 180. I wonder if this counts as being lucky. Fatty Ghost isn't here. Zephyr-kun, it's that right? We had a comfortable break in the safety area of Ghost Cave Dungeon before passing through the door of the boss room but stopped altogether. For the reason was we couldn't see the owner of the boss room, Fatty Ghost, anywhere. Transfer formation hasn't been activated yet and there also aren't any other battle signs left behind that can indicate that the boss has been defeated by someone. Then this situation only means one thing. Yes, that means we have a rare boss to grab. Seriously, We really lucked out to draw a rare boss, naturally something whose probability of happening is incredibly low. Zephyr, a rare boss is real? I've only heard that it's a rarely seen phenomenon. Undoubtedly. There's no room for doubt after so many encounters with bosses. What is a rare boss? Don't you know? In contrast to Rika's strained expression when she heard my reply, Karua seems clueless about the situation. What a shock, someone doesn't know about them. Basically, they are stronger than regular bosses. Something much like an evolved version. Well, on a general basis, it's just as she said. Understood. I thought it was my place to explain when someone doesn't know something, but Lana explained it ahead of me. That's oh well, but I'm sure she wouldn't be aware of the next information. Time to get back my the one who knows all role. The original boss here is a fatty ghost. As I have already explained to you guys on the way, it's a formidable enemy that mainly relies on a quantity of physical attacks. But the rare boss Special Fatty is even more difficult to deal with. As soon as my words ended, the inside of the room began to shine. It's the effect of a rare boss appearing out. And then, a fat, or not, ghost with muscles bursted out. The Special Fatty gradually materializes. The rare boss physique is just as plump as a sumo wrestler. It's also known as ultimate nemesis of muscles TMK or festival-loving muscle fatty, though it's more commonly called as fat. Not only does this boss have the ghostly physique in which the prided muscles of the berserk doesn't work, the boss has a magnificent super macho body that exceeds the berserks who take pride in their bodies. The memory of berserks losing against those muscles and even losing their fighting spirit afterward, causing a big upheaval in the academy is still fresh in my mind. The Special Fatty is the strengthened version of the original Fatty Ghost. Not only can it divide itself into tiny ghost version, even its main body would attack physically. Rearguard should pay attention not to attack its main body during that time, otherwise the aggro of the tiny ghost will shift to you and they will swarm towards you like locusts. Our strategy for the tiny ghosts is still the same as how we deal with fatty ghosts. So save up your strength and attack with your attack when it is just about to fuse. Let's go. Got it. The battle begins after I finish the brief explanation I can manage in the available short amount of time. The fatty slowly begins to show move while showcasing its bursting muscles. Start the all-out offensive everyone. However Lana, you should start with the mid-rank magic else the aggro will be pulled to you if you attack seriously. Got it. Divine Protection of Holy Demon. Light Blade. Divine Pillar. Throwing Blades. The first step is to overwhelm the boss with a large number of attacks before it breaks into tiny versions. This part is nothing different from how we fight with regular fatty ghost bosses. Lana uses the buff to increase the magic attack and hurls the buffed version of Light Blade at the boss. I could only ask Lana to limit her firepower here, as if she, who boasts the highest magic including INT value in the Eden, went seriously, she will attract too much aggro. Then, she would be left incapacitated to fight in no time from being swarmed by flocks of tiny ghosts and Special Fatty. Subsequently, Hannah's mid-rank holy magic leaps towards the boss. She is equipped with the demon vanquishing sacred fan that drops from the rare boss we fought last time, Shaman Marionette, though it's given to her for only this exploration since the ghostly characteristics are weak to holy attributes. In addition to the magic return, she easily shaves away HP in a large chunk with holy attribute magic. Nevertheless, it's still pale compared to the power of Light Blade conjured by Lana. I guess nothing can beat the real thing. By the way, the explosive items are still under research so they can't be used for now. She has been training very hard but they are still not in the phase to be used in an imminent boss battle which requires practice. That's why Hannah is responsible for magic attacks. Karua follows up with her throwing blade attacks but they are almost useless since physical attacks are ineffective. As for me, Rika and I gallops at the boss while the others overwhelm it with their attacks. Pop pop times 6. There comes the first fission. The boss is producing tiny versions of itself. Unlike the regular boss Fatty Ghost, Spfat instantly splits apart in 12 parts, so it's quite tough to handle. As planned, I will deal with the Pipsqueak and Rika. You will focus on the main body. Roger. Appeal. Rika's job. Samurai Princess is extremely strong in 1vs1 fights, and in return, she's not that strong as a tank to handle multiple monsters. She doesn't even have a shield after all. So it turns into her role to deal with the main body this time while I dealt with the small fries. Alright, Pipsqueaks, come here so that I can deal with you all together. Shine lightning. Gar! I rushed to the center of the room, pulling tiny ghosts behind me and eradicating them together with a range of offensive magic. Gracious, nothing can feel better than sweeping down a crowd of mobs in one go. The crux of this strategy depends on how many Pipsqueaks come under the range of my range magic. Let's see. I managed to wrap 10 out of 12 in my attacks. This accomplishment in one stroke is much fun. Leave the last one to me. Light Pillar. The follow-up offensive magic fired by Lana successfully took down the last two Pipsqueaks. Great going, Rika. Reveal thy name, Shadow Commander. Hee gah. Rika's reveal thy name and Shadow Commander are taunt skills to attract monsters' aggro. Spfat changes its target to Rika when all the aggro suddenly transferred to her. Gah. Take and return. The muscles of the Spfat throbs, made a groaning sound and threw a heavy punch at Rika. However, Rika calmly parries it using her defensive skill. Whoa. That was a sick move just now. What a wonderful use of parry. HNN. Rika's sweeping stroke is the best in the world. Rika, who defended herself from the attack with a splendid parry despite the size difference, swung down her dual blades. Swallow flip. Rika unleashed her counterattack with a swallow flip with a great momentum after the parry, but the damage doesn't seem as much as imagined due to the ghost body which slips through the attack. HMPH. Rika pouted, realizing the situation, but for me, it was as if she had shown me a miracle. The fluent combo of taunt, parry and counterattack was awfully cool. I can also do this if luck prevails, but I know my success rate is still much worse compared to her. Decided, I will ask Rika-sensei to teach me some skills next time. Kahi. Pop times 12. Oops, I almost forgot we are fighting the boss right now. This is the second step. This time, 24 tiny ghosts pop out of the boss's body. Damn, we missed the timing. Hey, don't you think that muscle ghost is producing Pipsqueaks surprisingly fast? Complaints fly out from the rear guard behind me who missed the chance to unleash their ultimate attacks. Well, it seems like we still have a long way to go. Rika wasn't able to pull enough aggro and naturally, the rearguard couldn't attack at that moment. Although it's a fact that the second fission of the Spfat was faster than expected, our cooperation level was far from being enough. Appeal. The next thing after the failure was just the exact repetition of step 1. I draw away the Pipsqueaks and eradicate them together with Lana's range of offensive magic. Then, Divine Wall. Force Sonic. Quick Slash. Hana creates the Lights Wall through Divine Wall, a wholly attributary defense magic which deals massive damage to the small fries who plunge themselves into it, while wherever number of them left was dealt by Karua's punches. Karua's slash skill, Force Sonic, falls into the same category as mine Sonic Sword, which emphasis on quick motion. It's quite a strong skill since you can pull out as much as 4 slashes in succession if you're a dual dagger wielder. Quick Slash is another slashing skill which can be used while performing swift actions. To describe it short, you slash and run away while evading, that is hit and run. In this way, we finished defeating the 24 bodies of tiny ghosts quite easily. I wonder if it can be called a cakewalk. CH 181. He. Counter slash, repel. Gua. The Spfat threw one punch after another, but all of them were blocked by Rika's defensive skills. Damn, what a flawless use of skills. What's more, she even knocked him back hard with the repel skill in the end. Now is the time to attack. Lightning Burst. Q. What a failure. It's a pity that the effect of the knockback ended just at the last moment and he wasn't knocked back again. However, not everything was in vain, as boss HP took a big hit from meeting higher rank magic directly. GE. Pop times 36. It's finally the third fission. The number of tiny ghosts that popped out this time is 36. This point is the decisive factor that makes it stand out from the regular fatty ghost. But thankfully, 36 is the highest number it can produce and also the last fission. Or else, We might have been forced to retreat. Appeal. Like the last 2 times, I pulled the hate meter of pipsqueaks at me. However, the pattern of the sphat this round was different from the last 2 times. The tiny ghosts didn't chase after me like usual and instead made a line like a row of paper lanterns hanging in festivals. Ah, damn it. A red color effect has begun to appear in the body of the sphat. This is the sign of unique skill which only the rare boss possesses. Shit. Now that I recall, I don't think I have explained about the boss unique skill to them. Everyone, defensive measures immediately or evade quickly. Boss's unique skill Fatty Style, Fireball Festival, 612 consecutive bursts greater than incoming. Huh, what does that mean? Oh no, oh no. Rearguard group hurriedly began to take their respective measures and I quickly headed towards Hannah and others to protect them. Fatty Style, Fireball Festival, 612 consecutive bursts greater than is literally as its name suggests. The boss rapidly fires 612 fireballs like a Gatling gun. The scene of fireballs scattered throughout the room from the lantern looks so visually stunning that the players in the dungeon activity often made a fuss, calling this scene as the festival has begun, because the boss Fat Ball special puts a headband on its forehead and performs a muscle dance while firing off fireballs. Not a small number of players have appeared one after another who lost control of their character from laughing too hard. So the festival has begun word also has another meaning. That's don't let down your guard. Dungeon activity was a single-player game. Co-op battle is allowed. However, it's not a laughable thing in reality. Anyway, I have to protect Hannah at least else she would be out of commission. Leave it to me. Divine Protection Barrier. Huh? Just when I was thinking of protecting Hannah, Lana used her quick-wittedness to solve the problem instantly. As the name suggests, the Divine Protection Banner is a defense barrier magic. It's an excellent magic skill that greatly reduces the damage from magic, and if it's a low-rank magic, it can't even put a scratch on it. It can easily defend against something like fireball magic with enough leeway. That reminds me, I almost forgot Lana is already at Saint LV 40 greater than. The thought of using the Holy Protection Barrier which unlocked the third order tree to protect yourself never came to my mind since I never went to Ghost Cave Dungeon in game. Hannah is also in the barrier range, so I guess there shouldn't be any problem surviving this wave of attack. What do you think, Zephyr? Can this prevent the attack? Yeah, that's right. As expected of Lana. I somehow suppressed my agitated heart and came back to my senses. I turned to look at the boss, and he has just finished putting headband. The show is about to start at any moment. Karua and Rika have positioned themselves right behind the tiny ghosts. An intelligent choice as that spot is outside the range of the unique skill. Wait a minute. Doesn't it mean I'm the only one in the range of attack? Gee. The macho fat boss shouted loudly as if saying fire. Greater than and a storm of fireballs rose up in the room. And all are aimed at me. Whoa. Do. It unilaterally launches volley firing. My defense skill defense up effect only lasted for a few seconds since it fires 17 fireballs in one round. I used my other free hand to heal myself with Aura Heal while focusing on evading. It hurts. Aura Heal. Damn, it's so hot. Evasion failure. I'm being ridiculously bombarded with fireballs. Not good. I wouldn't be able to fight for longer if I didn't find a solution soon. Defense up. Guard rush. I gave up on dodging and put all my focus on defense skill, somehow managing to survive. Once the defense skill was on cooldown, I made my survival through defense stance. Oh, the shield of heaven, please protect me. You are hot. While doing so, the long festival that seems like eternity for me ended. I have endured you for too long, you bastard. Now it's my time to pay back. Shine lightning. Ultimately, it survived even after the attack that shaves away more than 50% HP at once. It's our time to go all out this time. Jeez, what are you doing, Zephyr? Heal blessing. Thank you. Throb. Flaunt your muscles however you want, because this is the last time you can do it. Elemental sword. I whose HP was healed to more than 80% at once with Lana's heal blessing, makes my first move with elemental sword and changes the attack to thunder attribute and swoops down at the fat ball special who was in the middle of taking a muscle pose. Chance, sonic sword. Now that my sword is clad in lightning attributes due to elemental attributes skill, it's possible to hurt the boss with Sonic Sword skill, which is originally nothing more than a physical attack. The Sphat screamed at the sudden damage. I'm your opponent. Whoosh whoosh. Take and return. Rika's provocative words made his fist rise as if they were about to burst open and then throw a lariat. However, Rika quickly blocks and repels it. Amazing use of defensive skill as always. Rika, who has already activated 3 defense skills at the second order tree, can already use the parry freely, disregarding the skill cooldown, though she can at most offset the damage only given the low level of skill. I'm sure she will be able to add a knockback outfall effect to her skill after raising their level in future. By then, pretty much no one will be able to pose any challenge to her on the same level. Zephyr, settle it at my next move. Secret art sweeping stroke of twin blades. Gar. Oh yeah, lightning slash. Gah. The Sphat was knocked back when Rika finished executing her defensive skill using the twin katanas. No way I'm going to miss the chance this time. The Sphat was knocked back even more and it fell down when I struck it with my strongest skill, the lightning strike. Now, give your all. Leave it to me. Let's go. When it was finally their turn, Lana and Hannah, who were waiting for me to just say that as they were clearing the pipsqueaks until now, immediately shot their strongest magic excitedly. I also linked my combo attack one after another with Braveheart Brave slash Swift Strike and Lightning Burst and dealt a lot of my damage. And finally, gah, throb throb. The HP of the Sphat, which received a lot of powerful attacks with its body, finally drops to 0. And vanishes under the huge effect as its muscle withers away. We finally defeated the Fat Ball Ghost Special, CH 182. We won. Finally, we did it. Finally, we all let out our customary victory shouts. Somehow Hannah's line and mine overlapped. I got to use a fresh line next time. Foo. What was that? Does Zephyr and others do this every time? Sort of. It's refreshing to yell after a hard-fought victory. Oh, I think I get that feeling. The boss was really strong. The rare boss Fat Ball Special was as strong as a beginner high-grade dungeon and is a remarkably strong opponent for Rika and Karua. After all, both of them are only at LV24, so they aren't yet at the level to contend with a rare boss for now. Or so I thought. But they turned out to be hidden gems in reality. I still vividly recall the scene of Rika almost blocking the boss's main body with a flawless parry. The person, who initially gave me an unreliable feeling because she decided to join our guild just because of a plushie, actually turned out to be an absurdly talented girl. I really want to give a thumbs up to my past self for scouting her. I couldn't stand up to my role much. Fret not, Karua. It's just because the boss this time had a bad affinity with you. Besides, you have already shown your excellent capabilities while fighting against battle wolves, and you also helped in dealing with pipsqueaks. If Karua possessed even a single attribute equipment, I'm sure she would have shown her brilliance. I can easily imagine Karua hunting down pipsqueaks with super fast movements. After all, her agility is already as high as 200. So those pipsqueaks should be nothing more than fat chicken waiting to be slaughtered in her eyes. Despite knowing that her attack might not even put to scratch, Rika did her best. I have looked at her fighting from time to time and she has hunted at least some tiny ghosts which are hard to deal with using normal attacks. Most of the time, it was Lana and Hannah who missed their target. So it's also an indispensable position to deal with missed enemies. Hey Zephyr-kun, let's open the treasure chests. You're right. I can hope for some gold content given it's a rare boss we took down. HNN, let's go. I confirm the drops at Hannah's voice. 2 silver chests. A minimum guarantee let down tilde. Oh well. Probably because we got a gold chest as a rare boss drop last time. I sighed as I looked at the fan in Hannah's hand. Let's check out the reward. Yay, Let's go, fast. I didn't even finish my words before Hannah and Lana raised their hands and yelled excitedly. Although we got silver chests, it's from a rare boss. So I share the same sentiment that rewards are guaranteed to have good things. I also want to open it. I was late. HNN. What? Is this some kind of event? Seems like rearguard is still clueless since I couldn't finish my words earlier. Forgive me, guys, for we have many treasure chest addicts in our party. Somehow, I felt like I just saw the illusion of Sierra lamenting and distressed sister. Must be my imagination. We're discussing who will open these treasure chests, Lana explains in unusually grim expression. Even Hannah repeatedly nodded next to her, looking serious. By the way, I'm also on their side. I see. Well, I'm not that curious about them, so if there is anyone who wants to open them, please do. You don't need to ask for my consent. That's unacceptable, Rika. One of the rules in Eden advocates the fairness of treasure chests. Any kind of unfairness is prohibited. Was there ever such a rule in our guild that not even I, the guild master, knows? Since when has it become an established fact? HNN. I want to try opening one. That's the spirit. I know Karua will understand the charm of treasure chests. Lana shows a joyful look when Karua raises her hand slightly. Well, that's the case. Rika, don't need to hold back, and it's fine if you want to open them. I really am not holding myself though. I remember there's a saying when in foreign land, do as the natives do. Then I guess I will follow the rule of Eden. Incidentally, they also drop high-quality stuffed toys like Sakinko-sama sometimes. It would be my honor to open them. Good. Now that everyone is motivated, let's decide upon who will open them. And the result of fair judgment, we decided on letting Rika and Karua open them on the basis that it's the first time they have encountered rare boss drops. It's your first ever rare boss drop, so don't forget to pray seriously to Sakinko-sama for the chance of drawing a memorable drop. Karua-chan, you should pray before opening the treasure chest. It would be awful if you forgot to. HNN, I will pray seriously. Lana and Hannah were imparting etiquette for opening the chest. Eden hasn't embarked on a strange route, right? Then, I will go first. I wonder where the reserved Rika until a while ago went. The top batter this time was her. She prays for something seriously in front of the treasure chest and opens it. This is It's a short dagger Ice Me with ice attributes. Ice Me, attack power 20. Ice attribute. It's a lovely dagger painted in transparent ice blue color from the grip section to the sheath. Is this the fate, I wonder, the attribute equipment they have been wishing for so long actually dropped here? It was a bit anticlimax. Well, it's a normal thing in the dungeon activity. The long-wished drop would appear at the timing when they are no longer needed. As if possessed by the yokai. Desire sensor yukais are scary. Rika was obviously dejected, but Karua's eyes were shining. The dagger ultimately went under her possession. Thank you, Rika. I will use it carefully. Well, it's fine then. You're welcome. The next is Karua's turn. Karua, who was looking at the Ice Me with glittering eyes, quickly prayed to Sakinko-sama as taught by Lana and Hannah. Please Sakinko-sama, drop something for the sake of Rika too. Rika quickly averted her eyes when she heard Karua's resolute prayer. I glanced at her and she was blushing till the root of her ear. Karua wishing for a nice drop for Rika to show her gratitude for the dagger. Somehow, I feel like my heart has been purified. Although my heart by no means is contaminated with filth, I am feeling particularly refreshed. HNN. I'm opening it now. Karua finished praying and opened the treasure chest. HNN. Something fluffy, a furball. So big. The drop she pulled out from the chest was a big white and fluffy furball. Even Hannah unconsciously muttered out looking at it. Older. It's a rare material called fluffy furball times 10 pieces. It's extremely rare for them to drop. After all, it's the sole missed item in the rare boss drop that's lined up with the lowest probability to drop. Though, it doesn't look rare from any angle, because it only gave chicken feed defense in the name of benefits even after turning it into equipment or accessory by Taylor. Then one might think about using it to make clothes, but at the Labyrinth Academy, it's in school regulation to wear the Academy's designated uniform fundamentally, so there's almost zero chance of wearing them. In that case, It can at most be used as an interior item. It's a ridiculously missed item for the players who dive into the dungeon day and night. Well, of course, it seldomly drops, so you don't need to pay much attention to it. Simply sell if it drops. However, from the perspective that Karua's prayer just now reached Sakine Kusama, it should be like a jackpot for her. Zephyr? It's an excellent item for a plushie. Not verified, but I think Mochiko plushie is also made of same furball. Really? Yeah. Alright, I will ask Mari-senpai to make it into a plushie. Yay. I'm looking forward to it. Karua looked at Rika, who was still blushing, with a smile when she heard my confirmation. She seldomly shows such expressions. Seems like stuffed toys are going to increase once again in the guild room. I wonder if it's about time to purchase a rack to decorate them? CH 183, HNN. Vital stab. Judge. It's down. Nice shot, Karua. Time to go all out, everyone. Throb throb. Throb. Everyone hurls their strongest attacks at my order and boss HP drops to 0 and disappears. It's the 20th time, so we have already become used to this scene. Though, it's really hard not to laugh no matter how many times I look at the scene of a chubby fat ball ghost like Daruma withering away. We are currently grinding for the boss fat ball ghost in the Ghost Cave dungeon. Originally, our plan was just to clear away the dungeon once and not grind, but we changed our plan when Karua equipped the ice attribute dagger, Ice Me. Hence the fat ball hunting. V. Superscript 1. Karua has come to play an active role. Yeah, to the point I'm jealous. Rika, the only one who doesn't have any means of dealing attribute damage to ghost-like characteristics, looks at Karua with envious gaze. Since there are very few jobs which make it possible to equip katanas, the specific drops are hard to get. To say nothing about finding a katana blessed with attributes so easily. Samurai Princess do have all sorts of attribute attack skills when they've unlocked the third order tree, but I guess she must have wanted to use it while she's still at the second order tree. That's why this time Rika is only playing the tank role with her taunt skills. On the other hand, Karua's performance after she got the attribute weapon on her hand was spectacular. Although she only has one weapon for her twin dagger fighting style, she defeated those tiny ghosts in the twinkling of an eye thanks to the fast moves she possesses in her arsenal. Not to say with her quick speed, she nimbly moves between the pipsqueaks and main body, opening up to a new fighting style. It's fascinating, but of course, it's not like she just has her agility or speedy moves. She also has a multitude of single-shot strong skills similar to the Vital Stab she used to bring down the fat ball. Vital Stab has the effect to easily make your hit critical when the monster is under knockback effect or in suspended animation effect while activating unique skills. It's really a strong skill that has a high affinity with Rika. Thank you for your hard work, Tilda. It's about time to leave. Huh, is it time? Time flies fast when you're having fun, doesn't it? I'm sure the sky must have already died in the evening flow judging from the time. Though Lana and Hannah seem like they still haven't enough of it yet. Well, I can understand their feelings since 20 rounds is a bit inferior compared to our usual grind. That's because it takes time for Fat Ball to attack in several steps, around twice as much time as your usual boss. But it also drops many items that make our time worth it. Fat Ball drops a lot of magic or attribute weapons. Even the Mana Light Wand, which comes with a slot, only drops here in the beginner mid-grade dungeon. Yeah, though, it's unfortunate I still didn't manage to grab an enchanted katana. The reward of our final round is a single wooden chest. Rika mutters out in disappointment looking at it. Cheer up, I'm sure you will get it soon. Besides, the twin katanas hanging on your waist are also strong, aren't they? The performance of the beginner katanas of Marquis and Princess is so strong that you can even use them to fight in an intermediate higher grade dungeon. It's completely on a different level compared to the drops from beginner mid-grade dungeons. Haha, well they are. I just wanted to have a new weapon. I can understand how you feel. I get thrilled at the sight of new weapons. Furthermore, I also want to collect all weapons. I gave up on collecting them in the game midway because it was almost impossible to save Mia in dungeon activity, but I really wanted to collect all the weapons without needing to sell them and conquer the game. There's also a collector's ending if one can accomplish it, but I couldn't do it in the end. It's a little regrettable. Just as we finished collecting all our drops, I sensed the presence of people from the door side. Seems like there are people waiting for the boss room to be free. That's quite rare. I wonder if they are freshmen. I was a bit curious, so I slightly strained my ears to eavesdrop. I'm sure if it's our muscle, we will be able to make a breakthrough against the Fat Ball Ghost special. That's right. It's now our time to show our reborn muscles. Just like a magnificent phoenix after Nirvana. No way in hell we are going to lose against a ghost's muscle. We will show that it's no match for the beauty of real muscles. Muscles are amazing. Heave ho, heave ho, heave ho. Crap. It's the Mako's Guild of Muscle-san. I couldn't be wrong about this. But heave ho is. This completely sounds like they have come to participate in the festival. You will suffer utter defeat again. Don't they get it? Somehow, I feel like it's not a sign of good omen to encounter them now in various senses. Yes, let's return to our guild. What's the matter, Zephyr? Nothing. Shall we go back? Well, okay. I urged Lana, who seems to have a question mark floating on her head at my strange behavior, and returned through teleportation. TN, V for victory. As you have seen Kara's listless speech, like HNN at the beginning of every sentence etc., V is another form to shorten her words. CH 184. The first place I headed to after returning wasn't to Mari-senpai's place as usual, but to the engraving store where the untalkative senior, Gant-senpai was. Today's Sunday, auction day, but I have left it for Celestine to handle. We also have a couple of golden chest greater than S that appeared with the missing drop item in our expedition so far, so I choose 2 among them to auction off. As our guild has risen to E rank from F, the number of goods we can sell has increased by 1. It's double the profit now. Phew, ha. Anyway, the last time I handed the shaman marionette material to Gant-senpai was Thursday evening, and now it is 3 days later in the evening. The thing I requested for him to do was also said to take around 3 days, so I guess it's already done. I can't wait to check it out. I proceed as my heart hops in excitement and arrives at my target store in the blink of an eye. By the way, the girls' group separated at the first turn since, as usual, the first thing they would like to do is to take a shower. Hence, I passed through the entrance alone. Are you here, Gant-senpai? Go outside. Oops. How sudden. Does he want to fight? No, it shouldn't be. The one who said this was certainly Gant-senpai. He appears out from the shadow of the store with his arms crossed and a headband tied to his forehead. It's a familiar headband. Just when my mind was wandering around these things, Gant-senpai passed from my side and went out. As expected of the untalkative senior with the spirit of true artisan, this should be the signal to follow him quietly. That's quite cool, to be honest. I chased after him. We came to a spacious place beside the store, the carriage parking lot. Here is your finished product. Wonderful. You're amazing, Gant-senpai. A finished version of the top-class mechanical carriage was stationed there. It's a luxurious carriage that not only costs plenty of rare bosses at the shaman marionette material, but almost all of the great bamboo doll materials. The horse, as a matter of course, was on set. Most likely even the design paint alteration store of Marie-senpai and others have helped in it, as the carriage looks completely different from the design I have seen in the game. To put into words, it looks gorgeous as a whole. It has been given a resplendent design using lots of gold, silver and red color. I think they must have also taken into consideration that it's a carriage a princess will ride. You have my eternal gratitude, Marie-senpai. I will thank her later. Oh, about the horses, they're 100% machine. Although they look inorganic, I don't know if it's due to the magic factor or the effect of Tsukumo, but they run fine. The two horses with their whole body clad in horse armor looks intimidating. I think it might become an object of absolute terror if it's made to run using the skill. I feel one might directly be sent to a cycle of reincarnation from the shock of being trampled down. And it's altogether possible for the monster to truly reincarnate and repop. Anyway, that's just my judgment from a glance. The deal is to check its ability before the delivery. Speaking of which, our guild's appraisal item, the Medora, is in the hands of Sierra's group, which I didn't bring along today. So Gant-senpai silently handed me the Inokan superscript 1 greater than silently instead. Mechanical carriage, top grade, attack power, 60. Passenger capacity, 7. Tent LV1, item box LV3, interior enlargement LV3 greater than. Amazing. It's completely the same as I had imagined, and it even has an attack power of 60. Even the strongest drop among the beginner dungeon, Wrathful Great Bamboo Battle Axe, has an attack power of 56. The value is simply unmatched even to axe-type equipment that tends to have relatively high attack power. In other words, it's something that by no means can be achieved by drop items, as expected of something made through a job. Nevertheless, the amount of effort needed is simply a lot. By the way, the attack power of the vehicle can't be added to the weapon, so the damage is calculated individually for each weapon and vehicle without combining. In short, the damage you get isn't a sum total or adding up. It's the same as the twin sword style, because the summed up attack just by one person would be tremendously high. It makes sense to keep the equilibrium. It's just, this will weaken the Princess Knight by forcing the two accessory slots to become unstable, but that's not a problem with the exceptional ability of the vehicle itself. Rather, it's a plus. Let's keep the explanation of other skills for later. I really liked it very much, untalkative I mean Gant-senpai. This is a wonderful product. I want it right away. 2 million mia, huh? It's quite cheap. Are you sure? You have put so much effort because of all the material used in it. I thought it would cost more. I don't mind. I see. Well, I will take upon your words then. I touched my student handbook and transferred the payment. Man, Gant-senpai really is a broad-minded person. Normally, it would have cost 3 times more with the amount of effort poured in it. I greatly admire him for giving me such an excellent product at such a cheap price. Incidentally, this amount is paid from the guild budget, because sister was highly demanding for one in the guild. I put the carriage and the horse in my large capacity item bag. I knew I could put it in a bag in the game since it's equipment, but it's really startling to see it in reality. I furiously blinked my eyes at the scene of such a large mass sucked up so easily and looked at my item bag 3 times. It has been stored in the bag without any problem, and it can be taken out smoothly too. Thank you for your help. I will look for you again if I have any commissions, so best regards for then. I thanked Gant-senpai as goods transferred happened without any mishaps and then headed to my next target, Marie-senpai's store. And as soon as I took out today's spoil, the rare boss fatty ball special material, Marie-senpai let out a shriek of delight. Ch 185. Monday. The day our dungeon grind was over, and with May just 2 days away, the first-year students we passed by seemed to be on edge, since May 1st is the fateful day and also a deadline for them. It is the day when students enrolled in the academy this year will have their job appraised for the second and final time. In contrast to the job appraisal event last time after the entrance ceremony where you had the option to put your job selection on hold, you must decide on a job, and reserving your option isn't feasible by either means. In case they haven't made up their mind, they will be forcefully awakened there. Beginner job. Beginner is also known as forever novice or abandoned person. Sup 8. Number of skill 0. Unique skill escape. Nothing more, nothing less. It's something that goes beyond misfortune. It's a tough nut to crack if they want to change their job, because not only do they have to raise their job beginner LV to 15, they also must choose low-grade job change ticket, rare. That's why the people of this world will take any job by the absolute deadline, even if it's a bottom feeder job. I wonder if the culprit behind why the people of this world tend to avoid job change is beginner. That being said, it's a bygone thing for us who have already chosen their jobs, and our guild Eden is operating as usual. In other words, we are going to an attack dungeon today as well. Though, let's introduce the last two members before diving now that all the members have finally gathered together. Good morning, Zephyr-sama. I deeply apologize for my inability to attend due to an urgent matter. I will be in your care from now on. I will be in your care, Desu. Two more members, also Lana's followers, were in the guild room in unusual outfits. The first one who gave a polite greeting, who was dressed in a long Victorian maid outfit, is Shizu, who has a battle maid job. In addition to her being as tall as Sierra, her body is nearly as developed as Ista, which makes it hard to not let your gaze wander down and appear rude, especially her chest. The symbol of branch family categorization for females is a ribbon, and for males, it's a bow tie. The red ribbon increases her charm, which makes my eyes unconsciously gaze downward. A fearsome foe, in various ways. She has brown eyes, same as her hair, and the maid headband on her head very much suits her. Continuing. The next person who greeted us cheerfully with a foreign accent and was dressed in a pink ninja costume is Pamela, a female shinobi. She has a slender figure with her slightly shorter height close to Karua. She looks just as beautiful as a doll with her blonde hair. Even Lulu, who is a stuffed toy enthusiast, has quite a reaction looking at her. That's how adorable she looks. And her foreign accent just increases her charm even more. She's a shinobi, but she doesn't seem to give off any shinobi vibes at all. I heard that shinobis are called ninjas recently. Both of them are the last two members of Eden. They've already acquired high-ranking jobs even before I could offer them job options, and seem to be at LV10. They were LV2 when I interviewed them, and it has been almost 10 days since then. They must have done their best during their spare time to raise LVS till a 10. Don't fret. It can't be helped if you have some business. I have also heard about it from Lana. Let's do our best from now on. Yes, excellent spirit. And seeing that timing is optimum, I tried asking Pamela a question I was itching to know. So, is Pamela a foreigner? Your way of speaking is quite peculiar. In my game database, no other country has appeared so far. Anything happening was all bound to be in the Shiatona Kingdom. It's my quirk, Desu. I almost fell down. So it's just character creation. No, wait. Creating a character in the game was normal. It's not unusual to see others getting too much in their role. So, I think it's fine. Well, it should be. I see. It might be abrupt for you, but we have the plan to dive into the dungeon today too. What about you two? I will follow, of course. We both by all means want to tag along to raise our level. We have already received a detailed explanation about the guild's activity from Celestine, so Zephyr-sama doesn't have to worry. We are all prepared. I also want to join you guys, Desu. I will raise my level in a flash and protect Lana-sama, Desu. I nodded in satisfaction at their response and turned to Lana. They are good girls, aren't they? Indeed, they are quite unique. Honestly, I very much want to throw a welcome party now that all the new and founding guild members have finally gathered, but classes will begin in 3 days, and it will leave us one less day for dungeon dive. So unfortunately, we will be focusing on raising our level for 3 days from today. When I declined, Sierra stepped forward. Very well, let's announce the allocation of members. Yesterday's night, I met with Sierra, who had just returned as I was nearing Marie-senpai's place. So we had discussed it beforehand. Sub-Guild Master Sierra announces the split as she unravels the memo in her hands. Members allocation are Zephyr, Esther, Shizu and Pamela. Challenging the beginner low-grade tropical forest dungeon. Hannah, Sierra, Celestine, Lulu and Celia. Challenging the beginner low-grade abandoned mine of stone bridge dungeon. Lana, Karua and Rika. Challenging beginner upper-grade Tsukumo bamboo forest greater than dungeon. Does anyone have any questions so far? Can I ask something? Once Sierra's announcement ended, Shizu quietly raised her hand. Lana-sama is going to challenge the beginner upper grade dungeon, but her guards can't accompany her. Isn't it dangerous? No, you don't have to worry about that. They don't plan to challenge the boss. Their goal is only to clear shallow floors and get Rika and Karua's job to LV30. Besides, Lana is a LV50 Saint, so LV25s aren't even worth mentioning in front of her. We, the 5 Vanguard team members, have already reached the LV50 in our respective jobs after grinding with the shaman marionette and the great bamboo puppet. It would be nigh impossible to get defeated with that much level difference in contrast. Well, a bit of danger is inevitable in the dungeon, but you can say at least it wouldn't be to the point Lana can't fight back. After all, Lana is a saint. I'm also fine with this arrangement. Monsters in lower grade dungeons are just so weak, they just go poof before I can even use my full power. It's boring. I want to hunt down monsters which can at least put up some resistance. If I have to go, then of course I'll go with a dungeon above intermediate grade. It's not that I don't understand Shizu's concern, being on her guard and all, but to be honest, Lana is just that strong. Small fry monsters in beginner dungeons can no longer pose any threat. One of the fatal points of Riku and Karua is they don't have any healer, and it would be reckless to let both of them challenge the upper grade dungeon without a healer. They would easily be left incapacitated to fight with abnormal status poison or traps. Item replacement also costs money, so if possible, I want Lana to accompany them. I understood. I apologize for my overboard behavior. Hearing Lana's complaint, Shizu backed down. I'm glad we don't have to quarrel over it. Shizu seems to be quite a sensible and flexible maid. It's fine, and just raise your level super fast so that you can form a party with Lana. Then you two, you all three can protect Lana. Yes, I understand. Thank you very much, Zephyr-sama. Welcome. In fact, I have already prepared the secret method to raise your level super fast, Esther. With an uncontrollable grin on my face, I turned to look at Esther. Thereupon, Esther immediately stood at attention. Really? The vehicle has been completed. This will dramatically reduce dungeon attack efficiency. So, we are going to capture all the beginner lower grade dungeons with Pamela and Shizu. The key to raise everyone's LVS in the Eden is you. You might get busy, but I'm leaving it to you. Roger. That's why I have formed a party with Pamela and Esther today. I will guide the shortest route while Esther will blast through the path. With that, the time till boss room should be reduced drastically, and it's easy to raise the LVS if we grind the boss. Rather, it's the completion of a quick LV up system. Phew, ha ha ha. CH 186. After setting up the party with Pamela, etc. in the guild, I taught them our guild's customarily strongest training theory. After both of them confirmed it with Esther, they immediately decided to adopt this method. Although both of them have wasted a part of SP like Celestine, they didn't take anything that might pose an obstacle in future advancement. Fortunately, they followed through the strongest training theory by me from the and amended a part of their notes while discussing with them. They also have good affinity with some skill, so I revised this based on that fact. In the meantime, Lana's party has left for the upper grade dungeon and Sierra's party for lower grade dungeon. We will also leave as soon as we're ready. That's why we also quicken our pace. I, along with Esther and the 2 new members, Pamela and Shizu, set off to one of the low-grade dungeons, Tropical Forest. Both of our new members have already passed the tutorial dungeon, but this is the first time they have come to a beginner low-grade dungeon. They followed us with slight restlessness, so I slowed down to match with their pace and passed through the gate slowly. We proceeded while I gave Shizu and Pamela a lecture about the correct way to deal with monsters, and after we finally arrived at a large spacious area, I took out the mechanical carriage from the item bag. It's quite a luxurious carriage. Are we going to race in the dungeon, Desu? I have heard about the details from Zephydono, but it's even more magnificent than I had imagined. But I don't have experience in driving a carriage. I'm worried I might hurt you by chance. Everyone seems surprised at the sudden appearance of a luxurious carriage. Shizu is the most surprised of all. Pamela is looking at it with sparkling eyes, while Esther seems to be concerned about the risks of injury. Your worry is unfounded, Esther. After all, this carriage is specifically made for defeating the boss. In fact, just crash in them. No, that's why. Are we really going to do this? Unlike the charge attack, I feel the resistance to assaulting with the carriages. It's fine. Just tram them with it. Sigh. I'll get used to it. When I give a thumbs up to Esther, I feel her resigning herself to something. That's the main attraction of the carriage. Vehicle S category equipment are indestructible in the dungeon activity, not to say it's also impossible to topple the carriage no matter how much you recklessly crash it, and the people inside will not feel anything either, because all the shocks are mitigated by the wearer HP. That means, in our case, Esther's HP will bear the brunt of crash damage, decreasing her HP. Let's prepare lots of potions for her. When I left my spot to check around the carriage, I saw Shizu and Pamela approaching Esther. My occupational disease flares in by seeing that, and I strained my ear to quietly eavesdrop. Esther, Zephyr-sama is quite a lively person, isn't he? Is he always like that? He's even more playful than I imagined. Desu. Foo. That's right. He always pulls bizarre antics like this. If I have to say, Lana-sama and Zephyr Dono seem like a cut from the same cloth. I still haven't accepted him regarding that. I will definitely hand down retribution to him if he ever causes Lana-sama to lose her cheerfulness, even if he's that legendary brave. Shizu, you're quite radical. Desu. I think it's fine to just observe normally. Desu. Yes, I think they might actually be a match for each other's. Like I'm saying, I still haven't accepted brave. That would be troublesome if they indeed are a match. Just what in the world they are talking about? I am assuming they are talking about me, since the word brave is frequently coming out, but Esther is facing the opposite side so I can't hear well. Why will be they trouble if I'm match with something? I feel bad when they are still discussing, but since it seems to be about me, I think it wouldn't hurt to ask. Esther, what are you talking about? It's nothing. If you have checked, I'm coming then. I see. Then Pamela and Shizu also come to try. I'm sure you will be surprised by the interior. A secret. It can't be helped, as I only have a few contacts with Pamela and Shizu, so they shouldn't be comfortable talking with me. Maybe I have to increase communication between us to remove any barriers. Carriage interior might serve as a better icebreaker. This is wide. Is the space inside widened? Yeah. This is the effect of tent and interior expansion. The size has been increased quite a bit compared to how it looks from the side, so one can even sleep inside comfortably. Even I was surprised when I looked at it first time. I nodded to Esther's query and explained, the size has been slightly increased so that all members can lodge inside because of the size reformation effect from enchanted tent and interior expansion effect. Thanks to this, around 7 people can easily sleep inside without any problem, in contrast to how the carriage space looks from outside. What's this? A box? Desu? Can I look inside? Desu? This is an item box. It's LV3, so its capacity is also quite large, though it doesn't have anything inside for now. Being a maid she was, as soon as Shizu boarded the carriage, she began to check the seat's texture, gaps between the objects, inside the seats, various other aspects. I wonder if she's ascertaining that there's no dangerous object inside. In that process, she seemed to have found the item box and looked curious, so I also explained about it. Incidentally, this is also my first time seeing an item box in reality, so I'm also checking it together. It disappeared as soon as I put it inside. Desu. Is there such a function? Let me try it too. Sure. Desu. This is quite fun. Desu. Yeah, rather. It looks quite thrilling, feeling like even your body might fall in it. I also scurried to check it out, seeing how fun Pamela was having. Instead of my hand touching the bottom of the box, it instead disappeared inside. It doesn't seem to have a bottom, and with how wide the box opening is, I feel like even my body might fall down in it. My God. Isn't it quite amazing? Living beings shouldn't be able to enter inside. I think you will be repelled if you're about to fall. I almost forgot that. You will receive some damage if I do. No, wait, maybe I should experience it once. I would recommend not doing it. Besides, it's uncool. Oh, well, no point in trying if it's not cool. I remember the similar setting in the game Dungeon Activity. The devil inside me was luring me to try it, since I couldn't actually try it at the game due to the regulation, but stopped hearing Shizu's words. I like to make an effort to have fun and enjoyment, but not at the cost of having girls saying it's unsightly or uncool. It mostly depends on time and place. After frolicking around for a while, It was about time for us to depart. Are you ready, Esther? Proceed cautiously in the start. I will teach you, so just relax. You will soon become familiar after learning the vehicle maneuverability LV5 greater than. We can charge at monsters after that. Understood? I will do it my best. Esther took the driver's seat while I sat next to her. We are going to begin with her driving around here to become familiar with the controls, so I decided to let Shizu and Pamela hunt in the meantime. Esther pulled the reins and the vehicle finally started. CH 187. There's an arrow over there. Can you drive, Esther? Please leave it to me. Accelerator drive. Squeak. A koala-ish monster arrow immediately turned into particles of light with the super overkill attack. The one who did that was naturally Esther's operated mechanical carriage rush attack. Accelerator drive. It has been around 30 minutes since Esther began to handle the carriage. We are now trying to battle the monsters after she has familiarized herself with the controls. No, it's more like overrunning them, I think. After all, they are being one-shotted. We just began with a light-hearted feeling to give it a try, but this is quite addicting. Monsters are like trash. Phew, ha ha ha. Even Esther has become quite addicted to the accelerator skill and raising her proficiency more and more. Ha ha ha, I know it. Fun is what makes a person mature. That's right. Defeat those trash with that spirit, Esther. Though it doesn't give any XP and we can't retrieve the drops either. Zephydono. This is really amazing. Drive turn. I know, right? Oh, another 2 arrow turned into light particles. Esther has already grown up to the point she doesn't need my instruction to hunt down the monsters. That's right. It's a good trend indeed. What superb control. Now, even I'm also having the itch to go wild. Man, I really want to try being a knight at these times, even though it was the players who controlled them originally in the game. Esther is having so much fun. Just when I was staring at Esther, the student handbook buzzed. Oops, it's a message from Shizu. We should return now. Yeah, I have practiced enough. Let's return. Esther looks unusually reluctant. Well, she doesn't want to stop enjoying it. Relax, Esther. I'm going to make you work to the bone today! Okay. Esther replies cheerfully and speeds up the carriage. Although I wanted to say we don't need to be in such a hurry, I know the principles very well. Enjoyment is justice. We return to the spot where we split up under the stunned gazes of other first-year students as we passed by on the way. First years have considerably increased in lower dungeons. I wonder if all of them have high-ranking jobs. The high-ranking job holders will just continue to increase exponentially from now on. After all, the people from research facilities, or more like the academy itself, are pouring all their effort into making it happen. Though the only thing they are doing is slippo marathons, arena style. Welcome back. Shizu bows with graceful movement at our arrival. Her movements were mesmerizing. Do all butlers and maid, including Celestine, perform such refined bows? The quality is just too good. Speaking of Pamela, she waved her hand cheerfully at us. Somehow, I feel more at ease now. Oh, we're back. Sorry to make you wait. It's fine, Desu. We were also enjoying our dungeon exploration, Desu. That's what matters then. Having fun is the most important thing in dungeons. Come, hop on, we'll talk the rest later. Directly to the boss room. Esther, leave it to me. The time to hunt small fries is over. Beginner lower grade dungeons only give a measly amount of XP. The drops are too cheap and above all, even material value is too low. I just want to quickly defeat them 3 times and proceed to the mid-grade dungeons. After making sure Shizu and Pamela have boarded, Esther starts the carriage. This is more comfortable than I thought. That's right, Desu. Such a comfort is simply unthinkable inside a dungeon, Desu. Pamela and Shizu passed on their first impressions from behind. There's a small window in between the driver's seat and inside of the carriage which makes it possible to converse, so I joined in their conversation. I know, really. I don't know why the dungeon's floors are perfectly level and with wide roads, but it's quite comfortable to run the carriage. Of course, a poorly made carriage might not be able to achieve this, but this is a top-grade carriage made from recipes that comes out of a gold chest. Even if it accidentally collides against something, it will automatically nullify almost all of the shock, plus the pleasant ride experience. How terrific! this vehicle is. Yeah, it's completely different from the carriage we usually ride on Desu. Just like Pamela mentioned, a mechanical carriage is an equipment while Segway or usual carriages are items. That's what differentiates them. Because HP will take all the brunt of the equipment, it relatively raises the comfort level of the ride. In case of items, shock will be returned and monsters' attack will easily destroy them since the user can't act as a substitute for the damage the vehicle took. Of course it also comes with a price. Equipment basically can only be handled by suitable job holders, else they wouldn't be able to use it. Meanwhile items don't have that restriction and anyone can use them. It's the right time, and I have lots to explain to you guys on the way. So, shall we start? Esther just continued to drive on the path I point out. Drive safely, Roger. I said first half to the inside of the carriage and second to the Esther. Pamela and Shizu are still not at the point where they can efficiently deal with monsters, so I don't know what kind of side effect it might have left to increase their level only through power leveling in this situation. I think I should also inform them about such things. It wouldn't take too long for their LVS to reach 20 with power leveling, which would be just right at time to unlock their next tree. I'm worried that unlocking their tree before they can familiarize themselves with their skill might leave them to use their powers in a strange way. Another thing is our future course, guild policy, what will be our goal and so on. The carriage traverses through the dungeon with moderate speed while I explain these things to them on the way. Overrunning the monsters and avoiding the humans, we passed through while ignoring the first-year students whose eyes fiercely contracted, turning pupils into almost point size as they moved sideways to free up the road. A commotion seems to have risen behind, but whatever. The unstoppable carriage makes its way to the safety area of the lowest floor before noon. As expected of a high-class product, CH 188, the last floor. From the first floor till the last, it takes around 30 minutes to arrive. So it's as much as 3 minutes per floor. The carriage really didn't let her down. It's more so amazing because Esther was only driving at low speed. I'm already excited to see how short it can go once Esther becomes skilled in manipulating it. We are now in front of the boss room in the tropical forest dungeon. The opponent is a bearish, bear-man-eater looking monster. It's called the weakest boss among all the beginner dungeons in Dungeon Activity and also the first trial for beginners. Lulu and others overcame this trial yesterday. The LV of Shizu and Pamela has increased by 1 with their hunting on the first floor, reaching LV 11. It should be tough for them to go solo yet, but that should be a breeze if they fight together. Their equipment is also quite excellent. So, I'm going to have them show their abilities first. I put the carriage in the item bag. The drive skill doesn't work against the boss, though more like, it's useless against them. Noticing Esther was a bit sad as I stored the carriage. She isn't subtle at all. I guess that's how much she has come to like it, even though I would take it out quickly. This is the fruit of hard work. Shizu, Pamela, are you guys ready? Yes. You can start anytime. Bang on Desu. Both of them took out their weapons in response to my confirmation and nodded. Let's showcase both of those weapons. The first one is Battle Mage Shizu. For the time being, I will put aside the jab of whatever the hell is a battle maid. I can't do that. Explanation needed. I see. Then let's explain about the job now that there's a chance. If Celestine's butler is a combat butler, then Shizu's battle maid is a combat maid. It's as literal as it says. Fundamentally, the normal maid job is placed among the mid-rank and it's completely a support job with all skills being totally unrelated to battle, but in contrast to that, around 70% of those skills changed to combat 1 in battle maid. As a matter of course, it's ranked in the middle of high-ranking jobs. They are the type of attackers who can assume the role of scout, fighting in the dungeon and to a considerable extent in guild battle. There are 2 main training methods, depending on which weapon you use. When speaking about battle maid, the first thing that comes to my mind is guns. In response to the populace voice, Dungeon Activity have properly implemented the gun and magic gun system. They are mainly used in a job called Gunner. The gun category relies on physical marksmanship while the magic gun relies on magic marksmanship. There was quite a heated discussion among the players of Dungeon Activity. It was about if guns should exist in the fantasy world or not. but they were accepted as normal weapons ultimately because whether it's the shock or anything, they are being all sucked away by HP and bullets don't pierce either. By the way, like the game, the bullet flies at a speed that can be seen by naked eyes. Even if you get hit, it will not leave any scar. It's a safety mechanism where younger players can also shoot. Dungeon Activity is a game with target age B, above 12 year, and the second one is a hammer. I don't know why it's a hammer for the maids, but for some bizarre reason, mop or the deck brush a maid-san uses are classified as a hammer. If they select this path, a maid-san sweeps away the monster saying, "Cleaning time," which in fact is just bashing them with mops etc. with all their might and defeating them. The players were made to accept this by simply explaining, it's simply the battle maid style cleaning. The supreme way to clean, in the game. Most likely, everyone thought that if it's a maid, anything is fine. I don't exactly get it though. Advancing on a gunner path relies on dex while the hammer path relies on STR, so it's very much important to choose the one you want from the beginning, else your sup will just go down the drain if you want to change style in the middle, so be careful. Going back to Shizu, she's carrying stylish guns in both of her hands. I don't know much about the guns in detail, but they look like assault rifles. That's quite matching for a battle maid. So she has chosen the gun route. Well, this is reality, so there shouldn't be any battle maids choosing the mop or deck brush. This is mostly to troll. Continuing. The next one is Pamela. So let's begin with explaining about her job, female shinobi. This is also another higher ranking job in ninja category, ranking in the middle of top jobs. Rather, a ninja itself is only a higher ranking one, and all the two routes are simply classified as shinobi for men and female shinobi for women. As for why it's like that, only the god of this game, developers, know. I can bet that there's not much meaning to it. Branch families mainly have support system jobs as a main, but ninjas are scouts who can also fight. Incidentally, it's impossible to learn this job if you're not under the category of a branch family. Female shinobi mains on scouting, they can do anything beginning from sensing the enemy, trap detection, disabling, reuse them and so on. In the battle, they mainly participate as evasion attackers. The skills of the ninja category can lower the height of the enemy, transfer the target to another target, so no matter how much they attack, the hate levels will never increase too much. Furthermore, with the emergency evasion skills such as mist, concealment, disguise or substitute, it's a strong job that makes it easier to survive even against general attacks or range attacks. Their affinity with tanks is also high. It can also be used as a sub-tank with the hit and run tactics, and quite easier to switch the job with the main tank if the hate meter is kept in check. So it's a versatile job, and similar with the battle-made weapons are also divided into two categories. First is a sickle. This method of fighting uses a heavy sickle attached to the chain as their main weapon, and knives or kunai, etc. as sub-weapons. Because they mainly attack from a mid-range, they can easily fight while focusing on evasion. However, the disadvantage is that their skill power is low instead. The second weapon is the katana, the so-called ninja sword. The blades of their sword are straight, unlike the katana with curved blades Rika uses. Ninja swords or katanas are not particularly classified into different categories in the game, so both of them belong to the same katana category. Shinobis can equip whichever style they like. Though one part of players vehemently refuse to accept this setting and equipped katana for samurai and ninja sword for shinobi, on the basis that it's more cool and it matches that way. Players could take screenshots in the game, so they were quite fussy about that part. In fact, I also tried to match as much as possible, and even asked for design paint alterations many times. Anyway, it's a close combat style that can be judged from the weapon. Their skills, cleaving and lightning decapitation, are awfully cool. This route skills are pretty strong and outstanding, but its disadvantage is the number of skills are quite low and it's hard to focus on evasion due to the nature of fighting in close combat. They can also use shuriken for hit and run tactics. Both weapons have their advantages and disadvantages, and both are good, but it seems Pamela has chosen katana. She is carrying two ninja swords swords on her back. Twin ninja sword style sounds cool. I remember how cute she looked giggling when I subconsciously blurted out my impressions. Pamela also seems to like this style, and that's why she arranged the ninja swords. I guess this is a sign we are getting along better. We will be going then. Just wait to look at our majestic figures. Desu. I waved my hand and saw them off. Who passed through after saying that. Then I will do as they say, watching over their majestic figure as they proclaimed. Esther, you and those two are colleagues, right? What do you think about their abilities? Let's see. They are impressive with their body movements, especially Pamela, who is agile and can also conceal her presence and act as hidden escort. Shizu should have been a maid that accompanied Lana-sama, but I wonder why she suddenly became like this. The cause is... pardon me, I can't tell you that. A secret, huh? Are there special circumstances or something? No, there's no deep mean. You don't need to worry about this. I just can't say that she come to accompany us because she cherished Lana-sama too much. Mumble. ? Did you say something in the end? I couldn't hear you very well. Anyway, it will also be my first time seeing them fighting after they have chosen their jobs. Oh, got it. Thank you for telling me, Esther. I don't mind. You can always ask me if there's something you want to know. I will be relying on you then. When I shifted my gaze again to the boss room after asking Esther, both of them were just about to face the boss Bear Command Eater. It's time to begin the battle. CH 189. This isn't a good match for their jobs. Even the way of using skills is wrong. Yeah, I think Pamela used ninja arts too many times. Currently, Shizu and Pamela are fighting against their first boss monster, Bear Command Eater. Me and Esther are watching them fighting from the safety area while sipping on our tea. Only in the low-grade dungeon can one watch or hear boss battles. However, the situation inside was anything but calm. Whoa, why is it aiming at Shizu again? Desu. Wait, Desu. What are you doing? Pamela tightly restrained him. Fire bullet. Sword assault. Desu. It's not stopping at all. Shizu. It escaped again. Desu. What? Kaya. The boss began to chase after Shizu when Pamela failed to restrain it. Shizu is desperately running away for her life. I turned to look at Esther, seeing their antics. Weren't the escorts of a princess supposed to be excellent? I don't have anything to say in defense. It's also unexpected for me. They usually act as excellent followers and guards. Esther also looks ashamed of her colleague's flustered appearance. Well, I know I shouldn't put their usual task and boss monster fight on the same level, but I wasn't expecting this either, so forgive me. Rethinking about it, Esther was also quite clumsy in her action when fighting against the boss for the first time, though she wasn't as bad as the current situation. I simply assumed it was because she's not used to spears, but now seeing that, now it seems it was due to her inexperience in fighting against monsters in the first place. After seeing Sierra's flawless execution during her first battle, I assumed Esther and others should have practiced at their home, but it turned out it was their first time. Clumsy actions are obvious in that case. I can only say Sierra is a prodigy who is flawless from the beginning. Maybe we might also have been pushed into such an embarrassing situation if not for the perfect Sierra in our first boss fight. Because if I don't remember wrong, Lana mistakenly used the starting buff at the beginning. Speaking of which, this is the first time I'm watching over another party fighting a boss, so this is probably a normal scene in first battles. Shall we help them? Let's try to give them some advice first. We will save them afterwards if it doesn't work out. Understood. We can enter and defeat the boss with a snap anytime, but that wouldn't benefit those two then. Well, this is their first time, so it's not entirely bad for them to experience this. I began to give them advice from the safety area. Hey Pamela, attract the aggro of the boss first. And don't use ninja arts. First use the Notice Me skill. And Shizu, suspend your attacks for the time being and just focus on running away. Your attacks are generating too much aggro. The crux of their current dilemma is failure to control aggro. There are many beginners who haven't understood the concept of aggro yet, although if you just look at their jobs, their teams seem to be heavily leaning on the attack side, with Shizu being the rearguard attacker and Pamela being evasion attacker. Pamela is a female shinobi which can also act as evasion tank. Originally, It's preferable for Pamela to be at the forefront while Shizu focuses on attacking it. However, the situation instead went downhill with Pamela overusing ninja arts which lowers boss aggro towards her, making it change its target to rearguard attacker. Shizu's defense is quite low since she attacks from range. She's a maid. She can handle it for some time, but bearing the brunt of boss attack for a period of time will leave her unable to fight. Pamela first has to attract its aggro towards her to break the current deadlock. Got it, Desu? Notice me. This is a taunt skill of female shinobi. It just sparkles the effect to attract the attention of the target. However, the boss didn't turn to Pamela just with that alone. Seems like Shizu has attracted quite a good amount of its aggro. Pamela, use the notice me again when the skill cooldown ends. Its target should be able to turn towards you by then. Do your best to run away, Shizu. Easy for you to say, Kaya. That's it. Shizu is coming out of her protective shell. I can feel that she's acting more and more like true self. Skills cooldown is about to end. Desu. Endure it for a bit more. Shizu. Desu. Encircle Ru. The target of the boss finally shifted to Pamela after using taunt skill again. Time to avoid it. Acrobatics. Pamela used a self-buff skill to improve her evasion and nimbly avoided the attack of the bear command eater. But, this is so scary, Desu. I have been chased by this unknown type of scary anteater for a while. It would be nice to taste how it feels when you're at your wit's end. No, Shizu. Hurry up and please defeat it quickly, Desu. I'm too tired from running away for so long. I can't even hold up my gun, so I will rest for a while. You're absolutely lying, Desu. Please, Shizu. I apologize, Desu. I'm sorry, Desu. The effect of acrobatics is almost about to end, Desu. Shizu's counterattack has begun after the target has been switched to Pamela. This scene is a bit funny looking from a bystander POV. Pamela desperately runs away from the boss with a slightly pale face. Their roles are now switched in contrast to earlier. Just aside when she looked at her colleagues. I apologize, Zephydono. It seems both of them are slackening recently. Maybe it's time to work them out for a while. It's fine. They seem to be having fun. Dungeons are for play and those who enjoys them are the true winner if you ask me. Dungeons are to enjoy, and this is my dungeon activity way. You're right. Very well then. Let's watch them over for a bit longer. I guess my passion has been conveyed to her. Sister smiles and nods. CH 190. Both of you look so worn out. We didn't have the time for recovery. Shizu coolly replies to my impression. Both of them returned after they safely won their first boss battle. However, a huge chunk of their HP was missing. Well, their fight went through lots of ups and downs after all. I don't even remember how many times Shizu has been hit by the boss while she was trying to escape from the boss, and even Pamela, who was avoiding the boss while playing the role of tank, received its attack as soon as the effect of acrobatics ended. The target of the bear command eater had once again turned to Shizu and they had to struggle hard. Though the scene was quite amusing from a bystander's POV, when I look at their tattered appearance, it makes me realize that a calm tank is absolutely indispensable indeed. Sierra, you have my eternal gratitude. I conveyed my gratitude silently. Let's heal you first, or a heal. Once the cooldown end, then I will heal you next. Pamela. Thank you very much, Zephyr-sama. Thanks, Desu. I took turns to heal Pamela and Shizu one by one through recovery magic. Not enough time to heal. Eden has quite a lot of tanks but not enough healers. There is no one with a healer job beside me and Lana for the time being, which is a problem. Hannah, Celestine and Shizu although can more or less make healing items, it's another matter if you can even have time to use them in an intense fight, just like how it went for both of them. Healer is another absolutely indispensable job in conquering dungeons. I really want the next recruit to be a healer by all means. I noted it down mentally in my mind's memo book. Zephydono, how should we act now? Let's return and have lunch. We will be driving on the abandoned mine of Stone Bridge from the afternoon. Very well, I replied, when Esther asked me to confirm our next schedule. She isn't Celestine, she doesn't need to be so humble towards me, but oh well, She will not listen even if I say so. It will be a slightly tight schedule, but will you guys be able to participate in the next boss? Never in my wildest dreams had I thought there would be a vehicle which would make it possible to traverse a dungeon at high speed, but it shouldn't be a problem. Probably so. We will fight. I knew it was a lie that you're tired, Shizu desu. No, it's true that I'm tired. Whose fault do you think it is, huh? That's the boss' fault, I think. You will not get anything even if you give me such a look, desu. Oh, it seems like both of them can still squeeze some strength. Great, we can go for boss grind in the afternoon. Let's return if you guys are ready. We temporarily returned instead of having a second round with the boss. First of all, if we want to clear away all the beginner lower grade dungeons by the end of the day, speed is our topmost priority, because it would be more efficient to grind for XP in a mid-grade dungeon if I want to raise their LVS. Our first priority will be to capture. However, I think they will not be able to reach LV15 just by defeating one boss each, so I'm planning to grind for Alligator Lizard, which only appears in the Serene Water underground dungeon, for several rounds. I talked about this plan after we all had our lunch. Zephyr-sama's thinking is on whole another level as always. I don't know if I should say it's more like a researcher's mindset, but I can now understand how Lana-sama and Ista have already achieved LV50. What a tough schedule, desu. So even from Pamela and Shizu's perspective, this high-speed conquest is uncommon. Well, I guess it's because not many use vehicle for this in reality. First, it's already hard to collect the explosive number of materials needed to manufacture a vehicle, and second, jobs which can drive them have categories. This level of difficulty should be a little higher for students. However, that's the number one reason they want to go to the bottom floor in a dungeon. It doesn't make sense if they don't know any of the official hidden tactics. Boss grind. So with a vehicle one can become a dungeon capturer. However, since they have skipped fights on the way, the level will not increase that much and the next dungeon will become hard to capture. Ultimately, they will need to raise their level at some point, and when they look at the efficiency by clearing monsters progressively instead of skipping, they will begin to have some doubts too. The high-speed capture tactic using vehicle is only possible if they have an efficient way to raise their level somehow. Well, classes are about to begin soon, so I want to focus on these last 3 days. We will take one step at a time since we don't know what our class schedule will be. First, we will form a party with the members gathered in the guild and challenge the dungeon as we fit once the classes start and things settle down. I see, so that's why you're trying to increase all the new members' LV till 30 at least to make a balance. No matter who joins which party, there will be no problem then. Bingo. The party is basically a division of roles. Dungeon capture will not be able to progress well if the attacker and tanks are weak. Well, that's the real thrill of a dungeon if it's only that much, but I would hate it if my level isn't good enough and followed them but can't even put to scratch on monsters. Dungeons have level restrictions, so the party itself wouldn't be able to participate if one's level is not enough. Sad. There's also a guild battle. I want to raise the standard of the guild as much as possible. Since we all have our full, shall we resume the dungeon capture as exercise to digest? Okay, desu. Afternoon capture has begun, but just like in the morning, various challenges began to arise. Esther's driven carriage crashed against the cave dungeon, though inside only felt as if a breeze had passed through us. So I taught her detailed handling while healing her. The aggro control of Pamela and Shizu in the boss battle wasn't even on the level of subpar, as the sad cries of Shizu reverberated throughout the boss room. I guess that's the reason. Pamela is most likely a ninja arts addict. Why use them when she has noticed me to pull boss aggro towards herself? It's not like I don't understand her feelings. Cool ninja arts are men's and women's romance alike. Though Pamela received a powerful pinch from Shizu, bringing tears to her eyes. It's also inexperience. We entered the dungeon Serene Water underground around 3 p.m., arriving at the bottom floor as the carriage crashed here and there on the narrow path. The number of crashes this time is several times lower than in the earlier cave. Esther is becoming proficient little by little. I still am not on the level to give Lana-sama a ride. Relax, you are getting better. You only lack practice. So Asta's goal is to carry Lana in the carriage and bring her to the last floor without bumping around. I cheered her up. The third boss fight today. One time, the gaping mouth of alligator lizard gobbled up Pamela completely and immediately vomited her out. There was no particular problem. She wasn't injured either. As expected of dungeon activity and subverting common sense, unharmed even after being eaten by the monster. The scene of the red-faced Shizu enduring the urge to laugh while attacking the boss was quite surreal. The boss fight went more smoothly this time compared to the last two, so I gave them another boss as a bonus. Boss grind has begun officially for them. Both their jobs were at LV13, so after 5 rounds with the boss, they've safely reached LV15. It also marks the ending of today's power leveling expedition. Shizu, Pamela, congratulations on graduating from the beginner lower grade dungeon. Let's begin the beginner mid-grade dungeon capture tomorrow. CH 191, Tuesday. Also the last day of April. News is frequently flashing the final struggle of freshmen from the very morning. Their eyes are tinged with the color of desperation. The students are running around here and there in search of other factors because they didn't see the higher rank job even after defeating the monsters and are being bombarded with the intrinsic information from the bulletin boards or news. And while the training area or practice area is engulfed in the fervent, tempestuous aura, we have gathered in the guild room as usual, free from any worldly problem. Great, everyone's present today too. It's pretty nice to see the participants ratio has increased. Eden has a total of 12 members. One thing led to another and not everyone was able to gather until recently, but we're finally gathering together. As I was looking around impressed, Lana also chimed in after me. The training will proceed more smoothly with this at the very least. The training process is another attractive aspect of dungeon activity. Let's begin our morning meeting. Okay, here's a report of yesterday's events. Sierra began to share each party's result from yesterday among every guild member, holding her usual adorable diary in one hand. It's very important to share whom, at what level, has progressed how much, in their exploration. Beginning with Zephyrs' party. Pamela and Shizu has reached LV15 and they have finished conquering all beginner lower grade dungeons. Whoa, amazing. But the Lulu team is overtaken. Conquering all lower grade dungeons in one day? How in the world is it possible to do so physically? I really want to see how. Hearing Sierra's report, Lulu, who cleared abandoned Mine of Stone Bridge dungeon yesterday and was planning to challenge Serene Water underground dungeon today, exclaimed in surprise. Even Celia's eyes begin to sparkle after a marvelous look on her face. Seems like she's an avid fan of strange and mysterious things. I've heard elves are an incredibly inquisitive species. Though, I bet they are incomparable to me. Don't worry, I will show you the reason today. Today's Lulu's turn after all. After all, we only have one vehicle at present and on top of that, only one person can control it. Together with so many people, it can only be used in turn. Celia grinned from ear to ear. Hearing my answer, I guess my reply satisfied her. Lulu, Celia and Celestine each have reached LV14 and cleared abandoned Mine of Stone Bridge dungeon. Rika and Karua from Her Highness Lana's party have reached LV26. Understood, and thanks for the briefing as always. Sierra, how was the dungeon captured for Rika and others? Let's see. You can say it was all okay. Karua dealt with traps or surprise attacks. Poison was quickly healed by Her Highness Lana. Same goes for the damage received. Both are them very reliable supporters. Fufu, that much is nothing. Capture, okay. V superscript 1. I was quite worried about Rika, Lana and Karua since their party had the lowest number of members among all three parties. That's not even counting that the dungeon they challenged was the most difficult dungeon among all in beginner level, but the participation of Lana seems to have eased their struggle by a great margin. The Saint is officially ranked second strongest in jobs. With the support of her abilities, my worries were just unfounded. Nice. I have some time tomorrow, so I think we can go for a slackcha hunt. I should be free in afternoon. Got it. When I promised to go on a hunt together, Lana nodded with a smile on her face. I could also feel a slightly happy aura from Rika and Karua. Nice to be Mr. Popular, huh? Did you just say something, Sierra? Nothing. Anyway, Are we going to split the party today too? I think Sierra just muttered something. Was it just my imagination? However, my thoughts quickly shifted to another topic Sierra continues to bring out. That's right. There's no change in Lana's party, but we will be changing members with Shizu and Pamela since they have already cleared lower level dungeons. I swiftly wrote down a new party formation for today. It's as follow. Party 1, Zephyr, Esther, Lulu, Celia and Celestine. Party 2, Hannah, Sierra, Shizu and Pamela. Party 3, Lana, Riku and Karua. There's changes in Vanguard members of Party 1 and Party 2 compared to yesterday, while Party 3 retains the same members. For now, that will do. I have seen it before, but Pamela. Yes, Desu. Your hate control was unsatisfactory yesterday. It would be better if you can learn the way of a tank from Sierra. I will be in your care, Demon Commander. Who are you calling a Demon Commander? Well, image-wise, Sierra may seem to be strict, but I don't think it's to the point of a Demon Commander. Lulu and others are going to capture the beginner dungeon with me, and as soon as we are finished with it, we will raise the level. Our goal is LV25, raising around 10 levels in just one day. I'm curious how you're going to accomplish that. Lulu is also looking forward to it. Celia's words were polite, but her eyes were sparkling for the unknown. And Lulu also showed her excitement after her. I really can't get enough with the cuteness of Lulu. I'm also looking forward to our tiny expedition. Everyone, enjoy your dungeon dive to your heart's content. Let's be on our way. Everyone formed their respective party at my announcement and headed towards the first dungeon, with the majority of them being girls. They wave or give a high five at each other before splitting into their party and passing through their respective gates. Such scenes aren't half bad. Celestine and I'll just wait till the girls are satisfied while watching over their cheerful exchange. Thank you for waiting. Lulu is ready for battle anytime. Same here. Celia, ready for battle. Lulu and Celia seem to have become good friends. What are they guys imitating? Cute. That came out quite well. Celia. Esther, no way in hell I will give the position next to Lulu to you. In just a short time I haven't focused on them. Lulu and Celia's friendship has deepened. The saying didn't lie, dungeons can even make enemies friends. After all, dungeons are supreme. Esther also tried to join them, but Celia's guard was too tough for her to break. You can do it one day, Esther. I will also deepen our friendship, Todd. Let's have fun together. Lulu and Celia's eyes literally had the stars shining in them when Esther took out the carriage from the item bag after passing through the gate and arriving at the least populated spot. I really want to know how in the world they can produce anime-like sparkling effects. In regards to that, Celia said an elf-size glitter when their intellectual thirst is stimulated, but I think there should be more than that. As everyone quickly boarded, I assumed my guide role and Esther with her driver seat. Lulu nimbly stood on the assistant driver seat. She even has her shoes removed. Get moving. What's the name of this carriage? It's a mechanical carriage. Get moving, then, mechanical carriage. To our journey. Matching with the cute Lulu's signal, Esther set the carriage in motion. Goodness, that was absolutely a scene worthy of millions of likes. I should let Lulu be our captain who signals the takeoff from here on. Times like this make me lament. Why does this world not have cameras? Where's the screenshot feature? But I think mechanical carriage is a bit lame name. How about Thunder Javelin? That gives more of the vibe of a hero's ride. Although I don't quite get the vibe thingy, I accept the name change, and from today onwards, mechanical carriage shall be dubbed as Thunder Javelin. CH 192. In novel translation 6-7 minutes. Thunder Javelin, formerly mechanical carriage, in its prime condition, has arrived at the deepest part of Serene Water underground dungeon, traversing through the path that had traveled once already easily. Though, it's Esther who's driving it. The most remarkable thing was the performance of Lulu and Celia's on the way. Not even once could I stop myself from smiling when I saw Celia and Lulu squealing each time the carriage ran over a monster. The combination of a young girl and an elf really makes a picturesque scene, which once again piqued my desire to somehow get hold of a camera. Amidst such thoughts, the battle with the alligator lizard begins. As usual, Esther and I spectate the battle from outside. From their battle, I assume they mainly practiced their coordination in a battle under the support of Sierra in the last 2 days. Lulu's job, Lolita Hero, is mainly a debuff attacker type job, but can also play the tank role. Celia's spiritualist is, as its name suggests, a magic attacker and can also play the role of support. Celestine's butler is a self-buffed oriented job, and although not much, it can play the role of mini-tank. All 3 of them are attack-oriented mostly. Only Lulu and Celestine among 3 are able to play the role of attracting the enemy and a tank, but Lulu's method is quite peculiar when playing as tank, as she shaves off the offensive power and accuracy rate of enemies through the debuff she applies, which makes the attacks she receives mark as miss. This tactic has a high comparability with Lulu, since her job can recover her MP when attacking. When her MP is almost exhausted, she can recover through the lame attacks, and coupled with the unique strongest skill Hero's undefeatable, she can become an unparalleled attacker. What's more, she doesn't even need to act as a tank and can literally play in her never-ending ultimate mode if paired with an excellent healer. In today's boss battle, they can let Lulu be the pivot of the party or leave the repelling and tank role to Celestine. I looked at them curiously which strategy they were going to adopt, but much to my surprise, none of them played the role of supporter or tank, and all of them assumed the role of attacker, adopting the strategy of winning through coordination. When the boss aims at either of them, they evade or defend while the other 2 attack, and if the target is changed, they simply repeat the tactic. This tactic without the balance formation is only better in starting at best, but it becomes unusable at an alarming rate when the grade of the dungeon rises. Did Sierra teach them this method? They are not half bad, and properly plays their role when the time comes to basic things such as hate or target change. But this tactic's future is not so optimistic when you take future targets into account. However, compared to the boss battle of Pamela and Shizu, which would make one doubt if they are shooting a skit, their formation is obviously stable. They defeated it. I tried to ask when everyone gathered temporarily after those fights. Splendid cooperation, all of you. Now you can call yourself the conqueror of lower-level dungeons. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Thank you. By the way, did Sierra teach you that tactic? That's right. This happened when we were wondering about the scenario without a tank. Is there any problem? I first expressed my appreciation, offered my compliments, and gave Lulu and Celia a high five, which delighted them. What a precious sight to see. When I asked them about the tactics they used, Celestine confirmed my speculation. No. The tactic itself doesn't have any problem. It's just, the need for a tank will increase naturally with the rise in dungeon difficulty. Furthermore, tanks are an outright necessity in boss battles. That's why I found it strange that she taught you this method. The role of a tank is like the castle wall. You're just asking for the annihilation without the castle wall in a war. My theory is it's stupidity to enter into a boss battle without a tank, with some exceptions of course. As I twisted my neck in wonder why she didn't teach them the strategy centered around Lulu, Celestine took out an adorable-looking paper. Sierra-sama has asked us to carry it with us. A memo? No, a letter? The page seemed to be from the memo pad Sierra normally uses. I remember it. I received the letter she passed through Celestine, and with slight nervousness, I read it. So that's the case. For a moment, I wondered if it's the Legends love letter that often appears in the youth love comedy, but alas, it was just a letter for help. In short, she doesn't know how to train a Lolita hero and is also much unfamiliar with butlers. Much less about the spiritualist whose name she had never heard, and so on is written. To sum it up, she is requesting me to guide them. Now that I think about it, high-ranking jobs are quite rare from the perspective of the inhabitants of this world. So, it's even more impossible to sketch out an optimum battle method or how to guide them. If that's the case, Celestine, Lulu, Celia, what is your current job level? After the battle just now, I'm at LV15. Sneaky Celestine. Lulu didn't even level up. I'm also like Lulu. Celestine's job is high rank mid-level, so she needs a bit less XP for level up compared to both of you. That's where the difference lies. Fret not, you both will be able to catch up with another boss fight. The prerequisite to enter the beginner mid-level is LV15, while Lulu and Celia's level is 14 currently. so they now have to defeat the boss one more time. Incidentally, I just happened to teach them about matching tactics with their jobs. Boss, we are going to re-enter the dungeon once again? Oops, I almost forgot that these girls didn't know about the official hidden tactics, boss grind yet. Alright, let's begin with this. The time has come to teach both of them the training method, Eden style. CH 193. Elemental arrow. Straight punch. Charm sword. GUHHHH. HH. The HP of the alligator lizard who was under the down effect, was quickly reduced to 0 after everyone attacked, pierced its body and disappeared. This was their 4th battle already and they have become quite accustomed to the boss fights. When I had revealed the official hidden tactics, boss grind and boss repop, Lulu and Celia's eyes were shining as bright as day. This was quite a novel feeling. I was precisely aiming for this reaction. Anyway, we could have finished our business here when Lulu and Celia level had already reached LV15 after a round, but I wanted them to train the new tactic based on their job uniqueness, and thus, now we're here, accompanying them in their training. You have become much better at this, no? Yeah. I was slightly scared in the beginning, but with Celia protecting me, I'm not scared anymore. Yes. I was perplexed and wondered what was going through your mind when you said to let such a young child play the role of tank in the beginning, but her HP and skills are amazing. Celia should be slightly more taciturn. Well, it's not like I didn't understand what Celia is trying to say, though I would have wanted to remain oblivious, if possible. Certainly, the scene of Lulu being exposed to so many attacks was bad for the heart. However, with her passive skill of full prevention or knockback from a hero must be calm. She's almost unmoved by the attacks, so she can just continue to attack as if she didn't receive any damage even if surrounded by enemies in a sandbag-like situation, as long as she familiarizes herself. And not to say, it looks cool. Damage is sustained steadily, though. Playing as if attacks can't perturb you at all is the romance of every adventurous spirit. Like stopping the blow with one hand. Just imagining it makes my blood boil. I really want to try it once. By the way, the defense skill single-handed hero actually exists in the second order tree. But I feel like my illusion will be destroyed if Lulu's right hand could do it. Wrong. Another thing according to Lulu, is although it's quite scary to receive the attacks, it doesn't cause any pain nor shock in a hero must be calm mode. And of course, damage is all shouldered by the HPs, hence there's no case of accumulating injuries. It's impossible to see someone shout reflexively from pain in this mode. Skills are amazing. Incidentally, Celia furthermore strengthened Lulu's defense by lending her Ice Spirit, which increases the VIT from her Spirit borrowing skill Elemental Lease. The fist-sized snowman-looking Ice Spirit seems to have taken a liking to Lulu's shoulder. It's soothing to see it. And that's how Celia, who was initially hurling hateful glares at me, has now become captive of hero Lulu's cuteness. Lulu is becoming more and more of a splendid hero. I'm quite looking forward to the time where she will unlock all of LV40 skills. Now that you guys have familiarized yourself with the method, shall we go now? My goal is to raise everyone's level to 25 before the day ends. It's final then. We will return temporarily to have lunch before beginning our boss grind in the beginner mid-grade dungeon. No objection. Lulu doesn't mind too, and thus, our next target was decided to be a goblin hunt in the beginner mid-grade grassland dungeon in the afternoon. After lunch, we arrived at the last floor of the grassland dungeon. We practiced our coordination on the way, but the goblins were so weak they didn't help much in training. We gave up on them and made our way to the boss room without further ado. We will also join for a few rounds until you guys have reached LV20 and have acquired a new skill or magic with the accumulated SP. Try to defeat the boss with just the 3 of you. Roger. Understood. The difficulty level takes a sudden spike from the beginner mid-grade dungeon and onwards. Low-level dungeons are configured so that you can win even with solo, but beginner mid-grade dungeons at least need you to be in parties. Normally, you can challenge the mid-grade dungeon with a party of 3-5 members. Karua and Rika had cleared it just with the 2 of them, but that's an exception. Rika's parry is just so broken. After all, I was hella surprised when I learned via Celestine that they accidentally challenged Night Goblin and actually won while we were busy in our exploration and nearing our E-rank promotion exam. Well, I'm sure these three can easily win even if not at LV20, just that it'll take time. So it's much faster for us to help them with their power level. Night Goblin, huh? My arms are itching to attack. Why do I feel a sense of intimidation from Celestine's smile? Did she and Boss have any kind of feud? Either way, the battle with Night Goblin begins. This time, I was acting as the tank. Appeal. Gobu gobu. Gobabu. First, I attracted 4 goblins at my side and left them to Lulu, Celestine and Celia. Esther is waiting on the side between. It would be overkill and the waste of MP to let her join. Charm Sword. Lulu unleashes her slashing skill added with down debuff. This skill makes the target a captive of their charm, which leaves them incapable of using their full power. Spirit Summoning. Elemental Arrow. The rearguard Celia invokes the skill Spirit Summoning the job Spiritualist is famous for. This time she has summoned Fire Spirit. Unlike the snowman-looking Ice Spirit, Fire Spirit is humanoid in appearance, a chibi spirit with raging flame as hair. Incidentally, this spirit is male. A fire arrow was fired from the Fire Spirit as Celia used a low-rank magic, Elemental Arrow, following after the summoning. The attribute of a spiritualist attack mainly depends on the type of spirit they have summoned. It would be a fire arrow if it's fire spirit and a lightning arrow if it's lightning spirit. The fighting style of spiritualist differs from the usual magician etc. since they have to first cast spirit summoning, but to be honest, this is more strong in my opinion than a magician since you can save SP through this. As an example, a spiritualist can fire low-level magic at LV10 with all 6 elements just by using 10 SP on a low-level magic arrow. It's strong. The spirit, once summoned, will continue to exist until they are repatriated. Of course, there's a limit to how many spirits can be summoned at a time and the starting limit is only 2. Straight punch. Meanwhile, Celestine throws her usual full-body punch. It directly sunk into the face of the goblin, taking it down. All 3 have frequently used their skills and magic, so they look quite proficient in them. It didn't take much time for them to take down goblins while I was in charge of fending off the attacks. And finally, the Night Goblin was forced to move. At the same time Esther also makes her move. Seeing her fighting spirit, I guess she wants to show her cool side to Lulu. Though we are at best supportive, I just hope she doesn't forget it. But I'm going. Long thrust, triple shot, flash stab. Gobu, huh? An unexpected scene occurred. Night Goblin HP gauge was swiftly brought down to 0 and it vanished under the effect, instantly receiving the not-so-serious attack of Esther. Unfortunately, all the attacks were critical hits. The boss didn't even have the chance to react before it was finished beautifully under down effect and stun. This phenomenon occurs occasionally when a vast level difference is present. It happened because Esther is too strong. Everyone seems to freeze for a moment. The first one to break the silence was Lulu. The symbol I didn't even notice since when she was holding a badge in her hands. However, her voice sounds more melancholic than delighted. That's too much, Esther. Look at Lulu, how dejected she is now. Please forgive me, Lulu, that, you ugh, awawa. Esther bowed facing the anger of Celia. She's way too flustered. Honestly, it's quite rare for Esther to make a blunder. Let's do it again. And Esther, remember to control your powers. Jeez, Esther Anisan is too strong. Why? Yes, I diligently train myself. In response to Lulu's anger explosion, Esther stood stiffly as if petrified. The scene was slightly funny to say. For safety's sake, I didn't say it aloud. After the repeated Night Goblin fight, I wondered what was going to happen, but the problem was easily solved. Tap tap tap. Lulu dashed under Esther. How can I become as strong as Esther Anisan? Esther, do your best to teach her. You're one of Eden's top attackers, right? Why, yes. To become strong is. The situation didn't turn for the worse as Lulu went to Esther to ask the secret behind her power. I can even see their relationship seems to have become better than before due to this. After rain comes the fine weather. Good for you, Esther. However, calling Esther Ani-san. Could it be that Lulu's criteria is based on height? CH 194. The battle against Night Goblin went well, if we omitted the blunder in the beginning. As I expected, the addition of a strong companion motivates others. With every passing boss battle, Lulu and Celia are becoming more and more proficient at using their skills. You mean Celestin? Butler is already a pro. How should I say, do butlers enjoy battling? Just how the heck is she so agile in evading or defense when she doesn't have any corresponding skill, and her attacks are also nothing to scoff off? She can even manage to smile. Let's leave the Celestin case for later. Next, Esther is also getting better in fighting as she makes sure to not go overboard. Even more so when she isn't using any of her third-order tree skills. That's just way too op for a mere beginner mid-grade dungeon. Though her STR has already passed the 400 mark, so there's also a chance for the situation to go haywire again with lower skills if handled poorly and drown the boss in special effects quickly. So it's quite a difficult pattern. I guess their habit of going full power, finding the opportunity, may have a bit too much ingrained in her body. A boon due to my training method. You can do it, Esther. After 10 such rounds, Lulu Party has finally reached LV20 and unlocked their second order tree. That's where I and Esther will take our leave, leaving the stage to the three. With their second order tree unlocked, it should be much easier for them to fight. That being said, a tree is very important and it's to be slowly and carefully selected while enjoying the process. I have asked them to just use a bit of SP and activate 2 or 3 available skills while leaving the rest to later when we return back. Unlocking a plethora of them at once without understanding what will be useful for you and which one you really need will leave you in confusion simply. So relatively, I just taught everyone what they need for now and have them activate minimum necessary skills. This will make their battle with Night Goblin proceed smoothly. Where did Esther Ani-san go? Esther? I have asked her to pick up magic grass. Magic grass is a valuable material you can pick up in the Grassland dungeon. It was just the right timing since Hannah also requested to collect them. Not to say her role here is over now and with nothing left to do. I have asked Esther on her trip to collect them with Kind Shovel. By the way, I didn't go with her since I have the role of repopping the boss and also to supervise and heal them if necessary. Making the best use of everything is the motto of players in dungeon activity. We're off then. See you later. Do your best. My role this round is to be healer, healing them with aura heal whenever anyone's HP goes down. The role of tank and attacker has been divided between them. They begin with Lulu running right in front of 4 goblins. Come on, hero is here. This is Lulu's taunt skill. Soon, a phantom of Hero Lulu's wearing a cloak manifested for a moment and took a pose of holding one-handed sword high in the sky, which made her the target of goblins. I don't know what it was, but that was awfully cute. I will ask her to show me again later. Spirit summoning. Elemental lance. Gobu. Celia mutters in daze when she sees Lulu's new skill effect. I also have the exact same thought. Celia summoned the fire spirit and shot down the sword goblin with intermediate magic lance. A magic resembling Hannah's fire lance fired from fire spirit and splendidly hit a score on the sword goblin. My turn. High roundhouse kick. Goa. Celestin, who was quietly standing beside the Lulu without anyone noticing, launched a high kick on the sword goblin, sending it flying. That high kick was so cool. But her movement is so dangerous. She jumped in between the space of the goblin and its sword in the blink of an eye. Lulu 2, rapid sword skill. Charm sword. Heart charm. Gobu gobu. Gobu gobu. Lulu's opponents were 2 goblins. She increases the number of rotations with rapid sword skills to shorten the cooldown of sword skills and snatch away the offensive ability with charm sword and take even more power from them by following heart charm. It's just heart charm is a ranged debuff, and not an attack skill. So the order of activation is opposite of what it should have been. It's a waste of extra damage if not activated in the beginning. Let's correct her later. One of the goblins slashed by charm sword was slightly knocked back and fell down while the goblin in okay condition smashed its fist towards Lulu. However, what followed was only a click sound. The fist that should have been a hit wasn't effective at all. That was the working of passive skill. A hero must be calm. HP did go down though. Well, The goblin has its offensive ability lowered, so it should be nothing more than a mosquito's bite. Since Lulu's VIT is already high to begin with, and coupled with the fact that princess category jobs also have excellent defensive power, it was absolutely ineffective in the truest sense. She also heals her MP with Hero Rise in the Crisis, a unique skill unlocked from second order tree. MP is the source of power for a hero. That begins the Lulu's counterattack. Quick spinning, Gobu. She blows away both the goblins at once using an attack with herself as the center. Elemental arrow. Elemental bullet. Straight punch. Seems like goblins can no longer be a sparring partner for them. Sword Goblin was also turned into a wretched figure by Celestine and Celia. Once all the goblins vanished, the main course, Night Goblin, began to move. Hero is here. Heart Charm. Elemental Lance. Gobu. The battle begins with the preemptive strike from Lulu's taunt and debuff skill. Celia Lance attack follows right after Lulu's attack, but it was avoided. Charm Sword. Gobu. Just as Lulu leaps down and piled up the debuffs with Charm Sword, Night Goblin swung down its sword at Lulu. Lulu. Celia's scream reverberated inside the boss room. A gargantuan goblin riding a wolf brandishing its sword was an outrageously dangerous scene from a bystander perspective. But, ho, 'tis not even a scratch. Point sword. Charm point sword. Goba. The defensive debuff attack point sword, and Night Goblin, who seemed stunned and roared as if to say, "What? Wasn't it sure hit?" Received a direct hit from the charm point sword, a debuff attack that lowers down both attack and defense unlocked in the second order tree, and another defense debuff skill point sword from Totally Fine Lulu. Charm point sword is the superior version of point sword and charm sword. It's a strong skill. Straight punch. Triple backhand punch. High roundhouse kick. Seeing boss's defense rapidly dwindling down, Celestine also closed in and launched her offensive. Night Goblin S stopped on its track from receiving too many attacks. Now stop here. Elemental Javelin. Elemental Lance. Gobu. Go! Night Goblin shrieked, receiving the magic attacks from Celia, who found an opening. That's a lot of damage. However, Night Goblin didn't stop and launched his offensive and vigorously brandished its sword at Lulu. I'm not going to lose. Charm sword. Charm point sword. Lulu also slashed down with her sword without backing down. I feel like I have seen this scene somewhere else. Oops. Lulu's HP is quickly going down. Nothing less from boss attacks. It's not easy to tank them. MP has recovered almost fully, but or a heal. I didn't think I already received so much damage. Time for urgent evasion. Quick escape. Gobu. Lulu flustered from receiving the sudden heal and quickly get away from the boss. Quick escape, an emergency evasion skill. Uses escape by rolling backwards. Night Goblin looks confused from losing its tiny target. Lulu. Seems like the gargantuan goblin couldn't see the tiny movements. Oh. A chance. Now. Elemental Javelin. Elemental Lance. Elemental Bullet. Elemental Arrow. Straight punch. Triple backhand punch. High roundhouse kick. Gobu. Celia and Celestine didn't waste any time to let Night Goblin recover from the confusion and immediately launched their full frontal assault. It didn't take long before the HP of the boss emptied before sinking into the blinding special effect. I needed to help them a bit, but seeing their battle, I think they wouldn't even need that bit of help anymore. Anyway, the result of 3 battles against Night Goblin. Victory. CH 195. I have returned, everyone. Oh, welcome back, Esther. How did it go? Evening. The time we didn't even know how many boss battles we had gone through. Esther appeared through the door leading to the 14th floor. I have gone through the floor 14th and 10th, and as I suspected, deeper levels were almost untouched. Today's harvest is a total of 282 magic grass. Amazing. I didn't expect for you to go through multiple floors, but thank you. I will ask Hannah to make them into HP when we return. I thought the harvest wouldn't be much, but it seems like Esther went around many harvest spots in the carriage, even going as far as up to the 10th floor. Well, it's merely a 15-minute journey by carriage. As expected of night job, though it doesn't sound much nightly. Either way, thanks to Esther, we will have a huge stock of MP options in our hands. Okay. And how does it go for your side? Oh, we have already achieved our goal. LV25. Even the boss battle went fairly smooth and I don't even need to help them in any way for some time. After going through several battles, Lulu has also begun to pay attention to her HP, and since then, she hasn't let her HP fall down too much. And right now, I was training her how to avoid losing HP using Rolling Sword or Quick Escape. Incidentally, Rolling Sword is the superior version of Quick Escape in the order tree. You strike with a sword slash after a rolling escape. It slightly looks like my Sonic sword. Ultimately, they began to try other skills afterwards. It was the request from the girls that they want to quickly familiarize with their skills, and also because they were quite excited about new skills. Well, if the girls themselves want to try, it's not like I have the right to stop them. Hence I taught them the strongest training plan with pleasure. Esther and Ichan has returned. As I was chatting with Esther at the entrance, everyone returned back, and it seemed like they had sorted out all the drops. The first one to get closer was Lulu. Listen Esther and Isan, Lulu has become so strong. She twirls around and spans, then another spin. I see, Lulu has worked hard. Esther, with a relieved expression on her face, patted Lulu's head who boasted about her achievement in a small animal-like manner. It suddenly looks like a perfect spot to relax. What a heartwarming sight. One side patting and the other side happily receiving pats. I also want to try. By the way, Zephydono. Spinning in Lulu's words isn't the same as spinning in Dancing with Zephydono, right? Hey, why are you looking at me with such an expression? I don't why, but Esther was suddenly looking at me with wide eyes. This was the first time Esther was giving me such a look. Through her eyes kind of looked like Hannah at that time. Oh look, even Lulu looked like she just thought of Hannah. Spinning is Lulu's skill. It's extremely strong. I see. I slightly misunderstood. Just saying, Celia has the most contact with Lulu. They even hugged a while ago. I see. Hearing my words, Esther's gaze turned towards Esther. I could see the color of envy flashing in her eyes. One person's trip seems to have taken quite a toll on her spirit. Amidst such, Celia and Celestine also finally arrived. Is everything all right, Esther? I just saw an unbelievable expression on your face from the distance. No, there's nothing to worry about. Anyway, did Celia have fun in the dungeon? Yes, very much. It was very inspiring and also interesting. I couldn't tell how efficient Zephydono's advice was. For a laid-back elf like me, it's excitingly satisfying. I very much like to take him to my house if possible. Wait, please promise me you will not do anything like this. Absolutely, else Lana-sama would be heartbroken. Okay? I rather hope Celia don't talk about such things in front of me. I couldn't fathom what will do with me after taking me to her house. Inferring from their conversation, is she planning to suck away all the knowledge about dungeon activity from me? I secretly swore in my heart to never accept the invitation to Celia's home even if I get one. Are you free, Zephydono? Celestine. What's the matter? Celestine came at the right time. I desperately needed someone to change the topic. I quickly turned to Celestine. That's the thing. It comes out from the drop. Can you check it? Isn't it kind pickle? Wait. That means the last drop was a gold chest? I didn't notice since I was talking with Esther, but it seems like a gold chest was dropped. And what Celestine showed me was the gentle pickle for mining, one of the gentle harvesting series items that appears in gold chest. It's the excavation edition of the gentle shovel I had purchased from Marie-senpai. It even comes along with double quantity skill, though I couldn't help but lament slightly since it only has excavation LV3 greater than it can only be used in beginner dungeons. Of course we are going to keep it. There are many uses of it. Congratulations everyone. Seems like you guys hit jackpot and got gold chest. A jackpot. Hooray. Thank you. Lulu raised both her hands and hops up and down in delight at my remarks. Wow, that's so adorable. Not just me. Even Esther and Celia seemed to become captive of joyful Lulu as they didn't even glance at the gold chest item. I can understand. After all, she's just so cute. Great. Let's return back now. The last drop was super amazing too. Another bountiful day. Yes, thanks for your hard work everyone. Good work everyone. We all offered a few words of thanks to each other and returned from the dungeon. It's another nice day. Ch 196, May 1st. In some people's mouths, it's said to be the day where their fate would be sealed, and in others, it's akin to Judgment Day. For the reason is, if the day passes by even a minute, the student's job section, who still has to acquire any job, will be forcefully changed to beginner. For better or for worse, today's the day they must make a choice. People also call this day the last appraisal day. It's not only students, even the academy seems to be awfully busy for the day which will influence students' lives. The whole staff is getting ready for job appraisal, and upperclassmen, whom all classes are cancelled for today, are flurrying to support the staff. Many venues have been prepared for this specific day, and all first-year non-job holders are asked to present in the venue by at least 8 p.m. That's where jobs appraisal will be performed. The time limit of 8 p.m. is given because there are some students who will otherwise lose themselves in searching for jobs till the last moment and appears when the day is just about to change. As a matter of fact, there have been a number of tragedies where the appraisal venue was jam-packed by the students who thought the same thing in the past, which resulted in several hundreds of students acquiring beginner for not being able to make up in time. Ever since then, a time limit of 8 p.m. has been imposed on the students, and a penalty is given to those selfish pricks who don't make it in time. They have even prepared countermeasures such as students' handbooks will buzz constantly to remind them of this, and for those students who couldn't move, are sleeping, or those who have weak constitution, would be delivered Crystal Dragon statue by staff or upperclassmen. Staff or upperclassmen themselves are running around in the academy with the motto, "Come hell or high water, there shouldn't be any beginner only." All in all, it's a very busy day, and of course, not only for staff, it's also a hectic day for students. Whether their hardcore pay off or not, their future will all depends on today's result. This pressure by no means can be compared to the university's admission. In little terms, their life will depend on today's appraisal. They wouldn't even have the option to redo. Actually, they can. The career job. Freshmen have done all they could do in this 1 month. For those who didn't give their all will receive low-rank jobs, and even worse, those who have slacks off will receive standard job. Conversely, those who have put in a bone-breaking effort will be able to get a mid-rank job, so most first years usually don't slack off. Many freshmen have already formed a long line in the morning, envisioning their life from there on. All are those who didn't back down at the face of any adversary and keep paving their path for their targeted job. They all have equally serious expressions on their faces, and overlooking them from a distance were two men, one looking old and one past his prime. I like how the look on everyone's eyes, as energetic as past years. Indeed, this year students were even more fierce in their training compared to previous years, seemingly triggered by the appearance of a certain someone. They naturally looks more resolute. It wouldn't be possible without you. A great part of this is thanks to you who revealed the prerequisite for a higher rank job. Am I wrong, Mr. N? Phew, ha ha ha. Well, there's that, but of course, the appearance of promising guilds like Eden or Makos didn't influence them any less. No matter the era, only a fellow Covial can ignite the flame of motivation in his fellow Covial. That's right. On one hand is the Dean Vandam of National Dungeon Academy for support and exploration, main branch, who with his long beard and old look, can easily be mistaken as Santa Claus, and the man past his prime next to him is the Research Institute head of National Dungeon Academy. He's currently the man of hour, for his achievement of elucidating some prerequisite of the higher rank job, and for helping many students achieve it. He's Mr. N, and also a self-proclaimed handsome man. Eden and the Brave. Never did I expect the storm called Brave to affect this academy to this extent. Yeah, I guess that's what they called heaven above heaven. The conditions for a higher rank job he imparted to us in a roundabout way: monster subjugation, sub-jobs details, job system, routes concept, and so on. There's just so many things he has taught to us I can't explain. However, all the Research Institute staff do agree on one thing: it was like they have gotten several steps closer to the truth after being exposed to his knowledge. Compared to him, us researchers are like side characters. Ha ha ha. It's also thanks to his kindness that we can laugh about it. He really makes my old mind wonder how he get that knowledge. That's the best part about it. I investigated his background and the result, he was just a normal village kid you can find anywhere. Nothing special to mention, neither was he a kid who ever exhibited any kind of research tendency. I dare say, his perception power might just be special out of other humans. Or to say, it could be the intangible influence of brave effect. Whether the brave truly has the intangible effect of paving the path for others, guiding them or not, Van Damme doesn't know, but he does think the possibility of this is extremely high. If that's not the case, it's simply out of question that an ordinary village boy could make such an upheaval in the prestigious National Dungeon Academy, which has been continuing to exist for several hundreds of years already. Don't you have something else to ask too? I absolutely want to take a peek at the knowledge of the brave. It's not that we don't have it. We just don't have the capacity to catch up with that knowledge right now, as unfortunate as it may be. The information he has imparted to us is already so enormous that researchers haven't even digested it. The knowledge of brave is just that much impactful. We would need a huge amount of time along with many others who have at least fundamental knowledge around that part before we could finally catch up with that. So much. Van Damme groaned, after realizing just how enormous the knowledge brave has brought forth. Well, his groaning isn't unjust. Right now, the National Dungeon Academy is welcoming the flood of researchers or scholars scattered all over the Shiatona Kingdom. And that influence is merely from uncovering some conditions about a high-rank job. And why Van Damme couldn't help himself groaning is at the fact that not even the researchers or scholars from all over the kingdom have the capacity of accepting the next stage of information. The most terrifying aspect of this phenomenon is all this information was received from an hour chat with Brave. And after listening to it, there's also a need for time to digest and decipher all the information. Although he's very much curious about what kind of person Brave is and the information he possesses, it's very much important to not carelessly ask him about it. It's not something easily resolved just by increasing the colossal amount of information. First of all, can only be received by those who have a great understanding and knowledge about jobs. Dean Van Damme took a sigh and decided to refrain from approaching the Brave until they are in the state to accept any more information. Besides, there are also the eyes of the king watching over. He doesn't want to cause a blunder and provoke that side. It's fortunate that he's only observing for now. After summing this, Van Damme changes the topic. What might be the number of students who can gain high-rank jobs this year according to your estimation? I can't say anything concrete, but 20% should be set in stone for sure. In combat jobs alone, nearly 40% students will be able to get high-rank jobs. But production or other types of jobs are less likely to appear as high-rank, or maybe defeating a monster condition is only limited to battle-oriented jobs. There's a mountain of things we have yet to uncover after all. Amazing. Besides, look at your face now. You seem much brighter now. Compared to your previous smoke-stained appearance, that's a complete reversal. Oops, now you're making me embarrassed. But it's thanks to him that I regained my past passion. If anything, I feel indebted to him. I'm going to give my all. Good for you, Mr. Also, do your best. I am anticipating your next research. CH 197. Today's May 1st, and the Academy looks particularly vibrant today. Not to say about the staff frequently going in and out in the aristocrats' dormitory, causing commotion. Even the usually gentle dorm mother looks quite hyped. With today also being the final appraisal day, I heard that Academy is generally much busier on this day. But of course, Eden is operating as usual today too. There's basically no one in our guild who need to fret about this, hence we're going to carry out our usual schedule, dungeon raid. Today's another wonderful day for dungeon raids. Let's quickly decide on a party. Truly, you really are unperturbed. As always, said Sierra, slightly amazed at my plan to carry out everything as usual while a storm is brewing in the Academy. We're currently in our guild room, discussing our today's schedule. It's such a rare chance that all the members have been gathering from quite recently after such a long gap. That's why I think it would instead be rude to them if I don't make best of this and let them know the joy of dungeon. I would be sorry for everyone if I don't do that. Today's the last day for us, first years, to be exempt from classes, and since we are going to start a new page of our youth academy life, I want to raise others' level to 30 today. It was the plan I had long ago decided on. Others don't seem to have any objection either. This party formation. Are you really going to bring 2 parties and do a joint exploration? Yup. Today's target is the beginner mid-grade dungeon, Battle Wolf of the Shallow Forest Dungeon, because this is the least used dungeon among students. We can grind to our heart's content since it's almost empty today. That's why I think it would be more efficient to do joint party raid than one, I replied to Sierra's query. The main point is our cooperation. Well, there is a limit to how many people can be in one party, but at least you can explore the dungeon with 2 or more parties. You can also say joint exploration. Although the XP or rewards everyone receives will be much lower, the exploration becomes quite easy in a joint party. However, joint exploration is effective only up to the boss battle, as it's already set. Only 5 people at once can fight the boss at the same time. One more person and they will be expelled from the boss room. Well, not including some exception like guest bracelet, of course. That's why today's goal is to merge the party of Lulu, Celia, Celestine with Shizu and Pamela and have them grind the boss. I also intend to carry them along with Esther, so there will be a total of 7 people. When I explained it, a hand raised up quietly. The first to pose a question in so punctually raising the hand was none other Eden's top attacker, Esther. Yes, Esther, ask. Thank you very much. What I want to ask is, can't we use guest bracelet? We don't need to break the party, as I can just equip their guest bracelet and accompany it as a party of 6 members. If it was just so easy. Guest bracelet will break if you start fighting. It's considered as entering battle mode each time is to run the carriage over monsters. Once equipped, you can't unequip the bracelet midway in the dungeon. You would be treated as a different party when it breaks, which will continue to be in effect until you left the dungeon. Since everything is same no matter we do it by hook or crook, we might as well start with 2 party from the beginning. Of course, we can travel to the lowest floor while defeating monsters that come our way, but carriage would lose its meaning that way. Carriage's role is to carry the party to the lowest floor as quickly as possible while ignoring the monsters. It's no different from exploring on our own if we still have to proceed while defeating them one by one. Besides, Esther carriage can only carry up to 7 members. So unless 2 party members equate this, it's not practical. It's altogether another matter when carriage size increases though. Then it can easily carry 3 or 4 parties. Lana, Sierra and Hannah are going to join the remaining party of Riku and Karua in their exploration of Tsukumo Bamboo Forest Dungeon, so that's why. Thank you very much for explaining. Welcome. Since no one has anything to ask, let's commence today's dungeon raid. Let's go. At the end of my remark, the guild room buzzed with the energetic reply of Lana, Lulu and Karua. Parting away with Karua and Riku's team at the dungeon gate, I and Esther, along with other 5 new party members, quickly dived into the Battle Wolves of the Shallow Forest Dungeon and set off to our destination in a carriage. The first thing I wanted to do is to let new members, who aren't acquainted with each other, introduce themselves and exchange greetings. Celestine, I feel it's been ages since we have chatted like this. No? Let's do our best. Yeah. It's been a while Desu. Best regards Desu. Same here, it's been a while, Shizu-san. Pamela-san. I will be in your care today. The 3 members of Branch family greeted each other. Gracious, I almost forgot that the 3 of them were introduced by Eden. They obviously know each other. Lulu is Lulu, an energetic Lolita hero fighter. Nice to meet you. I really can't get enough of Lulu's cuteness. I'm a spiritualist elf, Cecilia. Please, feel free to call me Celia. I specialize in magic attacks, so I took a rearguard position. Let's do our best together. Continuing after them, Lulu's cuteness overloaded greetings quickly won the heart of everyone, softening the atmosphere, and Celia introduced herself politely in the end. It's been 5 days since they have joined the guild, but this is their first time facing each other. As expected, when it's about how to get closer, nothing beats a gathering. I was peeking at the carriages inside through the window, sitting next to Esther and was glad to see everyone getting along. Especially energetic Lulu and Pamela hit it off with self-paced Celia. Shizu and Celestine on the other hand seemed to have assumed the listener's role. Pamela-san and Shizu-san cleared the ghost dungeon yesterday, right? That's right, Desu. We somehow cleared it, albeit borrowing the help of Hannah and Sierra most of the time. Desu. Amazing. Pamela and Shizu challenged the Ghost Cave dungeon yesterday to not clash off with our exploration. Looks like Sierra has safely taken her revenge, given how much she hates ghosts. She has grown up. I should congratulate Hannah and Sierra sometime later. Pamela squirmed in embarrassment, receiving the praises of Lulu and Celia. I'm content with all the praises, Desu. I don't need anything else, Desu. Please have some tea. I mean, anything except the tea, Desu. I also have sweets. Please have some, Lulu-san. Celia-san too. Thank you. Lulu likes sweets. Thank you very much, Shizu-san. Shizu, that was deliberate, right, Desu? I would never do such things. So, you also want to have some? Bon appetit, Desu. As long as they are getting along. While I was busy back and forth giving instructions to the Esther as the carriage raced through the dungeon and ascertaining the situation from the assistant passenger seat, we arrived at the deepest floor without any hitch, running over the countless monsters. CH 197.5 621, Nameless Second Year Priest. 622, Nameless Second Year Adventurer. Wow. Seriously? Did they finally win? 623, Nameless Second Year Magician. Terrific. They have finally ended the legend of muscles can't win against ghosts. But what's that feeling in my heart? I am not moved despite the legendary feat. 624, Nameless Second Year Priest. Well, you aren't alone. It has been quite a while since this news has been out and haven't made any sound. 625, Nameless Second Year Adventurer. Don't forget it's machos we are talking about. They must be fine. 626, Nameless Second Year Magician. Their rival, Eden, has already made their way to intermediate dungeons. I'm quite interested if machos can recover their fame or they will go down the spiral. 627, Nameless Third Investigator. I managed to interview them, and was even able to ask what their source of motivation was. I was blocked by the Imperial Guards when I wanted to interview Eden, but this time was a hit. 628, Nameless Second Year Adventurer. Oh, it's Investigator Senpai. We were just waiting for an informant like you, Senpai. 629, Nameless Third Year Investigator. First is the comment on their win. Everyone had headbands tied around their head for reasons unknown, and that's the answer I got. Fatty ghosts aren't even our opponent if we make our muscles heave-ho. 630, Nameless Second Year Priest. What does it even supposed to mean? Did something happen in recent days? 631, Nameless Third Year Investigator. Oh yeah. They also said to call them by Phoenix's muscle order from here on. 632, Nameless Second Year Adventurer. Machos was an amusing party, no? 67, Nameless Third Year Supporter. The news of a carriage racing around in the dungeons is becoming a hot topic recently. 68, Nameless Second Year Adventurer. Indeed. 69, Nameless First Year Lancer. In fact, I didn't believe the rumors in the beginning, so I personally went out to check the validity. I have no words to tell how shocked I was when I saw it. What in the name of God was it? 70, Nameless Second Year Priest. I can relate. I also wanted to see it with how many eyewitnesses there are already. But alas, I couldn't catch any glimpse of it! 71, Nameless Second Year Magician. This rumor has recently sprang up out of nowhere, though I didn't go to confirm it. Would anyone happen to know whose deed is this? Could it be a new species of monsters as said in the rumors? 72, Nameless Third Investigator. Let me solve your doubts. 73, Nameless Second Year Swordsman. Investigator Senpai. You have come to save the day as usual. 74, nameless third-year investigator. Well yeah, it was an official quest from the Academy this time. We can't let it cause any irrecoverable damage if it's really the new monster subspecies. Academy itself has a lot of things on its plate with the fateful day right around the corner, so this case has been handed to us. 75. Nameless second-year swordsman. Senior ability in investigating is almost second to none after all. 76. Nameless third-year investigator. Anyway, it was assumed in the beginning that carriage racing in the dungeon is just a nonsensical rumor. 77. Nameless second-year priest. Oh, the poor freshman. 78. Nameless third investigator. To draw the conclusion, apparently it's Eden that has been using the carriage. Any rumors about new monster subspecies is outright lie. To begin with, monster subspecies are the topic of high-grade dungeons. Not even by mistake will they appear in beginner dungeons. 79. Nameless second-year adventurer. Eden again. Why are they even more adventurous than us? Adventures. 80. Nameless third-year supporter. Well, we have to admit there's no shortage of impossible feats they are not capable of. 81. Nameless second-year magician. Looking at how you phrased it, supporter senpai seems to have already expected this outcome. 82. Nameless third-year supporter. Rather than to say I speculated, I only uttered oh, it's them again. But, it's a carriage this time. Huh. I know night job holders are famous for fighting while riding their horses, but that was at best limited to the living creatures. There are many knights who fought in the dungeon riding a horse, Pegasus, wolf or Machiko, but never once I heard anyone using carriage instead. 83. Nameless second adventurer. I'm quite curious about that Machiko you mentioned last. Are there knights who fight while riding it? Aren't everyone just being too adventurous? What about the position of us, true adventurers? 84. Nameless third investigator. I tried investigating since I also have never heard about it. So I searched and found out about the recipes of carriage equipment in the records of Grand Library. 85. Nameless second-year priest. Carriage equipment? Details please, senpai. 86. Nameless third-year investigator. To be more accurate, it's about the recipe collection of the vehicle category, including the carriage. Several pieces of equipment from the simple trolley to the mini-size carriage has been mentioned there. Also, you can go and search by yourself how to make them. Unfortunately though, there wasn't any record about a carriage as luxurious as Eden's one. It's my guess at best, but the recipe must be a drop. The party themselves hasn't clarified it yet, but that's more or less I believe. 87. Nameless third-year supporter. I see, Roger. We will share it here later. 88. Nameless third-year investigator. I am leaving that to you then. Either way, the rumor will be settled with this and I can give a positive report to the Academy. The bestest part of this quest from the Academy is that I didn't have to do much. Thank you everyone from Eden. 89. Nameless second-year adventurer. Hey, don't leave me on a cliffhanger. At least tell me about Machiko. 823. Nameless third-year trapper. Are there any girls left who still has yet to acquire their jobs? If there are, you can let me know and I will carry you till the venue. 824. Nameless second-year alchemist. Stop it, you pervert. Even with my toe I can judge you absolutely have ulterior motives. 10 out of 10 things that guy said has ulterior motives behind. Don't listen to what this guy says. 825. Nameless third-year trapper. Wah, what are you? Don't slander me. At least I'm not as wretched as you make me look. I will safely carry them to the venue. 826. Nameless second-year berserker. Oh, but it surely doesn't sound convincing when you limit it to girls only. 827. Nameless third-year supporter. You guys, I'm astounded you have the leeway to appear in a forum. And here we are, completely battered. Though, the points gained from the Academy are amazing, so not like I have anything to complain about. 828. Nameless third investigator. It's an important event that comes once a year after all. We can also gain points for each student who is stuck and can't make it out to carry to the venue. Any first year looking at this reply can ask me for my help. 829. Nameless first year lancer. 830. nameless third-year trapper. Oh, my bad, but I'm allergic to boys. I'm busy looking for any damsel in distress right now, so let the questions come from them. 831, nameless second-year alchemist. Don't mind that sicko pervert. Also don't worry, you will soon come to learn about the point when your classes begin officially. 832, nameless third-year supporter. To make it easier, they are also called quest points. They are given as reward when you complete a quest given by the Academy, events like the freshman last appraisal day, victory in the guild battles, making a significant contribution to the Academy and so on. Points are very valuable that can be used to exchange for material, items, resources, equipment or the rights to use Academy-owned facilities. Why I call them precious is because whatever you exchange from the Academy as a reward is much stronger in aspect than the one that you will find in stores normally. Well, of course the more valuable something is, the higher the point cost is. 833, nameless second-year berserk. Helping any student who seems like he or she will not be able to make it to the appraisal venue will also count as a contribution, and we can gain points through this way. That's the general gist. I've been earning points for a while by delivering Crystal Dragon statue. 834, nameless third-year investigator. Once a year, which of course is today, the fateful day, Academy distributes point quote lavishly. That's why we are so busy that we would even borrow a cat's hand. This is the only prime time we students can make a huge profit. 835, nameless first-year lancer. Whoa, seriously? I didn't know that. Can I also gain some points if I help? 836, nameless third-year investigator. I don't want to be like that, but lad, first years should stand inside obediently. 837, nameless first-year lancer. Hi. 838, nameless second-year berserk. Well, it would obviously be a great help from the teacher's perspective, but from us, the seniors' perspective, that would be like a thieving cat. So leave today's matter to us and stay quietly. 839, nameless first-year lancer. Why, yes sir. 840, nameless third-year trapper. What should be done in the case girls blatantly begin to avoid me? Ch 198, Battle Wolf MKI, the boss of Battle Wolves of the Shallow Forest Dungeon. T/N, MKI in replacement of its usual first form. It hasn't been long when we overhunted this particular boss, but we have come here again to hunt it down. Growl, Gruul. This doggy doesn't seem to be feeling well. No? Yep, said so Lulu, as she caressed the battle wolf while the battle wolf was trying with all his might to bite off her arm. This awfully looks like a typical main protagonist scene. Battle wolf, as if surprised why it can't harm that little girl at all, increases the number of his biting, but the more it does, the more I see its tail losing its tension. I suddenly felt like he's kind of scared of Lulu, but I dismiss it as my imagination. We're in the middle of a boss fight right now. As discussed earlier, 5 newly joined members are carrying their first exploration. I thought the balance of the new members' party was kind of tipped off since all of them were mainly attackers, but they are doing pretty fine with Lulu focusing on chipping away the opponent's mobility or offensive power. As expected of the Lolita hero, this job is absurdly strong. Lulu, the only one with the princess category job among the group, naturally stood out. As for me, I was watching over them from the shadows after equipping the guest bracelet and intruding in the boss room. Meanwhile, Lister is waiting in the safety area. It seems like she's not going for another trip for material gathering. The last trip must have been too solitary for her. The other members have defeated the leader Wolf and its subordinates Wolf and are now converging at one spot. With all of them ready to fight one opponent, it's just one-sided massacre. Fire bullet, ice bullet, elemental lance, elemental javelin, growl, gar. The battle wolf, who was thoroughly restrained by the Lulu, quickly distanced itself after receiving the attacks from Shizu and Celia. Prepare yourself, Desu. Giant shuriken arts. It avoided my attack, Desu. Leave it to me. Straight punch. Yep. Pamela was chasing after the battle wolf, holding a shuriken as big as her body. By the way, The shuriken is an illusion like Karura's throwing blade. However, the battle wolf avoided it with its wild intuition. But a smiling Celestine was present at the spot where it retreated in unknown. Hold on, since when is she there? And just like that, it stumbles after receiving her full-powered punch. I could even see a bit of its white of the eye peeking out. What in the world was that punch? Lulu is coming too. Charm point sword. Growl. Battle Wolf went in rage as Lulu's follow-up attack hit it after Celestine's. Boss monsters, when they are under the barrage of attacks for a while, have the disposition to go in rage. It's also called light rage mode. However, it's a pity that it cannot exert much offensive power since the Battle Wolf is weakened by Lulu. Quite a pitiful Battle Wolf, I have to say. The boss monster was thoroughly beaten by the attacker's members, with none of them unfazed at its violent act, including Lulu, who leapt at the frenzied Battle Wolf. It didn't take long for it to disappear under the barrage of attacks. An effortless victory it was. Great work. Yes, thank you for your effort too. It was quite an easy opponent. Oh, I can relate with Celia's words. Pitiful Battle Wolf. Not only it was bullied one-sidedly, even its bride as the strongest boss of the beginner mid-grade dungeon and one of the hardcore boss of the dungeon activity is so casually dissed. Well, the Battle Wolf MKI when fought solo is awfully weak, to be frank. Not only that, neither of the beginner mid-grade dungeon bosses are that much stronger when they are alone. What makes them tough is their subordinates. That's why one of the basic strategies is to reduce their subordinates quickly. For the honor of the Battle Wolf, I should mention that it was quite a strong adversary in the beginning game phase. It would constantly be followed by its subordinates, powering them and even to the point of regrouping, disregarding the hate meter. With merge skill, it's much easier now because of the solid strategy. But when fought together with its subordinates present, it's not an easy opponent to take down. I even heard players saying it was much harder to defeat, even more than the fatty ghost, which has clear weak points, in the early game period. Though it quickly went from the apex of predator to a weak prey when the method to prevent its merge skill spreads. Hold on, maybe I should do so? Should I let them try fighting it once again, but without blocking it from merging this time? That might prove to be good training, and it will also chip away the slight conceitedness I could feel from Celia. This is merely a beginner dungeon. Getting self-conceited at the beginning will only make them trip hard at their next blunder. It may be for the best to show them once how there could happen a bigger change in the boss monster with just one step. Surprisingly, think this may be a nice idea. Round up everyone. I have something to talk about. Our next steps. As soon as I made up my mind, I immediately held an emergency meeting with everyone, including Esther. The leader was, of course, me. I would explain it briefly since we don't have much time to waste. The battle like the current one is great for leveling up, but I think it's not that effective for training. Starting with Celestine, everyone nodded one after another at my remarks. I guess everyone must have the same thought subtly, especially the members with top abilities. Whether it's Celia or Shizu, both of them can effortlessly fire long-range attacks, which Hannah has attained after going through a lot of hardship. Something of that level shouldn't even be worth mentioning to them. On the contrary to them, Pamela, who still has trouble in performing long-range attacks, seems to be in daze. I feel like she should temporarily return to her home and begin her training. Lulu looks puzzled with all this. I proposed our future policy from there. Therefore, I tried to look for a plan where you can train in combat while also keeping up with our goal of reaching LV30 for everyone's jobs. So what I came up after linking both points is a fair fight. Instructors will accompany us, Desu. What will instructors even do by accompanying you? Fair and square fight. That means you can't take any countermeasures. You can't use the methods I have taught you. You have to struggle and seek for a breakthrough by yourself. I see. So basically Zephydono wants us to feel how much our current strategy benefits us and the gap when we can't use them, right? Pinpoint as always, Celia. Well, that's basically it. Our current strategy is the crystallization of the wisdom players of dungeon activity has come after multiple trials and errors. Their tactics have optimized to the limit to shorten the grind limit. I want them to savor the taste of what it feels like when they can't use it. From there, I discussed the specific and summed up that they should begin after Pamela and Shizu, who are still LV18, unlocked their second order tree. TN. I have used MK as in Mark II in replacement for the first battle form. Else it would be a long-winded name like others. Second battle form would be referred to as MK2BTW. Also, a great shout out for newly joined Patreon, Shira Kitsuntuan Petronio Coelho Liam Abrex and Daraz Winters. One more supporter is one more motivation and a great help. Thanks for everyone's support. CH199. I have reached battle made LV20 greater than. Ditto Desu. I have reached female shinobi LV20 greater than Desu. Okay, let me quickly give you guys a head up for the strongest guide. 6 battles after I proposed my countermeasure, Shizu and Pamela have finally reached LV20, including them. They all have finally unlocked their second order tree. I feel bad for them, but the level of a fair fight with Battle Wolf is quite high, so I just want them to quickly get used to everything. It's disheartening to see their excitement slightly died down. Sorry guys. 5 boss rounds more after their level up. Now that Pamela and Shizu have grasped the feeling of their new skills, it's finally time for a new group fair fight with Battle Wolf. Like earlier, I was watching over them from the shadow equipped with guest bracelet. Esther has temporarily repatriated using transfer formation. Apparently, there's something she needs to do. Do your best everyone. Lulu will, for Lulu is an invincible hero. The way Zephydono said as if implying something kind of dreads me. Does a fair fight really make so much of a difference? I have got the hang of it. Desu. I will surely not miss giant shuriken arts this time for sure. Desu. Pamela, have you already forgotten what Zephyr-sama has told you? Please practice first. It's still too early for you to use it in actual combat. Zephyr-sama. Then we will be heading off to start our battle. I waved my hand and saw them off in order of Lulu, Celia, Pamela, Shizu and Celestine, full of enthusiasm. I'm glad to see they are still motivated enough even after going through 12 rounds of boss fights. I left my back to the wall and looked over their boss battle. Gruel, Howl. The first one to dash over was its subordinates, Wolf and Leader Wolf. Their strategy until a while ago was for Pamela or Celestine to gather their aggro, and in the meanwhile, Lulu leapt and slashed at Battle Wolf to divide them. However, they are to fight 5 opponents at once this time, so the divide strategy is no good this time. Therefore, Lulu took action first by jumping in between the wolves deliberately to become their target. Hio, the hero is here. Whoosh. Lulu took a pose of raising her sword overhead. Her taunt skill, and attracted their attention. They then moved to surround and attack Lulu. Rapid spin. Go-oo. Yip. Go-oo. Just when they had surrounded her, Lulu activated her large area spinning attack and cut off the wolves. Not only courageous, she is also becoming more and more accustomed with her skills. This scene was completely filled with her heroism. Spirit summoning. Elemental boost. Elemental arrow. Rapid fire. Grenade. Celia on the other hand began with elemental summoning, activated her self-buff skill Elemental boost to increase power and aimed at Leader Wolf with arrows attacks, while the other Leader Wolf received the attacks from Shizu's gunsman skill Rapid fire and grenade, new skills she has gained after unlocking her second order tree. However, Rua, Howl, Wah. So fast. Leader Wolf evaded both of their skills with speed even more quicker than before. The skill Leadership LV4 greater than activated immediately just from a single roar of Battle Wolf, which has strengthened Leader Wolf. Howl. Roar roar. Wah. I don't think it's a good sign. It didn't end with just that, as just like Battle Wolf, Leader Wolf strengthened wolves with Leadership LV1 greater than. The wolves now are under the combined buff of Leadership LV4 greater than and Leadership LV1 greater than. Dividing the enemies in the beginning in the optimized tactic is precisely to prevent them from activating leadership skill, let alone the time it would take to defeat them. When they used it, it would be unknown if they can still defeat them. They become a nasty opponent to deal with when this happens. Now it's time to see how they are going to break through this hurdle. Heart Charm and Charm Sword. Lulu's range debuff attack Heart Charm neutralized a part of the strengthening effect, and after a moment of confusion, she slashed at Leader Wolf with Charm Sword L, further stripping away from its offensive ability. Her first move was great, but the follow-up attack wasn't. As for why so, so fast. Her move Charm Sword was evaded. Receiving the leadership skill buff has increased offensive power and agility of subordinates, which makes them more prone to avoid attacks easier. This is the most annoying part in fighting without the tactic. Not only did it take time to defeat them, stamina consumption increased. Yawa! The damage! My HP is in a pinch. Lulu shouted for help. She suffered from the counterattack of the wolves in a situation debuff hasn't been applied properly. As a consequence, she began to lose a huge chunk of HP at each attack. The main point to note is Lolita Hero is a debuff attacker job which can play the role of a tank but not the tank itself. It's easy to fall in such a condition when debuffs aren't applied, but to play the role of tank for Lulu, such important things are absolutely necessary. Hence, the reason for why Lulu is in a pinch. However, our reliable butler has rushed to save the day. Let's deal together with me and Pamela-san. Straight punch, taunt, woof, leave it to me desu. Ninja arts, shadow stitch. Ninja arts, decoy shadow. Celestine plunged between Lulu and wolves and hit straight the right. Further using taunt skill to switch the role of tank. Pamela put agility debuff on leader wolf using ninja arts, shadow stitch, and used another skill ninja arts, decoy clone, which transfers one's hate to their ally, and has Celestine gathered even more hate. Lulu, please come here. Retreat and heal yourself. Celia Nichan. Lulu retreats from the battle and recovers her HP through potion after receiving the instruction from Celia. Lulu is so cute. I mean not. I see, so that's what Zephydono meant by it wouldn't be a smooth sailing. Nevertheless, I didn't expect the gap to be so big. They are so quick that it's just difficult to target them. Keep the battle wolf busy first, Celia-san. We can't let the boss participate in the fight of Celestine and others or the vanguard would collapse. Rapid fire. Roger. Elemental arrow. Lulu, shall we also game up? Aye. Recovery complete. Let's begin with Lulu dealing with wolves with her rapid attack. No, scrap it. Please use the agility debuff to rob it of its speed. Got it. Both rearguards, Shizu and Celia, belong to Brain Cliché. As it seems they are gradually catching up with the situation and coming up with countermeasures. Shizu has already begun to restrain Battle Wolf and also requested the same from Celia. Although the Battle Wolf can avoid the attacks of those, it couldn't divert its attention to look at other battles ongoing under the siege of Shizu and Celia. In the meanwhile, Lulu has recovered completely. Celia seemingly first wanted her to attack the wolves directly, but catching up with the situation, she immediately asked her to use debuff and suppress their speed. Way to go, Celia. Bingo. The most dangerous aspect when leadership is activated is the monster's speed and their dodge rate. That's it. Was a bingo for her to choose Lulu when she can take away her opponent's advantage. With her debuffs, they can take the rest at their own pace as they like, and it would be alright. The debuff master Lulu online. Cute Eyes. How? Cute Eyes is an agility debuff, the Rapids effect version of Heart Charm. The pain-free, cuteness overloaded charm reduced their speed. Even I don't know. A breakthrough. Pamela, help in restraining Battle Wolf. We will deal with its subordinates in the meantime. Grenada. I will try my best. Desu. Notice me. Acrobatics. Under the precise instructions of Shizu, Pamela attracts the aim of Battle Wolf. Meanwhile, the rearguard sweeps away the boss's subordinates. It was no longer impossible to attack the slowed wolves with long-range attacks, and with the cooperation of evasive tanks Celestine and Lulu, who kept lowering their agility, the rearguard successfully accomplished the task of taking down the wolves. With this, the Battle Wolf MKI wasn't any big deal to be dealt with. Lulu strips the boss of its offensive power just like previous flights, and the rest in their own pace finally defeated the boss. Although the situation takes a dangerous turn at one point, either way, they managed to snatch away the victory. Result-wise, they still ended up splitting away the Battle Wolf and its subordinates. However, it was their first fair battle, so I opted to turn a blind eye to this. Anyway, it was now the evaluation meeting time. CH200. We truly couldn't achieve without splitting them up. Really? And the leadership skill. I didn't expect the situation to go so awry with just the enemies getting buff. I now understood Battle Wolf true forte lies in its group battle. Now I understood Zephyr Sama's words. We really can't let it coordinate with others. I was going to point them out in the evaluation meeting, but the brain cliché Celia and Shizu had already noted their shortcomings in the last battle. It's nice to see them exchanging opinions. I also had discussed my views, advice and so on with lots of players from Dungeon Activity. When I couldn't defeat an enemy or defeating it just took a hazardous amount of time. Slowly but surely, that's how I build up skills and knowledge of Dungeon Activity. I guess it might just be better to leave both of them on their own. I will just give advice if I see any problematic habits, and thus, I turn to face the remaining 3 people. Let's begin with Lulu. Yes. Fine reply as ever. Have you figured out which step you took wrong in the last battle? Yes. I think I shouldn't have jumped in right at the beginning. That's right. It's nice that you have figured out your mistake on your own. Directly jumping in the opponent's camp and going on rampage is indeed exciting and a heroic strategy. However, that's based on the premise that you know how to handle that situation and don't get yourself in a battered situation like earlier. Though, you can avoid such scenario the more you have understanding of your job. The strategy of plunging straight ahead in the enemy camp and going on rampage is called heroic strategy in Dungeon Activity. This is a major tactic in simulation games etc. where the first step is to throw a strong, tough or an agile unit in the enemy's camp and sweep away all the small fries. An impressive strategy I say, since it can crush the boss while the main force can take it easy and even have enough strength to spare. But, that's on the premise that the unit throws in is overwhelmingly strong. Lulu in the current battle wasn't able to pull such overwhelming strength since the gap between the fighting power shortened with the buffs on the enemies. There's also the point that Lulu is still green in using skills. It's essential in a strategy to make sure that the person is familiar with the heroic strategy or not. I want Lulu to learn more about her skills and also many tactics, strategies from here on. Known as one of the almighty job, this job can do much more in so many places. With all that said, Lolita Hero, who hasn't even reached LV40, has a long way ahead. As the 4th strongest job in the official top jobs ranking, her combat power can go over the charts as long as she masters her control over skills. I have to thoroughly raise the combat level of what's said to be the strongest job in the princess job category. Next is Pamela. You were remarkable in this battle and there wasn't much problem with skill usage either, Pamela. Furthermore, that target switch in the middle was splendid. The only one who could restrain Battle Wolf at that moment was only Pamela, and you did a good job. I can say it wouldn't have been such a smooth sail without your help. Really, Desu? Yeah, Desu. Try to use more skills later. I can see you still can't bring much skills true potential. Eek. That's right, Desu. I still am not familiar with them. Pamela up to now was in charge of protection from the shadow, and she has quite potential in this regard. However, it also goes in contrast to the upfront boss battles, and she still gets flustered when instructed to deal with the boss directly. Her job role requires her to stand at the forefront of the battle, like becoming the target, restraining the target or fighting from close proximity, but in fact she just wants to support them from the shadows and protect them from there. However, since she has chosen female shinobi, I want her to try her best in close combat. For the time being, training is more important for her. For Celestine, I don't have anything to say, or rather, just teach me how the heck can you so wonderfully dodge despite having no evasion skill? I fear I may not be able to. A smile could be seen on Celestine's face, who can restrain 4 subordinates of boss by herself, which, to be honest, is really refreshing. Are real butlers so amazing? They are so incredible in reality. After that, they have 7 more boss fights with the Battle Wolf with leadership skill. I didn't give any specific instructions this time either and quietly watched the situation unfold. I saw the girls trying multiple tactics with Shizu and Celia as the cornerstone. Their coordination, which was stiff in the beginning, has also improvised a lot gradually, and with each passing battle, their movements are getting more and more refined. Celestine by far is the most stable character of all. Her role as an evasion tank is brilliant. I very much want to know how she's so composed in an evasive tank role. Pamela is not yet up to the task of handling 4 opponents by herself, and Lulu too moving around to take the target, attacking them or applying debuff while going through lots of trials and errors. However, Even Lulu can't handle 4 opponents buffed with leadership skill yet. The situation had even taken a dangerous note when Battle Wolf had jumped in between his 4 subordinates and they had to tackle them all at once. This is the dangerous point of merge skill. Boss suddenly intercepts you when you are dealing with its subordinates. Everyone was greatly shaken. However, they somehow managed to break through with brute force. The balance scale was so tipped in the favor of the boss monster that it wouldn't have been any strange for either of them to be left incapacitated for battle with one misstep. This should have become a good lesson to them. Afterwards too, they continued multiple trials and errors, but in conclusion, Celestine would attract the target of subordinates while Pamela or Lulu would then focus on restraining the boss. Shizu and Pamela, who has returned after the 7th battle, said so. It really seems impossible to not deal with them without splitting them, else the situation just get out of hand. To conclude, we can't defeat the Battle Wolf when its subordinates are beside it. No matter what route we take, we could only focus on taking down the subordinates first. I also consent to split them away to defeat the subordinates quickly, lest Battle Wolf cut in suddenly. This time lesson is enough. That's right. We first should begin with defeating the weak enemies. It's a common practice, but it's the basic of basics. This time's battle was a good encouragement. I can feel Celia's self-conceitedness has considerably mellowed. The fact that just the change of one strategy can put them in a pinch seems to have firmly engraved in her heart. I think it's about time to have lunch. Shall we go, Zephyr-sama? Yup. Have a rest for now. Shizu, go ahead. Shizu gave a polite bow, moved to the safety area and began to take out various items of the item bag and began the preparation. The preparation for breakfast was over in the blink of an eye with the addition of Celestine, Pamela and even Shizu. Though, Celia stood by my side for some reason. Is it okay for you to be here? I shouldn't hinder them. Huh, what did she mean? We are done. Zephyr-sama. Lulu also helped, you know. Lulu is amazing. The preparation was over while I was puzzled over the mysterious reply in my head as Lulu came to inform me, bouncing and leaping like a bunny. How should I say, her antics make an awfully soothing sight. Lunch was stew, which Shizu had prepared beforehand. The taste was superb too when eating with white bread. Shizu's craftsmanship is excellent. Fufu. I'm quite confident when it comes to cooking. Wow, it's a rare sight for Shizu to actually boast about herself, but she does have every point to feel proud about it, as the stew is mouth-melting delicious. Could this be the real power of a maid? I couldn't stop my hands from moving and it was finished in jiffy. I wonder if she will make it again if I request? The lunchtime was over amidst my wistful thinking and we entered to resume the boss grind. It's always nice to exercise after eating. Shall we begin the round with an initial strategy? I nodded at Shizu's question. Yes, the goal is already achieved. Now I want you to go all out to achieve our today's goal. LV30. Battle with the Battle Wolf with leadership skill certainly becomes a good practice partner, but that being said, it takes time to defeat it. There's no way to reach our today's goal at this pace. Understood, said Shizu, and just then, Celia raised her voice looking at the entrance of the 14th floor. Oh, the carriage, Esther seems to have returned. I turned to look and saw mechanical carriage now Thunder Javelin coming here. So, it's already time for the shift, huh? Zephyr, thank you for waiting. It's fine, we just finished our lunch. So I didn't wait. Rather, thanks for your help, Esther. It helps us. Actually, I was supposed to meet up at Riku and Karua's party. So, Esther was planning to take over my position by looking over them. From the battles so far, all 5 of the new members have also become quite better at fighting, and it doesn't seem a lack of healer would cause them any trouble either. That's why I was supposed to return one step earlier. CH201. I will be leaving the rest to you then, Esther. I really feel bad to have you take up on as a tedious role. Please, it's not a problem. Rather, I have to ask Zephyr to take care of Lana-sama. After saying that and leaving the rest to Esther, I returned from the Battle Wolf of the Shallow Forest dungeon alone. Just when I arrived at the dungeon gate, I saw other Eden members entering the gate. Oh, Zephyr. Aren't you quite early today, unlike your usual tardiness? How did the sun appear from the west? What intonation? Lana asked with a truly incredulous expression, but I don't remember ever arriving late. They just arrive earlier than me, only. Well, I will just keep quiet. I feel like I will be digging my own grave if I get in the bottom, since it's a fact that I do make them wait, albeit slightly. Time for a force measure. So, everyone was together? That's right. We safely conquered the Tsukumo Bamboo Forest dungeon this morning. Although it was our first dungeon exploration of a beginner high-grade dungeon, we were able to win against what was it? Great Bamboo Puppet with ease with the support of everyone. HNN. Cakewalk. Sierra informed me of their exploration result at my question. Rika has her whole face smiling while Karua gives a thumbs up. Amazing. Congratulations on your first capture of the beginner high-grade dungeon, Karua. Rika. Fufu. Thank you, though it's kind of embarrassing when praised by you. If you don't mind, would you tell me how it feels to you? Of course, I don't mind. Seems like Rika was also itching to share her feelings. Well, I guess it's given. The feeling of wanting to brag about their first exploration or battle result. I know how it feels. The members at present are me, Lana, Sierra, Rika and Karua. We are going to challenge Flower Garden of the Solitary Island dungeon. Thus we quickly began to move. Speaking of which, I'm glad that Sierra ultimately decided to tag along. Yeah. Well, Hannah was busy in preparing for tomorrow, and she also seems to have alchemy to do, which she's going to do this afternoon. You had given the bundle of mana grass to Hannah, right? You should have seen how her eyes were literally gleaming like a little lamp. There's that. Now I feel I shouldn't have done that right away. Actually, it was just me, Lana, Rika and Karua who were supposed to be at the afternoon members party, and it was unknown if Sierra and Hannah would join us. Given that classes will start formally from tomorrow, I assumed both of them might be busy preparing for that, but seeing Sierra coming along, I'm glad. Hannah has alchemy to do, but apparently, she was requested for something by the academy, so she can't tag along unfortunately. But oh well, maybe it's in fact for best, else the lineup would have been an overkill. No? While my mind was hovering around these thoughts, we arrived at the gate of Flower Garden of the Solitary Island dungeon. This dungeon's main feature is poison abnormal status. Not to say the boss, Slackjaw, is a long-range type attacker which has bad compatibility with Rika, who's mainly a close combat tank, and that's why the party of Rika and others were exploring the Tsukumo Bamboo Forest dungeon till yesterday. However, there's Lana and I this time who have the method to cure poison status. Furthermore, we have Sierra with abnormal status resistance cell V10 greater than, so our goal is to quickly capture this dungeon. And that great bamboo puppet is so tricky, it retreats awfully quickly whenever you try to attack it. On the way, I was listening to the details of Rika and others' fight with Great Bamboo Puppet. Rika proudly puffed her chest, saying how she flawlessly dealt with the attacks of the boss with her defensive skill, but whenever she counter back, Segway retreats backward with great speed from the force of her attacks, which she didn't like. I couldn't connect my swallow flip with that. I thought I knocked it back too hard. I didn't expect I had that much of strength to blow it so off. So mew, cough. Forget what I say. Rika took her eyes off me and averted her face to look at another direction quickly when she realized she blurted out about her STR value. Although it might be late to say, I guess no girl would like the alias of super strength attached to them. Maybe it's taboo to ask girls about their STR value. I should confirm it later. Better be cautious than being hated by girls over this. It's such a rule. Prepare for the battle. Shining Sword of the Sacred Light. Troll. No sooner than the enemy appeared, Lana attacked it with one of her powerful attacks, and with a loud noise, the opponent drowned in the effect and vanished. It ended before we could even prepare for the battle though. Why did she even bother to inform? I couldn't help it. How should I say? That's right. I just did the unbearable itch to take it down. Now I feel better. Oh. That's all matter then. I do also get the urges to bask in the exhilarating feeling of mowing down monsters like grass, being invincible against them and all. So it's fine. Karua approaches Lana, who was feeling a bit awkward. Next, I will do it. No problem. I will inform you the moment I spot next enemy. But the job, seems like Karua was flustered with the act of Lana searching and destroying the enemy even before her. After all, Lana is a pro in finding out the monsters faster than anyone. And Karua, being a scout she is, at least want to be the one to search for opponent. I will not lose. Sonar. Karua began searching for the monsters with her sound wave-based skill Sonar. It's a skill where caster put their hand behind the ear and pick up any sound made by monsters. Find it, there. Oh, I know Karua can do it. I will be leaving the support to you. HNN. I'm going. I'm also joining in. They don't have to be so hyped up with our goal being boss though. Whatever, as long as they are having fun. Don't make haste Karua. It's dangerous. At least wait for me to come with you. Rika, who was talking with me until now, leaves beside me and hurriedly chases after Karua. Only Sierra and I were left behind. What are we going to do? Maybe chase after them? It sounds fun in itself, don't you think so? You really? Maybe that's so. I guess they would lose today's original goal if we leave them on their own accord. Let's go after them. Sierra seemed like she wanted to say something but she shook off her head as if it was the regular thing and followed after me. Thus, we arrived at the lowest floor at around 4 p.m., while taking a detour sometimes whimsically to have fun. CH-202. The boss of Flower Garden of the Solitary Dungeon is Slactua, specialized in long-range attacks. A relatively weak boss among all the beginner high-grade dungeons, as long as you have prepared countermeasures against the long-range attacks and poison. The boss is just a cakewalk due to its not-so-strong attacks and immovability. The only weak point of this Time Raiders party is a tank like Rika, who frequently used guard skills and mainly excels in close combat, which doesn't go well with this boss. That's why Sierra will be playing the role of main tank in the party. Although Rika and Karua are amazing in themselves, they still are not strong enough to fight a boss-class opponent from beginner high-grade dungeons just with the two of them, so we and Lana are also going to support them. Rika is usually a tank but she can also play as attacker, so she's taking the role of attacker this time. As for Karua, she's also an attacker as usual. With arrangement in order, we quickly challenge the boss, but, that's so uneventful, isn't it? The battle with the boss was in its mid-phase, but to be frank, it's such a leisure battle that I couldn't imagine us entering any sort of deadlock. Sierra's induction cover is so pinpoint. The boss Slactua mainly attacks with the range attack, our attacks and poison attribute attacks. However, poison is ineffective against Sierra, and range attacks are also out of range if you stay away from Sierra. Sierra's skill attract opponents' attack and pull them towards her. The only choice for the boss survival, since its range attack couldn't tickle Sierra, was our attacks, but even with them, her induction cover easily prevented us from any damage, perfectly restraining the boss. Sierra is too perfect of a tank. Nothing could be more wonderful than such a lively and easy grind. However, I am now carving for a bit more thrill. Oh, the boss summoned Chimmy Slactua. Guard stance. This time, Sierra perfectly blocked all 9 of them. It was quite a mess when we were surrounded by them last time, but the situation didn't take such a turn this time. Counter burst. Impact burst. Gyu. Chimmy Slactua couldn't even surround us before they were blown up by Sierra's skills and overwhelming might. Then they were quickly hunted by other attackers. She even has the leeway to spare them for others. And Slactua, who has even lost its trump card, was hit by our all-out attack during our dilly-dallying and disappeared amidst the effect, granting a leisure victory to Rika and others. Zephyr, but I don't think I even did much. However, there was one human being who wasn't satisfied with such an easy boss battle, and that person was the princess of this country, Lana. I also think I couldn't get enough kick of this battle, but I quite pity the boss, being told it couldn't even serve as an appetizer despite our truancy. Well, leaving the joke behind. No, well, I do understand that feeling. So what do you want me to do? Foo-foo, you guessed it, don't you? Flute, use it. Oh, just, why in the world did I sense some kind of waves surging from Lana? Was that Lana's innate princess's authority? I don't think she needs to show it in this place though. Nevertheless, I guess that's how she is unhappy with this battle. You know too. Today's our last day. Shouldn't we be fighting a hardcore boss befitting of such occasions? Strongest boss on our last day. Today's the last day. We can be exempt from classes and we have to formally take them from tomorrow. Crap. Now that I think about it, Lana is right. Last day should be a banger. Though one use cost 500,000 mia. Righto, let's use it. Thus I also agreed with Lana's proposal. Just then, a shadow suddenly appeared beside us and stared sternly at us. The shadow was Sierra. I wonder what might you guys be discussing so passionately? Let me in too. Yikes. Her eyes definitely look like someone who has heard everything, and her gaze is fastened to me. Why? What should I do if not to chide you for your actions? Every single use of that flute drains 500,000 mia. And who do you think will pay for that? Well, yes, I understood what Sierra wanted to say. Although the flute is my possession, if I use it X time for guild, the guild will be the one who shoulder that expense. It's apparently in the same category as weapons, ammunition or arrows. I didn't know anything about it until recently. It was Celestine who informed me of this. Budget is the guild's community property. It's naturally not good to use that for selfish purposes. After all, it's everyone's money. If one even opt to pay 500,000 mia from guild's budget, they ought to pay even more than that. We at least have to earn 1 million absolutely, since half of our income goes to guild and including the wages or bonus depending on members' contribution to guild. If we don't earn that part too, the guild budget would be in minus. The minimum is to earn 1.2 million. If we also take profit into account, the desirable would be 1.5 million mia. So we ought to earn at least 1.5 million mia for one use and 12 million mia for 8 uses of flute. And so, approximately 200,000 to 250,000 mia can be earned from one battle by selling all the materials and silver chest gains of the rare boss of a beginner high-grade dungeon. It sounds a perfect deal from numbers alone. However, the flute doesn't have the 100% of summoning the rare boss too. It would be a huge loss if 4 out of 8 uses turn out to be a miss. The profit wouldn't be enough either, even with 3 misses. Though the appearance of gold chest would make a great killing if it appears, but that will be depending on luck then. Sigh, now that I think about it carefully, it doesn't sound like a good idea. 6 out of 8 success is kind of hard to think of. Sorry Lana, treat it as if we didn't talk about it. I wouldn't allow it. Huh? What do you mean not allowing? I will pay for Mia. Then I don't think it should be any problem. No, I don't spend much, so I have quite a lot of saving. Well, because the guild rules have made it mandatory to purchase items for guild use with the guild budget. If we're going to use whistle counts, that has to be in the guild budget. There are some guild rules Celestine comes up with after a night's work. At this point, even Lana will not have any option but to give up. Or so I thought, but it didn't happen. Instead, I could see Lana's eyes sparkling. HMPHIC. But I'm going to use it. If there's such a rule, just tear it apart. I underestimated the former willful princess. She really came up with quite a novel idea. This thought process isn't something we, commoners, can come up with, and that's what I admire about her. I see. Then let's go with this. Heavens, Sierra, you approved? What in the world is it? Someone please teach me in a language I can understand. Is it really fine? The point is there. Squandering of money. Guild budget is something like based on vote, but if you don't recognize it, you can just pay the road by yourself only. Huh? Something like that is fine, although it's something you bought, but since you squander the money by yourself, the guild budget didn't go down. It's a kind of penalty to make the party reflect upon his mistake, but if you twist the facts, buying something personally is recognized by the guild. So, it's really possible. Isn't it a loophole? You and I have the highest authority, so if we don't accept it, she can do so only by her money. I have the right to decide that? No, I almost forgot I'm a guild master. So, the whim of Lana is passed unobstructed unexpectedly. Having authority is amazing. Then I'm also going to pay Mia. So let's go and use the flute. Yita. It's the beginning of the Rare Boss Festival. Just reminding. But keep it in moderation, okay? "Yes ma'am," I replied with a trembling voice at Sierra's stern warning. CH-203, "Are we going to challenge a rare boss?" "I'm itching to test my skills." HNN, "Looking forward to." This was the reply I got when I informed Riku and Lana, after we eventually settled on using the flute to fight a rare boss. Seeing both of them so thoroughly attached to the dungeon, I was so happy. "So, what's slack to a rare boss version, Zephyr?" "Is it stronger than Fatty Ghost Special?" "Now that you say, both of you have experienced the battle with Fat Ghost Special, right?" At that time, it was Hannah in our party instead of Sierra. "It's just a few days ago matter. However, it feels nostalgic remembering about it now." Though, that means it's not their first time fighting a rare boss. Already experienced means they wouldn't be surprised at the power-up condition. Since the recommended level for rare bosses and normal bosses changes by nearly 10. The rare boss of this dungeon is Cactus Cowboy. In appearance, it's like an emerald-colored cowboy, riding the emerald cactus horse. Think of it as a slackjaw which can move. It's also specialized in long-range attacks, but that emerald cactus horse can do charge attack, and the most dangerous attack is rope throw. Imagine a cowboy that appears in the Western movies, but Cactus Edition this time. What even is a Cactus Edition? I can't put forth a better description, but seeing no one has any question, I continued with my explanation. Not only will you be unable to escape if captured by its rope throw attack, you wouldn't even be able to guard yourself and will fall into predicament at once. Since it's also possible for a tank to fall, be sure to thwart the rope using guard skills and solely focus on avoiding. You absolutely can't let yourself be catched by it. How should I deal if captured? If you are captured by chance, act as much violently as you can. First of all, it's the so-called mechanism of smashing the D-pad blindly, also known as lever gaka. Anyway, you can break out by smashing the D-pad, so you will have to wait for the escape while following everyone just like in down condition. However, Riku was making a strange face even after explaining how to deal with it. Not only her, Lana and Sierra have the same expression on their faces. I could vaguely read, "There's no way ladies like them can act so disgracefully," written on their face. I tried to imagine the appearance of Lana going all wild when captured, but the resistance turns out to be futile, and she's slowly dragged under the cowboy. Though the opponent is a cactus. Quite a problematic scene. It is. The targeted age range of the dungeon activity will have to be increased then. The targeted audience of dungeon activity game is B, suitable for only or above age 12. WL, that's right. I recall a certain celebrity once said, "If it can't hit you, it can't hurt you." That's why, just avoid it with all your might. If it throw the rope, I will absolutely not let myself pull. With all my due respect, I rejected. I received intense replies when I tried to console them. I feel like I have aroused their bloodlust more than the motivation. Might just be my imagination. Incidentally, only Karua was looking puzzled as if she didn't get the meaning. Our start looked pretty good when we entered the boss room after blowing the flute and saw the rare boss appearing. The deepest part of the desolate boss room was shining. It was the effect of the rare boss pop-up. What appeared from the effect was a horse-shaped cactus, which is about the same size as a normal horse, and riding it was a human-shaped cactus dressed in cowboy style, one you could see on Western movies. It properly comes with two hollow eyes and a mouth. However, the horse cactus face looks awfully surreal. This is the rare boss of Flower Garden of the Solitary Dungeon, Cactus Cowboy. Quite hard-working it looks. I am going to pull the aggro, aura point. Leave the buff to me. Divine Protection of the Guardian Dog. Superscript 1 greater than. Divine Protection T/N. Last time, I named the blessing as a lion instead of a guardian dog. The word lion in Japanese basically means both as a lion literally and also as a guardian dog. So I'm going with it, which gives it more essence than literally naming it as a lion. You can Google Koi Imanu for reference and images. Sierra attacked first to pull the boss whole aggro towards herself. Lana followed after her and applied buffs to raise everyone's attack and defensive ability as a whole. Cactus Cowboy's target turned to Sierra, foo fa foo, ha 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 ha, and laughingly aimed its free hand, that was not holding the reins at her. I knew what that gesture meant. Gatling incoming. Don't gather beside the tank. Quick disperse, Roger. Escape. Just when everyone finished taking distance from the tank at my instruction, do, the boss began to shoot thorns indiscriminately from its arms like a machine gun. How in the name of God does sparks come out of boss arms when it's not even holding a machine gun? What principle does this monster even follow? The thorn it shot didn't have any precise aim etc. function, so it was a kind of small attack. It's just shoot thorns blindly in a circle, taking Sierra as center. Sierra has manifested a kite shield in front of her, completely safe from the Gatling attack. This kind of attack isn't even enough to make her serious. I remember next will be the rope throw attack. Run Sierra. Cover shield. Sierra easily evaded the attack though with defensive skill she can use when moving. Alright, it's counterattack time. The first one to take action was Karua. As expected of Eden's top speedster. Scale break. Twin blade wildcat scratch. Karua straight away attacked with defense debuff skill scale break followed by a single target twin blade wildcat scratch attack. The cactus cowboy who received the two attack in continuation crossed his arms and made a gesture of gaining momentum. It's the sign of an attack. Phew ha ha ha. Karua, quick escape. At the same time as Karua escaped from that spot quickly, the boss spread its arms and fired Gatling and the horse unhurriedly circled around in that spot. That is a rolling Gatling attack. I quite find this scene dashing, albeit the cowboy is a cactus. Karua barely gets herself out of our attack range. Phew, no injury. Phew ha ha ha. Following after, it turned both of his arm towards Sierra and fired double Gatling. However, it couldn't buzz Sierra's shield. The approach is complete. We are going to attack now. Blast it with your attack until my next instruction. Understood. Parallel slash. Crosscut. Brave slash. Lightning slash. I'm coming. Sonic force. Phew ha ha. Phew ha ha ha. The boss once again crosses its arm receiving the massive damage from Karua and Rika's attack. Get away, Roger. HNN. What followed was another round of rolling Gatling. This attack deals fair share of damage and there's also a chance to be inflicted with poison. However for Karua, the one with the lowest defense among us, a single attack is enough to shave off half of her HP, so I hurriedly instructed her to exercise caution. The boss then followed with a charged attack right after it unloaded its Gatling. Similar to the shaman marionette riding its Segway, the horse-shaped cactus indiscriminately dashed here and there. However, this was a blessing in disguise. I will stop it. Shining saber of the sacred light. Cover shield. Light blade. Fewer. Lana launched her strongest move when the horse was immersed in its mad rush. Together with a thud sound, the horse attacked by the shining saber of the sacred light staggered a bit. Right then, Sierra swiftly made her entry and blocked its path. A superb combination. The fruit of battle with shaman marionette is showing itself here. The posture of the opponent, which was already stumbling from the attack of Lana, grumbled down even further after becoming the prey of Sierra's flowing shield darts, and right then Lana's follow-up attack, Light's blade strike the cactus horse's leg, splendidly knocking it down. Oh! It slipped down. Go all out. Sonic sword. Swift strike. Gust. Quick slash. Scale break. Twin blade wildcat scratch. Rise of the sacred tree. Divine pillar. Whoa. The boss was a bit far away from the position, but I somehow managed to hit the boss using sonic strike when it was under knockdown status. This was a lot of damage. Unfortunately, Rika was too far to join us, but Karua had enough leeway to participate as she closed the gap with mid-range dash skill Gust, which can be used even while evading, and launched her offensive one after another. Phew ha 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 ha. Induction cover. The mad cowboy cactus immediately fired a no attack after recovering from knockdown status, but Sierra blocked it using her defensive skill flawlessly. Receive the healing prayer. Thank you very much, Your Highness. Lana. Taunt. Guard stance. The boss after recovering tried to target Lana, however Sierra immediately attracted its aggro towards herself once again. But, phew ha ha ha. No wait. The target hasn't changed. It's going to use unique skill. Unluckily, The cowboy cactus had already moved in to activate the unique skill before the target could change. A familiar red effect covers the whole body of the boss. Once activated, it can't be cancelled. Cowboy Cactus's unique skill is all-out fusillade, cactus style. The boss unloads all its bullets in a straight line, range attack, dealing massive damage. Grab, Lana, quickly shelter behind the Sierra. Sierra. Cover shield. Rika and Karua concentrate on attacking it. Anything is fine, just blow it. Understood. What bad timing. Lana has her defensive skill barrier she used during Fat Ball special battle. However, it's only effective against magic attacks. It cannot defend against this unique skill. The only way to defend is to be covered by Sierra, and gods forbid, Lana would no longer be able to fight if she take a direct hit. Sierra slides in between the boss and Lana and projected the shield forward. Iron Wall. Citadel Shield. Lana, you give your all to maintain Sierra's HP. Heaven's Mercy. Divine Protection. Phew, ha 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 ha. Kaya. Sierra used her skills to quickly tighten her defense, which Lana supported her by healing her from behind. Just when they finished their action, the boss also began to fire its unique skill all-out fusillade, cactus style. The whole body of Cowboy Cactus spit out fire and shoot thorns. The horse didn't stay quiet this time, as it also shot a thorn missile from its hollow mouth and eyes. What a cowboy to have these features in its horse. It may not look impressive, but its firepower is anything but mediocre. After all, it possesses the firepower same as an intermediate lower grade dungeon, and this was its unique skill to boot. I had confidence in Sierra's ability to withstand, but her scream just now gave me fright. I'm very much anxious if Lana is properly following up with her healing. Right now, I can only believe in them in focus on my task. We are currently approaching the cowboy who couldn't move under the barrage of attacks, firing at Sierra and Lana and preparing for our ace attacks, and thus, right after it was in a movable state from using unique skill, we commenced our all-out attacks. Braveheart. Oya Brave / Lightning / Shine Lightning. Lightning Burst. Ha. A Parallel / Crosscut. Swallow Flip. Sword Bash. Scale Break. Twin Blade Wildcat Scratch. Vital Stab. Force Sonic. Ha 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 ha. Phew, yeah. The Cowboy Cactus was knocked down, receiving the critical hits from our attacks as it finished firing a whole volley of its thorn bullets. Yoshi, another chance. I will let it know why the unique skill is a double-edged sword. Afterwards, the boss couldn't make a comeback under the barrage of our second all-out attack and eventually sank into the sea of effects and disappeared. TN, sorry for the delay, a couple hours late due to the blackout here. Some skills may sound stiff. I will rename them once I find their respective description in previous chapters. Incidentally, if anyone is bored by continuous battle chapters, the next arc will start after 5 chapters, so you can look forward to it. CH 204. Sierra, Lana, are you alright? No problem. It nearly scared me, and some kind of unpleasant sweat is coming out. Somehow, both of them safely made it out. The two of them look all fine as they come out from the billowing dust and smoke. Except that Lana's face looks a bit pale. Now that I think about it, it was from her blunder in Bear Command T to fight that she began to take boss targets seriously. Maybe because of the full power bombardment, her usual cheerfulness seems to have vanished somewhere. Sierra on the other hand is full of life with the aid of Lana's healing, not minding the brunt her HP has taken. Her face looks as cool and prim as ever, as if the full power bombardment of the gun's shower of thorns earlier was a lie. That's quite heroic, to be honest. I also want to try brushing off the thorns bombardment with an indifference expression. But, I'm really sorry, I would have used my unique skill Absolute Charm Shield, but it was impossible given the distance. I should have defended more closer to the boss. Sierra quietly mutters out. Shield Princess's unique skill, Absolute Charm Shield, can force the target to change its focus. For example, Cowboy Cactus' focus could have been forced to shift to Sierra even if it intended to attack Lana. However, Sierra and the boss had quite a wide gap in between, as the cowboy cactus is a long-distance attacker and that distance just happened to be outside of the effective range of her unique skill. Sierra's unique skill's only flaw is its short range. It's true that Lana would have been saved from facing the danger if Sierra had used her unique skill immediately at that timing instead of dashing to Lana's side. Nevertheless, it was still a perfect response in my eyes, so I just followed Sierra on her reflection. Well, there wasn't any blunder, so you don't need to care so much about it. All is well when the result is well. It's great that you two passed this wave unhurt. Rika and Karua catch up while I was making sure Lana and Sierra are completely fine. Both of you are safe is all that matters, and you were great as always, Sierra-sama. HNN, it was amazing how you received the attacks. Well, it wasn't that much of a big deal. The cool Sierra until now has changed to shy Sierra when Riku and Karua praised her. Sierra rarely shows that side of her. She looks absolutely adorable with the slight vermilion color on her cheeks and her shy demeanor which have a gap with her usual expression. Fantastic. For the love of God, why the hell is there no screenshot function in real dungeon activity? With no way in, I could only etch her shy appearance in my eyes. Can you please stop staring at me so intently? You returned to your usual stern expression. What a pity. The shy time of Sierra ended as soon as it came. I secretly swore to see if I could switch on her shy side next time. HNN. Zephyr. There are 4 silver chests. What? It's beautify phenomenon. I inadvertently yelled at the successive hit. 4 treasure chests shining in the silvery light entered my vision when I turned my neck with sparkling eyes as soon as Rika's report reached into my ears. The silver chest, what's more, doubled. It must be the hidden grace of Sakinko-sama to have beautifying phenomenon. Whoa, 4 treasure chests. I will open them. No. We are all going together. I quickly intercepted Lana whose eyes were also sparkling as she broke into a dash. I can never allow it. What's the matter with His Highness Lana, and even Zephyr? Oh, leave them be. They're just playing around. They are like that every day. Well, I see. So they are just playing. Rika let out a confused voice seeing my and Lana's eccentric behavior. However, Sierra coolly explained it to her as she couldn't be any more familiar with our actions. But it's that beautifying phenomenon, you know. Why doesn't she look hyped about it? HNN, hurry up, Zephyr. Wait. I'm coming right away. And Karua, you must not open them alone. But who was so eager to open them just now? Karua, the quickest one, arrived first in front of the treasure chests and everyone came there in droves to join. Let's see, there are 4 treasure chests. But we are 5 people. Someone will have to be left behind, but who would be that person? Obviously not Lana. I could read her eagerness to open it already. In fact, she has already decided on which one she's going to open and has stood in front of it. I would have wanted her to step back originally, but I think a kind of reward is necessary with the scary ordeal she went through earlier. Thus left us with the 3 treasure chests. HNN. The treasure chest. I wonder if I can try one. No problem. Karua isn't so assertive normally, so I subconsciously approved of her rare case of selfishness. I glanced at Lana and Sierra and was glad to see they don't have any objection either. Now we are left with 2 chests. I don't think it's necessary to make such a big deal out of it. I felt as if I heard Sierra's voice struggling to understand my serious version of the hero's voice. Maybe it's just my imagination. Just open the rest with you two. I will take my turn next time. Sierra, you have my eternal gratitude. Stop it, you're putting me into a tough spot with your heavy gratitude. Because, you're going to blow the flute again, aren't you? I think Sierra just said something in the second half of her sentence, but I have already lost myself in the splendor of the treasure chest that I ignored that. It's the treasure chest of a rare boss. Moreover, they are doubled with the graces of beautifying phenomenon. There's a high chance of getting something good. And when I think I might be the one who will win the jackpot, I can't stop myself from trembling in excitement. All set now. Then let's pray to the Sakinko-sama everyone. Oh, the great Sakinko-sama, we are very much grateful for your grace of the beautifying phenomenon. May we also get a better drop next. Hey Zephyr, you should show more appreciation in your words. Lana rebuked me for the short prayer, but either way, Our preparations were done and everyone opened their treasure chests simultaneously. A recipe. The ones who shouted at the same time were Lana and Karua. It seems the first two members who decided on the treasure chest got the same reward. The recipe. I will have Marie-senpai decipher it later. As it was decided, the cost for the flute will be paid 50-50 by me and Lana. But as for how the drop's ownership will be handled is still in haze. Well, such trifling matters can be handled later. Celestine may have to work hard only a bit. Next is my turn. I'm getting pumped all over. Whoa. I got stage 3 skill reinforcement jewel. In the treasure chest lay 2 palm-size red jewels. I hold each in one hand and lift them up. That's a serious jackpot. What is this? Nice question, Sierra. I explained to her as she came by my side to take a closer look at jewels. The name of the item is stage 3 skill reinforcement jewel. Just as its name sounds, it's a disposal item which can raise the level of skills affixed to items or accessories by 3 levels. It's an extremely strong item. Now, if some may wonder, isn't it too strong to raise the level by 3? Then one also has to remember the ocean of items, accessories and the dungeon activity. The availability of such items is abysmally low compared to Colossus demand. Even if you hand-picked the items, accessories, they aren't enough even by then. In addition, there are many types of reinforcement jewel and any of them is extremely coveted. By the way, the one in my hand is the skill version, but there is also magic version and they are available from the range of stage 1 to stage 9. Normally speaking, reinforcement jewel begins to drop from intermediate dungeons, but since the strength of rare bosses in beginner high-grade dungeons is comparable to those bosses, Stage 1-3 reinforcement jewels are sometimes mixed in the drops of rare bosses. I have to hurriedly think where to use them. What about Rika? Oh, I got this. But do you know what this is, Zephyr? Saying that, Rika takes out an emerald color book from the chest. Isn't this book of support recovery? It's a valuable drop. Oh, hey, calm down Zephyr. Can't you see you're troubling Rika? Very well, let me explain to you. Hey, are you even listening to Zephyr? The Book of Support Recovery Rika got is a book classified as a weapon. It's mainly used by magicians. Its effect is as follows: magical power 13, healing 5 greater than and protection 8 greater than. Frankly speaking, it's quite weak as the drop of a beginner high-grade dungeon rare boss. A type of a misdrop in normal times. However, our guild Eden heavily lacks healer, and there's cutthroat competition for the recovery magic. Besides, since it's a weapon, it is naturally possible to turn it into ability orb. Hannah can equip it by powering it up and turning it into magic ability orb. She can become a bomber as well as a healer. Phew, haha. It's getting more and more interesting. TN, please read the note down there, or skip to the TL:doctor section directly. Hi there everyone. I saw some comments or reviews complaining about the use of desu many times in lines or sama. To begin with the explanation, the desu there in lines is a peculiar habit of Pamela. Imagine an anime character adding desu after every line. For example, in Another World with my smartphone anime, she added to Gozaru. The only reason I didn't add any note was because the explanation in the chapter she introduced was self-explanatory. Now, I would have removed it for sure, but I am a translator. I can't cut things from raws on my own, else it would just be like a fan fiction where I'm adding what I want and removing what I don't. For example, in previous translated chapters before me has cut off many lines and some few explanations like how the berserker job is actually a troll job and some other minor things. TL:doctor, if you want me to remove desu in further or before chapters, you can react on sign for yes or V for no in my comment in chapter 193. As for honorifics, I will make some adjustments. Readers can always comment on the site under chapters or in the Discord server. I would have acted before but only saw one comment and the review in the novel update only today. Have a nice day. CH205. Phew, ha 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 ha. Counterburst. The cowboy cactus who protruded its 2-hand forward and bombarded with thorns in a semicircular area, vanished in the effect with the counterburst released by Sierra. The boss let down its guard under the impression the defense skills are ineffective against long-range attacks. The range of counter burst is quite big. Sierra, who delivered the counter blow at bare distance, basked in the afterglow of victory with a cool face. Great work, Sierra. That was a nice decision you have made in the end. Have you gotten used to dealing with long-range attacks? Yeah. And I also grasped when to use counter burst effectively. I have figured out the range, so it would be more easy to deal next. Seems like Sierra was quite pleased with her reaction as she shows a rare look of enthusiasm. Alas, there's something I must inform her about which may break her heart. Unfortunately, it's impossible since the flute only have one more use left. I see. But we can still use the regular boss slactua. There's still much more to practice. Sierra's desire to improve herself never ceases to amaze me. Would I also be so good at fighting if I keep up with training? I should also follow her. This was the 8th battle after the repetition of blowing the whistle and fighting. Ultimately, the flute only has one uses left, and sing it any further will thoroughly break the flute. So our fun boss battle ride was only till there. What a pity. I want more and more flute. By the way, we fought 5 times and the rest 3 times were a miss. It still ended in 3 misses. It's fortunate that we are paying from our pocket, else it would have been hard to procure profits. We more or less had beautifying phenomenon once, but that's all. No gold chest dropped for us, which is slightly tricky profit-wise. However, the rare boss was like a luxurious banquet in terms of experience. Both Rika and Karua's job has reached LV31 simultaneously, and with this, we have achieved our goal for today. That being said, we still have a surplus of time left, so we are going to continue our grind. The next battles would be with a regular boss slactua. Lana seems like she has something to say, but I ignored her. I want to follow after Sierra and train myself. The time passed quickly and it's nearing 5 p.m. in the afternoon, gradually closing to the time for us to go back. U. Taking its last laugh. The 28th slactua sank into the sea of effect. We couldn't be any more familiar with the scene. Although it's earlier than our normal grind time, I think it's the perfect time to pack up from here. Shall we end here? But isn't it a bit early? It's not 5 o'clock yet. I can still go on. Lana objected after confirming the time in her school handbook. Smartphone greater than, but Sierra interjected between and said as if rebuking her. I also think we should end our expedition here. We have classes tomorrow and Lana Dono. Weren't you told by Esther to come back quickly? Fine. Adieu, dungeon. Lana, albeit reluctantly, bade her farewell to the dungeon. I felt like I knew this scene from someone. It was the line I also once said. Lana has taken quite a liking to dungeons, didn't she? When we returned to the dungeon gate after we bade our farewell, I heard a commotion despite the scarce presence of people. People seemed to be gathering at the gate of one of the beginner high-grade dungeons, Poisonous Mushroom Cavern Dungeon, for some reason. It's quite noisy there. I wonder what happened. Today's the final day for the first year's job appraisal, right? I heard even the upperclassmen are as busy as B. Sierra and Lana's interest was also piqued up like me at the crowd. The reason why there are fewer people in the dungeon entrances than usual is, as Lana has said, some of the upperclassmen are participating as helpers in the appraisal. The students participating in it are actually a lot, since it also reflects in their school record for job hunting. Well, the majority of them are for the quest points though. However, I assumed the students gathered here are upperclassmen, because I'm pretty sure only the members of Eden among the freshmen should have been able to reach the beginner high-grade dungeon. I am more so sure because almost all the equipment of the people gathered here didn't seem to be something the freshmen could get their hands on. Why are the upperclassmen gathering here in droves, I wonder? I slightly strained my ear to listen. Damn it, but I'm not going to give up. However, there's not anything we can do either. But that's a whole load of fortune, you know. A whole load? As long as we can defeat it. If we can take it down. That's if you can defeat it. Alas, it's not something we, who haven't even reached at the standard of E rank, can meddle in. Sigh, what a shit luck. Really, Why the heck do rare boss have to come now of all time? And here I thought we could finally reach the E rank. What can we do? Let's just ask someone to defeat it. Standing here will not progress our exploration, either after all. Damn it. Do we really don't have any other choice? But both the upperclassmen and third years are all busy and we may not find anyone, so whom are we going to ask then? Ha, we are just unlucky. Truly so. We even gave up on the merits and quest points and chose to reserve the dungeon. We couldn't be any more cursed to have rare boss popped out. Is it really the divine punishment for ignoring the freshman? Ha, what shit luck. Don't you have anything else to say? So that's how it is. I basically get the gist of their situation. Apparently, they have skipped out on today's big event and prioritized dungeon exploration. They must have been in a good mood to reserve the dungeon for a day and clear it away. Though I don't quite get what they meant in the later part. Anyway, the crux of the matter is that in their crucial boss battle, a rare boss appeared. By the way, once a rare boss appears, it will not disappear until either you defeat it or use a specific item, and it will continue to appear. If you're unlucky, then you may also have to stop your exploration like them, and so, they are in trouble precisely because of this reason. I see, that means it's a chance for us. I turn to them by myself. Can I take a bit of your time, senpai? Sorry, but we are currently bus. Huh? Have I seen you somewhere? You morons. Could you be the Brave of Eden? Absolutely, the one and only Brave. Zephyr. I saw senpai seemingly in trouble, so I came to check out. How about leaving your problem to us to solve? Subquest: subdue the impeding rare boss has begun. Defeat the rare boss blocking the poisonous mushroom cavern dungeon. Reward: a gold chest selector. Time period: today. CH 206. In the dungeon activity exists several items, each with their own legend. And this time, I'm going to introduce one of them. The name of such fabled item is Gold Selector, 20 grade greater than. Its effect is as the name suggests, use and convert the boss treasure chest to gold chest. An unimaginably coveted item that will let you select the most gold treasure chest. But of course, it's a disposable item. It's a super rare item that usually drops from treasure chest, and it comes into 4 types. Namely beginner, intermediate, upper, advanced and top grades. This means that the grade that can be used for each dungeon grade is different. For example, gold chest, beginner grade greater than, will not be effective in any dungeon other than beginner grade Fung. And such a super rare item has luckily drawn in the dungeon reserved by second year seniors. That's why, even if they encountered the rare boss, it was inevitable their eyes would literally shine with mere imagining the gold chest they could get by using Gold Selector. But unfortunately, it ended in utter failure. However, they didn't give up even after being carried away by the rescue committee, no matter how miserable they looked, with tears pooling in their eyes, and returned again, thus concluding why there was commotion outside the dungeon entrance. Just to add, one will be penalized by the academy if there comes the report of rescue operation again on the same day against the same enemy. Penalty is mostly in terms of quest points. This is also the reason why they are hesitating for the second time. And as it's known, the rare boss will never disappear unless defeated, so the opportunity of Gold Selector, beginner greater than, is naturally not gone anywhere. So if I went out to defeat the enemy now, the unexpected windfall in the form of a gold chest would of course be ours. Excellent. Forgive me, O rare boss, for thou stood in the way of mine gold chest. What? Compensation from senpai? I refuse. No way, after all I'm a fair person. Thus, I quickly wrapped our conversation and consulted with my party. The senpai party seemed to have suddenly fallen on their knees, but it wasn't time for me to dilly-dally. That's why, we are going to attack and subjugate the rare boss in the poisonous mushroom cavern dungeon. Although I have lots to grumble why did it happens at this timing, what about your preparation for tomorrow? Just what do you think how much time it would take given that it's past 5 o'clock already or so on? But either way, ZEPHYR. Oh, what Sierra? I don't care if you have already decided. Do your best. What sharp stare. And truthfully, there was a nuisance included in her speech that I didn't understand at all. Forgive me for deciding on my own, Sierra-sama. What? I don't think there's any problem deciding without asking. And doesn't it give the sense of adventure? Count me in. Rare Boss's gold chest is going to be this, princess. What about your preparation for tomorrow, Your Highness Lana? I'm sure you were supposed to meet with Esther and others, weren't you? I believe this is more important than anything. I couldn't help but be awed by the brilliance of Lana, who follows her desires so boldly. I couldn't be any more agree with her. I also want to be faithful to my desires. Now Sierra, stop giving stares and come with us. That's the gold chest, you know. Oops, she seems to be in a dilemma. Sierra, who originally took out time out of her tight schedule to participate in today's party. I wouldn't have forced her in normal cases, but now, I don't think she truly wished for that, so I'm going to make her stay by any means. With all that said, I'm sure even Sierra would have wanted to fight with a rare boss. I haven't yet forgotten that one remark she had said when we defeated the final Cactus Cowboy. Not to say I know a way which can ease her worries, for I have called an ultimate helper to solve some of her worries. Speak of the devil, and the devil appears. Thank you for waiting, Zephydono. I am back now. Perfect timing, Esther. Apparently, the other party had just finished with their boss fight, and as soon as I confirmed this via chat in smartphone greater than superscript 1, I immediately called for Esther's support. The rest of the members seem to be fighting with the boss once again, so Esther has returned one step earlier, and hence, she's now here. According to my estimation, it would hardly take 20 minutes for us to reach at the deepest floor if we raced through our way riding the carriage and took the shortest route. We can return before 6 o'clock with enough time to spare for sure. Sierra was stunned as she stared at Esther when I explained everything to her so enthusiastically. Is it really that fast? I recall Sierra-sama has yet to experience it, but I can vouch for Zephydono's words. It's blazing fast. I see. Well, if we can return until 6 o'clock, all right. Hooray. Sierra's cave-in. I also want to go, Esther. Sure, Lana-sama. Let's go together. Hey Esther, aren't you spoiling Her Highness Lana too much? Did something happen recently that I'm unaware of? It doesn't hurt to concede sometimes. Classes are going to start from tomorrow, and so time to play will naturally decrease. Don't you think it's already a kind of punishment for cheerful Lana-sama? Well, true. It's just 1 hour trip. Sierra seems to be worried about Esther's spoiling remark too, but Esther somehow managed to gloss over and convince her to join, mentioning how it will be only a 1 hour trip. This confirms 4 members. Now what should I do about the last member? Would it be alright if I join you, Zephyr? Karua? The one who raised their hand was surprisingly Karua. Karua, who was silently watching the situation unfolding together with Rika, was someone who rarely asserts herself. That's why I couldn't help but be surprised. How should I say? I feel as if an invisible force is beaconing me. Apparently, Karua herself doesn't seem to understand why she stepped out to participate. If I have to give it any name, should I call it intuition? That reminds me, Karua is the holder of sixth sense like me. As far as I can recall, sixth sense in game time never had such a foreboding effect, but now, there are times I feel like I could sense everything much clearer in my everyday's life. I wonder if it's what they called omen or something. While I was going through all that, Karua turned her gaze to Rika, who was standing beside her. It seems like she was silently asking if it's alright for her to go. Well, it's not surprising considering how both of them never leave each side for the most part. Rika, who also understood this, chuckled. You should go. I already have my fill today, so I'm leaving next part to you. Really? Of course. Instead, how about you let me have fun next time if another exciting event occurred? I promise. You're the best, Rika. With the concession from Rika, the last position was filled by Karua. We are all set, so let's depart quickly. The quicker we go, the quicker we will return. Gold chest is waiting for us. I'm looking forward to it. I'm going then, Rika. Bye-bye, and you guys too, have a safe trip. Being sent off by Rika, we hurriedly went down to the entrance leading to the dungeon. It seems our adventure on the final day to be exempted from the classes will continue for a bit more. TN 1. School Handbook aka Smartphone. CH 207. So everyone has safely reached LV30. R. take right from their Ista. Yes, it's mostly due to the large amount of XP given by the sudden appearance of the rare boss battle Wolf MK2 greater than during our grind. Even Pamela and Shizu, the one with the lowest LV among us, easily reached the goal. You even defeated the rare boss. Amazing. It means they have graduated from the beginner mid-grade dungeon. Oh, I can see it. So it is the gate to the 5th floor. Yes. Currently, the mechanical carriage Thunder Javelin is running in the shortest route possible to the deepest layer of poisonous mushroom cavern dungeon while crushing any monsters coming in the way as usual. Esther and I, sitting on our respective driver and assistant driver seat, were exchanging information while keeping an eye on the situation. Lana, Sierra and Karua are in the carriage. For the girls, they are looking at Thunder Javelin, which they are riding for the first time with curious eyes, fidgeting here and there. Karua in particular seems to be like a restless hamster, looking over there and keeping an eye out, then moving over here and repeating the same. Maybe Karua, who put emphasis on the speed as Starcat, might have felt some kind of resonance with the carriage. She also looks keen about its speed. Amazing. This is so spacious and so fast. Wonderful, fast and spacious. Calm down, Karua. It's really hard for me. Take my off your restlessly swaying tail and fidgeting cat ears. I see, so that's why Lana's gaze is nailed to Karua from a while ago. I glanced inside and saw Lana's eye have the same predatory glint she has when she lovingly caressing Sakinko-sama. It was by no means a type of gaze one would look at their comrade. Well, it's really hard to not think about caressing those fluffy tails or ears. I hope they look at the interior of the carriage more, not just Karua. I also want to listen to their impressions, so I tried starting a conversation. How do you guys feel? How is the carriage's comfort level and other features? Just like what I said earlier, it's a top quality product built using heaps of rare boss materials. Hearing it, Sierra, who was nearby, replied, First, I never heard about the vehicle equipment in itself, so I'm still shocked. I knew about the existence of carriage items, however I haven't seen much of them when it comes to the carriage of this grade. Majority of the carriage are type, which are usually built with materials such as timber and metals. It's simply unthinkable of a one that needs monster material. What's more, boss materials. Normally, it costs too much and it's not something any average person can build. Point on as always. I also understand Sierra's point. After all, this carriage cost a ridiculous amount of money to build. I have used copious amounts of rare boss material and boss materials for rest. Not even the slightest bit of timber of metal is used in the making of this. I doubt there would be any other person willing to spend so much for a single piece of equipment. It's the same for items. They hardly need an item of this grade. Not to say gathering the material is absurdly hard. For those who don't know hidden regular battle tactics, boss grind, they only have the option of collecting them by themselves or asking someone to do that. However, no matter the option, it will take absurdly long time and money, and what will they get after putting in so much effort? A single piece of equipment or item. Frankly speaking, it doesn't offset the time and effort you have poured in. So, supposedly even if I reveal the recipe of mechanical carriage to the public, there would hardly be anyone who will make it. Not worth it. Sierra is someone with many acquaintances and also a princess of an aristocratic family, so it seems she has seen a carriage of this grade. However, she also guaranteed that it's not something that can be spotted casually. In short, her words means its comfort level is very high, most likely. Phew, ha ha ha. There's nothing I can do. The normal grade carriage's recipe I had seen in the Grand Library were all too lackluster and their performance doesn't look any good at all with all of them using common materials. They can't even defeat the monsters if you happen to run on them, since those carriages aren't fast, are difficult to operate and their combat power is too low, so there are also chances of causing an incident called monster train. What's more, their frames aren't strong enough, so you also get minus skill for equipping them, such as increased damage taken by 50%. In other words, even the simple act of moving will gradually shave off the user's HP. This is the most hateful part. Well, better a barefoot than none at all. I initially planned to make a normal grade carriage and took a brute force approach, taking advantage of Asta's high status. Although this approach will need the extra money for means of healing etc., I was thinking of splitting it as necessary expenses, but I'm really glad we got ourselves a recipe from a gold chest. After Sierra, I also received full rating from Lana and Karua too, which greatly satisfied me. It really feels refreshing to have something you have worked so hard to be praised, though it's made by Gant-senpai. By the time I come out of my blissful mood, we have reached the 17th floor, just 2 or at most 3 minutes until the final floor. Esther has become quite skilled at handling the carriage now. In the meantime, I listened to Esther reporting about the rare boss battle. Wolf MK2 greater than that appeared in the late game. It was lucky for them to have a rare boss appear at the unexpected timing, but at the same time, it could have been unlucky. Luckily, the situation didn't turn south for them, but it really made me wonder how they defeated the rare boss, which is equivalent to higher rank dungeon boss. Could it be that they fought fiercely, nearly facing a party wipeout, but after lots of ups and downs, they finally smashed down the boss? I awaited for the Esther to continue with bated breath. Alas, the reality is often disappointing, as her reply was far more simpler than my imagination. Lulu is simply invincible when it's a lone enemy. Indeed. I subconsciously tried to imagine the boss battle and couldn't help but agree with her. I'm absolutely sure Lulu should have applied her debuffs, weakening it to a pathetic degree, and just like a helpless lamp, must be butchered without even being able to put up any resistance. The boss's unique skill, was it Explosion Tail Cleaver, was directly received by Lulu and Pamela without avoiding, and it didn't even budge them a bit. And when the boss was in stiff state from using its unique skill, Celestine scored a number of critical hits, and under the barrage of attacks from other members, it didn't take long for Battle Wolf MK2 greater than to disappear. As strong as ever, Lolita Hero. I can see the growth of Lulu and others as they have gradually become accustomed to battles. Ah, the boss also dropped 2 gold chests. Please appraise them later. What? You even got 2 gold chests? Crap. It's almost becoming hard to hold back my overflowing excitement. A gold chest in the front and another gold chest in the back. I can wait to go back. We have arrived. Holding back my excitement, we finally arrived at the deepest floor. All right. It's the time to face the rare boss. CH-208. The alias of Poisonous Mushroom Cavern Dungeon's rare boss is Giant Mash. Just as its name implies, it's an unusually big mushroom, probably around 7 meters. In addition, it also holds personification type abilities through which it has working limbs too. Equipped with the Super Giant Cleaver and Hopland Shield along with the purple color armor which reeks of poison, the boss is packed with crazy high attack ability and defensive ability. The speed is a little faster compared to Mother, but either way, its body is just huge. Its reach is too long corresponding to its huge size, and so, it is hard to defeat it with one-sided advantage, unlike when we bombarded the Mother with long-range attacks. T/N, Mother is Mama Mash, the regular boss of this dungeon, in case you forget. It also has a shield for the defense, which just makes it even more difficult. To further aggravate it, the rare boss unique skill Giant Mushroom Bomber is crazy strong. The main crux is the self-destruction attack. If you accidentally become too immersed in battle and are late to escape, getting caught in the self-destruction will give you massive damage. Self-destruction attacks have long been a staple in the game as extremely strong attacks. Its might is so big that it can even render a tank from fighting further, so it's of absolute importance to keep an eye on it. By the way, the self-destructed Big Mash doesn't simply meet fall even if its HP is declining. On the contrary, it still looks all fine, raring to fight. Well, there are times it truly met its demise with the HP becoming 0 though. The other point that this rare boss resemble Mother is it can also summon its familiar tiny mushroom or release spores attacks. So supposing you were swarmed by the tiny mushroom and lose your focus on the rare boss, you will be waiting to receive the chopping attack from its giant cleaver after. To be honest, Big Mash is truly an all-rounder boss without any blind gaps. For such an all-rounder boss with a big body and strength, one can only respond with equally or stronger firepower head-on. Also, I explained to everyone in the safety area, doesn't it mean we just have to play like usual and bash it hard? Well, just as Lana said, but we have Karua this time. Try to match her movements as well. Reassured, the means would be a bit different since instead of the usual rearguard Hana, we have Vanguard Karua in our time. Taking note of this part too, I urged everyone. However, it seems Karua couldn't imagine what I am trying to say as she asked back, tilting her head in puzzlement. Is there so much difference? Yeah, when there are 4 Vanguard. Well, the opponent this time is ridiculously big, so it's fine. However, against the small size opponent, strategy like switch is of importance. After all, there's the danger of crashing into each other if we are lacking in cooperation while moving into attack. HNN. So we can move as we like today then? Of course, just be sure to not crash into other though. HNN. Understood. With that nod ended our time for strategy, and we barged into the boss room. Today's the final day to be appraised, so there is almost no one there to challenge the dungeons, thus leaving the rare boss without anyone being there to defeat it. Bosses heal as long as you retreat from the boss room even once, so it doesn't affect the boss even if it is a fight with seniors earlier. The rare boss assumed its stance as it slowly raised its giant cleaver and a red, poisonous Hoplon shield. Rare boss battle, begin. Ma, hey. That's too big. As expected of the giant mushroom, the rise of Big Mash had much more impact it seems, as Lana shouted in astonishment from pressure it gave, which was more than what probably imagined. However, Sierra was as cool as ever even when others were terribly surprised and stepped forward holding her big kite shield. So cool, Sierra, taunt, aura point. She hurls her skill, one following behind the other, to garner the aggro. Recently, taunt skill alone is not enough to attract the aggro of the boss completely because of the recent increase in firepower of members which caused the boss's target to change to another. That's why she used both skills simultaneously. With the distance we are in, now is the perfect chance to attack it. First, the tank must gain the aggro to stall the boss, then use long-range attacks to do damage. Divine Protection of Holy Demon. Divine Protection Shining Saber of the Sacred Light, Rise of the Sacred Tree. Lana steadily raised her spell's turnover rate and fired higher rank attack spells following after the buff for magic power and defense. Lana's not any less cool either. I'm coming too. Lightning Burst. Shine Lightning. Ma. The spell we fired attacked the giant mash one after another as it swung its sword at Sierra. However, it put up a shield in the middle so it didn't receive as much damage as I expected. Unlike a mother, Big Mash can defend itself from long-range attacks. I wonder if all the regret of Mother has condensed into this shield, for the color of the Hoplon shield is just the same color as Mother's mushroom umbrella head part. When I was still playing the game, it wasn't possible to look behind the shield, so there were even rumors that Big Mash might even be equipping Mother as a shield. Though be assured, it's actually made of real metal. Oops. Now isn't the time to relive the past. Gotta focus on the boss. It's going to use its spore attack and summon familiars. Esther, Karua, return immediately. In the meantime, Giant Mash was preoccupied by the Sira's target and dealing with our attacks. I called out to Esther and Karua as both of them had moved behind the boss and were attacking it with their full force. Bring out the carriage, Esther. Roger. Esther, who immediately understood what I wanted to do, brought out the carriage from the item bag and equipped it. Precisely for such time Esther wasn't equipping any accessories so that she can equip the carriage at any given moment. Item skill belonging to the carriage category doesn't apply to the boss. However, it's effective for the familiar tiny mushroom growing here and the numbered 42. It is a staggering count, but it doesn't apply to Esther. I'm going. Accelerator drive. Drive turn. Mama. Tiny mushrooms squeal. Oh, great going Esther. Trample everyone. The fruit of Esther's training, her driving skill, appears here as she trampled all the tiny mushrooms coming in her way, which disappeared under effects. It looks thrilling. Esther skillfully controlled the carriage, settled on drive turn and mowed down all the pipsqueaks like lawnmower cutting grasses. During that, Karua, who couldn't get closer to the boss because of its spore attack, arrived beside me. What action should I take, Zephyr? Alright, then you can deal with the pipsqueaks that escaped from Esther's range. Appeal. Nya, T/N, not sure if that's it mean, it's simply ya, but assuming it's lazy Karua along with cat feature, I put Nya. Sure enough, It wasn't possible for the carriage to deal with all the pipsqueaks, so I and Karua moved to hunt down the escaped familiars. Once we settled out the pipsqueaks, we resumed our attacks at the boss, who was finally done with its spore attack. Blessing of the guardian god. Divine protection. Shining saber of the sacred light. Rise of sacred tree. As Lana once again fired her torrent of range attacks, the boss put forth the shield to defend. It's a great chance to go behind it. I and Karua simultaneously moved behind the boss and slammed our skills at its defenseless back. Sword attribute. Fire greater than. Brave slash. Swift strike. Sonic force. Scale break. Twin blade. Wildcat scratch. Although the body of the boss is covered with the armor, it also has some parts in the back which aren't covered by the armor. Attacking there slightly increases the damage. My and Karua's attacks assailed it, dealing pretty good damage. Aura point. Iron wall. Healing prayer. Even when the boss began to rampage even more after receiving lots of damage, it still couldn't destroy the defensive attack. Iron wall is a fixed area type skill. Once propped at a place, she couldn't be moved. However, to compensate for its immovability, it greatly decreased the damage taken. If Sierra, whose status alone is high, uses it, it would be too tough to break it. Coupled with Lana's healing, it should be quite impossible to push Sierra into a distressing situation. However, whenever I see the giant cleaver exceeding the length of 3-4 meters moving to attack her, I still couldn't help but be struck with anxiety. Is she really fine with receiving the giant cleaver strikes so many times? You alright, Sierra? I'm all fine. Although the attacks are heavy, it still doesn't pose any challenge. I see. Very well, we are going to step up the damage. It seems my worries were unfounded, for this is the world filled with fantasy. Afterwards, we safely dealt with twice spore attacks, twice pipsqueaks summoning, avoiding any incident happening, and dropped the big mash HP to 10%. Mash. Oh, it has now entered its rage mode. From now till next 30 seconds, its attack power will increase by times 1.5 times. Thud. Sierra staggered slightly, receiving a heavy thrust from the cleaver. That Sierra actually staggered. Sierra. Iron wall. Fret not, I was just surprised at the sudden increase in shock. That's all. I will be alright from next attacks. I could see Sierra turning serious as she replied. I could feel her determination to take on the next attack. However, betraying Sierra's determination, the cleaver didn't attack as imagined. Instead, the giant mash was now covered in red effect, a phenomenon peculiar only to rare bosses, when releasing its unique skill. Oh no! Giant mushroom explosion incoming. Sierra. I can't move until the iron wall expires. Don't worry, I can tank it. Sierra replied so. However, boss strength is now increased by times 1.5 due to the influence of rage mode. In addition to the characteristic of self-destruction skill which exchanges HP for attack power, it already is a crazy strong move. What's more, it also has the property of the closer you're to the boss, the higher damage you will receive. That's when I am not adding the status increase by times 1.5 times in rage mode. It's extremely dangerous for Sierra, who couldn't move due to the iron wall. One mustn't underestimate the unique skill activated in rage mode. Come here, Esther. I quickly dashed behind the Sierra since there wasn't any time to explain anything, and grabbed her arms and waist. What are Kaya? And using the high value of STR, I tossed her Twister. Sierra safely landed in the Esther's carriage that had come close. It wasn't totally impossible to toss even when the effect of the iron wall was ongoing. I didn't have the skill, but I was able to slow even the slime. Then there's no way I can't slow the Sierra. I'm leaving the rest to you, Esther. Sonic sword. Leave it to me. Overdrive. Immediately after we got away from the boss range with me using Sonic sword and Esther with overdrive, giant mash exploded. Maesh. Bang. Then reverberated the explosion sound from super powerful O attack and the war cry of Big Mash in the boss room. All it left behind was the 2 gold chest and mushroom-shaped smoky cloud afterward in its wake. CH-209. What? The boss also disappeared. Resounded Lana's scream in the boss room amidst the silence that followed the explosion. Apparently, the formidable enemy, giant mash we were fighting until a while ago has self-destructed itself in the real sense. Right now, all that is left is the 2 gold chests, the boss drop, and the spot it was before blowing itself up. Well, the HP it had left was a mere 10% after all. I think it's most likely because of the higher recoil damage since the boss has exploded itself while in rage mode, which increases the original statue by 1.5 of its original. I have chanced upon such occasions in my gaming time too. As such, Lana has now fallen into confusion, raising her hand, not knowing what to do with the boss who abruptly disappeared together with the killer technique she fired. The ending may be quite anticlimactic for her. However, there's a more important thing I want her to do. It doesn't matter, Lana, quickly heal me. I only have 30% HP left. What happened to your HP, Zephyr? Healing prayer. Lana quickly activated her mid-rank healing magic once I turned her attention to me. What happened? Of course, it's the result of being caught up in an explosion. Although I used Sonic Sword after entrusting Sierra to Esther right before the explosion, the distance I pulled wasn't enough, and thus, my current HP is the result of receiving that much damage. No doubt it would have left me unable to fight if this had happened near the boss. What a close call it was. And thinking about how powerful the impact was despite the distance, I bet even if Sierra, who was unable to move and stuck due to the iron wall, had the effect of reducing the damage taken, she would surely have been left hanging on a thread. Thank you, Lana. So, are Esther and Sierra safe? I wonder. Look, here they come. Esther had just arrived at the same time as I was confirming their situation with Lana when I turned to look in the direction Lana was looking at. Sierra was also riding it. That side looks all fine too. Yeah. It's mostly thanks to Zephyr's timely help. I slightly overestimated its power. I'm glad as long as you're fine. One couldn't move when they were stuck in between iron wall in my game, but here, since there's a skill to move things or a slow category skill, I was glad I could achieve it by throwing the Sierra the same way as monster throw. Zephyr Donor too, I'm glad you're fine. Haha, we are so ragged. Esther, look at your situation. Healing prayer. Thank you very much, Lana-sama. It seems Esther couldn't get out of the explosion range completely either, even after using the super speed mode skill overdrive, and now her HP has dropped to 25%, since the damage her carriage receives is all shouldered by the wearer. But the ending was a complete letdown. Well, it does happen occasionally. You did your best. Lana pouted since she couldn't get the feeling of defeating the boss by herself. She looks quite cute when pouting, though it's really a very rare phenomenon for the boss to actually disappear in its self-destruction. It was a rare boss, after all. Great work, Zephyr. Karua too. Thank you for your hard work. Karua is the fastest person in Eden. So it seems she somehow avoided taking damage from the explosion. We gave a high five to each other and showed appreciation for each other's hard work. Everyone is here, so let's open the gold chest. I almost forgot. I will be opening it. No, you're not. Why can't I? Lana, who had been crestfallen until now, regained her cheerfulness as soon as she heard the word gold chest and said something. But I turned her down. We must be partial here. Anyway, Esther will be opening one of them. Is it really all right? But to ignore Lana-sama is. You have worked much harder than anyone by repeatedly carrying the new members and us, Esther. You totally deserve it. Then let me open one too. Well, I'm thinking of letting Karua open the last one. When I named another person, everyone's gaze shifted to Karua. Garnering everyone's attention suddenly, Karua tilted her head in confusion. It doesn't seem like she was properly listening to us. To Karua? Yeah, even in our earlier fights, it should have been Karua's turn, and well, the main reason is my intuition. Intuition? What the heck is this? Well, even I don't quite get it either. Isn't that right, Karua? A mystery. Karua didn't seem to know much about it either, but her gaze had been fixed on one chest since a while ago. There might be something useful to her. There are often times when intuition gives you such feelings. And somehow, I have an idea of what might be when speaking of something that might be beckoning to Karua and that it will be from gold chest drop, I could only think that maybe it's that. It would be a problem if Lana opened it and another item dropped. That's why I want Karua to open it. That's why. Let it off this time, Lana. I promise to let you know next time. Fine. But I will be taking the next one no matter what. Sierra 2. Sorry. You come along with us despite your busy schedule. I particularly don't mind. Shall we begin? We all moved in front of the treasure chest and concluded our prayer, and then we start with Karua. These are shoes? I wanted to say as expected, but that's too amazing. These shoes are extreme speed star boots. Cat design. An ultra rare item. We really hit the mega jackpot. Although I had some inkling, I still did a fist pump in my heart. The thing Karua got was boots, as I had suspected. To top it off, it's an ultra-rare drop. Foot equipment, extreme speed star boots, defense 15, magic defense 15, speed 50, movement speed up LV 10, extreme speed LV 5, trap explosion LV 5, equipment requirement: AGA 200 or more. The boots come with a number of amazing abilities, befitting their extreme rarity. The speed status value is an astounding 50, a value of 50 in beginner-grade equipment is absolutely crazy. The skill attached to the movement speed up, although it is something that also comes with dash boots etc., is also a max LV, which further enhances the speed. Also, another active skill, extreme speed, is limited to straight lines, but the floor is offset by the speed that's impossible to capture with bare eyes. It's like an instantaneous movement skill. By the way, maybe because a thruster like something pops up from the shoes, this skill can also be used in midair. Because of this, the extreme speed boots are extremely rare. By the way, a part of the thruster also looks like a black cat, which is quite appealing to the eyes too. I don't know very well where the jet comes out, since instead of a regular jet propulsion design, it's in cat shape, but either way, it's amazing. As expected of the game, I bet whoever designed those shoes must be an eager lover of black cats. Last but not least, trap explosion is just as its name suggests, a skill that can instantly build explosions when used in traps. It's a handy skill that even if you accidentally step on traps, it will automatically activate and blow them up. As a side note, it's also handy for the traps in the treasure chest. Hence, they are strong. I have also used them plentifully in the game whenever I chanced upon them. However, the equipment requirement is a bit of a bottleneck. It's as high as AGA 200 greater than and above. After all, there are just so many characters who can equip them. What's more, defense and magic defense values are very low, and as long as you make progress in the dungeon, there will be plenty of other equipment to choose from. So by the time you finally meet the requirement of AGA 200 greater than, you will not want to equip it. In short, it is simply impossible for me to equip them. It's equipment which, in most cases, is left to eat dust. The only one among all Eden members who can clear this condition currently is Karua, or you can even say it's a piece of equipment dropped precisely for Karua. I will lend this to Karua. Is it really okay? There's no one beside you who can equip them, so use them as much as you like. HNN, thank you. It's really a luxury to use equipment from Gold Chest. I'm happy. With a smile she rarely shows, Karua hugged the boots to her chest. It seems she has taken a fancy to them. Well, it's hard to run into equipment that comes out of a gold chest. After all, equipping them alone will raise your prestige. I decided in my mind to have Marie-senpai tinker with its design and paint to match Karua's equipment. Next is Asta's treasure chest. This is a shield, right? Oh, the boss shield. What Asta pulled out was a big round shield of the same design as the one that Giant Mash was equipped with. The size is appropriately reduced in comparison to the one the boss was equipped with, which left is as large as 1 meter. But it's quite flashy in appearance. This, too, is more or less a mega jackpot. Though it does look like a mushroom head, part of the Mama. It's much easier for the boss equipment to drop from the rare boss gold chest than from regular gold chests. Furthermore, rare boss equipment is absurdly strong. This shield is naturally strong, but I really want someone to equip it. This may be the first boss equipment that many can equip, since there is a plethora of boss equipment that unfortunately, members of Eden are unable to equip. I quickly turned my gaze to Sierra. I don't need it. But she rejected it. It's a bit impossible for me too, since it will put my firmament series skills in disarray. It eventually took its place in an item bag. T/N. If you have read the Sky series etc., then it's the same except I am using firmament words. I prefer firmament, heaven to sky world. The situation was a bit strange in the end, but either way, we had safely cleared the quest, so it was time to leave. Classes are finally going to start tomorrow. It has been 1 month since I came to the academy. It has been a long but fleeting period. Recalling my memories, it started from the academy's entrance ceremony to the challenge tutorial dungeon, gradually stepping up the game to the beginner dungeon, and finally clearing away all the beginner-level dungeons. The development of real-life dungeon activity went actually more amazing than I expected. The circumstances are going to take a different turn with the addition of classes. However, I'm now immensely curious since I usually skip the classes in games. I wonder what the classes in dungeon activity will teach. Looking forward to what tomorrow beholds for me, I, along with others, stepped into the transfer circle. Subquest Subjugate the Rare Boss completed. Arc 3 New Members Training Arc over. TN. And this concludes the Arc 3. The next Arc Dungeon activity, and the first look at real Academy life will begin from Monday. As the arc has come to conclusion, I also feel like maybe I should also start to change the names of things, which just sound a bit redundant unless I rename them. Like how parallel slash was originally translated as twin horizontal upward slash. Given I sucks at cool name XD, so I will leave that part to readers to choose from suggestion. E/N, the given names of the moves are very interesting. DCH 210, 2nd May. For freshmen, this is the day when their academy life truly begins. The academy was gradually regaining its temporary tranquility after the night of the final appraisal day, which conferred great excitement, tears, dreams and ambition. Whether their dream has come to fruition or will remain an untouchable reality, whether they were laughing or crying yesterday, today is the new school term for all. Changing their emotions and staring at their job. Whatever the result was, it was now time for them to strive and study hard for their future lives. However, there are those who want to defy their fate, and in this case we have a girl refusing to admit the reality. Hey, Zephyr-kun, can I really not go to your side? Well, Hannah, don't you major in production? This is for the dungeon capture majors. On a fine day, befitting of welcoming the new academy term, a pair of boys and girls dressed in the academy's uniform are having such a conversation at a certain crossroad. Naturally, it was me and Hannah. Sigh, this is the nth time I'm saying, you can't, means you can't. Or rather, it's simply impossible. For alchemists, they can't switch to a dungeon capture major. It's too bad that everyone in Eden but me is a combat major. Well, it would be troublesome if we were to transfer from the alchemist class. So, stay the like an obedient child, Hannah. HMPH. Hannah, when she puffed her cheeks, although she understood what I was trying to say, it still didn't convince her. She looks really cute though. The uniform looks great on you, Hannah. You look really adorable. Oh, really? It's great if you like. Or wait, isn't this the 5th time you're repeating it from this morning? Zephyr-kun, you don't think you can deceive me with your sweet talk, do you? Oops, she caught me. I was able to escape until now by completing her uniform, but it seems it can no longer be used. Today's the first day of the new school term. In other words, it's the day the class will be split up, or rather, it would be more correct to say the whole first day will be used for class reorganization. After all, the appraisal yesterday almost continued till the calendar changed its day, so they shouldn't have enough time to split up classes. It's more so because the appraisal was done with keeping speed as the biggest priority, so there is an unusually high chance of someone being omitted or having other trouble, and thus, today's whole day is supposed to double-check it. The students would first head to the major they aspire to and weigh the affinity between their job and major. They will then enter the respective major if they find it worthwhile, and the lesson they are going to take next will be dependent on which section they find suitable for themselves. In case they don't find it worthwhile, they will be recommended to another major. However, No matter how hard they tried, an alchemist would never be able to enter the dungeon capture major, combat division. They will undoubtedly be recommended to production majors. Jobs are just that much of an absolute case. If anyone wants to enter dungeon capture major, they at least have to have a combat-related job or a job that can be used in dungeon exploration. And I have tried to convince Hannah 5 times already this morning. If possible, I would like to fulfill her wish, but alas, there's nothing I can do. It's painful, but Hannah has to be in production as a major. I said to Hannah, hardening my heart, the teachers are going to cry a river if you don't go to production major. Wonder Child Hannah. That alias is wasted though. Wonder Child Hannah. Such has been the alias of Hannah in the academy recently. The cause is her LV. Hannah has reached as high as Alchemist LV 52 greater than. While the level for most of the top members has halted at LV 50, Hannah steadily earns her XP through the production of MP potions or explosives, and in this short time, she has raised her level by 2. In short, she's the number 1 among all freshmen right now. Hannah's LV has already been exposed to the academy since the academy measures students' LV each time they enter the dungeon. LV 52 freshmen before the new term is simply unheard of in the history of the academy ever since its foundation, and naturally, it's a top new record. Teachers have praised her enthusiastically, and the academy is paying close attention to her as a once-in-a-millennium prodigy. Of course, such information shouldn't have been possible for students to know in the battle season for guild scouting. However, unbeknownst to anyone, Hannah began to be called the Wonder Child. Hannah was in disbelief and just gave a faint chuckle when she heard the rumors and said, "What are you saying? No way, I am a prodigy or anything." But when she confirmed the truth, she curled herself in the bedsheet, almost refusing to come out. She shouted something like, "Why am I?" "I bet everyone is misunderstanding absolutely," repeatedly. Well, there were times like that. Hannah, who hasn't yet accepted that fact or rather doesn't want to accept it, is currently trembling in uneasiness, pouting and saying, "I at least want one of the Eden members to be with me. It's impossible for me to be at ease imagining I will be all alone." I'm sure her trembling originates from overly high expectations. Hannah, an ordinary village girl with nothing special to mention, has now become so outstanding in just 1 month. Everything is beyond comprehension, even to me, as to how it even turned out like that. Just then, a helper showed itself. "Oh my, so you are here, Hannah-san. And here I was looking for you." Sensei. That the one that shows herself was the teacher of this academy and also the head teacher in charge of the production major, Sensei. One could tell how remarkable she is as she has her picture and profile in the student handbook. She gives the impression of an awfully proud grandma who usually dotes on her granddaughter. One of many teachers who appears to be concerned about Hannah. "Come, Hannah-san. Have you already come up with your freshman representative's speech?" Why yes, more or less. But maybe you think about someone else. Don't say anything like someone else again, Hannah-san. You're that amazing alchemist who has set an unprecedented record no one could nearly reach in the records of the academy from its beginning. Please have more confidence in yourself. I understand. It seems like Hannah is going to give her speech as a freshman representative and the production major department. LV 52 has its wonders. I guess teachers have high expectations of her, even though the person in the spotlight is striving to turn a blind eye to this. So I guess when she shut herself in her room yesterday afternoon, she must have been working hard for speech and wheedled in the coaxing skill coming from a sensei, who has many years of experience in such matters. Hannah seems to have accepted it in the end. Zephyr-kun, you can do it, Hannah. I'm cheering for you. Hannah too waved her hand in response as she said my name in an almost teary voice when I waved my hand to encourage her. The only thing I could do was to cheer her. Oh, pardon me. You must be the brave Zephyr, right? I'm Ace, working as head teacher in the production major. Feel free to call me Ace-sensei. Yes, I know. It's my honor for you to remember me. Please take care of Hannah today. She seems to be awfully nervous. It's my pleasure too. Please leave Hannah-san to me. I will make sure to support her, so have no worry. Phew. I exchanged greetings with A-sensei and left Hannah in her care. I guess Hannah will be receiving her support for the freshman representative speech. Things seem to be getting bigger and bigger in places I'm not present. And Hannah looks as if she has been struck by lightning. Is she really going to be fine? I couldn't help but be worried about her. But maybe it will be fine under the care of the veteran Ace-sensei. Seeing Hannah and Ace-sensei off at the crossroad, I also headed to the building for Dungeon Capture Major. Goal: Dungeon Capture Major, Combat Division TN. And here begins our fourth arc, Dungeon Activity, and the first look at its real academy life. Right off the bat we have a teary farewell, Hannah-chan moment after too long but a fleeting one. Well, time to see what the author has in their bag for us in this arc. By the way, author is also writing Hannah-chan's separate story. Naturally it's about how she's receiving attention, all alone without any acquaintance, and also her becoming the school council member, which can't be added into the main story. Ch 211. In the Labyrinth Academy, the classes are divided into respective majors and divisions where they learn to be proficient at their jobs under the guidance of teachers, striving toward their chosen path. One of the important cornerstones of this class division is here. The school building for Combat Division is usually referred to as Combat Building 3rd. The freshmen who have chosen Dungeon Capture as their major. Other Dungeon Capture majors have their own buildings, such as the Gathering Division, Investigation Division, or Trap Dismantling Division. Rather, I think it would be more appropriate to call it the division of a school building than a class in itself, with the enrolled students being 20,000 combining all grades. I arrived at my designated building a bit late to see a bustling crowd of students. With the world revolving around the dungeon's resources as an axis, there are many more students who enroll in Dungeon Capture. More precisely, it stood at the top among all the majors. Thus, the students gathered here are naturally a lot, and so is the enormously big building to meet the demand. Maybe I'm completely late, and it looks like it will take a hell of a time before my turn too. What should I do? As I was staring at the crowd in front of me with a pensive expression, someone suddenly called out to me. The person was Butler Celestine, who's also my attendant. It seems she was specifically waiting for me. Good morning, Zephyr-sama. Celestine. Good morning. You look so novel in the uniform. I almost didn't recognize you there for a moment. The white blazer and navy blue trousers Celestine is wearing are the standard uniform of the academy, though this also looks slightly out of place on her, who usually wears a dashing butler uniform from top to bottom. Zephyr-sama looks good in the uniform. Really? Thank you. Speaking of which, Celestine is also in the Combat Division. Huh? Since you're butler, I thought you might be taking another major. Well, I'm the attendant of Zephyr-sama, and also a combat butler. It doesn't seem like she is following me out of compulsion or anything. It wouldn't be any strange for her to be in another department, since Celestine herself was a bona fide butler even before getting the job of butler. Either way, if she's fine with it, then that's all that matters. So Zephyr-sama, please follow me. Class division has already been decided, so let me guide you to your class. So fast? You're quick at your work as ever, Celestine. With the grace of Celestine, I guess I don't need to plunge into the congested line. On a side note, we were exempted from verification up to a certain degree since we acquired our jobs much earlier. No wonder why it's so quick. I entered the building, following the guide, Celestine. That reminds me, what about the other members? Certainly, they have already been taken to a class led by Shizu-san, Asta-san, and others. Zephyr-sama is the last one. It's late here too, huh? No, the guild master, am just getting to work at my normal time. I'm not late. There was a bit of trouble when I was coming here. Oh my, is it fine now? Yeah, probably. No problem. I too wanted to know if she was alright, but anyway, I muddled my work to steer away from the topic. Let's change it. So I decided to ask Celestine what I had been most curious about since a while ago. More importantly, can you now tell me the classes of other members they have been assigned to? Yes, everyone is in Combat Division Grade 1 Class 1. Oh, perfect. Everyone in Eden, minus Hannah, wanted to enroll in the Combat Division. And as they had desired, they safely got them in. What's more, everyone is in the same class, which just makes it more perfect. Class division is determined by the type of student's job, their level, and grades. Only the best of the best students are enrolled in Class 1 greater than the so-called merit system. As all the members of Eden are at level 30 or higher and have cleared away the beginner dungeon at the bare minimum, they naturally are Class 1 material. Maybe you can even say we pre-planned it. Forgive me, Hannah. We have arrived. This is Class 1. Thank you for guiding me. We've arrived. This is the room I am familiar with. I was deeply moved inside, filled with my dreams for my academy life from here on. Celestine gracefully opened the door for me, as I consciously straightened my back, and leisurely walked in. "Oh, you're finally here, Zephyr. Geez, you're so late." "Morning, Zephyr." The first to greet was Lana and Karua. Reacting to their voices, the whole class's attention turns to me. There are around 15 people in the class, among which 9 are the members of Eden, excluding me and Celestine, while other 5 are the members of Guild Murko's. Evident from their bulging muscles, prominent even in the academy's uniform. There's also one female student, though it's a face unknown to me. Just slightly, but the classroom buzzed. Mainly from Murko's. Is he the brave? The body looks slim, but he does have quite impressive muscles. Yeah. He must have been training too. Here I was wondering what kind of guy he would be, but he seems quite okay. Let's try to talk with him. Yosh, let's invite him for a muscle debate later. Hey there, I can hear you. And what the heck is a muscle debate? I'm not going to join you guys. Absolutely not. Apparently, the division for Class 1 is far from over and only around half of them have been confirmed. Well, it's about the selection of the cream of the crop among freshmen, so the academy must have been serious too. But I'm puzzled as to why the macho warrior has also been included in their careful selection. However, I remembered how deeply seated the notion of macho warrior as an extraordinarily high job is in this world's people's minds, so I guess it was inevitable. Also, the macho warrior can also raise their level to an extreme level, apparently. In the earlier days, they even defeated the fatty ghost and cleared the ghost cave dungeon. From what I heard, they were all at LV 35 in their job. Macho warrior. To be honest, I was so surprised I almost fainted. I was so surprised, it almost made me faint. T/N, macho warrior, formerly known as Berserk. Well, that's why their levels are high, and result-wise, they also have cleared 2 beginner mid-grade dungeons, hence why they are selected for Class 1. I deliberately ignored them and headed to the spot where Eden's members were. Well, I guess I can only pass the time by having a chit-chat until they finish assembling all the other students. No way would I want to join a debate about muscles. T.N. The reason why I changed Berserk to Macho Warrior is because in the starting of the novel, Zephyr has always called it as a troll job or something akin, which as I have read was omitted in previous translation. Now that it's the beginning of a new arc, I think it's time to change it. You can always comment down if you have any questions, etc. E/N. Yes, feel free to comment. Smile. CH212. I wondered how long they would make us wait because the classes would be spread out over the day. But the teachers arrived earlier than I expected. It's not to say the teacher just happens to be someone I know very well. Apparently, they have come to guide us around the building. They must have considered letting us wait patiently in the classroom until they are done to be inefficient too, so they are going to take us for a tour around when the majority of the classes are filled. It's understandable given how the whole academy is just so enormous for us to even walk in. In other words, we're the first group to start with. Hooray! I'm Phyllis, and I will be your class teacher beginning from today onwards. Everyone, feel free to call me Phyllis Sensei. The guide was none other than Phyllis Sensei. I was slightly surprised to see Phyllis Sensei in charge of our class. What more could be asked when the instructor is a 19-year-old beauty? Hooray! Second time. By the way, it was something I heard later, but it seems the subclass teacher is Roaring Blaze Ladvina. So, a veteran providing background support? Aren't the arrangements usually the opposite of that, or something along those lines? I suppose there must be some circumstances here. Come to think of it, Class 1 not only has several noble young ladies enrolled in it, but even the princess of this country. And Phyllis Sensei is the sister of Rika and the eldest daughter of the Marquis family. They should have taken it into consideration too. In any case, it's lucky to have Phyllis Sensei I'm familiar with, as the class teacher. Afterwards, 17 people of the first group were guided around the important areas of the academy under the lead of Phyllis Sensei. In fact, this was the first time I had looked around at the academy properly since all I had done after coming to the real-life dungeon activity was dungeon diving most of the time. I recalled the excitement I felt when I came to the academy. It was already noon by the time we finished looking around. As expected of the biggest academy, we should have only gone around the necessary places we ought to know about. But even so, it took us the whole morning. I was even surrounded by the Makos halfway through, sending me into a panic as they began to push their recommended protein juice for purchase. However, I barely saved my hair by saying not know, muscle language. That's a joke. Actually, it was Celestine who saved my wool there. I'm so blessed to have such a capable butler. After lunch, all dungeon capture majors gathered at the training ground in Combat Building 3rd for the opening ceremony. I don't know whether it was the opening ceremony or the entrance ceremony, but I just think it coincides with it since there was just that much time difference. Everyone gathered here were classmates because Combat Building 3rd is exclusively for first-year students. In the vast training hall, we all lined up in our respective classes. I guess the class division had already ended when we were touring around. Do you have any gratitude for your hard work, teachers? From there was the short speech of the dean standing on the platform. The dean offered his greeting to each major and immediately left after encouraging all students in his short speech. The dean looks like he also has a lot on his plate to handle. The role of opening ceremonies representative from Combat Major was filled by Lana. Well, that was given and perfect. She's a princess, and her LV50 on top. We have been given the supreme duty to supply resources to our world. Let's arm ourselves with the knowledge and techniques from the academy and from the teachers. Let's collect the culmination of experience of our seniors and make it the source of our encouragement. I even doubted myself for a moment that if it's really the Lana I know who's addressing us. She seems to be covered in a majestic aura, without a speck of her usual naivety to be seen anywhere. No one who once stumbled upon this spectacle would doubt Lana's status as a princess. Except me. I nodded to myself in understanding while Lana looked to be in such a hurry after returning home last evening. The ceremony ended amidst this and that. That was all for today. Well, mainly for the first group of our class. Apparently, the second group is going for their tour of the academy premise from now on. Do your best, second group. I cheered in my heart as I saw the retreating figure of 13 boys and girls led by the teacher. We also excuse ourselves earlier. Anyway, we will meet each other tomorrow in class. Heartilda. I'm beat. You were amazing, Lana-sama. Lana-sama, have the lemon tea. Be careful since it's hot. I will leave the cake here. Lana-sama. Please have your fill. Phew, now that's what I call bliss. Lana. What the heck with all of that? We all, minus Hannah, gathered at the guild room, considering it a waste to return to our dormitory so early, but no sooner that we entered. Lana, who looked so majestic during her speech, plopped herself on the table as soon as we entered. The three attendants immediately come to her side, either cheering her on for her speech or preparing snacks. Asta shows her appreciation. Celestine prepares the tea while Shizu tends to the serving tower. Rather, what are you even doing with that stuff that is mainly used for cake buffets, Shizu? I even have the tiny bit of an urge to peek at their item bags and see what intonation their item bags even have. The aristocratic style of tea time was finished in a flash, as my thoughts hovered here and there. So quick. Karua's eyes sparkle seeing that spectacle and she asks Lana, looks yummy. Can I taste them? Be our guest, Karua. Everyone, let's all eat together. Together with Lana's invitation, everyone also partakes in tea time. The tea made by Celestine was amazing as ever. Nothing less from an expert tea maker. The items made or cooked by skilled holders are really something. I decided inwardly to go for cooking items next time. The others, except Shizu and Celestine, took their seats for tea time. But it really makes me dead tired. Not something I am used to. However, I think Lana-sama should get used to such things a bit more. Nevertheless, Lana seemed to have managed to get through the representative speech so splendidly earlier. Strange enough, Esther, who has been spoiling Lana recently, looks unusually strict. It was all comfortable. But I want something more to heal me. Karua, bring Sakinko-sama to me. HNN. Got it. You think I will let you do that? Karua is one step ahead of me for the outrageous thing, Lana said, as she wished for something soothing. I forced Karua to not move from her chair and instead went to fetch it myself. Here, I brought it. Hey, that's not Sakinko-sama. Of course. The plushie Sierra had purchased is what I brought. I will definitely not let the demonic clutches get hold of Sakinko-sama. I'm back. Welcome back, Hana. Come, have tea with us. There comes Hana, finally. She just came at the right time. Lana's attention has begun to divert. Thank you very much. What's the matter, Hana? You look awfully weary. That's right. Listen to me, Zephyr. Apparently, the wonder child Hana was mega popular in Dungeon Production Major. Hana's grades are excellent, she's adorable and also someone easy to talk to, so it seems the situation was hectic being surrounded by so many students. They even tried to find out about her relationship with me, the brave. Hearing all this, I can only say, that's youth. Wait, you were really popular? Good for you, Hana. It's good. But it's really not good. I almost felt like I was going to melt away, receiving their enthusiastic, reverent gaze. To top it all off, she even gave a representative speech in front of the crowd of first-year students from Dungeon Production Major. Hana's tolerance meter seemed to have crossed its limit for this whole day. As far as I could tell, she seemed to be heading towards the Anisama route smoothly. There. You did your best, Hana. I consoled her with a pat on the back. Tilda. You are? I'm so jealous of you, Hana. Me too, Zephyr. Oh, well, if it's only Thoi, why are you holding Sakinko-sama? Of course I have to fetch Sakinko-sama personally if you're not going to do that. No, that's where you should have given up though. I was careless. The princess didn't let down her guard or lower her vigilance in the gap while I was preoccupied with Hana. You're no fun, Zephyr. A little bit of should be fine. Hana, let's heal ourselves together. Afterwards, Lana and Hana regained their lively personas safely due to the blessing of Sakinko-sama. Show some concern for Sakinko-sama too. Doctor, check out comment section for smug Lana illustration. Hi guys, hope you're having fun reading this novel. I have finally bought this series light novel for illustration and the short stories. I will add them, illustration, before or at Sunday. For now, I have added one illustration in comment section. Kind of didn't know how to add image on the site. From left to right, Lulu, Lana, Hana, in academy uniform. CH 213. The following day, after class division, classes begin from today. The classes of combat department are mainly divided into 3 types: general, combat, and elective. The classes at Labyrinth Academy differ for each major and department, and the combat department we have opted for has many classes about combat in addition to general classes. The 3 compulsory subjects of general classes are national language, mathematics, and history. Subjects other than these 3 come in elective classes with the policy of letting students develop the skills they themselves reach out for. Dungeon capture, jobs, parties, and dungeon-specific items are the compulsory subjects of combat classes. Both of them are equally developed through classroom lectures and practical skills. For the rest, you can take elective classes. The elective classes are a combination of other departments, and students can choose and take classes of their own choice without being separated by major. For example, you can study production or trade even if you belong to the combat department and acquire the skills to become what you want in the future. It can be said to be an important class which refines an individual's traits. It's also a place to meet with classmates from other majors. And so on, was explained by Phyllis Sensei, the newly appointed beautiful teacher. I'm going to distribute the timetable and pamphlet about elective classes. Elective classes themselves will start from next Friday, So Sensei beseeches all of you to select the elective classes everyone is inspired for and hand them in by then. Right now is the long homeroom time, where Phyllis Sensei was explaining the ins and outs of academy life, while Advana Sensei sits beside the window, watching the students and Phyllis Sensei. Maybe it's because of her presence that students are looking a bit restless. Well, today's the day the academy life has started in the proper sense, so I guess it's natural they are excited in the beginning. That's all. Does anyone have any doubts? If everything's clear, we will be starting with self-introduction. Seeing no one had any doubt, Phyllis Sensei asked for the row of boys sitting alongside the wall on the hallway side to start introducing themselves. Self-introduction, perhaps? This part is not much different from schools in Japan. I'm the great sorcerer Saturn. Consider it your honor that I will be leading your class. Leaving aside the content of self-introduction, which isn't normal at all, foo-foo. The one before me was slightly lacking in elegance. I'm Sword Saint Jilong, and I'm more fit to lead the class. Patience is a virtue, you know. I'm Barbarian Tom. I'm confident no one is better than me for leading the class. Now you're putting this lord in a tough spot by forgetting about me. This lord is Knight Helk. I will be the one at the helm and lead the class. Why in the world are they scrambling for a leader position in their self-introduction, or, for that matter, that pompous guy at the end, acting like a big shot? No one knows who he is. I racked my brain to try to guess as to why the male students were glaring at each other one after another. As someone who naturally skips whatever content classes in the game dungeon activity has, this topic comes in a blind spot. Maybe that's the norm in reality. I guess I found something new to fill my thirst for knowledge about the real dungeon activity. Anyway, it didn't continue for long as a protester appeared. The protester was none other than our reliable princess, Lana. Hey there, can you give me a break already? You guys are really tasteless to have such pointless competition. How can you say it's pointless? Foo-foo. Interesting. You think there's someone better than me? The great sorcerer and the sword saint who had introduced themselves at the very beginning, overreacted to Lana's words. Why the heck are they so brimming with overconfidence? Ugh. Lana turned her gaze to me. She tucked her chin, with the "end this farce already" order written on her face. Huh? What does she want me to say in that strained atmosphere? That. It doesn't sound that bad, I think. Let's do it. How about you reveal your level if you're so confident? Huh? Are you that brave? When I, who was sitting on the last seat in the rows for boys, stood up and said so, the two boys turned their attention to me. I haven't introduced myself, but it seems Knight and Barbarian are already informed about me. Forgive me, Knight, for I don't know you. The Academy advocates ability over anything else. Then you understand it, don't you? The four people, when they realized what I was trying to say, instantly regained their calm. They conduct themselves as if they already recognized themselves as superior to others. Huh? That's absolutely impossible. Don't they know I'm on the same level as Lana, who gave the freshman speech? As I was thinking about that, the great sorcerer Saturn Cunt stepped forward and said, "Interesting. Very well. But be prepared for the upcoming treatment when you realize your shortcoming, brave." Listen, I'm Saturn. LV-17 Great Sorcerer Saturn. So weak? He was weaker than I expected. However, it seems no one shares the same sentiments as me, as the other three seem to have lost their cool after hearing it. Foo-foo. That's strange. It seems out of my calculations. 17? Ridiculous. What? Even higher than this lord. No. The only thing ridiculous here is your guy's reaction. Saturn-kun, after looking over his shoulder to see the other three losing their composure, returned his gaze to me, brimming with confidence. How was it? Now are you going to tell me your level? Whoa, he's making an excessively triumphant expression, though. He kind of looks like a clown to me. Now then, what should I do? Should I reveal the truth and break his fragile heart? I turned to look at Lana, who gave a thumbs up while looking awfully happy. The green light is lit. There was no other option but to reveal it. May you be stronger in the next life, the fragile heart of Saturn-kun. I'm Zephyr, Jobber Brave, and my level is 50. Sorry, can you say it again? I think I just had auditory hallucinations. It seems the fragile heart of Saturn-kun thinks it was an auditory hallucination. seemingly unable to accept the reality. "Alright, I'm going to say it loud and clear for him to hear this time. I'm Zephyr." Zephyr with the brave job, LV50. What did you say? Question mark. Together with the startled shriek of Saturn Kun, a buzz engulfed the classroom. Everyone's eyes turned to me, the classmates sitting next to me whispering to each other. That is kind of satisfying. Returning my attention to Saturn Kun, his feet were wobbling uncontrollably like a fawn. One more push. On a side note, all the members of my guild Eden are over LV30. What? With the follow-up attack on Saturn Kun, his shrieking echoes in the classroom once again. It seems the HP of Saturn Kun has emptied down to 0. So it is for the other boys behind him. That's enough. Let's proceed with the next. It's girls' Rose turn this time. After that, Phyllis-sensei proceeds with the self-introduction as if nothing had happened. The 4 of them were urged to move to their respective seats, looking absent-minded, as if their soul had left their body. TN, my bad. Apparently adding illustration will take one more day since whom I had asked how to do has their PC busted. CH 214 National Dungeon Academy for Support and Exploration, Main Branch, alias, Labyrinth Academy. Male students enrolled in this academy are particularly more egoistic than any other place. In the world of dungeon activity, one is obliged to attend the academy for 3 years to study for their respective job when one turns 16. So, which academy they are enrolled in is also pretty important. Hence, just the title of a graduate from Labyrinth Academy made them superior to others. The acceptance rate of these 20,000 students enrolled in the Labyrinth Academy is extraordinarily high. The Labyrinth Academy has by far the highest number of dungeons in the whole Shiatona Kingdom. Its learning environment is excellent and it is extolled as the #1 academy that produces excellent graduates every year. To enter Labyrinth Academy, you have to have some kind of talent or connection. This naturally boosted the egos of students enrolled in it. "I'm the chosen one," is a common misconception among children. By the end of the month, they'll have been beaten black and blue to the ground. For example, by assessments. However, until then, students who have reached this height without suffering any setbacks have the tendency to get carried away, swaggering with arrogance. Especially for male students. Female students don't fall into this category. Maybe it's due to the characteristics of dungeon activity which make it much easier for girls to acquire powerful skills that raise the demand for males with stronger skills, given the scarcity, which gave them the illusion that they truly were the chosen one. Even though the ratio of boys to girls in my class is 11 to 19. Hence why the earlier tragedy in male students' self-introduction. There's always a heaven above heaven, Saturn Kun. So be magnanimous and cheer up. There was a bit of buzz in the middle, but the long homeroom was finally over, and as the class ushered in break time, creeping up, Lana swiftly moved towards my seat and said, "Well said, Zephyr." That was a lot of fun. I felt like I just saw the souls of 4 male students ahead of me leaving their bodies. Hearing the princess compliment me on showing her a good drama very naturally. That's right, it should be my imagination. Lana then left for Asta and Shizu just now. She probably came to praise me, right? Yeah, it was nothing personal. So, oh my 4 dear classmates, I want you to live longer. Shall we go, Zephyr-sama? Of course, I want to see as many places as I can. I stood up from my seat, seeing Celestine come to invite me. The twist time is for elective classes. As was mentioned in a long homeroom, students have elective classes too, in line with regular classes. Every Friday is the day for elective classes. All classes are organized as you like, on the road you are going to tread on for your future. It's Friday, May 3rd. Since we have the freedom to inspect any classes upperclassmen should be receiving today, my plan is to check out as many classes as I can. After all, I want to experience everything after coming to the real dungeon activity. From which one are we going to start? Let's check around the classes outside of the combat department. I want to go to both practical and classroom lectures without dividing. Understood. I left the classroom together with Celestine. Other members have their own opinions they want to check out, so everyone is going their own way. Time is finite, after all. Just taking my case, I don't think we would be able to check out all the places I have in mind. The elective classes in the combat department building would be taught in the regular curriculum for now, so I'm postponing them for later. The first place we come to is the collection department, a subclass of dungeon capture major. Here, it mainly focuses on teaching about collecting materials. Anything that can be brought back without fighting is taught here, for example, harvesting, logging, excavating, fishing, and so on. Combat departments do have classes where they teach about dungeon materials, but if anything, they mainly teach about monster drops, unlike the subclass which teaches more in depth about the types of materials or resources one can get in their hands through collection. The dungeons from where materials can be collected, their value, their uses, where their demand is highest, and so on go on the list. Another thing is this department has deep ties with the combat department. Since all the students of the collection major can use the guest bracelet at a cheap price from the academy's side, they can also tag along with the party of combat department students. In reverse, the party can request the gathering of material they need. The combat department would carry the collection department deep into the dungeon, and the collection department would share one part of the materials or resources they had gathered with the combat department as compensation. A mutual relationship benefits for a long time to come. As such, I tried checking out many of their classes, but alas, none of them were much help to me. With the deep reservoir of knowledge about the dungeon activity I have, I couldn't find anything new. I abhor this. I mean, I particularly didn't hate this deep ocean of my knowledge, or rather, I think it's pretty impressive. Unfortunately, there is nothing that can stimulate my thirst for knowledge. No choice but to change the target. The next nearby target is the dungeon capture major, investigation department, but that's a strange department to say. The investigation department is mainly the gathering spot for those with reconnaissance or similar types of jobs, mainly checking out on strange occurrences, taking the role of scout when partying with the combat department. But I don't have anything needed to investigate in the dungeon, so it's a pass for me. Thus, the target moved to the next closest option, the trap disarming department. I'm suddenly interested in it. So how about checking out the trap disarming department? Understood. Those Efasama seems to be having fun. Oh, that's how I look? Well, maybe so. You should have fun too, Celestine. You don't need to come with me to check other classes. One should do what their heart wants them to. No, I don't think classes are that much fun. Well, there's also that. Rather, there should be many with similar opinions. The search for elective classes this time is to find a class which looks interesting for oneself, but Celestine hasn't realized it yet. Oh well, I think it will be fun to search for a class that can attract him. Excuse me, if you don't mind. HNN? Oh. Someone called Celestine to talk about something, it seems. I turned to look at the owner of the voice, and it turned out to be a petite male student. Is that person really a boy? Although he's wearing a trouser just like me and Celestine, his small face looks more like a slightly younger girl, and to be honest, I think a skirt would match better on that male student. I just heard you're going to the trap disarming department. If you don't mind, can I come along with you? I am also interested in that department. So that's how it is. He seemed to have heard our earlier discussion and called out to us. I assume he's a student from the collection department. Seeing him here? Well, is it fine? Oh, I don't mind. What about you, Celestine? No problem. I will do as Zephyr-sama desires. The other person has called out after what seems to be mustering all the courage, so I also want to go together if possible. Nevertheless, the boy looked startled to hear the way Celestine addressed me. Sama. May you happen to be an exalted noble somewhere? Ah, what rudeness of me. Ah, no number. I'm just your average village boy. So be at ease and call me normally. I hurriedly calmed him down, seeing his momentum of doing a dojesa at any moment. There was Hana too, but is that the normal reaction towards a noble? Then why the Sama? Come on. Time is of essence. Hurry up and get going. Please wait for me. Seeing him in confusion, I quickly changed the tropic forcefully and began to walk, and he chased after us like a puppy. And so, along with the student we met in the collection department. The three of us headed to the trap disarming department. It's another matter how when I introduced myself as Brave on the way, he screamed and was startled even more. I think I may have mixed department and major word in previous chapters. I will fix them tomorrow ASAP. Also some slight changes in naming you might see matching the description which wasn't before and now are. A thing to note, I would be using the word trapper mostly, whether they are specializing in using them or disarming them. Since there are sometimes it's only mentioned that someone is good at them but what their forte is unknown. Illustrations have been added, you can check them out. Apparently the problem was I couldn't add HQ images. The issue is fixed. CH 215. Ahahaha, you don't have to be surprised this much. No, it's surprising though. I mean, Brave is like a shining star of our generation. Now to start about such a transcendental existence, it's natural to be awed in the presence of a heavenly being. So, a Brave is likened to a heavenly being? What an apartment phrase. Incidentally, my dungeon equipment goes by the name of the Firmament series. We three are currently on our way to the trap disarming department. The reaction I received when I introduced myself was so strong that I couldn't stop myself from bursting out in laughter. Nonetheless, the existence of a Brave for ordinary students appears to be as dazzling as the stars in the sky. I dare say Hannah must be receiving the same treatment as mine today. Honestly, I also wanted to see how Hannah was coping with a similar situation. Or rather, why did you come to the collection department? I thought someone like a Brave would be attending a class called Esteemed Nobles Attended. You're misinterpreting something. My job may be Brave but I'm not Brave at work. I was a bit intrigued by the collection department, so I came to check it out. Though the interest has faded away. I see. Certainly. Having a job and actually working are two different matters. As you say. My apologies. That was kind of vague, but it seems my wordplay managed to deceive him. What a gullible student he is. Let's continue with our introduction now that he has calmed down. Oh, he's Celestine, a butler and also my attendant. Nice to meet you. I'm Celestine. What about you? It's my pleasure too. I'm Falma Mona. Other people are frequently misunderstood, but I'm a man. Oh, it seems he is worried about this aspect. Well, even his voice sounds neutral too. After all, nice to meet you. Since you're a farmer, are you in the collection department? In the world of dungeon activity, all resources are covered by materials procured from dungeons. That's why the farmer in the dungeon activity aren't peasants but classified as a type of collection job. They are especially outstanding in harvesting, as not only can they increase the quality or quantity of the harvesting drops, they can even excel in skills that can quicken the restoration of harvesting points or skills that can detect the harvesting location. Another main feature is that they can secure rare materials the combat department is unable to, and there are even some locations you can't harvest without farmer. By the way, it's a mid-ranking job. Another thing to note is that they also possess more or less some fighting power, since their job category is basically dungeon capture major. Yes, honestly speaking, I wanted a combat-related job, but unfortunately, neither by body nor by personality, I am apartment for battle-related parts. It seems so. Is that why you're going to try the trap disarming department? That's right. I reckon I can harvest more smoothly if I can learn about traps. Trap disarming department work mainly revolves around diving into the dungeon, disarming the traps, collecting them, and bringing them back outside. Dungeon traps are also quite splendid resources. What's more, they are more valuable than regular resources because traps are closer to an item's like existence. The most amazing part is that you can even use them again after disarming. This is all the trap disarming department is about. In dungeon activity, even damaged floor traps can be brought back, so Mona seems to be aiming for such a trap retriever. However, it's just that the day before yesterday I got my job. With the LV0 novice I don't have any exclusive contracts yet but have to give my all. Incidentally, the exclusive contract Mona has mentioned is a contract between a guild or party, and is treated separately from when one joins a guild. If you have the contract, The students from the collection department can periodically tag along with the contracted party to the dungeons. This is an income source for collection department students and also a chance to rise, although the exclusive contracts are basically bound to excellent students only. Hence, they can only take the collection request from the academy or join a temporary party recruiting for fields without the contract. However, I have heard this isn't as fruitful as the former and the competition is very fierce. That's why the students of the collection department mainly prioritize getting the contract above anything else. I see. That's fine, Mona. Mona's determination to work hard with a clear goal and motivation to be honest moved me. I like people who are working hard towards their goal with such dedication. It filled me with the kind of feeling I needed to give them a push, to help them. Let's give him a helping hand here. This is also a fateful encounter between us. Well, the contract would be impossible for now, but if you work hard, I promise to take you along with me for exploration for a while. Seriously? Of course. But that's only if you're truly working hard. That's fine, right, Celestin? Yes. I don't mind, if that's what Zephyr-sama desires. Hooray. I will work hard. No, I will give my all. Thank you very much. At my proposal, Mona bowed so deeply that I almost thought he was going to perform a doujutsu. This is a main road, after all. I have to restrain him before he hinders the traffic. Calm down, and you don't have to bow. Let's exchange our contact ID for now. Yes. That. Can you teach me how to use it? I am still not good at using it. Ahahaha. You sure have a lot of trouble in your bag. Mona is apparently in class 9 of the collection department, a position much further away from other similar but excellent classmates. I had to even ask if he was really fine with me multiple times to make sure, to which he resolutely nodded. I will first train him so that he doesn't lose to any of the class 1 students. So I will specifically remind him to have the determination of steel. Now that I have an excellent harvester, I also want a comber for logging, coat miner for excavation and a fisherman for fishing. Let's ask Mona to introduce them later. The Chapter 1 had promised for delay, albeit it got further delay in setting out illustration and checking out on short stories of light novel. I will upload a side story from light novel V1 in a short while. This one is from Sierra's perspective when Zephyr helped her for first time to get her the job of Shield Princess. Side stories are outside of WN and they will be randomly added, so they aren't included in regular or Patreon schedule and will start with 120 numbering, so check them out. CH 216. So this is the trap disarming department. Surprised, right? I know any newcomer looking at this training group for the first time would be stunned. Mona's jaw dropped when he saw the training ground of the trap disarming department for the first time and his eyes opened wide to their limit. In a nutshell, it's kind of a peculiar building. And in a nutshell, it's like an obstacle course. The training ground here is not like the training ground of the combat department, which is simply huge. It's more like an obstacle course but with a trap facility where students can simulate various types of traps. The scenery is also unique, with various colors of buildings that look like circus tents forming an inconsistent pattern. The elective classes here mainly focus on polishing students' skills by making them practice detecting countless traps installed inside those buildings, disarming them, and bringing them back. Right now, there should be upperclassmen honing their skills. We can even hear screams echoing outside, and Mona, who heard them, is trembling like a newborn fawn. Furthermore, there are even rumors that all the traps that have been discovered so far have been installed in the facility. Let's enter there for now. This place is quite intimidating. Fret not. You have HP to handle even if you get yourself caught up in traps. But my HP is just at its initial value. I enter the building along with Celestin and a trembling Mona behind while engaging in trifling chit-chat. The inside is, surprisingly, even more spacious than the gym. Various types of traps can be seen here and there right off the bat, along with some upperclassmen who look to be in dire straits as they devote themselves to disarming them. One can disarm them by default, but they need to have considerable dex value and technical ability if they want to take it back. Items are also necessary. It's quite difficult, Honestly, everyone here is practically those upperclassmen who have selected this department as optional, so there aren't any students with trapper jobs. Perhaps because of that, there are upperclassmen who get caught up in traps here and there. To be honest, that's kind of comical. There are other first-year students beside us who have come to check around, and there are even some who are undergoing hands-on training. One caught up in a trap. I can see a first-year male student undergoing training getting himself buried in a thorn-covered chestnut trap some distance away. Oh, he was rescued safely. You are. It looks awfully difficult. Calm down, it's easy peasy to disarm them with high dex. But, my dex is at its initial value. Oh well, even my dex isn't that high. However, Brave has intuition, which helps me in detecting traps, but that's all, as I don't have any disarming skills, so I can only avoid or destroy them with the help of items. Whether you can disarm traps in the game is based on a percentage of your skills, dex, and various other factors. In short, the prompt is like you have a 60% chance of disarming the traps. However, failure in either disarming them or destroying them would result in activating them. You can take them back if you succeed in disarming them, so I hope to study the sequence and techniques as much as possible to disarm them. As it seems, this part has been revised in reality. For example, you can disarm them as long as you have technique, even if your skill level is low. I want to confirm if I can disarm traps only with items in the future. Incidentally, traps make their appearance from beginner to high-grade dungeons and onwards. The chances of them appearing in the intermediate dungeons increase by a great margin, and the number in which they appear increases in proportion to each dungeon's difficulty. Treasure chests with traps appear in intermediate dungeons and occasionally appear in dead ends, etc. It's usually treated like a collection point or something. Thus, the presence of a character who can destroy or disarm the trap in the treasure chest plays a crucial role. That's why I want to learn it if possible. Well, even if I can't disarm them, it's fine to just sacrifice the body directly and just go boom. As I was looking around with such an internal monologue taking place internally, my eyes met with the male teacher. He grinned and called out to me. The first year there. Do you want to give it a try? I assume he is the teacher in charge of the trap disarming department. I guess it is just fine to give it a try, especially when someone has extended the invitation. So, 3 of us decided to partake in the demo. Nice to meet you. Same here, I'm Gaius. Just remember me as the nice guy Gaius Sensei. He's quite a humorous teacher. Let's try to disarm this first. Do any of you have any experience in disarming them? Gaius Sensei pointed at a typical arrow-releasing booby trap. An arrow has been installed in a rope-affixed device. This seems like the simplest of traps, but since I don't have prior experience of disarming any of them, I shook my head. Mona similarly followed suit. For some reason, Celestine was the only one who didn't deny. He has experience in disarming them? You can't be a good butler if you're not experienced in disarming them. This is the first time I've heard of such a standard. Nothing less from dungeon activity is so profound, though I guess this must be limited to the fixation of Celestine himself. Incidentally, butlers don't have any disarming skills, but Celestine's dex is increasing quite reasonably because of his investing SP in royal etiquette, so he should be capable of disarming them with all the items present. It's also possible for him to become a good lockpicker. Then let's try it right away. Our top batter was Mona. Disarming the traps without any mishaps would allow one to get rope, mechanism, and an arrow. These might be very rudimentary items, but for Mona, they are a valuable income source too. So he's quite riled up. Very well, take the tools first. I will explain how to use them. Gaius Sensei handed him the flower patterned 7 flower tools, items used in disarming traps. Excuse me, Gaius Sensei. Why the flower pattern? Because they look good in your hand, don't you think so? I see. Thank you very much. However, Mona's burning enthusiasm was instantly dampened by the unexpected selection of flower pattern tools by Gaius Sensei. He is looking at feminine tools with an immensely complicated look in his eyes. I wonder if he has an unspeakable history with feminine items. However, Gaius Sensei only meant well-being, so he quietly accepted them and thanked him. Let's go. Let's begin with the fundamentals first. You two there, listen carefully, okay? Thus began our demo class. CH 217. I failed again. Don't worry, that's because your status is still at their initial value. Mona, there will be a lot of things to do from here on. We were asked to try disarming several other traps including the booby trap from earlier. Gai-sensei is really a nice teacher. When you say you want to try that, he will gladly let you do that, and when you ask him to demonstrate, he will show you how to disarm them. Disarming traps is a lot of fun, and currently, a trap has just been activated with a slip of the hand of Mona. Fortunately, the trap was just an imitation, so damage is almost negligible, but if it was a real one, Mona had to withdraw from being unable to continue anymore. Anyway, I calmed his depressing mood for now. Sometimes later. Both Zephyr-san and Celestine-san are amazing. You managed to deal with all of them. And here, I failed in all of them. Maybe I just don't have any talent in disarming traps. No, you did disarm the first booby trap, didn't you? That was just taking an arrow from the device, that's all. Any no-brainer can do that, so it doesn't count. Have some more confidence on yourself, Mona. I just hope Mona doesn't get discouraged and still push forward on his path without losing sight of his aspiration. Let's raise his level as the first step. I'm done. You're amazing. First year. Even the majority of second year would struggle to disarm that trap. You know. It seems like Celestine has just disarmed a trap that appears in an intermediate mid-grade dungeon. Gai-sensei is so awfully surprised. Seriously, just who's Celestine? Real butlers are amazing. Incidentally, I tried disarming traps from an intermediate lower grade dungeon, but I unexpectedly succeeded in all of them. My dex hasn't yet reached 50, but maybe it was because of intuition that I had some strange premonition like I should do that feeling. I was even momentarily amazed at myself, wondering since when I became such a prodigy. Abilities in reality are so amazing. I managed to experience a lot today, so I decided to end our expedition there. Nevertheless, the experience is really valuable. Mona said he wanted to stay in the trap disarming department for a bit more, so we parted our ways there. Then see you soon, Mona. Also take this, and don't forget to read it later. What is this? This is my recommend guide for training farmer. The thing I handed to her was the usual memo. The only difference is this is my recommendation series guide instead of the strongest training guide. This was a kind of recommendation guide where he can weather any kind of storm at least without making any mistake, unlike the guide to be strongest in the respective job I give to guild members. After all, he's just at LV0. I reckon if he faithfully follows it, he should be able to surpass the Class 1-1 of the collection department. Yui? Mona, who heard it, let out a very cutesy voice. Is he really a boy? I was a bit interested about that, however I decided to not follow my curiosity since there are still many more classes to try on. I and Celestine left the trap disarming department building after making an appointment with Mona to meet contact again. How does this class sound to you, Zephyr-sama? Full rating. I even have the idea to just lock on this right on. It's a strongest candidate for now. Students can take up to a maximum of 6 elective classes. Even if I choose a trap disarming class which takes 2 slots, there's still as much as 4 slots empty. I'm going to put it in my prospective list, and final judgment would be decided after checking out every other class. Okay, let's speed up. As you wish. As declared, we went around several other classes to check out. We went to Production Major and hands-on experienced the production of weapons, defensive armament and items. In Business Major we changed to suits and experienced window trading. The true difference index shows up when we were in Production Major, and I experienced a crushing defeat by the hands of Celestine. That being said, the beginner equipment and items made didn't have that much of a difference because we used bracelet LV1 greater than equipment. Nevertheless, several things dished out by Celestine were high grade inexplicably. As a matter of fact, all I made were just normal items. Alas, I wished someone would praise me since I didn't fail in any of them. The appearance of Celestine and mine dressed in suits for some reason become the center of everyone's attention in Business Major. The girls, when I and Celestine greeted them with welcome, young lady simultaneously, immediately went all kaya and flooded our window. Or rather, even the girls that had been lined up in front of the window of other students who were there to experience window trade like us moved to our window. What the heck was that? Is this the charm of Hero? Unfortunately, I couldn't deny that decisively. Hey, don't you think they looks good? Agree. They look so handsome. I wish I could have a with them. Just the sight of two of them is soothing to my heart. Would anyone tell me who they are? You don't know? Both of them are quite famous. Huh? Who might they be? I get you. It's hard to recognize without equipment. They are none other than the brave Zephyr, the Guild Master of Eden, whose popularity is right now at its peak, and the tall young butler is smiling butler Celestine. What did you say? Huffen, now that you said, they truly look like brave Kun and smiling butler. No, I mean that not. I couldn't resist the charm of the suit. Foo. They look amazingly handsome, don't ya? The strange turmoil built up by girls was quite impactful. Let's pass on business majors. I felt like that's the better choice there. We continue to visit other classes in order after that, sometimes meeting Lana and her attendant Esther etc. company, taking classes together, or occasional bumping on Sierra and Lulu and experiencing classes together with them. It was a fulfilling and fun day, like the school festival. I still haven't gone to check out on a few other classes, but given it was time for classes to end, we returned to the combat department. Let's continue the rest next week. That's when I suddenly noticed something that I haven't Hannah even once in a whole day. Everyone I bumped on were those with combat jobs. Just where did she go? Boo. Just then, I heard the sound of an explosion coming from the training ground. My expression instantly switched at the huge explosion sound. I wonder what happened? I understood. Relax, Celestine. I quickly pulled down Celestine, who stood in front of me to protect me without a momentary delay. Those explosions were familiar. I hurriedly moved in the direction of the training ground, taking Celestine along. Boom. Intermittent the sound of explosions as we get closer. And when we finally arrived, I knew it. The cause is none other than Hannah. The silhouette of the person standing in the training ground amidst the sounds of explosions was someone we were very well familiar with, Hannah. Zephyr-kun. I finally met you, Zephyr-kun. Geez, where have you gone? Do you know how lonely I was seeing no one familiar around when I finally come all the way to combat department? Well, the elective classes for the combat department were not in my range. It turned out Hannah was taking elective classes in the combat department. I looked around and noticed several targets seemed to be destroyed by something. They are slightly scorched. Hannah's new weapon is getting better and better. By the way, the targets are like the wall of dungeons, self-healing, so they will be restored once again, giving it some time. They are already restored. Fast. Either way, that was the reason why I didn't see Hannah anywhere today. For the time being, I told her I don't have any intention of taking combat department selective classes. What? You're not going to take them? Well, we will be taking them on our normal schedule, so there's not any meaning in taking them. Shocked, Hannah seemed to have received a critical hit. Her knees gave in as she collapsed on the spot at the unforeseen development. The ending of Fun Day was quite, well, paled a bit, but either way, that marks the ending of our elective classes. CH 218. The following day, after receiving enjoyable hands-on experiences. Today's Saturday, in other words, the dungeon day. I quickly headed to the guild room and exchanged light greetings as I opened the door. Good morning everyone. Are you ready for blissful dungeon day? Of course. I'm gonna give them a kapow, defeat them and loot a gold chest. Yay! Lana looked just as excited as me as we exchanged high five. It seems like the 2 day of dungeon absence made Lana suffocate, since we used to dive in dungeons daily, and why Lana's so overflowing with high spirit. So lively, both of you. But keep your greeting more normal at least. Foo. Isn't it fine though, Sierra-san? I'm also looking forward to dungeon. Well, maybe. However, Hannah-san has to be more careful, especially more so when you're asked to be the role model to students. Am I right? I still don't want to be treated as top-grade students. Oops. Our excessive liveliness received a glare from Sierra. To be honest, I quite like that stern glare of her. What a lucky day it is. Another thing, it seems like Hannah, as she's in top of his grade, is still receiving a lot of attention from teachers. Do your best, Hannah. I can see Esther, Shizu, Pamela and Celestine when I look around after calming down. Celia, Lulu, Rika and Karu have yet to come. I called out to Sierra after confirming that. Can I have a minute with you, Sierra? Everyone's skills are gradually improving, so I'm thinking it's about time to implement our next plan. But what do you think? I don't mind, said Sierra as I sat down on the seat next to her. Thank you. As for the next step, I would like to aim for intermediate lower grade dungeon as our goal for time being. It's all the beginning level dungeons we have cleared. In other words, we still haven't yet passed the beginner phase. Difficulty spikes up from intermediate dungeons at once and exploration generally changes from party-based to guild-based. I may have mentioned it before, but it's difficult to explore with just a fixed party, so it becomes necessary to have a different member composition matching the dungeon type. Members who have a bad affinity with certain dungeons are replaced with others. In addition, the number of intermediate dungeons are simply incomparable to beginner ones. They numbered as high as 30, with each grade from intermediate low, mid and high having 10 dungeons respectively in the academy. By the way, one can graduate from an intermediate dungeon to a higher dungeon if they can clear 3 dungeons of each level of difficulty. There are 3 prerequisites one had to clear before they can challenge them, and they are job to be at LV 40 or higher, have cleared beginner high grade dungeon and are affiliated to E rank or higher guild. So far, it's only me, Hannah, Lana, Esther and Sierra who have fulfilled these conditions. You can say there's only us 5 who can challenge the intermediate dungeon if you look at Whole Eden or even the whole first year student's body. That's why I was focusing on training the other members last week rather than stepping up our exploration to higher dungeons, since I wouldn't have the option available to change the members if need arises. The one closest to completing these conditions is Karu for now, with only 4 levels behind. However, I want to challenge the intermediate dungeons already, for they are so fun. That's why this time discussion is about revising the plan and setting the goal to do our best in the intermediate dungeon. Sigh. Albeit my passionate speech met with a sigh from Sierra. It's fine if you want to pull in other members, but my opinion is to let them practice their skills and magic for a bit more. All I see is they have yet to fully familiarize with them. Perhaps because of quick leveling. I don't think you will be able to achieve any kind of promising achievement by taking them to intermediate dungeons just by raising the level. I see. Indeed, Sierra has a point. It's especially valid for new members who reached LV 30 just a day after reaching LV 20. They aren't fluid in their movement or usage in skill at all. Sierra's advice is to deal with bigger problems first and get them used to their jobs. I was deeply convinced with her reasoning. After all, everything was controlled by players in the game manually or sometimes semi-auto. However, the proficiency level was high in either option. In short, new party members don't even need to practice by default. However, proficiency level depends on an individual's practice in reality, so one might be as good as a piece of wood despite their high level or a good job. It's called something like assist leveling in game terminology. The so-called side effect of power leveling where performance doesn't match with the high level. I gotta concede here. So, we have to focus first on raising everyone's ability that matches their corresponding level, is what you're saying? That's right. Eden is aiming for the S rank after all. You naturally can't do so without having adequate ability. Right. I'm glad I discussed with you first, Sierra. I see. Well, that's just a suggestion, but I think it would be better if there's someone who could give commands and order on par with you beside them. It's all thanks to your command and instructions that we, the member of Vanguard team, are able to become so strong smoothly. So having won or not changed things by a great margin. According to Sierra, the difference between the Vanguard and Rearguard team is my presence. I was there for them from beginning to guide and correct for why Vanguard team abilities are high. I didn't expect her to hold me in high regard, though it's kind of embarrassing for it to come out of Sierra's mouth. However, someone who can be like me to guide and correct them. There's no one with the same level of game knowledge in this world, but I just can't outright deny on that basis. Even if their knowledge isn't as good as mine, there are people who are better at strategizing than me. Maybe I should search for them. Dungeons are basically beginner, intermediate, high, top grade. I will shorten beginner to beg and intermediate to int in future given I have to mention which level difficulty repeatedly. Assist leveling. I can't seem to find what the original direct translation called in English, so I'm going with my own understanding. Between, it basically means a higher level player helping a low level player, and a bit different from power leveling given how the author mentioned it later but not before. Vanguard, Rearguard team. Vanguard team mainly consists of beginning 5 members and Rearguard basically encompasses every other guild member beside those 5. Ch 219. For the time being, we reached the conclusion that it would be early for new members to challenge the intermediate dungeon even after they raised their level to 40. Shizu and Pamela both nodded, so I guess girls should be more or less self-aware of their shortcomings. Well, leaving aside Karua and Rika who got their job quite earlier, other new members need to train and adapt with lots of things. Then, I talked about looking for someone who's well versed in strategy for new members since I may or may not be able to guide the new members like I did with Vanguard team members. I explained the reason to the members currently gathered in the guild. That's why, if any of you guys have any acquaintance who knows about tactics or strategy, I would like you to introduce to me. Is there anyone? I began a meeting seeing everyone gathered in guild and asked for any recommendation. It reminds me of the last time we recruited new members. Thereupon, the first to speak was Rika. Well, I do have someone in mind, but will someone from the senior group work for you? I want to look for a first year if possible. Even more better if they have combat or commandant related job. What is Commandant Zephyr? It seems this is an unfamiliar word for her as Karua tilts her neck in puzzlement when I stated the condition I prefer. Commandant category is a group of jobs with the name of army rank, something like first lieutenant or lieutenant. By the way, Macho Warrior Instructor David F. has the rank of major in the army, but job and rank are different. Nevertheless, a major at such a young age, as expected of Macho Warrior. Number. I don't think I have heard it anywhere. Well, they doesn't appear anywhere except in Dukes after all. That's right. Commandant category jobs only appear in Duke category. Of course it would be hard for Karua to know about it. The Commandant category is a group of many jobs that stand above people. It's an excellent job category which also includes Cabinet Minister and Prime Minister in addition to military rank-based jobs. I want a Duke in Eden if possible. When I was immersed in these thoughts, Sierra made a jab at me. Why in the world do you know only the jobs that appear in Duke but not the others? Sierra-san, he's Zephyr. Just treat it as usual thing. Hannah backed me up against that remark. Stop it, it's kind of embarrassing. I tried asking others but unfortunately, none of them have any acquaintance that excels in strategy. No, well Rika does know one upperclassman who seems to be her cousin that excels in strategy, but as I have said earlier, I would like to look for a first year if possible, so I have asked her to introduce her cousin in case I don't find any prospective candidate. That's when someone slightly raised their hand. It was Celestine, my attendant. Can I have some words? Of course. I'm not acquainted with them, but apparently there should be 2 people enrolled this year if you want someone from the Duke category. How about you try out there? Oh, nice intel. Celestine. Do you know where I can find them? I want to meet as soon as possible. As expected of Celestine. It's better to do this quickly. Just as I stood up to act immediately, Lana also stood up. I could see black aura of unhappiness oozing out of her. Hold on, Zephyr. What are you going to do with the dungeon attack? I will not forgive you if you decide to give in. Oops. That's right. We were going to attack dungeon today. I almost put off the dungeon attack since I wanted to challenge the intermediate dungeon. No good. That's putting the cart before the horse. Then I will make an appointment for you with them. Yeah, I'm leaving that to you, Celestine. But we're going to attack the dungeon today, so just leave it for when you have time. Understood. We wrapped this discussion and shifted to talk about party division. Today's goal is to clear all the beginner mid-grade dungeon with all the members of Eden. New members will be able to graduate from beginner mid-grade dungeon and speed up to challenge higher dungeons. Then there will be no limit to whom I want to invite and which beginner dungeon difficulty to challenge. I want to be like that for the intermediate dungeons as soon as possible too. So, We divided into 2 parties, with one of them being the same party composition as 3 days ago. New members team plus me and Esther. Incidentally, I will be in the command, so it's a good chance to train them too. I feel bad for Esther, but I will have her play the carry role again. I really feel bad to make you work like driver recently. Please number. This is fun in itself, so you don't have to apologize. Besides, I can also explore while waiting. That too must be a boring role. I'm being taken care of a lot by Esther. Let's do something for her next time, I decided inwardly. On the other hand, there are some people who are pouting to not be in the same party. Why am I not in the same party as Zephyr? My bad, Lana. I promise we will challenge the dungeon in same party tomorrow. It's a promise then. Look, even Hannah is so sad. Why, you don't have to say that, Lana-sama. You can't do that, Hannah. You should tell you're sad when you're sad, else it could be a problem in future. I promised Lana and Hannah that we will be in the same party tomorrow. It was obvious Hannah was sad too, and it didn't take a second for a blush to creep till the base of her ear when Lana exposed her. Also, the later talk of Lana I assume should be about the time when she wanted her brother's attention. Oh, that's a nice reference. I secretly resolved to take care of Lana as much as possible whenever she appeals her sadness. Anyway, the original Vanguard team is finally going to attack the dungeon tomorrow after a long week. Who knows if we try out the intermediate dungeon. So which dungeon are we going to attack today? A dungeon that Rika has yet to conquer. Let's go for mushroom hunting. Rika and Sierra are talking about the dungeon they are going to challenge today, gathering the other members of their party. It seems they are going to help Rika and Karua in their dungeon exploration and also grind boss for level. I wonder if they will reach LV40 by the end of day. I'm looking forward to that time. CH 220. The day after we discussed the future goal of Eden and guidance for new members. Today's Sunday. As I have guessed, Rika and Karua reached the LV40 and safely unlocked the third order tree yesterday. A wonderful start. I also didn't waste any time and stayed in the guild room until late at night and taught them the strongest style for their respective jobs. Even Rika and Karua, who rarely break their straight faces, looked very excited to try them out yesterday. Such is the charm of new skills after all. I can relate. It's the path that all the Vanguard team has gone through. Not only them, the new members team I and Esther were in charge of has remarkably improved under my guidance. I was quite surprised at their accomplishments in just one day. There shouldn't be anything that can influence others to improve their capabilities in the skills section of Brave. Maybe they are just that much talented to absorb everything I taught them with a proper touch of efficient strategies. I heard that looking at a high-level person perform is a good material to learn from, and even if you can't keep up, you will reach the level around that level. I will guide them again in future for sure, seeing their reaction. Other thing is both Shizu and Celia are good at commanding, so I am thinking of teaching them about tactics gradually. However, leaving aside Celestine, they are still not accustomed to fighting with boss monsters yet. They are far from reaching the satisfactory level about when and how to use skills properly. So I reached the conclusion that they should first practice their skills on the training ground. Hence, the plan for today is, Lulu, Celia, Pamela and Shizu will practice their skills at the training ground. I have made a memo you can read to learn the efficient way to use them, so read and practice according to it later. I explained today's plan at the morning meeting when all the members had gathered. There was no one with a different opinion neither, since I have already talked about this in detail yesterday. I handed each of them the notes about how to use their skills efficiently in detail for their respective jobs. Celestine, you have something to do today, right? Yes. I'm thinking of moving on my own today. All right. However, while you're good at fighting, there are still a couple of points about skill rotation that need improvement. Practice when you have time. This is the note for Butler. Understood. Thank you very much, Zephyr-sama. Celestine is excellent when it comes to avoiding the boss attacks, and I don't see any problem with his fighting style either. He can follow very well. However, there are lots of parts when he uses his skills that are repetitive, so he needs improvement on when to use them and how to operate them more efficiently. Well, it's Celestine. I'm sure he would be able to correct herself in a jiffy. Next is Rika and Karua. We are going to practice and try out the skills unlocked from the third order tree yesterday. Our plan is to basically train in the training ground or shallow part of the dungeon. Will you be alright with just two of you? HNN, alright. If it doesn't work out, we will move to intermediate dungeon. Very well. Then that's the plan for both of you. Also, this is the note about how to use your third order skills. After you've tried them to some extent, practice them. Thank you. Rika and Karu are going to act as a team today. I guess their gears messed with each other just fine, as they are together most of the time. Could it be that Rika likes cat ears and cat tails? I have seen Rika's gaze often move to Karua. Well, the cat ears are adorable, so I can't say I don't understand. The two of them first planned to train in the shallow lair of the beginner high-grade dungeon, so I guess they should be fine since LV40 is more than enough to deal with small fries that appear there. Now that leaves the five of us from Vanguard team. I'm thinking of stepping up our game and trying out intermediate dungeon. Intermediate dungeon? Sounds good. Let's go. Wait there. Zephyr. What about the discussion we had about training the rearguard first, since it would be tough to deal with an intermediate dungeon with just the five of us? On one hand, Lana stood up with a gleam in her eyes when I announced our plan, and on the other hand, Sierra hurled her doubt at me. Well, it's not like there aren't any dungeons we could go to. However, the one we're going to is slightly tough except the other dungeons we will going to face in future. And there's also the reason that if we continued to conquer the dungeons with the same momentum as we have been doing until now, no doubt we will meet obstacles there, so there's also that limitation. Of course the dungeon we are going to challenge is strong in the truest sense, but there are also some factors that haven't changed from a beginner dungeon too. You can say it is like the extension of a beginner dungeon. The monsters that appear there are strong enough to rank in top among other and lower dungeons. After all, that place is called the true intermediate lower dungeon by the dungeon activity players. It's strong, but not dangerous. Other and lower dungeons are mostly filled with dangerous monsters and traps, so I want to bring a scout who can detect enemies and disarm traps if possible when challenging them. To be honest, I feel like Hannah will not be able to fight there if we challenge them with our current lineup. I turned my gaze towards Lana as I explained the reason to Sierra. Beside, there's one other person who is obsessed with going to an intermediate dungeon. Sierra, who saw my gaze, seems convinced with my reasoning. She must have realized that I am also doing it to restrain Lana and stopping herself from talking about challenging other dungeons. Also, the job level you can raise to max in the and lower dungeon is 65. Once we begin challenging the and lower dungeon, all the restraints will no longer be effective and she will continue to challenge them until level is raised to limit. It is just like intentionally stopping them at LV50, the limit of beginner high-grade dungeons. However, Riku and Karua seem like they are ready to challenge in lower dungeon, so I am thinking of lifting the ban on them. Certainly, new members need practice, but Riku and Karua are pretty good in terms of proficiency. Well, we have to step up the pace of guild later, else we will not be able to choose either if the road. You're right. Very well then, I'm not against challenging intermediate dungeon. I agree with Sierra-san. Intermediate dungeon sounds fun. I also doesn't have any problem. Hannah and Esther didn't seem to have any problem with this arrangement either, so it was settled that I, Hannah, Sierra, Lana and Esther, the founding member, are finally going to challenge a dungeon together after a long time. Needless to say, Lana is beaming with joy, looking especially dazzling today. She asked with an anticipated look on her face. So which dungeon we are going to challenge today? I heard the lots of intermediate dungeon. About that, the dungeon we're going to challenge is called To Be Spot, where appears strong monsters as a price for relatively few traps. The Dinosaurs Hill Dungeon, alias Jurassic Park, a dungeon where roams the dinosaur-type monsters. CH 221. Here is an intermediate dungeon. It doesn't seem much different from beginner ones, no? The gates that lead to intermediate dungeons are divided into 3 locations for each rank. The 10 gates here are the only go-between to the intermediate lower dungeon, also known as Int Lower. I replied to Lana, who had question marks floating all over her head when she glanced at the building completely identical to a beginner dungeon. In brief, the players will get confused if you make too much of a difference since it was a game. That's why go-between buildings look similar. The only difference is the shade of the building and the size difference in their door plate. The door plate here has Dungeon Gate, Intermediate Lower Go-between written in it. By the way, Beginner Dungeon is properly adorned with the nameplate written Dungeon Gate, Beginner Gate. After the meeting was over and splitting at the Beginner Gate, we came to the gate to the Int Low dungeon. There's no problem with everyone's equipment and items either, especially so for items as we have surplus of them thanks to Hannah, who was in high spirit and made a lot of them. I can't wait to explore. Let's get in quick. Lana, bouncing in delight, went ahead and the rest of us followed after her. First year? Could it be? Guild Eden. And who are you? Lana seemed to be called and stopped by a man in work clothes as we entered after her. Albeit, Lana's reply was a curt one, as his action was nothing less than pouring cold water over her excitement. Ha ha ha. I'm Zezilthan. You can think of me as someone who explains the know-how of here. He seems to be one of the staff members in charge of Intlo. Now that I think about it, he was also in the game. Each dungeon gate has a capable person like him who teaches you the information about each dungeon. If you listen to them, they give you hints like what jobs are suitable and what are the traits of each dungeon. One such individual must have deployed in the beginner gate, but I guess our timing wasn't in line with the person there, as we didn't get to meet them even once. But oh well. It's not like there's anything we ought to hear even if we meet. I'm an after all. It's a surprise to see first years already stepping here. You must be the hope of this generation. Feel free to ask me anything about the intermediate lower dungeon if you have any questions. I will try to answer with best of my abilities. Oh, we're going to the Dinosaur Hill dungeon. What kind of dungeon is it? Hey, Lana. That's supposed to be my role though? Girappa. You're quite well informed if you have chosen this as your beginning dungeon to start your journey towards intermediate dungeons. The students that enter there are very well, but as it's almost trap-free, it's the recommended dungeon as long as you have confidence in your strength. For example, macho warriors are best suitable for this. Thank you. But we're fine without muscle heads. You may have already guessed it, but Girappa is the short form of Jurassic Park, the alias of Dinosaur's Hill Dungeon. Passing through here will lead you to Girappa. It's pretty much what Zephyr had told. Thank you. Zerson was it? Ha ha ha. It's hard to spell Zezilthan. Just call me with what you find easy. It's good that the explainer here is broad-minded. He easily brushed off Lana's rude words without showing even an infinitesimal amount of dissatisfaction. How mature-ish. After asking him about the monsters that appear there, we were finally ready to enter. Good luck, first years. I'm rooting for you. Save those words for others. I'm not the one to lose ever. Lana replied in high spirit, receiving encouragement from Zezilthan. I spoke to Sierra while watching over them. It's good that he's a kind person. You can ask him about the dungeon when you don't want to hear from me. Yeah, but I prefer listening to you about dungeon-related things. I see. That's why stop making such a long face. Oh, I was encouraged. It kind of made my heart skip a beat. Was I showing a discouraged face? Maybe I was. I now feel slightly better receiving Sierra's encouragement. Though, this is quite a strange place, I have to say. The air here is slightly tense, contrary to how it's built, the same as a beginner gate. Not to say the attention we're gathering. Ahead of Sierra's gaze, where she pointed to, were quite a lot of upperclassmen. Almost all of them seem to be sophomores. If they're here, that means all of them are in the E-rank guild. Are they probably scared inside seeing how first years have caught up with them? I tried eavesdropping on them. Hey, first years has climbed up to us. Calm down. It's not yet set that we will be overtaken. Think logically at least. Am I going to be overtaken by the first year students who have enrolled just a month ago? No, I don't want to be overtaken by them. At the very least, wait for one more year. I will be D-ranked by then. Well, Their guild's eaten. I think even D rank will be overtaken by them. Hey, why wasn't I born just a year later? Then, I should have been able to get a high-ranking job at least. It seems the situation is quite chaotic there. Almost like a pandemonium. Due to the information I leaked this year, the first years have 30% more students with higher-ranking jobs. If you look at the numbers, there are around 2,000 students with high-ranking jobs. I assume the sophomores would have been trembling from fear of being overtaken by the crowd of first years. I can't blame either given how the power structure might completely reverse and sophomore would be treated as inferior. A senior who was once counted in the ranks of competent person will be inferior to a grade lower freshman a year later. This has a tremendous influence when job hunting. Frankly speaking, most of the sophomores currently are in a situation as if they have been put on a frying pan. No, maybe it's the students who are slacking off that will be in pinch. The first years have advantage but sophomores who have continued to work hard might be fine. The sophomores who are currently in E-rank guild probably fall short of necessary effort. It's not related to me, however I can't help but pray for them. Please don't hold the grudge to me. I stopped listening to them and passed through our goal, the dungeon gate, together with high-spirited Lana and other members. The struggle of a general populace. CH 222. So, this is the Dinosaur's Hill dungeon. It's more simpler than I thought. Yeah, I imagined something like a dense jungle. The first one to react as she looked over the surroundings was Hannah. Following her was Lana, who shares the same thought. The reason from their disappointment was the undulating green hills, contrary to the jungle-like image that the Jurassic Park when you hear the name gives off. But it's much easier to deal with dinosaur-type opponents in open areas though. After seeing that they have been accustomed to the scenery of this dungeon to a certain point, I called out to gather everyone's attention. If everyone is ready, shall we get going? But that's where I would have liked you to step up and explain the difference between beginner and intermediate dungeons though. Zephyr, you always explain whenever we move to a new stage, so aren't you going to explain this time too? So asked the Sierra. I slightly flinched back when Sierra asked me that, and also because of what happened earlier. Yeah, I will explain as we move. The main difference is each layer of the intermediate dungeon is almost twice as compared to the layers of beginner dungeons. Let's explore around as I speak. This would be more efficient. I see. Then please. Sierra nodded when I proposed to talk while we moved as others were accustomed to the dungeon. I wonder what this strange feeling bubbling inside me. I am slightly happy to see them listening to me. First, I gave a concise lecture about the difference between intermediate and beginner dungeons. Nevertheless, the biggest difference is monsters use active skills a lot. Huh? Can monsters use skills? Yeah. You have seen monsters that use skills and magic in the beginner dungeons, haven't you? It's same, just they will use them more frequently. I explained in detail in the form of answering Hannah's question. I don't need to say much about the skills or magic as they have first-hand experience of how unusually powerful they are. The number of monsters using intermediate skill or magic will continue to increase more and more from this point onwards. This is the biggest reason why compatibility differs from dungeon to dungeon. This is why I have used the Jurassic Park dungeon as our starting point for beginning our journey to intermediate, as the miniature-sized dinosaurs monster that appears here cannot use magic and skills too are rarely used. There's almost no traps either given the grassy plain. In other words, you will not feel any different from beginner dungeons either, so it makes it possible to challenge it. I see. But Zezilthan-san said the monsters here are stronger? That's right. The statuses of monsters here are worlds apart from the monsters in other int-low dungeons. You can say it's dungeon specializing in status. Instead, there are almost no traps and monsters rarely using skills or magic. The Dinosaur's Hill dungeon is a status-demanding dungeon if you want to clear it. I explained the main gist of this dungeon while answering Sierra's query. Monsters in Dinosaur's Hill dungeon rely on their brute strength, which Sierra happened to have good comparability in fighting them. We all are a group where almost everyone has a top-tier's job and are at LV50. so there's no problem regarding the status. So you can say this is a dungeon easier to capture for current members. Another thing is there are lots of alchemy materials to harvest for in this dungeon, so I have high hopes for this point as well. The gentle shovel that has awfully helped us until now can still be used as its skill. Harvest has been raised to LV6 with the help of third-order reinforcement jewel dropped from Cowboy Cactus. Originally, it was impossible to use Gentle Shovel outside of a beginner dungeon with its harvest skill at LV3 only, but the Gentle Harvest series is just that much easier to use. Since we have to raise skill LV, we should first raise the skill level of Gentle Harvest series was the decision we reached unanimously after discussing it in the guild. With the skill now at LV6, it can now be used till intermediate high-grade dungeons. There's a monster. Get ready for battle, everyone. Divine Barrier. Oh, we spotted a monster right away. The one who spotted it was Lana. It's still a mystery to this day how she can spot them even earlier than me, who has the intuition skill. Not to say we're still quite far from the monster. Anyway, Lana buffed everyone's defense with her skill given the high status of monsters. They're quite fast, aren't they? It's already coming. Guard stance. The monster that appeared was like a raptor with a slim body and walking on 2 feet. Toritoru. What's more, it's a group of 3. We were still quite far away when Lana spotted them. However, by the time we readied ourselves for battle, they were already too close. I will restrain them. Fireball Flare Lance. Each. Hannah's equipment for today is Mana Light Wand. As for ability gem, it's Flare Rod, magic ability gem. She quickly made use of her magic to curb the advances of 2 Toritoru who were heading straight towards us and only let a single Toritoru get in our range. Greech! Exclamation mark. The single Toritoru leapt at Sierra and bashed its body against a large kite shield, though it hardly gave any trouble to Sierra. Indeed, the monster is quite strong, but not an obstacle if they are strong only to this extent. As expected of Sierra, her words reassured us. Well, they are monsters with high status but only belong to the upper layer. They can hardly be her opponent. It was a cakewalk for her to fend off the Toritoru who leapt at her again and knocked it down. Precise thrust. Greater than. Their body are slightly tough. Asta's piercing attack bestowed the monster with a high damage, but she then muttered in disappointment seeing Toritoru withstanding her the same attack, which would have been enough to butcher small fry monsters. Remember to mix in normal attacks too, Asta. It wouldn't take long before your MP to be used up if you continue to use your skills only, since monster's ability to endure is high. Understood. The combo of my and Asta's normal attack easily slaughtered the single Toritoru in no time. Turned towards the Sierra who was restraining the other 2 Toritoru and dealt with them. Thus ended the first battle in our win without breaking a sweat. CH 223. Sure enough, intermediate lower dungeon is tough. Yeah, even the consumption of MP is so high compared to beginner dungeons. You will not even know when you're out of MP if you don't keep it in check. Sierra muttered seemingly absent-mindedly just as we had finished battling on the 3rd floor of Dinosaur's Hill dungeon we're currently in, to which Asta was of the same opinion as she talked about her impression of the battles we had gone through up to this point, especially so when the agile Toritoru and Sagas, whose status tilt towards raw strength, come together, that it was quite a wild ride. I don't know if it's my imagination, but I feel like monsters were cooperating with each other. By the way, Sagas is a Saurus-type monster with 4 legs and a thick torso. It is slower on its leg, but the raw strength it packs is nothing to sneeze at, as it even gave Sierra some trouble. Nevertheless, Sierra is as amazing as ever to notice some subtleties. I further clarified the part she seemed suspicious of. It's not just your imagination, Sierra. Monsters begin to act in coordination starting from the intermediate dungeon. Accurately speaking, monsters do coordinate with each other through that's just superficial action, something much like instinct instead of truly comprehending the essence of coordination. But what I said earlier isn't wrong, since there are also monsters that truly coordinate with each other. It's not the first time for agile Toritoru and Sagas with super strength to come together, as they appear together quite frequently in the game too. Agile Toritoru's behavioral pattern is to often leap at the members from long distance. In contrast to them, Sagas are quite dull in movement, however they preliminary relies on their ferocious charge attacks. It's easier to deal with slow-moving Sagas by leaving the Toru for latter during the latter. However, doing so will give the chance to Toru to jump at you for the reason that you stopped moving to remove Sagas. That's what Sierra found it a bit hard to handle. So I explained the countermeasures and how to restrain them to her. She seems to have some ways to deal with their formation too, so next time she's going to try them out apparently. As for what Esther said, as Esther has pointed out, you all should avoid relying on skill too much because monsters in intermediate dungeons are strong. However, not using skills are also not good, so try to find a balance between skills and normal attacks from upcoming battles. Understood? For present, you should try using long thrust frequently. Esther. You mean by first order skill long thrust? Esther made a perplexed looking face when I recommended her to use the skill with least might. In fact, long thrust is actually a nice skill due to the cost-effectiveness of MP it provides. It doesn't use more than 4 MP per usage because of being a skill that belongs to first order tree and the skill being at LV5, its might is enough to use it. The second order tree skill precise thrust MP usage is 7, which makes it a bit hard to use frequently. Using long thrust twice will deal more damage than using precise thrust one time. That's why I'm recommending it. Not to say it's also quite easy to mix with normal attacks. After all, one-time precise thrust will not be enough to clear out all monsters of higher floors unlike before. Using it twice will naturally consume twice the MP, which is quite a high amount to use on a single target. But if it's long thrust and is to blend in some null attacks, twice or thrice activation of that skill would be enough to defeat the monsters. So we have to think of how to effectively minimize the MP cost from here on. So that's the reason. All right. I will focus my moves around it then. Oh, it's not like I'm saying to not use precise thrust. Just choose it when you think it's appropriate to do so. As I had explained, intermediate dungeons differ from beginner dungeon whether it's in size, monsters' strength and many other things, so it's best to begin slowly. Say, Zephyr, this dungeon seems awfully deep, but how many layers does this dungeon have? As if she was just waiting for me to finish my explanation, Lana chimed in from behind with her question. Oh, it's Lana. Is she willing to listen to my explanation? All right. I am the knowledge reserve that can answer any of her questions. The dungeon we're in, Dinosaur's Hill Dungeon, has around 30 floors and I should have explained it before, but there are teleportation formations at each consecutive 10th floor which the challenger can use to exit the dungeon if they wish. What's more, there are also new additions, the deployment of field bosses at the 10th and 20th layer respectively. One can choose to fight or to not fight the field boss and pass the floor in itself, but there's also that mechanism where one can't use teleportation formation unless they defeat them. Hold on for a minute, Zephyr. Why are you speaking so fast? How can I understand what you're saying if you're to dump all that in one breath? Crap. It seems I got carried away slightly seeing Lana relying on me again. Ahahaha. My bad. Geez. Afterwards, I used some time to explain what I know unhurriedly. A field boss? I wonder if it's strong. They are usually strong. There are various types of field boss, but some are not easy to deal with. That's right. Listen carefully everyone. Beware of the wandering type. However you do but never ever forget this point. I suddenly recalled something while I was clearing Lana's curiosity. When I suddenly recalled that, so I explained it to everyone. Wandering bosses? What are they? By wandering, of course I meant by they don't stay at one fixed spot and wander around and rampage around. It's quite easy to encounter this type of boss and you're bound to suffer from damage if you're unable to compose yourself soon. These types are ones that are easy to encounter while walking. The challenger will be in a pinch right off the bat in case their HP isn't full, not to say they are going to fight the boss. So one has to always be on their tip-top state. I found healing myself a tedious task in the past, so I was the type to prepare everything in front of the boss gate including healing, because of which, I have encountered them out of nowhere and have gone through some painful times. All that's waiting for one if they receive the attack is annihilation, so I thoroughly explain it to girls. Another thing, The most dangerous out of all is monsters with short stature. This is a boss is the normal reaction if the monster in front of you is a giant. But small monsters are synonymous to small fries, so there are cases where parties suffer from being unable to discern their enemies. The foremost thing for one to do is be vigilant around the monsters they have never seen before. It was quite easy to discern in dungeon activity since BGM plays on its own, but this is reality. There's always a chance that what I may know might be different in reality. Thus, we made our way till floor 10th while explaining them about dungeon. The first goal we had decided on was 10th floor, CH 224. We have finally reached the 10th floor. You sure never lose your energy, Lana. Not like I don't understand. It's like how playing games makes you feel better, or how, unarguably, girls after eating sweets are like fully charged battery. At around 2 p.m., we finally reached the 10th floor, the goal we had decided on. The reason why we're only on the 10th floor even though it's already 2 p.m. is naturally because of how vast the and low dungeon actually is. Just exploring one floor takes a lot of time, but of course, we have also taken it slow for the time being to get ourselves familiarized with the monsters and traps of our first intermediate dungeon exploration. That made me recall my time when I played the game Dungeon Activity for the first time. Another reason is we also discovered many treasure chests in our exploration. As mentioned earlier, treasure chests began to spawn in the dead alley from intermediate dungeon and onwards. Based on my rule of thumb that this one might be a hit, we have managed to score 3 treasure chests. Well, all of them were wooden chests though. Incidentally, we didn't chance upon any traps. The hidden doors were also safely opened. There are 2 hidden doors up to the 10th floor and we also succeed in getting them. Incidentally, the number of silver chests were 2. In one of the silver chests was the map of this dungeon. We found it on the 2nd floor. From one other treasure chest, we got an endurance rod. It can be used as a fishing rod when we are in the mood for fishing someday. Harvesting is also advancing smoothly. It was true when it was said that this dungeon's popularity is among the lowest, so there are quite a lot of harvest points that are left untouched. Or rather, those locations look like no one has checked them out for ages. So we got lucky. Normally speaking, this dungeon isn't that tough to clear as long as one raises the level of their character, and with plenty of harvest location, it's an excellent dungeon in my opinion, but for others it may not be. Probably because there aren't that many jobs that high status. That's why it has been recognized as an unpopular dungeon. It might become a popular one if the first years decide to check it out in future, but for now, it's for us to grab. The amount we are getting is explosive using the gentle scoop, which has the effect of doubling the harvesting amount. Zephyr, you said there's a boss on the 10th floor. But where is it? I don't see any boss room, Hannah asked curiously as she surveyed the surroundings. Oh, as I said earlier, there is a field boss. You will not find any place that looks like a boss room. The boss is most likely near the entrance that leads to the next floor as the gatekeeper. The 10th floor we finally arrived on was just like any other floor we have explored. Only the deepest space has the boss room and safety area, and the floor before that is the same as the others. It's just a bit hard since one has to explore the floor normally to find and battlefield boss. As expected of the intermediate dungeon, I unfolded the map that I got earlier from the hidden room and showed them the area where the boss is most likely to see. I really want to fight the field boss. Hurry up and get going. Hold on, Lana. Didn't I tell you the field boss would be at the end of this floor? We're beginning with exploring this floor first. But it's hard for me to wait till then. There shouldn't be any problem by skipping the exploration of a single floor. No? Och, Lana's selfishness is finally bearing its fangs after a long time. No, maybe she's relatively always like that. To be honest, Lana's selfishness doesn't seem much of a selfishness to me recently. Maybe I have also become the prey of her charm, just like Asta and Shizu. I intently stared at Lana. What? Lana flinched back seeing my stare, her long silver hair fluttering. Certainly, Lana is charming, cheerful and her smile is too adorable. Apparently there exist groups like Princess Royal Guards or the regiment that protects His Highness's smile. There's simply no end to the people that have been numbered by Lana's charm. She has a kind of mysterious charm in her. Rather, I think her charm level has increased by a notch from our meeting. Well, fine. Really? Yay. Hurry up, Esther, Sierra, Hannah, let's go. I guess I am also one of those people who has been enamored by her smile. Ultimately, I gave in to her request. It seems I can no longer complain to Esther and Shizu that they spoil her. Not like I want to complain seeing her face full of smiles from joy as Shay urged everyone to move quickly. Maybe I slacken too much. Don't relax, Zephyr. Hey Lana. Not that way. Field Boss is in that direction. But her clumsy side hasn't changed a bit and she mistook the direction. Her face turned beet red when I pointed that out and hurriedly came back. I was just a bit confused. But it's safe now since I will not forget it. What's with that excuse? And I think you still don't know. For now, I pointed out the correct path to Lana, who briskly advanced in that direction. Maybe she's trying to hide her embarrassment. I think we should also move on. Yeah, Lana doesn't know the route probably. With Sierra's words as a signal, we also quickly chased after Lana, and as I have guessed, she soon returned back to ask about the direction. Don't take the lead if you don't know the route, Lana. Her Klutzt's nature never changes. After moving in a straight line for 15 minutes and just when we had finished the NTH battle as our warm-up, we encountered that Zephyr. Is the boss usually so scary? I wonder where her earlier enthusiasm disappeared to, as Lana looked slightly terrified staring at the boss. More like, she's scared seeing its huge size. The boss was much bigger than I assumed. So this is the field boss you have talked about. I wonder if it's the boss of Sagus we fought on our way. Full marks, Sierra. The boss charge attack's might is much more than Sagus, so be careful, because only its offensive ability is scarily powerful. The field boss we are now facing at the 10th floor is the boss monster version of Sagus, Jura. Sagus. We are currently far away from the boss, but it will begin to attack actively if we get close to it. Another thing to note about the boss is it can use skills unlike the other small fries, so it's important to be careful about it. After all, skills are unusually strong unlike the standard attacks. I inform the details including its skill and behavioral pattern to other members. I see. Very well. Then we're going to challenge it as soon as everyone is ready. Lana, please heal everyone. Leave it to me. Healing prayer. After completing the preparation, we move to challenge the field boss. CH 225. Gwar. Jirasagus let out an explosive roar, apparently noticing us nearing itself. It, who was as calm as undisturbed water surface until just a while ago, was dyed in a hostility so intense as if we were its parents' murderer. I don't know why it regarded us as outright enemies instead of prey. I don't recall we did something to antagonize the boss so much, but I guess he must have sensed we're brimming with the thought of defeating it. It's quite a sharp monster, don't you guys think so? It's not the time to joke around, Zephyr. Taunt. And the activation of Sierra's taunt skill marks the beginning of our battle. The first chooses its target at random. Thus the common strategy is for the tank to attract its aggro. Well, not like it changes anything we have been doing until now. Gwar. Deploy. The boss roared, whose target was made to fix Sierra. A yellowish hue effect enveloped the body of Jirasagus quickly following its roar. It is the effect that signifies the activation of a monster's skill. In field boss case, it was the charge skill that Quadruple Beast commonly possesses. The Jirasagus made its rush being dyed in a yellow hue effect. Given how it's a one-dimension rudimentary skill, it's easy to avoid. However, Sierra deliberately didn't dodge and set up her shield to receive its charge. Coup, heavy, bang. The sound of crashing echoes as Sierra expressed her slightly bitter emotion. Though she received the skill without any setup, it wasn't an optimum setup to receive the offensive, but contrary to what Sierra's sound like, she has easily stopped it. My turn. Divine Barrier. Healing Prayer. Lana finally buffs and heals her after seeing that. Sierra's wish is to try receiving the first attack normally always, hence why Lana kept her hand until now. Lana buffed everyone and promptly healed Sierra of whatever paltry amount of damage she received. Jirasagus, whose charge was stopped, shook its head left and right like a whip. This is another skill. Headbutt. Sierra stepped back to dodge the attack while propping up her shield in front. It has stopped moving. Amp up your attack gradually, not at once. Lightning slash. Roger. Long thrust. Fire lance. Gore. I urge everyone to focus on observing its movement since it's their fight against Jirasagus and gradually joins into attack. Esther has high vigilance towards the boss and decided on choosing long thrust that uses minimalist action so that she can dodge at any time in case of danger. I'm always impressed by her spirit to always opt for the method that gives her the chance of dodging any given moment. I already know the boss's behavioral pattern, and even if I receive its attack, I will not fall into a perilous situation, so I use the art from the get-go. Hana attacks with magic, borrowing the help of magic return. Though she looks already prepared to switch equipment if the situation seems to go south. Hana has more than a few boss battle variations. Range attack incoming. Avoid it. Yes. Okay. The Jirasagus brandished its head and tail and made a semicircular rotation on the spot just after Esther and Sierra retreated back at my voice. Then it spins once again. They would have blown away if they were present in the boss range. The spinning attack was simple but swift, that gives minimalist signs of its action, which makes it hard to dodge. Fortunately I made it in time and everyone avoided it safely. It's a slightly troublesome attack since you would be blown if it hit, and to avoid it at times, you have to stay at a distance, which makes it hard to attack it from up close. Though the boss is an easy prey from the rearguard attacker's perspective. After all, it is just spinning in that spot. Not to say the vanguard has retreated on time, have secured their line of fire and are in condition to let loose their attacks. Chance. Shining saber of the sacred light. Light blade. Sacred pillar. Go. There goes Lana's magic. The boss HP goes down considerably due to the rapid fire of her powerful arts. We can always rely on her firepower. However, this isn't simply the end, as there's one more rearguard short of its moves. Hana has put aside her wand and instead was now holding a cylindrical item in one hand and a cane-like item in the other, which I didn't notice amidst the rapid-fire magic of Lana. Hana turned both her towards the boss, and together with a bang sound, a yellow color energy ball and a flame ray fired from the cylindrical and cane-shape item respectively, and it splendidly hit the boss. Gore. Bang bang. Hana's release attack explodes with a loud sound. That was Hana's bomb item, grandly announcing its debut. The cylindrical thing is tube cannon, energy and cane. The cane of flame ray. Both of them are consumable items with nth number of limits. Neither of them looks bombs from any angle, but bomb comes into the category of offensive item, so both tube cannon and the cane come categories into bombs. Incidentally, there are also bombs that look like actual thing, but Hana was devastatingly bad at throwing them, so they will not be able to appear in actual battle until we found ourselves equipment with slow function. I really want to get it in my hands as soon as possible. Until then, Hana can only make use of shooting attack system items, tube cannon and cane. Though Hana is so good at shooting type bombs that she can even hit the agile wolf. The materials and production cost didn't come out cheaply, but they do possess the might that's comparable to Lana's light blade. There's not any cooldown either, so one can shoot them to their heart content too, not forgetting the usage limit though. So strong. Hana was dumbfounded at the unprecedented damage caused by the items made by herself. It was a power Hana could never bring out until now. The damage count made by the attack items until there's barely left anything for a follow-up shot was approaching Lana. Not bad if I say to myself. The biggest factor is also because the Jirasagus was under critical down status midway due to critical hits. Thanks to that, all the attacks hit the Jirasagus spot on like a magnet, attracting the metal. By the way, I had fired my magic from a distance, so as soon as Hana's attack ended, I struck it with full power together with Esther. The agrometer was jumbled together because of the high damage, but Sierra managed to attract it towards her once again swiftly. Stabilizing the battle situation, Sierra managed to endure all the strong attacks of the boss without falling down, which relieved the pressure on us, and we were able to dwindle down its HP at a stable rate. Finally the boss HP reached the red zone and it entered rage mode. Gore. The boss might and speed is 1.5 of original. Move with all your everyone. Yes, the bosses that begin to appear from the intermediate dungeon not only have their offensive ability increased by 1.5 times in rage mode, but even the speed too with percentage. The party would be forced to step back and leave them incapable of fighting further if they are unable to react instantly to that speed, which spiked up the difficulty level of boss fights in intermediate dungeons. Aura point. Iron Wall. Sierra further attracts its aggro and uses the Iron Wall to tune it into a wall on the spot. Gore. Jirasagus unleashed its charge attack at her. Unlike earlier, it was an attack with extraordinary might. An attack which, if were to hit Lana, who has the least HP, would have been enough to take out her 70% HP. However, Sierra wasn't defending without any preparation either. This time she's buffed with Lana's protection blessing and has an iron wall as a shield. So if I have to bet which one will win, then, Gore. Sierra didn't even buzz from her spot. It was an overwhelming victory in Sierra's favor. Jirasagus, who instead of damaging its opponent took the damage itself in return, stumbled. Attack. Lightning slash. Swift strike. Precise thrust. Flash thrust. Long thrust. Gorka. Range attack incoming. Okay. Jirasagus, who was almost on its last leg from the attacks of mine and Ista, tried to use a spinning attack as a last resort to shake off it, but unfortunately, it would be a cause of its demise. That's your chance, Hana. Shining Saber of the Sacred Light, Rise of the Sacred Tree. Why yes. Take it. Lana and Hana fired their mightiest attack immediately after I and Ista distanced ourselves. Georgia. WW. Thus it lost its final HP and sank and disappeared amidst the huge effect that ensues after its demise. And in its spot now enshrined a sparkly, golden gold chest. CH 226. Nameless first year wise hair. Nameless second year priest. Whoa, that's surely sensational news. Nameless second year adventurer. Has the time for confrontation finally come? Is class tranquility all right? Nameless first year sage hair. About that, apparently the Makos said they want to have a debate about muscles with Brave Kun. Oh, and reassured, class is peaceful. Nameless second year priest. So it's true Makos really have their minds full of muscles. Nameless second year magician. Didn't they see Brave as rivals? Since when did they decide to become friends with him? Nameless first year sage hair. Nameless third year swordsman. What? You're saying even the Brave swing on the muscle side? Nameless second year alchemist. That being said, you sure are oddly specific about the situation. Maybe you're in the same class? That sure is an enviable position. Nameless third year supporter. According to the information I have, Brave inclination is mostly normal. We have yet to confirm if he will strip up to his waist and map the academy for the whole day while hoping like a rabbit. All of a sudden, I conjure it's Makos only who wants to talk with Brave, because the 30 bunny hopping students that became the news last time had a heated debate over muscles before. Those students apparently had normal inclination before the debate with Makos, and it's because of them that they awaken to the wonderfulness of muscles. Nameless third swordsman. For real? So the muscle is a contagious disease? Nameless third year axeman. Nameless third year supporter. Either way, the Brave is in danger. I don't think the Brave, who is in such an enviable guild full of beauties, would awaken to muscles, but muscles are terrifying. What's more, there are even 5 brawny warriors in one class and full of enthusiasm to talk with Brave about muscles. Nameless second year adventurer. Isn't that an absurdly grave situation? One of my acquaintances had awakened to muscles receiving the reception of Makos. There are many similar cases in the whole academy too. If the Brave becomes someone whose whole body ripples with muscles. Nameless second year axeman. That's so close to brainwashing. Could it be? It's the way of Makos to win over the Brave. Nameless second year adventurer. Is this the backhand of brawny warriors? Since they can't win in direct confrontation, They are going to instill the wonderfulness of muscles through other means. Wouldn't that comprehensively raise muscles' influence? Nameless third-year supporter. Nameless second-year axeman. The muscle arts. I seem to have some recollection about it. The art of muscles building roller where 5 muscle brain lining next to each other, linking their arms and running like how they do in a 3-legged race is quite famous too. There are many poor souls run over by the muscle building roller and get trauma afterwards. Nameless second-year alchemist. Are you saying the brave will participate in that? Impossible. It will never happen. Nameless first-year sage hair. As such blasphemy, we will never let it happen. As the students of the same class, we will protect the brave from falling into the devil's side. I will immediately inform the classmates and the girls of Eden to not let the brave carelessly come into contact with muckos. Nameless third-year swordsman. Och, go for it. Our hopes are on you. Nameless second-year magician. So you're indeed in the class, huh? Nameless second-year alchemist. Please protect our brave Kun from falling into demonic hands. But make sure to not approach the brave more than necessary. Okay? Nameless second-year adventurer. Oi. Your true intention is leaking out in the end? Nameless first-year sage hair. That's not something I can promise. We're in the same class after all. Nameless second-year alchemist. What enviable words. Nameless second-year priest. Who can tell me why the bulletin board is so chaotic but the class of brave itself is peaceful? Nameless first-year sage hair. About that, it's because there are even more fierce boys out there in class. Nameless second-year priest. Isn't it even more concerning? Why is the situation getting more and more incomprehensible? CH 227. I hadn't changed my weapon ever since getting firmament sword on my hands, and coming this far together with it, whom I had gotten from tutorial dungeon. This is the first time I have ever thought of changing my weapon. The dinosaur slaying sword is more heavy and broad compared to firmament sword. In a nutshell, it's similar to a broadsword, though it gave a slight sense of discomfort when I tried swinging it. Unlike how it was in game, the weapons give a different feeling changing it in reality. Well, this is also fun in itself. The firmament sword looked cooler. I think this weapon also looks good with its wild image. What a big sword. Yeah, I think this sword is actually oriented towards upfront battle. It should be more of a sword to fight against the monsters than people. From the top, Lana, Sierra, Hannah and Esther spoke out their impression in turn. Hey, Lana, you don't have to say that though. I mean, I also think that most will be shake their head in denial if I were to ask, does dinosaur slaying sword looks more cooler than firmament sword? But the dinosaur slaying sword design is also looks good. It's just the target of comparison is over the top. Anyway, the gold chest dropped a powerful weapon that I can finally switch to. Until now, we were able to advance by leaps and bounds since there wasn't any opponent that could pose the problem to beginner equipment exclusive to Princess Job or like Firmament series, no matter how strong beginner dungeons were. Not to say this is the drop from our first field boss. I couldn't stop myself from grinning thinking about the drop that the final boss has for us. Oh, the place there's shining. What could it be? Oh, that is the teleportation circle to go back outside. Conversely, you can also take a shortcut from outside to here directly. So that's what it is. I found a familiar teleportation circle beside the entrance to the 11th floor when I turned to look there in response to Lana's exclamatory voice. In contrast to how the final boss teleportation circle is one way only, the teleportation circle of the field boss is a two-way route to go and forth between. That's why it's slightly shining and looks a bit different. And the most interesting part about it is that one cannot use the teleportation circle unless they defeat the field boss first. It's possible to avoid the field boss if you can manage to get around and can proceed to the next floor without the need to fight. Though it wouldn't be possible to earn benefits like that, so I tried fighting it. The path is clear. Shall we proceed? Of course. There's no need to stop at the 11th floor entrance since the boss has been defeated. It's 2:30 p.m. right now and I think we will be able to reach 20th floor at this pace. Let's mark that as the ending point for today's exploration. I even thought of fast-forwarding our way using Esther's carriage in case we had taken much longer to arrive here, but for now, everything seems fine, and so, We proceed to the next layer without any mishaps. It was when our exploration had almost advanced to the middle of the 14th floor that I felt something wasn't right. For some reason or another, my intuition is slightly tingling. How should I say, I'm feeling something different from the path ahead. So mutters Lana. It seems she has also felt something just like me. That's strange. I'm sure Lana isn't holding any intuition type skill though. Nonetheless, if someone else beside me is also feeling the same thing, it shouldn't be my imagination. Everyone, be quiet. Don't let any voice or move carelessly and crouch down. Huh, what? SSSH, let's do just as Zephyr has told. Lana-sama. G got it. Everyone except Lana immediately acted when I ordered them quickly, though Lana blinked in surprise. Thankfully Hannah quickly supported the scene and asked the reason as she crouched down on the spot. Hey, what happened? Could it be we have encountered a wandering type field boss you have told us before? No, it's something more valuable than that. I'm not sure, but I think there's a rare monster behind that hill. What? Really? Hey. Don't shout out. I'm sorry. But is what you said true? It's just my conjunction though. A rare monster. They began to appear from the intermediate dungeon and is a general term for rare individuals who occasionally appear in normal floors. It wouldn't be wrong to say they are the mini-monster version of the rare bosses. No wait. They are even more hard to encounter than rare bosses, so they are priceless. They drop very useful items if you can defeat them. Something like hugely expensive items or 5 times the experience value, albeit latter is the #1 fail drop. Also, there are many cases where they dropped rare material that are important for production, and weapon and armaments made from that drop item comes with a skill attached, so their rarity value is high. Well, some may think if it's that rare then we should quickly move to take it down right away, but well, there are reasons why we're whispering to each other and trying not to stand out. Rare monsters are different from rare bosses. They can escape. What's more, their fleeing speed is unbelievably high, like a certain metal living in an ore vein. So we ought to catch it by surprise attack before it can find us and take it down before it can run away. It's at that time I wish Karua was here. However, there are many times I felt the presence of rare monsters in the game dungeon activity when intuition is activated, so my guess should be more or less on the mark. Rare monster will flee away when it notices us, so the intuition skill can tell me when it hasn't noticed us to a certain extent. Such cases are also the reason why I'm raising the intuition skill level. So everyone, let's move slowly. Try not to make any sound as much as possible. Understood. Everyone nodded at Sierra's response and moved till the hill. Then I slightly stuck out my head in a way that seemed like a peak onomatopoeia sound. There it is. That thing shining in golden light is the rare monster. Amazing. You did told us, but it's really shining with golden light. As expected, I discovered the rare monster. Lana's eyes sparkle when I tell her about it. Esther had to hold down on her as she looked ready to jump out at any given moment. The game has rare monsters always equipped with golden effects so that you can tell they are rare individuals right away. Below our line of sight sprinkling its golden effect is a miniature dinosaur type rare monster. Golden Truffle. It resembles four-legged sagas but is quite smaller than that. Its size is the same as the stray cat if I have to compare. Its escape speed is quite high, but the drop it gives when you defeat it is phew. Hey, how are we going to defeat it? That's a bit problematic. The problem is how to defeat it. In fact, the rare monster has such a low HP that it would be done in just 1 or 2 blows, but the question is how to make that blow. It will run away if we get closer to it. Then isn't it fine if we attack it from the distance? Magic are useless as rare monsters by default have complete invulnerability to magic. I know complete invulnerability to magic sounds suspicious no matter how you think just at the intermediate dungeon, but the cases like this are more than just a few in the game, like that metal in the ore vein. Thus, the methods with which we can defeat are limited. For example, using long-range normal attacks, long-range skill attacks, approaching it while hiding your presence, or like Starcat by closing the distance in one breath and then defeating it. However, all of them are something we have no way to get our hands on at the present moment. Thus, I called out to the only person who holds the key to defeat the golden topple. Come Hannah, it's time for you to shine. Defeat that with item. Phew. Apparently she didn't understand what I meant for a moment as she let out a surprised voice. I'm pretty sure we have blowgun-like item but not the type to blow. We will use that. What is a blowgun which isn't a blow type? Lana said something from the sideline but I act as if I didn't hear it and urges Hannah. Are you really going to use my item? Zephyr is going to do it? I assertively nodded at Hannah who was looking at me with doubtful expression. What are you saying? It's impossible for me to use emissions type items when I have never used them before. It's you who's going to defeat it. I'm possible. It's not impossible. Try to do it. There's no one beside you who can defeat it, Hannah. Just do it. It's absolutely impossible. I can't do it. What if I made an error or that my hand trembled from nervousness and attacked Zephyr? Everyone says the same thing in the beginning. It should be alright if you do it like usual. Hannah, just attack it how you unusually do. Why, you're not listening to me at all. I was a bit rough in my persuasion but I somehow managed to convince her. She took out the cannon and set up, albeit looking a bit desperate. Its shape is like a rocket launcher, though what it fire isn't a bomb, but a huge arrow. This is the tube cannon. Spear model. The damage it deals is huge but it's a bit hard to use in actual combat since it's a single shot at a time item. Its another feature is it doesn't make any sound at all so it can be used for snipping like now. You don't complain to me later if I missed it. What are you saying? I am telling you it would be alright. Hey, Zephyr kind of look like a demon. It's a rare monster that's hard to come by. I don't want it to escape. Although Hannah said this and that, I know better than anyone that she's good at long-range attacks. She has become good at it. That's why I have confidence in Hannah. Go, defeat it Hannah. I'm doing it then. Goo. A spear was launched at the same as Hannah shouted with a faint air-tearing sound. And then, Cree! I heard the death throes of a rare monster from below. See? Wasn't I right, Hannah? CH 228. Nice Hannah. I knew you could do it. Ha. I'm glad I didn't miss, albeit, Hannah's expression, who took down rare monster with her splendid aim, was more of a great burden lifting off her shoulder than pure delight. I can't let it happen. Hey Hannah, you should be more happy. You're the one defeated the rare boss so splendidly. Zephyr is right. It's an amazing feat. Be more happy, Hannah. Yeah. It was an amazing one-shot kill. Lana and Sierra took turns in praising Hannah. Esther also nodded after we expressed our admiration to her, and a tinge of understanding finally dyed Hannah's eyes after hearing us. I defeated it. Hey, Zephyr, this is something amazing, isn't it? I firmly nodded to Hannah who held her gaze at me to confirm, probably still a bit doubtful about herself. Of course, no one was able to do that. You should be more confident, since you were the only who had the ability to do that among our present member. It seems she finally comes to terms with the fact as her cheeks uplifted and a smile formed on her lips. Alright, let's go and check out the drop. Rare monster drops some extremely good drops. Yeah, I want to check it quickly. I together with Hannah and other members descended down from the hill and something that was still sprinkling out the golden effect caught our attention. That was a golden meat. No, Hannah. This is just meat giving off a golden effect. It's not golden. I correct Hannah who misunderstands seeing the drop. Rare monster materials always emit the golden effect, probably to make it stand out from other materials, so that you can tell from a glance it's a drop from a rare monster. The drop was just as Hannah has said, meat. The meat was enshrined above a big leaf. It seems to be about 5 kilograms in weight from a glance, though it's hard to tell if it is delicious or not. More like, the effect makes it too dazzling. The effect would be settled down I think through processing skill and by cooking it. It should be able to return to normal appearance. Meat. This is dinosaur's meat, isn't it, Zephyr? Is it delicious? Even I don't know since I never tried it, but it should be amazingly delicious given it's a drop from a rare monster. See, try looking at Lana and you may understand. Hannah turned around to look behind her at my urging and saw Lana who had an intense gleam in her eyes. I take back my previous words Hannah, you were terrific. It is a super duper hit. I don't think anything less than awarding you with a medal would be worthy of this legendary feat. WHYL Lana Sama, The look in your eyes looks scary. Lana approaches Hannah with quick steps and firmly grasps her hands, though Hannah flinches back from her. Calm down, Lana-sama. You're scaring Hannah-san. Besides, there isn't any precedence of awarding the medal for subjugating a rare monster. Asta quickly took over the situation and rebuked Lana. It seems no medal this time. I also don't have that much knowledge about the food items, so I inquired about Sierra, who was beside me. Is that meat really that delicious? Seeing a question coming from you kind of feels novel. The least I know is the drop of golden topple is exceedingly delicious. I have the chance to feast upon it twice and I can still recall the tongue-melting deliciousness. Oh, seriously? I absolutely want to try it then. Sierra unusually explained in detail. And judging from Lana's reaction, it does seem so. I heard it later, but it seems to be Lana's favorite food. Though for me, it was nothing more than an extremely strong buff and grand recovery cooking item in the game. Thus, albeit slightly, I was disappointed with the drop. But I remember, this is reality. It's the taste of an item I could never have the chance of tasting if it had been the game. I should try it. Oops, now I can't stop myself from hurrying it. Let's ask Marie-senpai for a good chef after finishing today's exploration. I put away the meat under the fervent gaze of Lana and resumed our exploration. The exploration after that, well, it's hard to say, but I felt it become slightly smoother. The credit for all of this goes to Lana, whose monster sensor worked even more efficiently than ever before afterwards. Apparently, Lana is extremely fond of food material from the rare monster drops. It seems it was something that was not easily available for even her home, royal palace, and so her eyes were constantly looking out for rare monsters from beginning to end with a fiery gleam on them. No sooner than we realized someone's presence, it was always Lana who acted quicker than anyone and found the accurate position of a monster. Thanks to her, the monster hunting was much easier than other days. Well, episodes like that happen sometimes. Though it was fun. On our exploration, we found 2 silver chests from the 2 hidden rooms and 3 wooden chests from the treasure chest of the dead end, which further cheered us up. From the silver chest, we got cookware grade 5. Mid greater than that increases the efficiency for chef, and smithing tool grade 3, mid greater than that increases the efficiency for blacksmith under production jobs category. Leaving aside the smithing tool for now, we were in a dilemma if we should sell the cookware since there wasn't anyone to use it. I don't have any plan to bring a chef in Eden for now. Although Hannah doesn't have the corresponding job, I am thinking of handing it out to Hannah since it can be used normally too. However, it would be more cost efficient to sell it and purchase normal cookware. However, it would be impossible for us to get our hands on them again since you can never obtain the treasure chest from a hidden room once opened, which was the cause of our worry. We decided to leave the decision for later. Experiencing various things, and when it was past 5:30 p.m., we arrived at the floor the second field boss is. CH 229, 888. Nameless second-year magician. Shock. A pandemonium has descended upon the second-year students group seeing Eden appearing in the Interlow dungeon. 889. Nameless second-year adventurer. So the time has finally come. No, maybe I should say the inevitable. 890. Nameless first-year angler. Adventure sounds kinda melancholic. Did something happen to you? 891. Nameless second-year axeman. It might not have any connection to freshmen, but there had been a lot on the plate of sophomores lately, especially so for this year, which is kinda special. I'm not any different either. 892. Nameless third-year doctor. The Eden has finally embarked on a ride to conquer the intermediate dungeons. I think they just wanted to focus on strengthening the war potential of the guild mostly, and now it seems they have finally made their mind to advance. 893. Nameless second-year adventurer. But it's fine if they chill out and take it more slowly though. For God's sake, they have just enrolled? Why are they in so much of a rush? 894. Nameless first-year angler. Whoa, the adventurer exploded. 895. Nameless second-year magician. 'Tis but a familiar sight to us already, so relax. First year. 896. Nameless second-year adventurer. Please, I'm awfully worried. At least give us some time to adjust even if you want to overtake us for heaven's sake. 897. Nameless second-year magician. What naive thinking you have. Will not everything be fine with just a bit more hard work? Besides, relax. Eden is an exception among exceptions. Not to say, what can you do even if they overtake you? You think you might be able to win against Eden. 898. Nameless second-year adventurer. Thinking back, maybe so. I for sure thought the same if I were to be overtaken by first years, but strangely enough, I only had the feeling of it can't be helped when it comes to Eden, who is right now under snowball effect. 899. Nameless second-year producer. I think you will be overtaken by the first-year group if you simply raise your hands to surrender like this. My gut feeling is telling me that. 900. Nameless second-year adventurer. I really hate being overtaken. 901. Nameless second-year magician. Producer Chan, don't bully him too much. 902. Nameless first-year angler. I think I get it more or less. Adventure San, please live well. Let's go fishing someday. 903. Nameless second-year producer. And then you will be overtaken while you're spending time fishing leisurely. Good. 904. Nameless second-year adventurer. I think I might quit fishing. 905. Nameless first-year angler. What? You will not do that, right? Adventure San, right? 906. Nameless second-year axeman. The sophomores have no time to play around anymore, don't ya think so? 907. Nameless second-year magician. This is the result of goofing around in your first year. As the saying goes, you reap what you sow. 908. Nameless second-year adventurer. The world is too tough. Please be more gentle with me. 909. Nameless first-year angler. Please don't overwork yourself, Adventure San. Let's go fishing to relax your spirit. 910. Nameless second-year adventurer. Stop seducing me. 911. Nameless first-year angler. Even when I'm inviting you so gently. 11. Nameless second-year priest. It seems Eden has arrived at Jarappa. 12. Nameless second-year axeman. Jarappa you say? But isn't that dungeon famous for its high-status monsters? I think it's kind of a bad choice to select as your first dungeon to start your journey to the next hierarchy of dungeons. 13. Nameless third-year supporter. Actually, I think this concept might not be valid for them. 14. Nameless second-year priest. Supporter senpai has descended. 15. Nameless second-year fighter. Our supporter senpai has appeared. 16. Nameless second-year magician. What might you mean by that, supporter senpai? As far as I know, isn't Dinosaurs Hill famous for being a dungeon which even third-year students refuse to enter? 17. Nameless third-year supporter. You're not wrong. The monsters there are indeed strong, even if standalone. The difficulty more so spikes up with the appearance of wandering bosses from the 21st floor and onwards, and there are a lot of cases of party wipeout. It's the dungeon with the highest rate for party wipeout, a dungeon that will let you know it's not the trap or anything that dangers them the most, but the monsters. 18. Nameless second-year priest. Newcomers usually choose a different dungeon. For example, Relics of the Camphor Laurel dungeon, where although traps are more but the risk of wipeout is at least lower. There are traps everywhere from the ceiling, on the path or wall where you can't afford to be relaxed, but equivalently, the monsters there are weak. It's a relatively easy dungeon as long as the challengers take along a trapper with themselves. 19. Nameless third-year supporter. Certainly, the dungeons relatively easier to conquer are already known to the public. For example, there are also the 3 Wooden Bridges dungeons or Citadel of the Thieving Rats dungeons that are famous. Characteristics-wise, the monsters hardly matter there. 20. Nameless second-year axeman. And among them, the one that's said to be most difficult to conquer, the one with unusually strong monsters, is Dinosaurs Hill dungeon. Especially the rate of wipeout. It practically doesn't have that many sophomores approaching. 21. Nameless third-year supporter. However, Even if one is said to be difficult to conquer for students, it might not be the same for instructors. 22. Nameless second-year axeman. Huh, what do you mean? 23. Nameless second-year magician. You mean it's just a matter of different opinion and perspective regarding conquest? 24. Nameless third-year supporter. Bullseye. According to the information from a certain muscle brain, Dinosaur's Hill is a dungeon most easy to attack among all the tenant low dungeons. 25. Nameless second-year priest. Phew, how come? I have challenged said dungeon, had noticed it would be overexerting ourselves to continue after 5th floor and decided to retreat, but we still faced the wipeout. You know, the monsters. There are simply freaks even if they aren't bosses. The 2 tanks we had didn't even last long before being blown away. 26. Nameless third-year supporter. That's right. 8 or 9 out of 10, you will face the same situation if you challenge it under the same level category. That being said, its experience value pales in comparison if you were to challenge it after raising your level. It's more so of a reason why we kept it in arm's length. But what if it's your status that triumphs over them in the same level region? 27. Nameless second-year axeman. Huh? 28. Nameless second-year priest. It would be the reversal of prey and predator. 29. Nameless second-year magician. Yeah, not to say there are almost no traps and the terrain is just right. An easier to clear dungeon among present int low in that regard, as you have said. If one can handle the sole menace of Dinosaur's Hill dungeon, the monsters, easily, the exploration might be much smoother. 30. Nameless third-year supporter. Well, you practically summed up everything I wanted to say. In short, brave is strong. It's a strong job. In addition, Eden is almost the gathering of top-class jobs. They have an edge over the dinosaur monsters even with status, so there shouldn't be any easier dungeon for them than this one. 31. Nameless second-year magician. I see. That was indeed a blind spot. I have to say, Brave Khan surely has a clear discernment regarding dungeons. 32. Nameless third-year supporter. Brave has never taken any action that proves to be useless from looking at the trend so far. It's almost as if he has the modus operandi of all the dungeons about exploration secured in his hand. Even the matter about dungeon carriage is still fresh in my mind. Higher-rank guilds have already begun to eye on Brave's strategies. The guilds that will imitate the Eden will rise up in future, and who knows, we may also get the hints about high-rank dungeons. 33. Nameless third-year swordsman. The topic has become quite a grandiose one. What do you want to say in the end? 34. Nameless second-year fighter. Are you dumb? The gist is those eyeing the Brave action will be stealing his tricks of how he conquered them. 35. Nameless third-year supporter. Yeah, especially the case of dungeon carriage, which was simply wonderful. After all, it opens the path where we can prioritize the conquest by ignoring monsters, traps etc. above anything. High-ranking dungeons, a place shrouded in mystery where the feet of our human race has yet to get a firm foothold. The dungeon carriage is a hope which will keep the expenditure of items and one's power in check, while rapidly pushing forward the conquest. 36. Nameless second-year priest. Gulp. You mean the same higher-ranking dungeons whose exploration is stagnant till now? The same high-ranking dungeon who is like the iceberg whose tip can't be seen? You're saying there will soon be a time where it can be conquered? This seriously has become a hot discussion. Rather, what in the world is that Brave? 37. Nameless third-year supporter. I bet Brave is a mystery even more incomprehensible than higher-ranking dungeons. But either way, there's no mistake that Eden is now the center of everyone's attention. It would be better if you also pay attention to Eden from here on, even if it's just to not fall behind. 38. Nameless second-year priest. Roger. You have my eternal gratitude, Supporter Senpai. Your information is really eye-opening. 39. Nameless second-year axeman. The whole academy has begun to pay attention to Eden. What intonation is brewing? CH 230. Chapter 230. Not again, not again, not again. Good grief, Esther, why you really are. Geez. Lana-sama, please forgive me. You truly haven't yet realized, Esther. It is never good to defeat your opponent too early, no matter how easy they are to handle. You have to have more fun. To no one's surprise, Lana puffs her cheeks in anger and scolds Esther right after the boss monster abruptly sank into the sea of effect. Her angry face was cute, to be honest, making me warm and fluffy, albeit it wasn't the same for Esther, who was having a troubled face facing her. Is this the so-called gap? The boss battle ended in no time. I think it didn't even take a minute from the beginning of battle to sort it out. Well, that's a normal thing to happen when using Princess's Night Awakening. The exhilarating feeling of defeating the boss by outbursting all your mana saved precisely for this moment really feels good. I, too, have done that many times in the game, albeit one has to be careful regarding this and take down the opponent in time frame of outburst, lest the situation devolve into something messy where they have completely used up their MP and opponent with its aggro meter at its finest is then facing you. While I was thinking of that, I suddenly noticed Lana looking at me with an expectant expression. What did I miss? Why is she suddenly looking at me like that? Hey Zephyr, just one more boss battle, please. Let's repop, okay? The way Lana pleaded completely shot down my heart. I clench my teeth tightly to suppress the urge of almost putting my hand on my chest and stop myself from letting out a groan. What a way to do it, Lana. She may think it was rather normal, but it was a one-shot skill move to me, and no matter what she has to say, I would fulfill. It's just that there are also some requests I am unable to fulfill. It's unfortunate, but field bosses can't repop, Lana. A groan slipped out of my mouth, but I somehow managed to convey it. Unlike the cases of final bosses, it is not possible to repop field bosses artificially. In other words, the official hidden tactic is ineffective. The main reason is that the field boss doesn't have any limitation of how many people can face it, unlike the boss room where only 5 people are allowed to enter. So field bosses can be subjugated by multiple parties. Therefore, one will find lots of field bosses gimmicks when they advance to high-grade dungeons. They are basically the opponents that are to be handled through raid battle, and if you move further on hierarchy, the situation becomes even more messy when facing field bosses of top-grade dungeons, where they are simply so strong that it would be hard to take them down unless you battle with a large number of people, basically the whole guild. Though that's the explanation for later. Anyway, because of the possibility that several people can fight it all together, the official tactics performance has been downgraded to the very limit against them. Just imagine. Challengers don't need to work hard and they can reap the XP points and item materials easily. Of course that's unacceptable for developers no matter what, and only tactics for boss room are made possible. Let's also not forget that even the official tactics are no more than the developer's last resort. If possible, they don't even want tactics to exist. I mean, the developers. We could have just traveled to the final floor easily if it had been a beginner dungeon, but it's difficult to do the same in the intermediate dungeon. Not that difficulty should be disregarded, since it's one of the important points that spice up the game. It strikes up a good balance to say. The crux is just raising the level by defeating the field bosses on the way, and easily capturing the dungeon isn't all that enjoyable. Nevertheless, I still couldn't stop myself from wishing if there could have been a way to repop the field boss by looking at the current situation. As I sadly explained the situation minus the insider part, Lana received a shock to the point I can even see the illusion of lightning falling behind her. A gloom is hanging over Lana, who's usually so cheerful. This seems to have made her depressed considerably. Lana-sama. Well, Esther's response can be said to be the best in regarding exploration, but for Lana, who had wanted to have a bit more fun by fighting the boss, this was but an act of dampening her enthusiasm. I hadn't predicted this would come out as such a huge shock for her. Afterwards, all the members except Esther tried cheering up the depressed Lana, but the shadow that had been casting over her didn't clear away, and it was now time for us to return. Since we had already defeated the Jiratoritor, we started up the teleportation circle of 20th floor. Step on it and ends our exploration for that day. After we returned to the intermediate dungeon gate, I, along with the other two, see off Lana and Esther, who said they are going back to the aristocratic dormitory for that day. Hannah also parted there. Apparently she has to fulfill alchemy quota or something. which only leaves behind me and Sierra in the end. I'm a bit worried. I hope Lana Dono didn't brood over this topic for long. She is like a child who has been deprived of fun. No wait, she's still child. I forgot. Aren't you the same? Can you say you would be able to keep your calm if you're also deprived of fun? Sounds impossible. See, you're not any different either. Alas, I couldn't refute Sierra's words. I thought Lana was exaggerating with her reaction, but it doesn't sound funny anymore imagining if it had happened to me. Esther isn't the one to blame who gave her best. It's just her timing was bad. I hope they reconcile soon. I don't want to see them breaking up. I, too, hope so. It should be fine, I think. Remember, they are also childhood friends. I was optimistic at this point, just like how it was an everyday matter for me to feel depressed and tense at the game. That's why I was thinking they will be depressed for a while and will reconcile soon. That's what I thought until the night when Esther came to my room. Zephyr Dono, please teach me how can I patch up with Lana-sama. Hey, I'm not omniscient, you know. CH 231. On the night of the day I had challenged the intermediate dungeon for the first time in reality, a lone well-endowed girl came to visit my room. She examines his room while fidgeting for a while, evident that the girl's mood was anything but calm. No one was there in the room beside the one girl and boy. I wondered what kind of meaning I should assume from her who had come to visit a boy's room alone so late. As if that wasn't enough, the girl was dressed in an attire far different from what I had usually seen her in. I was stunned, for she was donning pink pajamas on her well-endowed body. By no means an attire to be worn when visiting a boy's room at night. No, maybe formal attire should be the right choice for this occasion. So I thought who couldn't arrive at a conclusion for the question. It was just so profound for me. Gulp. I was sorting out the daily information gathering while relaxing when someone knocked on the door, and when I opened it, the visitor was the girl in her current attire. I was surprised since we hadn't any prior appointment to meet out later or anything. But of course, whatever the reason was, I couldn't have just asked her there when she was in that attire, and so I invited her inside, and that's how the current situation comes by. What kind of business could it possibly be? Oh wait, the girl has already told me the reason first thing in the beginning. But there's also a possibility that it might just be the sound reason superscript 1 to visit his room. Gulp. Night is the time young people's hormones are at their peak, and it is a lone girl visiting a boy's room at night time. What's more, in pajamas. Even if there is another reason, just that point alone was enough to expand the fantasies of mine. However, the reality is cruel. Please teach me how to patch up with Lana-sama. Apparently that's really the sole purpose of the girl's visit, and I was almost about to say go back but held myself back. Esther, is it fun to play with a boy's feelings? No, nothing. Aren't the master and squire too lacking in common sense? Nothing was as I had imagined. She had come simply for consultation. The targeted audience of the game dungeon activity is age group B, 12 years or above. Phew. Calm down, calm down. Esther tilts her head in puzzlement, still completely unaware of current situation. As expected of Lana's attendant. So innocent. Esther's status is Lana's attendant, and even in normal times, she walks one step behind our pace. So she doesn't stand out, but she's also a beautiful girl. Not only beautiful, she also boasts a well-developed figure that clearly exceeds all the other girls in Guild Eden. She also reigns supreme in terms of offensive power. Her human armor squared, that was normally hidden behind her dress armor, was now dynamically pushing out pajamas. A sight that really makes it hard to see where to look. It's impossible to not have any expectations when such a girl in pajamas has come to visit my room late at night. Though it seems I was mistaken after all. Well, not like I hate when someone relies on me, so I decided to listen to her without turning her away. So, you and Lana are still fighting? No. It's not as absurd as fighting. It's just there's a bit of dissatisfaction piled up. All Lana-sama keep repeating is whenever I tried to talk with Lana-sama. It seems like Lana was so angry that she has turned into a cow, and when I used the word fight, Esther denied that with all her might. Nevertheless, Lana is still depressed and completely mad at Esther this time. But it isn't bad to be scolded and is quite refreshing. So is this settled? Then the consultation is over. number. I apologize. I'm very much at loss. I have come to ask if you can teach me any method with which I can make Lana-sama talk to me like usual. Some kind of sleepy remarks popped out in the between, but it seems Esther is truly in a pinch. Recently, all I have made Esther do is to work like a coachman for the last few days, and I'm heavily indebted to her for her work. I want to help her if she's in trouble. It was just that she doesn't look very dissatisfied and even slightly happy. Is she truly in trouble? Oh well, as far as I can tell after hearing your story, Lana is just depressed. So I think you will be able to solve your problem if you can somehow raise her tension. Oh, I was right to visit you, Zephydono. That's really amazing insight. I don't dislike praise. Rather, she can praise me more. The problem is what to do to lift her depressed mood. In that case, to fish out something that Lana-sama adores. Hey, so Esther is good at baiting. No, that it was just a figure of speech. I hope you can forget it. For now, we decided to raise the fallen favorability point, and so, the option that we comes upon is present. Speaking of which, what does Lana like? Well, actually, Lana-sama likes cute things. I know. It's already a well-known fact, even if it seems like it sounds surprising. And love stories in general. Lana-sama absolutely needs something to read every day. Hey, every day. I didn't know that. I had once overheard that she likes reading love stories, but I'm first time hearing that she reads them every day. Now that I think about it, I don't know what Lana and other girls usually do in their free time. Let's try asking this next time. Then, how about presenting her a romance novel? You should know what type of trend she likes, right? That's, of course, as it is the etiquette of guard. However, Lana-sama has quite a good amount of stockpiles already. I am worried that it would just be another copy in her collection. I see. Let's look for something else then. I don't know what is etiquette of a guard, but Esther apparently knows the type she likes. Except the stockpile cubed books she has. I don't think she will even glance at the present because she already has to patch their relationship. It's better to discard it and think about something else. By the way, the stockpiling word here is referring to the books Lana has collected but have yet to read. Then, let's give her something cute. If I'm right, Sierra should have brought a lot of plushies for Lulu. How about you ask her? Ah, that's right. It's a nice idea. I will go right away. Okay, but be careful. I mean, don't let other boys see your current appearance. First and second floor in the aristocratic dormitory is reserved for boys and third and fourth for girls. We're in the same dormitory so we can visit each other, but it's not favorable for boys to sneak into the floor of the girls' room at this time. That's why I can only help her up to this point. The rest, I want her not to carelessly lest other boys see her in pajamas, albeit, it doesn't seem like she understands the meaning very well. Okay? I'm glad that I decided to visit Zephydono to consult. Don't mind it. See you later. Yes, see you again, in the classroom. Esther left after saying that. I wonder what was even the current consultation about? I raised my attention for nothing. The main cause was Esther's attire. But I'm glad she can resolve the problem. Sigh. This is the later story. As we had discussed, Esther visited Sierra's room to ask for the plushies and presented them to Lana, thus reconciling their friendship safely. Good for you, Esther. TN1. MC here means this might just be reason on surface, but real meaning is something different. Wink if someone didn't get the point. 2. Human armor, just another way to describe her body, probably to match the word dress armor. CH 232. Time passed. The week passed, and Monday came. The day on which classes will operate normally. It's been a bit more than a month since I enrolled in the academy, and it's finally time for classes to formally begin. Well, I said normal, but it's only for up to the 7th class of the combat department. Apparently, classes after that, from class 8th to class 127th, are going through the combat drills to level up. There are only as many as 210 students from classes 1 to 7 who have raised their level. From students of class 8th and onwards, those students who have just recently acquired their jobs and are at level 0. Thus, why are there only a few classes with a regular schedule? It's not to say the difficulty of lessons itself differs for each class. The closer you are to class 1, the higher the level of lessons will be, and vice versa for the classes closer to class 127. But it will also increase their difficulty in job hunting. If they want to make their future lives more prosperous, the students from class 8 and onwards have to strive hard to bridge that gap every day. After all, there is a difference in the quality of lessons. The gap will gradually continue to widen if they don't do anything. The students who are currently in class 7 and above also can't take it easy. Although students have been divided into different classes, there isn't that much difference among freshmen yet. So, they will find themselves spiraling down the moment they stop their endeavors. It's no exaggeration that the class division in their second years will have quite an influence on their future. And that's why students in dungeon activity are so hardworking in general. Or so was the setting in the game Dungeon Activity. However, a certain quartet is hovering around me this morning, overlooking the aforementioned details. How about exploring the dungeon together with us? Come with us. I do recognize that you're much stronger than us in level. However, I'm confident that I'm more capable than you. The one who spoke out was Saturn-kun, who has the highest level among the other male students in the class. It's really a complete mystery as to why he thinks of himself so highly. I mean, the difference should have already been evident though. Foo-foo. I wouldn't find it impossible if you're surprised. However, he's not the only one. I also believe my abilities outweigh yours, and the evidence is the level of my job, Sword Saint, which I have increased to LV20 in the last several days. The one who laughed so daringly was Sword Saint Jilong-kun. What do you want me to say for reaching LV20? Congrats. You stole the march. We have been going through a hellish training period these days. The currents aren't going to lose to you. The one who followed after Jilong-kun while crossing his arms and with a triumphant expression was Barbarian Tom. What's with that grinning face when you're already losing in level? Now don't go and forget we will teach you that it's always the soldier's role to stand at the forefront of battle. T/N, we in the royal sense. Like how monarchs referred to them as we. This was said by your truly young master, who has a hard time remembering the pronoun I, the Night Helk. And no, I'm fine without knowing that. Besides, it's me who's undoubtedly more knowledgeable. The quartet suddenly surrounded my seat the first thing in the morning while there was still time for morning assembly and began to prattle. From what they have said, it seems like they are going to dive into the dungeon after classes today. But all I could see is them trying to show off their abilities and get a head start over others, from what I have figured out after listening to their banter. Rather, aren't they being too egoistic? I thought they would yield after experiencing the gap and disgrace, but here they are, once again showing off first thing in the morning so cheerfully as if that had never happened. They are quite a gutsy bunch. Oh well. It's at least better than brooding around. It seems they have trained harder than before. I'm glad they are heading in the right direction. From their talks, Saturn-kun has reached LV22 while the other three are at LV20, thus unlocking their second-order skill tree. Oh, no wonder. The sudden increase in power has inflated their egos to a new level and is the main reason behind their grinning faces. Alas, they still don't know that there exists a wall in between the second-order tree and their order tree that can't be surmounted. No matter what they do, it's impossible for them to win against me. What do you say, Brave? Come with us to dive into the dungeon together, and I bet, as long as we are grouped together, beginners' dungeons are simply now a match for us. So says Saturn-kun. Of course, there will not be any problems. My level is now 51 after yesterday's exploration, and I have already graduated from beginner dungeons. I can simply be invincible in them, and they're not even needed. No, in fact, that's the reality. They should have known this already. There's no way they could be so ignorant. Isn't that right? You guys aren't serious, right? Let's see. The question is, why are they even inviting me to the dungeon then? No wait, could it be they are inviting me in a roundabout way to play together with them? This possibility can't be ruled out. Rather, I think the chances of this are high. An awkward gap has opened in between them and the members of Eden due to what happened during the self-introduction time. It's natural because they were antagonizing the Guildmaster. Unfortunately, the Eden members comprise more than 1/3 of the student body in this class. So they should feel ashamed. In other words, they want to show it like we're good buddies as a form of reconciliation. The proof is that they talked to me in the class. It feels more right to believe this considering they showed their courage and came to invite me for play despite our odd relationship. I guess it's because they are too prideful that they are not being honest. After all, they are still 16-year-old youngsters. In that case, there's no reason for me to be obstinate and reject their invitation. Alright, I will come along with you guys! Foo-foo. I hope you don't come to regret it later. This isn't the line one should say when passing out invitations to play Jelongkun. However, his bold laughter is tinged with joy. I guess. I almost forgot. Can I invite one more person? We are already 5 members and the more would be over the party. Tom is correct. It would be a 5-person party if they added me in. The party member count in dungeon activity is limited to 5, and you can't increase the number by any means, but there are exceptions to everything. Well, I was thinking of inviting an acquaintance from the collection department. Since we're going, wouldn't it be nice to harvest the material on the way? So you're going to use the guest bracelet, huh? Understandable. We don't mind. Helk seems to know about the guest bracelet. One really can't judge a book by its cover. The other 3 seem to be unaware of it, so I gave a brief explanation and got their approval. I don't have any problems as long as your acquaintance stays out of battle. The last thing I want to see is someone pulling my legs. Foo-foo. Then let's get together after classes. The quartet returned to their respective seats after saying that in the end, I have quite stretched out the timing since Friday. I shall quickly send the invitation to Mona and bring him and myself to the dungeon. I'm looking forward to it after classes. I thought so while taking out a smartphone from my pocket. CH 233. Excuse me. Thank you. Thank you very much for inviting me today. Gotcha. Let's do our best, Mona. After all the classes were over for today and it was time to go back. The location was somewhere between the combat department and collection department where we met Mona. I had contacted him earlier via chat to ask if he wanted to come with us to the dungeon and received his okay. By the way, today's classes operate as scheduled, 2 hours each for language, mathematics and history. To be frank, they were hella amazing. Especially the language and history. They greatly satisfied my appetite for the setting of the dungeon activity that was not in the game. In fact, I have even already finished reading the textbooks. History, in particular, struck the spot most. I have planned to borrow a lot of books of this category from the Grand Library. It was a fact as default. As someone who took pride in his database, it's impossible for me to overlook the chance of filling the blind spot of my knowledge that was not available before. Only mathematics was not that great compared to history. It was like elementary school level. Well, this might be a hard nut to crack for the students who were ordinary villagers until now, but for me who has received education in modern Japan, it wasn't even a challenge. I wonder if Hannah is alright. I am quite worried about her. Certainly, there wasn't any school etc. in the village, but I think there was a facility for basic education and Hannah should have studied the two. But, oh well, if she comes to me crying, I will just have to give her supplementary lessons. We're childhood friends after all. It was really a blissful time which really pumped me with motivation. But I gotta hold my horses here, for the fun time isn't over yet, for we're going to the dungeon today. Is he the one from the collection department you were talking about? So asked Saturn-kun as he arrived behind me. Yeah, he's Mona, and although he's quite a shy type, he's a nice guy. Mona, he's Saturn. He's a bit of an odd guy, but you don't need to mind that part. Oh okay. Oi, who are you calling an odd guy? Saturn-kun yelled something, but I smoothly ignored him and introduced the remaining 3 members. By the way, my words mean exactly what they mean. Anyway, I think we should move to the beginner gate now. Hey, why are you going ahead when I still am not over with talking about what you meant earlier? Or rather, it's my job to lead. Foo-foo, please wait. It's obviously my job to lead no matter from how you see. Oi, Stop daydreaming. I'm the leader. It's unpardonable to forget we are the true leader. Apparently, my classmates have begun to quarrel over the leadership out of the blue. What in the world are they doing? Whoa. They surely are good on terms. And such an argument looks fun in Mona's eyes. It makes me feel like they're playing when thinking from this perspective. Well, let's put them aside until they calm down. We moved our legs and began to walk towards the beginner gate. I forgot to tell. I have finally leveled up Farmer to LV2. Oh, congratulations. My help was limited, but it seems he's also working hard on his training too. Unfortunately, Mona isn't one of the guild members, so I can't teach him about the Slippo Marathon. As such, there's no other way but training to raise your level, and even so, it's not easy to achieve this. I have experienced it, so I can tell. Mona had truly worked hard to raise his level in such a short time. I have already thought of giving him an exclusive contract in future as long as he continues to work hard just like now. Everything is dependent on his own hard work. He still lags behind currently, being in the lower position as collection department class 9 greater than, but I hope he can become a fine master of harvest. I am also ready to give him a bit of a helping hand, so I think he will not lose much. However, as I was talking with Mona, Saturn-kun suddenly interrupted, who apparently heard our conversation. Hold on. Do you forget we're going to the beginner mid-grade dungeon? Level 2 can't enter there. What's more, he shouldn't have even cleared away the beginner lower grade dungeon. Don't worry about this. He can join us without any problem with the guest bracelet. The level restriction doesn't apply to the wearer of guest bracelet, as they are treated the same as average of party level. In brief, Mona would be recognized as level 26, the average of the current party, despite being level 2, which will not hinder him from joining us. Else, it would be impossible for non-combatant jobs like those that belong to the production or collection department to traverse through the dungeon. Of course, you don't need the Conqueror's mark either. There's, however, one need to be careful about one point, and that's the wearer who hasn't fulfilled the prerequisite to enter can't remove guest bracelet unless they exit the dungeon. There's also the option to deliberately attack the monster to destroy the bracelet, but I wouldn't recommend this option, because it's dangerous. Monsters will be out for their blood. Also, I explained this to not only Saturn-kun, but also to other 2 members who are unaware of this point. Hey, it's quite a convenient item. Saturn-kun, as he looked at the bracelet equipped on Mona's hand with an impressed gaze, says, "It is. It's worth even more than the drop of an average gold chest, and of course, you would be fined by Academy if it were to be destroyed. You will be charged around 1 million mia, so you absolutely must refrain from any unnecessary action." "Oh, of course I will." Mona nodded like a broken toy as his face twitched. "That's why we will be in charge of kicking around the monsters. I'm leaving the harvesting job to you, Mona. Please leave it to me." "So, which dungeon are we going to today?" "A dungeon that's suitable for harvesting materials too." "I am thinking of Grassland Dungeon." And thus, we decided on Goblin as our target for today. CH 234. Phew, ha 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 ha. Behold, this is the great sorcerer power. You're but a weak ant in front of me, Goblin. Take it, Mega Flare. Gobi. Saturn-kun butchered the Goblin in a one-shot while roaring with laughter. "Go aside, it's my turn now." "I don't have any intention to let you hog all the fun to yourself." Jaya HMPH. Only those who can take down their enemies in one shot are worthy of being called the strong. Therefore, an axe is the strongest. Great splitting axe. Aren't you forgetting us? It's because we are helping you by attracting the attention of the enemy that you can fight without the need to worry about anything. Don't forget that. Come on, you goblin bunch, bow before this venerable fight. Jilong-kun split apart the Goblin with the 3 consecutive slashes. Tom-kun overpower his opponent Goblin with a single wide slash, while Helk-kun uses his taunt skill to attract the remaining Goblin when the situation didn't even call for it. Yuah, is class 1 of the combat department so amazing? Stop idolizing them. They are just idiots. None of them have so much as thought of saving their NP. Why in the world are they using their big moves against small fries like Goblins? No matter how you see, it's simply overkill. Helk doesn't even have any need to attract the aggro, but he is using them like they don't cost anything. You see, the game was pretty simple. All he had to do was let Jilong-kun slash again and the battle would have been over. There was simply no need to use fight skill in the end at all. But, I see. Is this how others usually fought in this world? If it's really that, then it's not difficult to understand why they are having trouble just at intermediate level dungeons. No, I believe it shouldn't be so. Something like preserving their stamina is an absolute basic after all. The crux of this matter should be that the quartet simply doesn't know how to efficiently use their jobs yet. In the end, they have their jobs for only 1 month. What should I do? Should I enlighten the lost souls? However, they will learn them in the class either way, so I don't need to work myself out. But there's this thing called class versus skilled battle. It's none other than us who will have to bear the burden if classmates are weak. As I was mentally contemplating if I should give them heads up or not, Saturn-kun says while brushing up his hairs as if he has just done something very tiring. HMPH. Did you see my power? I hope this may have helped you understand 1 or 2 things. Why is it turning as if I'm the one who needs to learn from him? Q. Saturn-kun's face looks like a clown honestly. Anyway, leaving the jokes aside, this has actually become a good reference for me. I have come to know that there might be more than a few rookies like them in the class. For now, since he's asking me, let's say my impression. Yes, I understand that you're totally an amateur, Saturn-kun. What? Saturn-kun's eyes widened as if he hadn't expected I would call him an amateur and let out a hysteric shout. No self-awareness, huh? He's really something to not realize after so much, but oh well. This is a trait that often manifests in those who have the high damage dealing jobs. It's like a one-shot move game for them. There are so many people who quite frequently misunderstood their own level of power because of that. And if you ask them, they will say something like I'm the strongest without batting their eyelids. Absolutely. What needs to be done has to be done. Let's enlighten his soul a bit. You're using nothing but the mega flare only against the goblin. Heck, you're squandering your MP as if it's candy you can replenish anytime. You could have easily taken them down with the flare, which is 2 levels lower than mega flare. As I can see, your INT is surprisingly high. We're already on the 8th floor, but you haven't reflected on this once. If this continues to go on like this, you would be out of your MP even before reaching the deepest floor. All I can say is, that's completely stupid strategy. What did you say? Besides, what do you even think your job is? Your place is supposed to be at rearguard, not the vanguard. Why in tarnation are you even trying to attack from vanguard position? Be more aware that your job is suited to be at rearguard. Also, you're focusing too much only on taking down the enemies that you're not even following the party movements. Remember, you're in a party, not solo. And how in the world can you miss your shots when you're attacking from so close? You totally need the shooting practice. That's understandable if you miss your shot from long distance, but from close up, you simply sucks at aiming, Saturn-kun. And don't think it's over this. There is more mistakes. I had only intended to point out a few mistakes only, but once I opened my mouth, I simply couldn't stop myself. As far as I can guess, Saturn-kun is drunk in power of his job and has neglected his combat training. I know all his mind must be filled with the thoughts like the heck, how can training even be helpful? I will raise my level. I appreciate that he's devoting himself to the level up, but he should do the bare minimum of training at the very least. This is only beneficial to him. Thus I hardened my heart here and sternly pointed out the part he ought to rectify. I am not doing this so that he doesn't become a burden in the class versus skilled battle. Not at all. Sniff, sob. Odd enough, Saturn-kun was silent for the whole time I was lecturing him. When I finally cooled down and regained my focus, for some reason, Saturn-kun was kneeling and pushing his face on the ground with all his might as if he wanted to become one with it. What's he doing? I think I just heard his sobbing voice. Must be my imagination. Foo. It's funny. It's a wonder why my feet are shivering. What are you, a demon? To lecture him to the point of leaving him in such a mental state. You're too cruel. He's pressing his face on the ground so much that even a dent is formed. Are you trying to smite his pride to complete oblivion? Hey, why am I receiving their slanderous remarks? They hurled their gazes at me as if they were looking at something terrifying. so strange. It's as if I have made a mistake. Incidentally, Mona is in the middle of harvesting at the harvest spot we found just a while ago, so he didn't hear anything. Anyway, that's all I have now for Saturn-kun. Next. I turn to face the other three, who repeat after me as if they didn't understand what I mean at first, but then startles, finally catching up with the meaning. It's a good chance we will be in the same class for at least a year, so I also want to become good friends with them. In return, they can just leave the matter about the dungeon diving to me. I have confidence in my knowledge, and I'm sure none is wiser than me when it comes to that. You guys also have a lot of parts that need to be amended. Be assured, I will teach you how to, so listen carefully. That day, the boys matured. Of course, the credit goes to yours truly, me. CH 235. Foo-foo, foo-fa-foo. Foo-fa-fa-foo, a devil. He's a devil. He's an all-out demon. How dare he say that to us? Not even our parents have ever scolded us. So strange. All I had done was just give them advice, and yet, the three of them are now acting the same as Saturn-kun. I didn't expect their mentality to be as fragile as a glass. That totally startled me. In the end, they began to clamor like, show your strength if you think we're so incompetent, and coincidentally, there was a group of 3 goblin who had come to attack us just then, so when I killed them with normal attacks only, they suddenly turned quiet. Rather, they have gone down on their knees. I have also grown up quite well. This feeling didn't come just from my high-level status. I feel like I have greatly improved my player's skill too. In contrast to the exhilaration I was experiencing from my gains, the rest of the 4 members were so depressed that they were now digging a hole in the ground, as if they wanted to bury themselves in it. Did I said too much? Zephyr-san, what in the world has happened here? Mona, who has just returned from his harvesting journey, asks in an astonishing tone as he gazes at the spectacle of 4 adult boys prostrating and pushing their faces on the ground. I don't know. I just gave them advice on how to efficiently use their jobs, and maybe this has made them realize how lousy they are. Probably. I see. It's because you're just that amazing, Zephyr-san. I can still vividly recall the shock I had received when I first read the memo given by you. Mona looks at them with a look of understanding. Has he also experienced something similar? Anyway, this doesn't seem to be the end for the 4 pompous young matters who always had their noses high up in the air, for they were now glaring at me and gritting their teeth. Lousy. What gall you have to say this great sorcerer Saturn is an incompetent. Foo-foo. I can't overlook this statement by any means. I will let you know the consequence of underestimating me. Just you wait. You're the first to ever push us to such an extent. I should have expected this from Class 1 boys. They have already revived and brimming with even more competitive spirit than ever. I'm impressed by your spirit. Very well, I will be your guide today, so do your best to become stronger. Thus, I also decided to act as a proper guide to meet their enthusiasm. It's just, I saw a glimpse of a gloomy shadow from them for a moment. No sooner had I said so. What was that? Despair? Grim resolve? I felt like I saw such emotions on their faces. It should be my imagination. The feeling was cleared by Saturn-kun, who said in a resolute tone, No, there's no way the great sorcerer would ever lose. Fine. I will show what I'm made of by withstanding your so-called guidance. The other 3 followed suit once Saturn-kun finished up his words. Foo-foo, foo-fa-foo. I will not lose either. Don't think I will let you steal the head start, Saturn. I will not lose either. I will show you no one is more powerful than me in this group. How careless of you to forget us. Relish in the fantasy of yours as much as you want, for my strength will make you realize how naive you once were. Are they trying to say I will not lose to my rivals? The other 3 follow up to motivate themselves. It's nice to be young. Fine. I was trying to be considerate by matching their pace since it's my first random party, but seeing their fervent desire to learn, I guess I will give them a helping hand here. We're friends from the same class after all. I don't have much time since it's a random party. I hope they can last till the end with how many things there are I need to instill in them. All right. Let's begin the training. Asterisk. Haven't you eaten enough, Saturn? Look how your aim is. Try harder and stop relying on upper tier magic. Flary. Saturn Kun aimed his magic at the goblin, but as his aim was weak, it went off the mark even before the goblin could avoid it. Goblin naturally avoided it smoothly and Saturn Kun magic was all for naught. I have asked Saturn Kun to attack from the rearguard position since a while ago, but his aim is much worse than I had thought. I feel like the reason why he always strikes up from vanguard position was to cover up his flaws. Flare is a one-shot kill magic against opponents like goblins, though it also means nothing if it doesn't hit anything. Saturn Kun has made this far only because of the difference in overwhelming firepower his job provides and that all his opponents are small fries. If this continues to go on like this, he would be useless in intermediate dungeons for sure. It would be better to correct such mistakes now than letting him go on as usual. By the way, the 3 members are all vanguard, so there's no such flaw in them. That's why they have shown visible growth in the last few hours under my guidance. It's just, I don't know why they look desperate half of the time. The only one who hasn't shown any sign of growth at all is Saturn Kun. Shit. You think you got me? Mega Flurry. Saturn Kun's temper finally won over him as he ended up using middle tier magic, though it didn't hit the goblin. To no one's surprise, with a shriek, Saturn Kun slumped down on his knees. I guess depression level broke past the limit he could endure when not even the attack he poured all his might hit his opponent. I'm Saturn. The great sorcerer Saturn. I'm Saturn. At last, he even begins his monologue facing the ground. Maybe the partner is just right to hear his nonsense. Well, that's the natural course if you don't practice before entering the dungeon. He's out of commission at his current state, but it's quite amazing of him to have come so far. On the contrary. Also, the gaze of vanguards hurt. Foo, you have made him succumb to depression again, haven't you? What a terrifying devil. We can endure it because it's us. But of course, anyone else would be reduced to such a state under such Spartan training. What? I don't think it's that tough though. If anything, it's just a warm-up. Saturn Kun, who had emptied his MP, in the end was asked to retire and only the vanguard followed up after that point. In this way, in the evening, we finally managed to arrive at the dungeon's deepest safety point. CH 236. Chapter 236. Behold the might of brave and the trembling Saturn. Go gobble ... N. The night goblin scatters a huge effect and vanishes in it. The battle with the night goblin ended with ease, without any up and down. That was natural, for I was serious about showing them my might. The boss couldn't even withstand my onslaught for even 1 minute before meeting its demise. The other 5 were apparently dumbfounded, as I could see their jaws literally dropping to the ground. Was it my imagination, or everyone except Mona had retreated several steps back? As for how the situation came to be like this, the story goes back to the time I had a revelation. Initially, I was fully prepared to let the other 4 try their hands on the boss. But it suddenly struck to me, what about me? I have worked hard so much in guiding the others, but I didn't have any fun at all in today's dungeon exploration. And so I thought I ought to at least join up for the boss battle. However, that's when the quartet raised their opinion. I think it began with the remarks of Saturn Kun. Let's see what your strength is first. You, who have thoroughly decimated me with your criticism, should show us where you stand. But remember, I will not let you off the hook easily should you come out to be just so-so. I was impressed at how his sharp mouth had revived itself despite being so depressed earlier. He is apparently trying to assert his dominance before he can exhaust his spirit of rivalry. However, all of his efforts had yet to achieve anything. And hearing his words, the 3 vanguard members, too, chimed in to express their consent. Foo. Not to say the upcoming boss battle is just the right candidate to assess your capabilities. I believe it should be of no trouble to you if you want to rule over the 4 of us. If you can't, we can forgive you if you hand over the leader position to us. Strange, why didn't I have any recollection of saying I wanted to lord them round? Not to say, they didn't even understand the difference in our strength. Can they really not see the light shining in my chest? The proof of the conqueror? Let's try to appeal a bit. Shine, Q. But that's only because you relied on your friendship. Only legendary jobs exist in Eden. Saturn-kun flinched back for a moment at the sight of my shining proof and uttered the excuse. Was it just my imagination, or his legs trembled just now like a newborn fawn? I wonder what kind of expression they would have if I tell them I had even soloed the rare boss of this dungeon. Let's try it out. Did you guys know a rare boss had come out when I first challenged this dungeon's boss and I defeated it all alone? Foo. That's impossible. I don't even have to calculate to tell if it's impossible. Why do you think we're going to believe your ridiculous lie? Even we have to admit that soloing a rare boss is totally a rash move. Don't think your lowly lie can bewilder us. The three insisted on refusing to believe it, albeit their strange behavior sold them out. Their eyes were restlessly darting here and there. I guess they knew deep down I had not been lying. Saturn-kun's face was even turning pale. I see, I understand what all of you want to see. Fine, I will also participate in the next boss battle. I will show you geese my true strength. In this way, I was added to the team lineup for battle. What they had asked me to show my true strength. There was no denying that if the teacher is weak, then the learner side would obviously have some apprehension. Thus, I decided to go all out this time. I asked Mona to wait for us when we arrived at the gate, and begin other boss battle. I ignored the lackey goblins, made a beeline towards the night goblin, invoked the unique skill twice, and struck at him at once. When the night goblin was in critical down state from taking too much damage in a short period of time, I launched my ferocious onslaught. In no time, the HP of the night goblin was reduced to 0 and the battle ended. It was too short. The biggest difference came from the critical hits made right at the start. Though this was also fine with me, so I didn't mind. By the way, the lackey goblins also began disappearing the moment the night goblins had vanished. And there you have it. So, did my performance satisfy you guys? The dumbfounded quartet, except Mona, shook their heads up and down vigorously when I asked them. I was wondering if I went too fast for them to see, but I guess my worries were unfounded. If there's nothing else, let's break up here for today. Let's do our best tomorrow too, okay? Foo, it wasn't a one-time thing. We also think today's lessons were enough. Why are the quartet members freaking out after I told them we'd be playing tomorrow as well? By the way, Mona's eyes were gleaming. We're going to the training ground tomorrow. Of course. The main reason is Saturn-kun needs training, but the rest of you still don't know how to properly use your skills. Besides, I also have to teach you about the skills you should acquire in the future, so have some free time after classes are over. Well, it's really hard to stop once I began training them, though I could only do so occasionally since I had to focus on myself and Eden too, and I finally made some friends. I think it's worth the trouble to teach them so that I can go to the dungeon with them once again, although they need a serious reformation before that. Not to say I couldn't teach Mona that much, so I have to make some time for him too. There are lots of things, but this also makes me look forward to what awaits me tomorrow. So, we disbanded there for today. Oh, and all the drops from today's exploration will be sold and distributed at a later date. Mona was supposed to take 80% of the harvested materials, while we, who brought him, were entitled to 20%. He did, however, give us a lot more mana grass than it was supposed to, saying it was a thank you token for bringing him with us. Mona. He was such a superfine gentleman. Now that everyone has gone, let's begin the true performance for today. I returned to the safety area, alone, after seeing off everyone else returning back through the teleportation circle. I had received doubtful stares from there, but I said there are some things I have yet to do and come back. I took out the flute from my bag. My hands were itching to play with the Emperor Goblin since I was visiting the Grassland Dungeon for the first time in a long time. Though the bill for using flute will be quite a bit costlier than usual since I'm alone, I was pinning my hope on the drops I would be monopolizing today to offset it. After calculating everything, I had decided to use all 8 chances today. I wonder how many times I will be able to catch the Emperor Goblin this time. I quickly blew on the flute while burning with hope. Hey you, Emperor Goblin. I have come to play. CH 237. Holy crap, I shouted. I was indeed excited to play with the Emperor Goblin again after a long time, but its appearance ratio had stunned me so much that I couldn't stop myself. The chance of a rare boss appearing, even after using the flute that increases the likelihood of it appearing, was no more than 70%. It would already be a huge success if the rare boss appeared 5 or 6 times out of 8 tries. However, and against all odds, I had blown the flute 8 times, and the rare boss had appeared. All 8 times. I couldn't tell how excited I was. How long had the Emperor Goblin been waiting for someone to play with him? There has never been a time where a rare boss had appeared 8 times in a row, even recalling the memories of the time I was playing it as a game. And the icing on this matter was the drops. Although it was a pity that beautifying phenomenon didn't appear, the drops were drill-worthy nonetheless. The gold chest appeared twice. In other words, I got a total of 4 gold chests, and all them were mine since I was solo. Phew, ha ha ha. But if that wasn't enough shocking, behold, another flute appeared from 2 chests among them. Now I have a total of 4 flutes. There was no end to my surprise today. Since when did Emperor Goblin become so generous? At least it never happened even when I was playing Dungeon Activity as a game. I wonder if there's some kind of reality correction at work in the background. Like, it's set in stone that 1 drop will absolutely be a flute among gold chest drops in 1 session. By the way, the other 2 gold chests dropped 2 pieces of equipment called Wand of the Emperor Goblin and Energy Force. The Wand of Emperor Goblin is the same boss equipment as the magic sword that was dropped last time. It was destined to make its place in the warehouse. Energy Force was an accessory that provided a lucrative status of MGK22, MP plus 100, which was very useful for magic-based jobs. I had considered who I should give this ring to, but since I was alone today, I decided to reward myself. Yay, I powered up. It's 7 p.m. at present. My original plan was to return after blowing the flute 8 times. It was a short-term plan since the beginner and immediate bosses couldn't give me much experience. But the situation is different now. The flute has dropped. I can repeat the session again. So, the question was, what should I do now? But it was easy for me to decide on. For I'm Zephyr, a person who is obsessed with dungeon exploration. There's no Dungeon Activity player who would shy away from the chance to blow the flute again. I wasn't any different either, and thus, I resumed my job of swiping the boss after munching on snacks from my bag. Holy crap. The second, holy crap, of today. Because in front of me was another flute. Yes, it dropped again. Furthermore, the appearance rate of the rare boss for the second session today too was 100%. That made it 16 times in a row. Just how hungry you're to play with someone, Emperor Goblin. I decided, no matter what, I will verify the myth today at all costs. Fortunately, another gold chest appeared and dropped another flute. Alright. This has given 4 more chances. Dungeon Activity players don't shy away from battles. Holy crap. I, Zephyr, who's currently having the shock of his life present to you the third, holy crap, of the day. Right now, I'm at the 20th battle scene, and guess who's in front of me? Yes, it was none other than the idle Lord Emperor Goblin. Apparently and somehow, I have succeeded in 20 consecutive rare boss draws. This was simply unprecedented. Unbelievable. This was an experience I hadn't experienced even once, including the memories of my game. What in the name of Dungeon Activity has happened? Did the effect of flute changed as I predicted? And could someone please explain why flutes were dropping like slime in a slippo marathon? Though the culprit is right in front of me. Hast thou awakened to the joy of combat? Gobu. In the mid-center of the boss room, where I and Emperor Goblin stopped in our tracks, Emperor Goblin gave a firm nod when I casually tried to ask. I saw him nodding. Can you understand me? Seriously? It wasn't like there weren't any bosses who could speak in the game period, but Emperor Goblin was definitely not one of them. I mean, I did have this vague inkling that the opponent had will, albeit not to the point that he could even respond to my questions. But, do the bosses have consciousness then? No, I believe there must be some who don't have it, at the very least. Bosses from the beast or plant categories who act on instinct were exempt from this. Since I hadn't felt the same thing from him, was the Emperor Goblin a special existence then? Come to think of it, the players didn't have the command to chat with the boss like I'm doing right now. It can't be ruled out that he had the will from the beginning. Oh, crap. My knowledge-seeking habit was flaring up again. What saith the Emperor Goblin? Can thou talk a bit more? Many a question I hath to ask thou, Gobu. Alas, Emperor Goblin shook his head horizontally in response to my question. Pressure gradually began to emit from him as he readied himself for battle. I guess I wouldn't be able to get the answer to my question. Just as I had put up the shield in front and was going to take a stance, oh, I see. It suddenly clicked for me. The boss rooms were originally for boss battles, not the place to engage in idle chit-chatting. The Emperor Goblin was probably telling me to find my answers through the fist. But why the hot-blooded battle manga-type development? Not that I dislike such developments, I just wanted to slightly satisfy my intellectual thirst. Gobu, alright. Let's restart, and thus opened the curtain on the 20th consecutive rare boss battle. I have come a long way and I was no longer someone with a low level. But I still got chills whenever I fought with Emperor Goblin. My battle with Emperor Goblin, no matter how many times, was always fun. Maybe I like PvP more than I believed myself to be. Anyway, and without any suspense, victory was mine. The drops of this fight were 2 silver chests. It seems like the Emperor Goblin way of saying he had enough fun today satisfied and was now going to rest. CH 238. The weekdays were passing like the flow of unobstructed water ever since the academy had started formally. Tuesdays' classes were just as enjoyable, and because my thirst for knowledge of dungeon activity was even deeper than the bottom of ocean, I borrowed a few more books from the great library. The most interesting among all was definitely history. After the classes were over, I trained the quartet as I had promised. Although I had to exercise force there and drag them to the training ground when they refused to come to training, saying we don't need training while sweating profusely for some reason. For Saturn-kun, I had to become a little stricter, seeing no improvement in him, and result-wise, I believe I made the right decision. Seeing his slightly improved aim, you can reach the top, Saturn-kun, fight. But of course, training is a matter of time and not just a day, so when I conveyed that I would train them tomorrow too, their eyes pooled with tears of gratitude. On Wednesday, it was finally the class to teach about dungeon exploration. Though it was still a class lecture, the content was truly basic, with only the rehearsal and the mental preparedness to face the dungeon. The lecture was pretty much the same as the game, but some things still come out as new now that I was attending them in person. It actually turned out to be a useful class. After classes was the training time for Saturn-kun and others. It really puzzled me why they still tried to make an excuse, but given the scarcity of time, I dragged them like yesterday and switched to Spartan mode from the beginning. Hard work never betrays, and true to the words, Saturn-kun's attack can now finally hit the target 9 out of 10 times. Thursday, class topic was about the established norm for jobs in this world. However, as such a norm had been subverted significantly recently, the majority of the textbooks about them have now become useless. Because of that, even the teacher appears hesitant about answering the students' questions. CH 238.5. Nameless third supporter. Nameless first-year sage rabbit. Yes, I know. But why are you collecting information about it? Nameless first-year macho. That's a no-brainer. All the classmates of Brave Kun have high-ranking jobs. He's worried that Eden influence will increase again. Nameless second-year priest. Whoa, wait. Macho, could you possibly be the classmate of Brave Kun? Nameless first-year macho, Rats. Maybe I should refrain from any more details. My muscles are already standing out. Nameless first-year warrior. I would know even if you don't specify anything. Thank you very much for your care during the bunny hopping exercise. Nameless first-year macho. Don't sweat it. Let's build up our muscles on another occasion. Nameless second-year priest. I'm not making a jab. I'm not making a jab. I'm not making a jab. Nameless second-year magician. So, the muscles have finally decided to show themselves here. Welcome. If I'm not wrong, you guys have reached the threshold for a big high-grade dungeon? Nameless first-year macho. Yeah. It took us a great deal of time to take down the fall ball ghost even with muscles we have, but no one can stand towering before us anymore with the bane of muscles down. We're currently in the Tsukumo Bamboo Forest dungeon to reinvigorate our muscles. Nameless second-year priest. And the go's not talking about anything specific to the wind. Nameless second-year magician. I've been hearing a lot of rumors about the Makos recently. Like how they defeated the boss Slactua of Flower Garden of the Solitary Dungeon while they were under the barrage of thorns. I saw them propping up their muscles triumphantly as they answered the thorns were as good as mere haystacks in front of our muscles in an interview. Nameless second-year priest. Duh, it was the work of HP though. Nameless third supporter. I think that's enough. Let's return to the original topic. So, is there a possibility for Eden's members to increase? Nameless first-year sage rabbit. I think number. You see, those 4 classmates are a bundle of pride, and consider Brave as their rival. Nameless first-year macho. Except, their skills aren't even half the level of their pride. They need a bit of training and muscle exercise. In fact, it's a shame they don't even have the ability to see the gulf between Brave-kun and themselves. Nameless first-year sage rabbit. I don't mind if they continue with their shit. It's really a sight to see them interacting with Brave-kun and then having tables turn on them again and again. They're almost becoming a famous attraction of our class. Nameless third supporter. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I didn't understand at all. What is the reason Brave and those 4 classmates are together? Nameless first-year sage rabbit. Well, I guess something happened and Brave-kun is now training them apparently. Nameless second-year priest. No concrete reason. Nameless first-year sage rabbit. Number. Nameless first-year macho. Training. What a wonderful word. I believe the day isn't far when camaraderie takes roots in them. Nameless second-year priest. Maybe. Nameless second-year magician. Oh, I have seen them in the training ground of the combat department. They were training with their utmost effort under the guidance of Brave-kun, looking as if they were going through a life and death ordeal. I feel a beautiful comradeship in them. Nameless first-year sage rabbit. I think that's just your imagination. Nameless third supporter. To sum up, you're saying Brave is with those 4 only to deepen their friendship? So is it safe to assume they will not join Eden? Nameless first-year sage rabbit. Probably. I don't think the quartet, with so much pride in them, will ever join Eden. In fact, I have seen them talking about creating a new guild. They also invited me, though I declined. Nameless second-year priest. Hey, a question suddenly comes out to me. What are the jobs of your 4 classmates? They aren't thinking about joining other high-ranking guilds? I believe there should have been a fierce battle for solicitation. No? Nameless first-year sage rabbit. The solicitation. It was so fierce I'm already fed up. Although I haven't collected information about all the classmates, I believe the majority have already joined guilds, since most of them are wearing emblems. However, I haven't seen a single upperclassman coming to solicit any of the quartet. Nameless first-year macho. And as for your answer, the quartet is a group of big 4 jobs: Great Sorcerer, Sword Saint, Barbarian and Knight. Nameless second-year priest. What kind of connection is there even between mighty jobs and the muscles? 265. Nameless second-year magician. Hey, it's forbidden to insert muscle terminology between serious conversations. Nameless second-year priest. Anyway, their jobs alone are so great. I wonder what kind of background they have that no one comes to invite them. Nameless first-year sage rabbit. By the way, the 4 are recruiting the members for the guild. They said they're looking for excellent members with the goal of overcoming Brave-kun. Oh, and I saw them going to other classes for solicitation too. Nameless first-year macho. I also saw them. They were desperately begging them to join. their faces looking so horrible as if the world's end was near. The other class was taken back by their momentum. Though, no one joined them in the end. I believe it's because their muscles weren't appealing enough. Nameless second-year priest. Overcome, not overthrow. Interesting. What exactly is transpiring in the class? Nameless third supportant year priest. Nameless third supportant year priest. No, before that, how come everyone refused to join despite them having such great jobs? Nameless third supporter. Whatever the case is, I am going to leak this to a third-year investigator for now to have them look over this. CH 239. Friday. I recall back the classes I had experienced last week, and begin to sort out the data. My plan for today was to check out the rest of the classes I couldn't last week and decide by then. Are you going to follow me today too, Celestine? That's what I have in my mind. If it doesn't bother you. Of course not. Let's go together. It seems Celestine is going to follow me like last week to visit the rest of classes and decide on the same elective class as mine, as my attendant. I hope I can find a fun class. There are just so many classes to choose from that I'm kind of overwhelmed which one to choose. Once the class assembly was over, everyone moved to head towards their respective elective classes. I also spotted Saturn-kun and other three, albeit, they seemed to be acting sneakily as if trying to steal eyes from someone. So strange, who made them so vigilant? Come to think of it, I don't even know what class Eden members have decided on. I was practically with the quartet for the whole week that I didn't participate in whatever was going on in the guild. Let's check it out. My first target was Lana, who was sitting on a seat adjacent to the central one. Are you busy, Lana? Zephyr. Where have you been for this whole week? Everyone is missing you since you didn't show your face even once. Oops, I'm sorry. I will be there tomorrow since we will be going to the dungeon in the morning. These several days, or rather, almost this whole week, I spent my time training quartet and didn't visit guild at all. The only time I have met was in class. I thought it would be alright even if I didn't go to guild, but I guess I was wrong. Geez, don't forget it. Okay? Definitely. After all, we have to continue from last week. As if she realized something hearing my words, Lana's grumpy face cracked up to a satisfied smile. I'm looking forward to it. It's a promise. Don't forget it. Absolutely. Okay? I promise. I, too, am looking forward to tomorrow. Tomorrow was the time for the dungeon with Eden. Absolutely. For the quartet, I will inform them to train on their own. Anyway, I came to ask which class you have decided on. When I asked her the main question, Lana gave a triumphant grin. I have already decided on it already. Ah, I see. Kinda unexpected. Which one? Hold on, what do you mean by kinda unexpected? HMPH, I'm not telling you. Come on, at least inform Celestine. I will pretend as if I never heard it. Isn't that just so you can know by pretending? Don't play smart. Oh, Lana actually made a jab at me. Now that's a rare sight. Though more of it was because of my dumb joke. Nevertheless, it seems she is determined to keep her choice a secret. Esther's bitter smile, whom I didn't even notice when she arrived behind Lana, cleared it out when I tried to probe her. A choice she couldn't tell me. The curiosity was kinda killing me. Fine. Best wishes for both of us, I guess. There was barely anyone left behind in the class as I moved away from them. Everyone is already headed out, it seems. However, my luck wasn't bad as I spotted Sierra and Lulu about to leave the classroom. I chased after them to hear about their choices. Do you have a minute, Sierra, Lulu? Oh my, if it isn't Zephyr, and Celestine too. What's the matter? Good morning, Zephyr and Osama. Lively as always. Good morning Lulu. Sierra too. Good morning. And Celestine too. Good morning, Sierra-sama, Lulu-sama. We exchanged greetings first and then I brought out my question as we walked. Well, I haven't yet decided on which class to choose. There are just too many classes I am interested in that I can't decide on. So I was wondering about your choices until I finalized one. I see, Lulu and mine is arts department. We decided on 3 periods to be arts related. I see. Dungeon activity properly had the arts related production job. The aforementioned arts department mainly teaches about painting, craftsmanship and colorist. In the game, they were support type jobs like creating cash items freely when they're in guild, manufacturing wallpapers or interior or the guild decoration. However, players could easily earn money in the dungeon even without cash items, and as wallpaper or interior hadn't had any relation with their offensive power, it was purely treated as a hobby. Well, it was one of the few jobs that even players, who had desired to capture dungeons more than anything else, also could use. It was mainly used as a money-making job by players who did not have much time and were not content with continuous boss grind. The cycle was low. Art-related cash item production, selling them to merchant job holders at high price, purchasing gold chest etc. Item in auction equals no long and repetitive battle grind. They used to have this kind of play style. Art was mainly treated as the shortcut for money. But it's hard to imagine the two attending the art classes to learn about cash item production. So I tried asking to clear the doubt. Of course not. It's out of pure interest only. Lulu, too, likes drawing. I see, so they choose out of their taste. Then for money making, well, it's also good to have something that's not only about exploration. It has become a good reference. So far, I was only thinking about classes that could play out role in exploration. But I overlooked the fact that I'm living the hell out of real dungeon activity. It wouldn't hurt to have some hobby. Thank you. Talking with you really refresh my viewpoint. Oh, I'm glad I could be of any help to you. Was Lulu helpful too? Naturally. Thank you, Lulu. Lulu conducts herself so cutely, so soothing. By the way, will you be able to participate in guild tomorrow, Zephyr? I will. Weekends are for dungeons. I will also make up for my part that I couldn't do during weekdays. Understood. Then I'm looking forward to tomorrow. Weekdays might be different, but weekends in my schedule are absolutely saved for Eden. When I said this, just for a moment, but a smile certainly blossomed on Sierra's face. I, of course, didn't miss that. She had returned to her useful stern but cool self right after, but it seems she's really looking forward to. I parted with them after leaving the combat department behind. Apparently, they had horse riding lessons after that. Can Lulu ride the horse with her body? I am a bit tempted to check it out. Besides, I am also interested in horse riding. But I already have some classes planned to check out, so I guess I will check them out while looking around those classes. CH 240. Along with Celestine, I moved around from one elective class to another class experiencing their lessons, and by the time I felt like I had free time, it was noon. Lunchtime, a valuable time that was usually cut in the game. In reality, students can choose from stores, school canteens, restaurants or lunch boxes. In my plan to enjoy every aspect of real-life dungeon activity, I am also busy digesting all the menus one by one recently. My goal is to taste everything they have to offer by the graduation, albeit I feel like that may prove a bit challenging. There are just so many menus to choose from that I couldn't help but think it would have been nice to not have so many places. Today was the turn to eat in the school cafeteria, but as the restaurant was much closer from the location we were in, I and Celestine decided to sort out our lunch there. Today's menu was Italian style. Zephyr-sama. The time to submit the schedule for the elective classes is by 6 p.m. today. Have you decided which one you're going to take? Well, each and every one is so fascinating that it's too difficult to choose. I'm lost. Speaking of, what about you? Me? As I had said last week, I will be taking the same class as Zephyr-sama. I see. But are you really fine with that? I mean, it's fine even if you choose something else. No, I'm your attendant. Celestine has already decided. Well, I particularly don't mind as long as he's doing it by his free will, though I will stop him if I feel like he's forcing himself. It would be a bit lonely without him, so I have to make sure to select something that's also liking to him. My motto is to avoid the unlikable things as much as possible in the work. A work where you can have fun is the best. After lunch, we went around to check out the art class Sierra had mentioned, since I had already finished checking out all the elective classes I had in my mind in the morning time. When speaking about the art system of dungeon activity, what comes to my mind is interior. It was one of those areas I didn't bother to check in the game, since it had little to nothing connection with the dungeon capture. But this is the real world. It's not impossible to find something new that might haven't been available in the game. Maybe The interior of guild rooms or houses might light a passion inside me. So I took art classes with such bubbling feelings in my chest. To speak of the result, it was impossible for me. It was hard for me to suddenly ignite my interest in arts when the art and me never crossed each other's path, as far as my memory can take me down. On the other hand, I also received a lot of explanations about paintings from Celestine. Like, as I look around the replica painting hanging on the wall, he said it's a famous work depicting a scene from a so-and-so book and how to read it. And after explanation, he also taught me how to read the painting logically instead of feeling it. Although it was interesting, it wasn't fun. And again, the Almighty really is almighty, even well-versed in arts, and that's when I suddenly realized. Of course it would be a high hurdle for me to get into arts at this point when I am too much invested in the dungeons. But I believe otherwise. You have even understood around 70% of my explanation, don't you? No, I don't deny that being able to understand a painting is interesting. The main point is, it's not suitable for me. The crux of this matter is preference. Like, if there's someone who likes RPGs, then there would be someone who likes simulation too. That's what I mean. I'm mainly interested in dungeon capture strategy, while I have left the management of Eden in other hands. I'm just worried about the girly vibe, especially the no of plushies that are steadily increasing in the guild room. Our idle time is almost up. Next should be the last, I think. Which one are we going to check this time? It's 2:30 right now. This visit has taken much more time than expected. Just as Celestine said, art class will end at 3 p.m., and the next elective class would be our final destination. Also, I can't take classes that are far from our current location. The only option is to search nearby. I have already gone around the elective classes I had wanted to check, so while there are still too many options, they just don't give me a kick. As I was brooding over this fact, Celestine took out his smartphone and showed it to me. I picked up these classes nearby. Please check it out. I knew I could rely on you, Celestine. Thank you. He's truly a fearsome attendant. That was a joke. I thanked him and took a look. In the end, there were still not any interesting classes nearby. Then, what do you think about this? An advanced dungeon study class? I don't feel joining it either. This was a class about advanced dungeons, which is still an untrodden path, a dungeon where roams the unknown and unidentified monsters as of yet. An overly conscious type class where they gather information about it, debate over it, and then aim to capture the high-grade dungeon one day. However, let alone advanced dungeons, I can't be any more familiar with even the top-grade dungeons. Rather, I'm sure I can be easily qualified for the position of teaching, rather than to be at the receiving end of it. Just now, I had an epiphany. What was it? For a moment just now, I had realized something that can be terrifyingly fun. What was that? Let's go over the thoughts I just had. I can't be any more familiar with them. I can easily be on the teaching side, than to be at receiving. Yes, that's it. Change in plan, Celestine. We're going to the research institute now. What are you going to do about elective classes? That doesn't matter anymore. I have already decided what I'm going to do with my 6 periods. Anyway, there's much more important in our hands right now. We're going to a research institute. Understood. Come to think of it, there shouldn't be any need to take Celestine since class is over. Well, whatever. And so, our plan changed to visit the research institute that wasn't far off from our location.